Introduction. A violet divine thunder shattered the tranquility of the heavens, unveiling a purple celestial tapestry that showcased varied narratives across the myriad realms for comparison. Nezha, old Dang, observe how others fulfill the role of father, and then reflect upon your own conduct. Although that Vajra Barbie rendition of Nezha is somewhat excessive. Xiao Yan, turning fighting spirit into steeds, how terrifying indeed, and those chicken wings. Ha ha ha, I can't contain myself. Tang San, is that a mere 6-year-old? To dare insult this divine monarch. You have chosen the path to your demise. Kesha, this experience diverges entirely from what we know. Is this a parallel world, or perhaps the ultimate terror? Sha Sung, senior brother is replete with tales of romance. Our master too. Even second senior brother has a share, yet here I am, old Sha, left in obscurity. Lin Dong, to claim I am a brutish simpleton, devoid of literary finesse, prepare to receive my great desolate confinement. Chapter 1. The Celestial Tapestry of Worlds. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. In the realm of Douqi, Xiao Yan cast aside a divorce decree, his gaze resolute as he confronted Nalin Yanran. Nalin Yanran was poised to utter something, when suddenly, an unexpected clap of thunder reverberated outside. Crack! The sound of thunder echoed throughout the world, prompting those within the room to instinctively turn toward Xiao Yan. Just as he had proclaimed his fierce declaration, an extraordinary celestial phenomenon unfolded. What an uncanny coincidence. And if it were not mere happenstance, would it not imply that the heavens themselves were fixated upon this man? That would be truly remarkable. Let's venture outside. Xiao Yan's father was the first to react, leading the others outdoors. Above the sky, a remnant of violet lightning lingered, as if the firmament had split into two. What is happening? What exactly transpired? After a single violet lightning strike, such a mark remains. What could it possibly be? The Xiao family gathered, pointing and speculating at the purple trace in the sky, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events and the implications of this transformation. Not only the Xiao family, but the entire Douqi continent bore witness to this purple mark. Ancient clans, once home to Dou emperors, resided in unique realms yet observed the same extraordinary scene. Chief, we have confirmed that the outside world can also perceive such phenomena, reported Hun Yeshing to the clan leader, Hun Tiendi. According to intelligence gathered by their clan, the external realm mirrored their confined space, revealing this peculiar purple fissure. I understand, Hun Tiendi replied, gazing at the rift in the sky. He sensed no unusual aura, as if the purple crack were merely an extraordinary celestial event. Could this be related to the Dou Emperor? Might disrupt our plans? Hun Tiendi seemed to be pondering aloud, perhaps addressing another presence. It is unrelated to the Dou Emperor. Whether it will affect our plans remains to be seen. A silent figure clad in black robes materialized behind Hun Tiendi. This was the manifestation of Shuhuan Tunyans, possessing a deeper understanding of the Dou Emperor than Hun Tiendi himself. Hun Tiendi remained silent, continuing to observe the heavens. In another realm, others were similarly gazing at the sky. Third brother, what is happening? I do not know, Tang San replied, shaking his head. Since ascending to the rank of dual god kings and assuming control of the divine realm, he had never encountered such an occurrence. As a god king, he should possess absolute mastery over all matters, yet this purple mark lay beyond his dominion. Sister Bauer, is this the work of an anomaly? Zhang Chulan inquired while seated by the window, looking at the sky. I cannot say the anomalies I have encountered were not that potent, Bauer replied, her expression one of innocent bewilderment. She had met numerous anomalies, yet none had the power to create such a spectacle. The ability to alter celestial phenomena was, even for an anomaly, exceedingly formidable. There's movement. Sister Bauer, look, Zhang Chulan exclaimed, tapping Bauer on the shoulder as the purple mark in the sky began to shift. The purple fissure expanded, transforming into a square purple area, resembling a screen suspended in the sky. It has become a screen. Is it meant to display something? In Konoha, 5th Hokage Tsunade observed the sky, contemplating the implications of such a sudden change since Naruto's return to the ninja world. Is this the result of a devil fruit ability? At the Marine headquarters, Sengoku gazed upward, associating the phenomenon covering the ocean with the powers of devil fruits. No, several instances of Conqueror's Haki have struck the screen above with no effect, Akainu interjected. The pirates of a new world were notoriously unruly, and the sudden appearance of the purple canopy naturally provoked their reactions. Yet their attempts to tear the sky with their haki bore no consequence upon the purple veil. In the vastness of the cosmos, one cannot help but ponder, what manner of technology is this? Beyond the celestial realm of Meluo, the divine throne of Kesha floated amidst the stars, gazing upon the violet expanse of the universe, mirroring the sight within the planets. Indeed, beyond the known universe, there are secrets yet to be uncovered. Perhaps the ultimate fear truly exists, came the voice of Hishi, alluding to the forbidden theories of the Meluo celestial realm. Kesha remained silent. Her studies on the ultimate fear were not devoid of depth, nor did she entirely dismiss its existence. Ha ha, Kesha, you wretched one. Behold this phenomenon. Can it not attest to the existence of the unknown? The existence of the ultimate fear. In another celestial domain, Morgana, also known as Liang Bing, erupted in laughter. The presence of this violet curtain served as circumstantial evidence of the ultimate fear's reality. For the sake of a theoretical divergence, sisters had clashed for millennia, and as they approached an answer, a profound sense of reflection filled their hearts. On the journey to the west, the four disciples sat upon the ground, gazing up at the heavens. Even the mighty Sun Wukong could not discern what this enigma truly was. Monkey King, can we not draw closer? Zhu Beiji inquired, having observed Sun Wukong's earlier foray into the skies, which yielded no results. Indeed, even with my leaps of tens of thousands of miles, this entity flies faster than I. Sun Wukong expressed his frustration. No matter how he augmented his speed, he remained unable to approach the violet screen. The distance between them seemed to fixate beyond a certain threshold, rendering them perpetually distant. Even Sun Wukong's far-off assaults bore no effect upon the celestial veil. Amitabha disciples, behold, there is a change. Tang San, who had been intently watching the sky, noted the transformation in the violet curtain and swiftly alerted his pupils. The group ceased their discourse, turning their attention skyward. In the boundless void, the world is infinite, the shores of the other realm, a drop of water as the boundary. Upon the celestial veil, the violet primordial mist swirled, and lines of text began to materialize. In this limitless world, similar waves of chaos continuously surge, one after another. Some refer to it as parallel worlds, others as multiverses, some as the vast expanse of realms, and others as mirrored realities. Even the same tale may unfold in diverse manners, leading to vastly different outcomes. Today, let's explore those wholly distinct narratives. The text upon the celestial curtain reflected, with all present able to comprehend, its meaning as it transformed into universally understandable language. It is beginning. A collective tension gripped the hearts of all, aware that the true upheaval was about to commence. Chapter 2. One of the three rebel prodigies of the celestial realm. It is beginning. Whether celestial beings, demonic entities, supernatural beings, or ordinary folk, all felt a tightening in their chests. The words upon the celestial curtain evidently heralded the onset of genuine turmoil. Stories. Who among the celestial beings lacks a tale to tell? Is it necessary to watch it narrate a story? In the celestial realm, the youthful and handsome deity Nezha scoffed, displaying his disdain. To ascend to the immortal realm and hold a position among the deities, who among them is not brimming with stories, a lifetime of legends? Is it really required to witness it recount tales from the heavens? Third prince, while your words ring true, the current circumstances remain unclear. The Lord of the White Star stroked his beard, cautioning Nezha not to underestimate the celestial canopy. Although everyone possesses their own stories, those woven into this celestial tapestry are evidently not so simple. Stories? My own tale is sufficiently intricate. Wouldn't it be worthy enough to be told upon this celestial tapestry, resonating across the myriad realms? Tang San reflected on his journey, from traversing the Douqi continent to becoming a god king, filled with myriad trials and tribulations, legendary and convoluted. If a story were to echo through the myriad realms, his would undoubtedly be the most captivating. Third brother, it is indeed possible. Your journey has been fraught with challenges. Those tales are truly legendary experiences. Xiao Wu grasped Tang San's hand, fully aware of the trials he had faced along the way. Those remarkable stories would surely be selected and subsequently disseminated across the realms. Stories? Is it akin to watching a movie? Feng Bao Bao tilted her head in innocence, having some knowledge of films, having seen a few herself, finding them quite entertaining. Clearly, this is no ordinary film. Based on the previous prologue, it is highly likely that these are tales from different worlds. Zhang Chuan perceived the complexity, judging from the preceding imagery and text. This so-called story could very well be events occurring or having occurred in other realms. Other worlds? Divine intervention, perhaps? In the Qin world, Yingzheng gazed at the celestial canopy above, pondering silently. The ability to probe into different realms undoubtedly signified divine prowess. Let him behold what other worlds entail. Yerui, have you detected any anomalies? Within the victory team, Captain Kyuka inquired of the Yerui team member, wondering if their advanced technology, combined with his genius intellect, could uncover the mystery of the sky. No anomalies detected. Regrettably, Yerui's response brought disappointment, as their advanced technology could not discern anything. Simultaneously, in the land of light, Hikari, alongside Tony Stark and Mr. Fantastic from another vast universe, shook their heads in unison. Their technology, too, failed to uncover any irregularities. Master Douqi, exasperated, closed the eye of Agamotto, as the timeline had morphed into an incomprehensible form, rendering investigation and reference impossible. Odin, the king of Asgard, Kong, the remnant of the end of time, and even the celestial beings of the cosmos and the observer beyond the universe, all shook their heads in silence, equally unable to discern the essence of the purple canopy above. Lord Beerus, is it truly wise to remain indifferent and uninformed? In the realm of destruction, Weiss gazed lazily at Beerus, pondering whether the celestial canopy above posed any genuine concern. What issue could there possibly be? It is merely a narrative presented in a cinematic form. As they conversed, the violet screen in the heavens stirred to life. The inaugural tale shall feature a prominent figure from the myriad worlds. Nezha, the third son of the celestial king Jing, also known as the third Prince Nezha, was bestowed the title of the great deity of the three altars by the Jade Emperor, commander of the celestial soldiers and vanguard of the heavenly host, revered by Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism alike as a demon-slaying deity. Nezha is renowned for his legendary exploits, including subduing dragons in the sea, excising flesh and bones, and aiding Zhou in overthrowing the tyrant. His tales resonate profoundly across the celestial realms. Simultaneously, he is regarded as one of the three rebellious figures in the heavenly court, embodying a spirit of defiance. His narrative has been interpreted in myriad ways throughout the cosmos. As the words appeared upon the celestial screen, a melody began to waft through the air, recounting a myth. Once upon a time, there was a couple blessed with a delightful child, adorned with 2 towering pigtails and tiny bare feet. Accompanied by the music, an adorable young boy materialized upon the screen, sporting 2 lofty braids and a cherubic face, exuding charm. Who would have thought the third prince was so endearing in his youth? The celestial beings in Lingxiao Palace chuckled at the sight of Nezha, astonished by his childhood adorability. Observing his current demeanor, it seemed plausible that he had once been so charming. Even the Jade Emperor upon his throne bore a smile. Yet Nezha and Jing wore solemn expressions. That is not me. Nezha's countenance darkened as he scrutinized the images projected on the screen, realizing that the child depicted was not himself. Third Prince, why deny it? Being adorable in childhood is hardly something to be ashamed of. The barefoot immortal interjected, and the other celestial beings nodded in agreement, assuming Nezha was merely bashful about his youthful appearance. Your Majesty, this indeed does not resemble Nezha's youthful visage. Jing spoke up at that moment, causing the laughter to cease abruptly. Being immortals, they understood the implications of his statement. Beyond the 3 realms, are there other worlds? Is it possible that the so-called myriad realms encompass our entire 3 realms as one? The Jade Emperor's smile faded, his expression turning grave. Initially, he had believed that the term myriad realms merely referred to the human realm within the 3 realms. However, it now seemed evident that the entirety of the 3 realms might include chaotic worlds, sanctified locations of sages, and other minor realms, forming a singular entity. If that is indeed the case, then the revelations upon this celestial canopy hold considerable value for them. The celestial beings of the heavenly court could not help but retract their earlier disdain, turning their gaze to the canopy with newfound seriousness. Nezha, do deities truly exist? In the Douqi continent, Xiao Yan gazed upon the contents displayed on the canopy. He was familiar with the name of Nezha, yet he never imagined that such divine beings could genuinely exist. However, considering his own transmigration into this world, Where the cultivation of Douqi was possible, the existence of deities seemed rather acceptable. Chapter 3. The image of Nezha across the realms. Yet, I wonder if my prayers to the three pure ones will reach them here. Xiao Yan pondered within his heart. Crossing different worlds, he questioned whether the three pure ones could still hear his supplications. Yet, being merely a humble mortal, he mused, even if those great beings could hear his prayers, was there any necessity for a response? The three altars see meeting God. Nezha? Quite impressive, yet merely a deity. I am now a divine king. Tang San had heard of Nezha's legends in the past, but from his current perspective, Nezha seemed but a minor deity, whereas he himself was not only a god but a divine king. The two were on entirely different planes. This is divinity in ancient times. The heavenly court existed, yet the situation here differs greatly from that of the Northern Dipper. Yi Fan sat atop a mountain peak. Having just played a trick on some individuals, his spirits lifted as he contemplated the mythological tales and the heavenly court of ancient times. However, he was also aware that many elements of mythology were fabricated, such as Jing, who was deified as a mortal. Thus, the circumstances of the heavenly court in the Northern Dipper clearly did not align with those of myth. Deities truly exist. Clad in black, the ghostly young Master Li gazed at the canopy, lost in thought. If the heavenly court exists, does that imply the existence of the underworld? Might there be a chance for resurrection? With this thought, hope surged within Li's heart. Perhaps this canopy could aid him. Oh, deities! Can we, the Yi-Run, ascend to the heavenly realm? Zhang Chulin's eyes sparkled with envy. The legends of celestial beings have existed since time immemorial, yet they remained unattainable for ordinary mortals. For beings like them, the possibility of cultivation might offer a chance to encounter divine beings. However, records of ascension had never appeared in the annals of the Yi-Run. Celestial beings? Are they akin to the legendary Six Paths sage? Is he not merely a myth? In a ninja world, within the Hokage office, Tsunade contemplated the contents of the canopy, recalling the fabled Six Paths sage. Was this sage also merely a legend like him? The Six Paths sage. I have heard many tales about him, and through years of gathering intelligence in the ninja world, I believe he may not just be a myth, but a being of true existence. That Jiraiya's expression was grave. His years of experience in the ninja world had unveiled numerous secrets, including the existence of traces left by the sage of Six Paths. He might not merely be a figure of legend, but rather a genuine sage who once walked the earth. Naruto glanced at Tsunade, and Jiraiya. His knowledge of the sage of Six Paths was limited to a mere name, accompanied by a handful of legendary tales, leaving him ill-equipped for a discussion with Jiraiya and the others on this topic. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama opened their eyes, gazing at the heavens, instantly reminded of the sage of Six Paths. A deity, perhaps? Across the vast ocean, countless individuals beheld the celestial display, their ignorance in many respects overshadowed by the mention of the divine. Those with knowledge would immediately think of the celestial dragons of the Red Earth continent. How terrifying! Could these gods be the ancestors of the celestial dragons? With the arrival of true divinity, one must ponder the implications of ancestral recognition. However, such a notion seemed implausible. The arrogance of the celestial dragons would preclude any acknowledgement of such lineage. Moreover, not all celestial dragons were devoid of intelligence. A mere child, yet he exudes immense power, remarked Saitama, stroking his bald head. He held no particular thoughts on divinity, but the strength of Nezha piqued his interest. An opportunity for a duel would be most welcome. Is there such a deity as the three altars of the sea? Could it be an ancient god? In the realm of Wukangji, the pantheon deliberated, puzzled by the mention of such a divine being, one seemingly unheard of until now. Nezha? I recall him being a deity from Eastern mythology. Jarvis, gather all available information on Nezha immediately, Tony commanded, his eyes fixed on the celestial display. He had become somewhat familiar with Nezha after reviewing various mainstream mythologies upon encountering Loki. Understood. All data has been retrieved. Jarvis promptly presented the amassed information to Tony. Indeed, his experiences are quite legendary, Tony mused, reading the translated text. The tales of Nezha were nothing short of extraordinary. The prominent figures of Marvel were aware of Nezha, recognizing that the Eastern pantheon indeed existed, and Nezha's universe circle had been transformed into 10 rings. In the realm of Fengshan, the canonization had concluded, and the immortals had assumed their rightful places. The denizens of the heavenly court couldn't help but turn their attention to Nezha. The three rebellious figures of the heavenly court? The Jade Emperor scrutinized Nezha, a label that hardly bore a positive connotation, suggesting that he would need to pay closer attention to Nezha in the future. As for the other two rebellious figures, the Jade Emperor's gaze swept over Yang, Jin, his nephew, certainly qualified as one. Yet, the identity of the final individual remained a mystery. Nezha exists in numerous forms across the myriad realms, with the youthful god being the most prevalent. Above the celestial canopy, as the music concludes, myriad forms of Nezha emerge upon the screen, each iteration from childhood to youth flashing before the audience. Though they all embody Nezha, their appearances and forms diverge greatly, with dozens, even hundreds, of Nezha manifesting in succession. The essence of Nezha's narrative is remarkably consistent. Birth, the acquisition of skills, the act of sacrificing his flesh for his father and his bones for his mother, aiding the Zhou dynasty in its campaign against the tyrant, and ultimately achieving sanctity and divine elevation. Some versions of Nezha's tale include the slaying of dragons and tumultuous encounters with the sea, while in other realms, he forms amicable bonds with the Dragon King's offspring. Due to the vastness of Nezha's experiences and the multitude of stories surrounding him, not every tale can be showcased thus. Only a select few worlds will be represented. Let us now delve into the first realm. The celestial screen introduces Nezha, whose impact reverberates across countless worlds. It is impossible to display every version, thus only a handful are chosen. As the inscriptions on the screen fade, all beings across the realms experience a moment of disorientation, as if a fragment of their souls is drawn into the celestial display, rendering their surroundings palpably real, devoid of the illusion typically associated with cinematic experiences. Yet, this phenomenon does not impede their physical actions or sensory perceptions in their respective worlds, resulting in a wondrous state of being. Initially, a city materializes on the celestial screen, which then zooms into a household, where a pregnant woman gives birth to a fleshly orb. Jing, bewildered and incensed, perceives this as the manifestation of a malevolent entity. Chapter 4. The Mischievous Nezha. Upon Nezha's birth, the venerable Tai Zhenren arrives to take him as a disciple, imparting the wisdom of cultivation and bestowing numerous magical artifacts. Gifted with extraordinary intellect, Nezha quickly acquires formidable abilities. Inevitably attracting trouble, he slays the attendant of Lady Shurji and stirs the tempestuous sea, leading to the deaths of the Sea Patrol Yasha and the Dragon King's son. What overwhelming waves of power! Is this the might of the immortals? The very aura constricts my breath. Zhang Chulan inhales deeply, feeling as though the air in his lungs has been expelled, only now regaining composure. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, he remains riveted to the celestial screen. Such divine confrontations are a rare spectacle. Take a moment to absorb this. It is not the entirety of their essence, advises Feng Baobao, whose perception runs deeper. They can only grasp the limits of their own senses, not the full extent of Nezha and the Dragon King's son's power. Is this not the entirety? Zhang Chulan is astounded. The potency he senses is already monumental, yet is not the complete picture. At this moment, although Nezha has yet to ascend to the ranks of immortals, his prowess is undeniably formidable. The aura of an immortal is beyond the endurance of mortals, especially when unleashed in the throes of battle. Were it not for the protection of the celestial canopy, the force emanating from Nezha during combat could easily reduce Zhang Chulan to mere pulp. Even the extraordinary Zhang Chulan could not withstand such pressure, let alone an ordinary person. Fortunately, the protection of the celestial canopy prevented a scene of rivers flowing with blood. Outside the canopy, there was no bloodshed, yet above it, a gruesome spectacle unfolded. The Dragon King's third prince was flayed alive by Nezha, a sight far too graphic for the young. After Nezha vanquished the Dragon King's prince in the sea, he learned that the old Dragon King would not let the matter rest and intended to report the incident to the heavens. Thus, Nezha resolved to make his way to the heavenly court first. With the wind and fire wheels beneath his feet, Nezha surged forward with remarkable speed, swiftly ascending into the clouds until he reached a towering gate. Stop! This place is not for you to enter at will. Nezha was confronted by two celestial guards, and upon looking up, he saw the inscription on the plaque. Southern Heavenly Gate? I have heard of it from my master. Dare I inquire, esteemed brothers, have you seen A.O. Guang enter through here? Nezha, with a glint in his eye, asked the guards if they had encountered A.O. Guang. Section 3. To dare to call upon the name of the Dragon King of the East Sea is no small matter. Upon hearing that Nezha audaciously addressed the Dragon King by name, the divine general recognized that he must possess some significant background. As for myself, I am merely a humble villager, a simple mountain dweller, who sought to confront Ao Guang for his refusal to pay for his sustenance in the mortal realm. I intended to reason with him at the Lingxiao treasure palace, but alas, I failed to catch him, and he escaped. Pray tell, esteemed brother, how long would it take for Ao Guang to travel from the mortal realm to the southern heavenly gate, given his speed? Nezha, known for his whimsical nature, swiftly attributed a charge to Ao Guang. The distance from the mortal realm to the southern heavenly gate is indeed considerable, even with Ao Guang's aging sight. It would likely take him over 10 hours, assuming he did not stray from the path. After a moment of contemplation, the divine general concluded that, given the old Dragon King Ao Guang's pace, 10 hours would be necessary. I managed to accomplish the journey in merely 1 hour, while Ao Guang would require 10. This old slippery eel is truly infuriating. Upon hearing this, Nezha felt a sense of disinterest, realizing that Ao Guang was taking far too long to arrive. After expressing his gratitude, he turned to leave, yet the two divine generals sheathed their weapons, sensing that Nezha had no intention of departing. He transformed into a wasp and entered the heavenly court. Within the heavenly court, Princess Yaoji had developed mortal sentiments and thus violated heavenly decrees. The Jade Emperor was interrogating her, ultimately sentencing her to banishment in the mortal realm, confined beneath Peach Mountain. Furthermore, due to the words of his daughter, the seventh fairy Zier, he had her imprisoned as well. Witnessing this, Nezha could no longer contain himself. Once again transforming into a wasp, he launched a furious assault upon the Jade Emperor, sending the celestial ruler and his generals into a state of panic. Soon after, the denizens of the heavenly court apprehended Yang Chan, and the Jade Emperor decreed her execution. Yang Jian was also swiftly captured and brought to the heavens. Spare her life. Just as Yang Chan was about to face her fate, Nezha, disguised as the Jade Emperor, descended. I pay my respects to your majesty. The multitude of divine soldiers immediately bowed in reverence, and the supervising Marshal Tianpeng also inclined himself in respect. Yang Chan, if you call me uncle right now, I shall immediately release you. The Jade Emperor approached Yang Chan and presented this peculiar condition, leaving her momentarily stunned. UNC, Lo? Tianpeng was equally taken aback, perplexed by this address. The Jade Emperor seemed to be acting strangely. Under the Emperor's urging, Yang Chan tentatively called out, Uncle? Release her. Release her. The Jade Emperor was elated, exchanging glances with Tianpeng before instructing him to untie her and escort Yang Chan away. Once outside the heavenly court, Nezha revealed his true form, and Yang Chan hurriedly expressed her gratitude. No. You shall shorten your lifespan. Nezha assisted Yang Chan, preventing her from bowing in gratitude. Thank you, benefactor, for your rescue. But why did you choose to save me? Yang Chan was bewildered as to why Nezha risked so much for her. For no particular reason, simply because I find your uncle displeasing, Nezha replied. Not only had he saved Yang Chan, but he also intended to rescue Yang Jian, though he first needed to ensure Yang Chan's safety. However, before Yang Chan could be settled, Nezha encountered the Dragon King of the East Sea. He transformed once more into the guise of the Jade Emperor, turning Yang Chan into a divine general and mocking the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang. Yet Ao Guang, having lived for many years, soon discerned the ruse. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, Nezha retaliated, delivering a beating to Ao Guang and, upon the pleas of Yang Chan and the East Sea Princess, allowed him to leave on the condition that he would no longer report the incident to the heavens. Subsequently, Yang Jian faced punishment, and Nezha boldly stormed the execution grounds to rescue him, confronting the celestial soldiers alone. Did you not leave his majesty covered in welts? Tianpeng mused, recalling past encounters with Nezha. Hey, you rotund fellow, you are not so unpleasant after all. Step back, or I shall turn your head into a pig's. Nezha, fearless and unyielding, readily admitted to the accusation. A pig's head? Then let that pig's head entertain you. Tianpeng retorted, drawing his weapon as he engaged Nezha in combat. Despite his small stature, Nezha proved to be equally formidable, matching Tianpeng blow for blow. Should I unleash my full power, I shall inform the Jade Emperor of your dealings with Yang Jian, Nezha whispered during a brief lull in the battle. Do not speak such nonsense. Tianpeng glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and immediately silenced Nezha. If I escape, you may place all blame upon me. Should I fail to flee, you will be unable to shift the responsibility. Nezha blinked, offering a clever suggestion. Tianpeng considered this, realizing the wisdom in the words, and ceased his assault, directing his subordinates to engage instead. This shift allowed Nezha to slip away unscathed. Chapter 5. The Celestial Laws and Divine Regulations. The revelation of Nezha's escapades rendered the myriad realms speechless, setting aside his mischief-making prowess and audacity. The implications of his actions were indeed profound. The deities of the journey to the west remained silent, their gazes subtly shifting toward the Jade Emperor, whose reputation in this narrative was far from flattering. Nezha's affront to the Jade Emperor was one matter. The more significant grievance lay in the treatment of Yao Ji, casting the Heavenly Emperor in a heartless light. Li Jing, drenched in perspiration, was acutely aware of Nezha's formidable capacity for trouble. In contrast, Nezha displayed no fear, finding the situation rather amusing. I did not engage in such mischief, but had I been in that predicament, I might have acted similarly. Nezha scoffed, his experiences differing entirely from those of the Nezha depicted in the heavens, devoid of any pretense of being the Jade Emperor. Nevertheless, their temperaments bore a resemblance. If faced with similar circumstances, he too would have intervened. Within the halls of Lingxiao, only the echoes of Nezha's laughter resounded. Ha ha! That three-eyed brat has experienced such trials as well. On the road to the west, Sun Wukong could not help but burst into laughter, reminiscing about Yang Jian's former might in battle, astonished to learn of his own moments of disarray. Yet, the Jade Emperor truly possesses a heart of stone, treating his own sister in such a manner. You, my simpleton friend, have garnered my respect. Sun Wukong criticized the Jade Emperor, then unexpectedly glanced at Zhu Beiji. This simpleton had once sought to punish Yang Jian and had engaged in fierce exchanges with Nezha. How astonishing! In truth, the Jade Emperor's actions were motivated by a desire to uphold the dignity of the Heavenly Court, which at that time was not as prosperous as it is now. The Heavenly Court was but a mere shadow of its current self, and the Jade Emperor merely held nominal authority over the three realms, with many secretly dissenting against him. Furthermore, he merely wished for the princess to acknowledge her mistakes. He had shifted all blame onto that mortal. If the princess would admit her fault, all could be forgiven. Zhu Beiji, unusually contemplative, attempted to exonerate the Jade Emperor. Tang San murmured a prayer, while Sha San remained silent. The events of those days remained shrouded in uncertainty. The Jade Emperor, with his own children and spouse, demands others to remain ascetic. His own decrees seem to be mere ornaments before him. Sun Wukong snorted in disdain. It was indeed absurd that the Jade Emperor, who himself disregarded celestial laws, expected others to adhere to them. In our world, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother are not spouses. Rather, one is the supreme male celestial, and the other the supreme female celestial, jointly overseeing the Heavenly Court. Though the Jade Emperor remains the ruler of the three realms. Some of the Jade Emperor's offspring were born before his ascension. During his trials, he became mortal, which is quite normal. After his ascension, his children, too, would attain enlightenment. Moreover, the celestial laws restrict only the hearts of mortals. There are no limitations on relationships among deities. Zhu Beiji was far more informed about the affairs of the Heavenly Court than the monkey, possessing a deeper understanding of the celestial laws. If there were no restrictions, why then was he transformed into a pig's head for teasing Chang'e? A pig's head. Ha ha ha, Nezha was quite right. You truly became a pig's head. Sun Wukong, unable to resist teasing Zhu Beiji for his rebuttals, recalled Nezha's intentions to transform him, and indeed, Zhu Beiji had become a pig's head. It seemed Nezha possessed a prophetic quality. Upon mentioning this, Zhu Beiji's expression soured. Such dark history ought not to be revisited. Eldest brother, while it is true that celestial laws do not restrict relationships between immortals, the incident with second brother and Chang'e was not a matter of affection but rather mere lewdness and mischief, which is entirely different. Hence, punishment was entirely justified. Ha ha, I had forgotten all about that. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily, and both Tang San and Sha San found the exchange amusing. What a troublesome monkey. Zhu Beiji, in a huff, flung his sleeve and turned away to sit down. This monkey only brought up his own embarrassing tales. Utter nonsense. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas convened, and the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, slammed the table in anger. How could it be claimed that he was bested by Nezha and dared not report to the Jade Emperor? This was a gross distortion of the truth, utterly lawless. When Nezha was merely 3 days old, he wreaked havoc upon my crystal palace, slaying both my son and the patrolling sea demon. In my fury, I marched directly to Qintang Pass to demand retribution, where Li Jing sought to execute Nezha, in an act of self-sacrifice to repay his parents' kindness. Nezha took his own life, prompting my withdrawal of troops. This matter bore no relation to the Celestial Court. Ao Guang, filled with rage, noted that the portrayal of events in the Celestial Canopy was excessively humiliating, depicting him as being so easily vanquished by Nezha. He had boldly stormed Chintang Pass to reclaim what was his, asserting his dominance at that time. Indeed, this celestial display was nothing short of absurd. The other dragon kings were equally incensed. The scenes broadcasted from the celestial canopy delivered a resounding slap to their dragon clan's dignity. Had it been within their power, they would have confronted the celestial canopy head-on long ago. In the world of Fengshen, tranquility reigned within the celestial court. The matter concerning Yao Ji had only recently subsided, and no one was keen to revisit it. Yang Jian turned his gaze towards Marshal Tianpeng. His prior performance on the celestial screen clearly indicated that he had deliberately spared the Yang siblings. This led Yang Jian to reminisce about past events, recalling how it seemed that Marshal Tianpeng had indeed assisted them from the shadows. However, now was not the time for discourse, and Yang Jian kept his thoughts to himself, waiting for a more opportune moment to inquire. While the heavenly laws held significance, familial bonds could not be disregarded. It was utterly heartless of the Jade Emperor to suppress his own sister. Tang San shook his head, acknowledging that the divine realm had its own set of rules, while the celestial court adhered to its own regulations. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, she was still his sister. How could she be so ruthlessly suppressed? Indeed, the Jade Emperor's lack of compassion was troubling. His dominion over the three realms was hardly a boon. Xiao Wu chimed in, sharing her sentiments that the Jade Emperor had gone too far. Who among them lacked a heart? Was it merely because he had fallen in love and fathered a child? To then exterminate an entire family was truly excessive. Fortunately, their divine realm lacked such regulations, alleviating fears of encountering similar predicaments. Was Nezha's tumultuous sea escapade concurrent with Yang Jian's mountain-splitting rescue of his mother? Zhang Chulan scratched his head, perplexed by the confusion in his thoughts. Were these two events indeed contemporaneous? He was uncertain, yet the timelines of myth and legend were inherently chaotic, and thus not to be taken too seriously. Bauer shook her head. Even her astute mind found itself baffled. Chapter 6. What is truth? All that exists is truth. Nevertheless, the timelines of myth and legend are inherently convoluted, and one need not dwell excessively on them. Zhang Chulan continued to ponder. Yet he chose not to fixate on the matter of timelines, deeming it of little importance. Section 4. This Nezha is truly a mischievous child. Tony observed Nezha's antics on the celestial screen with amusement. Such a mischievous child was undeniably entertaining, provided he did not wreak havoc in his immediate vicinity. Indeed, Jarvis. Please record all these events concerning Nezha. The next time we encounter Thor, I must inquire whether he is familiar with Nezha and the authenticity of these occurrences. This book is initially published on the Taiwan Novel Network, providing you with an experience devoid of erroneous or disordered chapters. Tony instructed Jarvis to document everything displayed on the celestial screen, so he could later seek Thor's validation. After all, they are both deities, and Thor should possess some knowledge. Yes, sir. However, I must caution you, sir, that this is merely an account of Nezha from one world, which may not align with the true experiences of Nezha. Jarvis recorded the information but reminded Tony that the Nezha depicted on the screen might not represent the genuine Nezha's journey. What constitutes truth? What is merely illusion? Who can definitively declare which Nezha is the authentic one? The experiences of Nezha shown on the celestial screen are indeed real, albeit differing from those of others named Nezha. Who is to say they are false? Even in parallel worlds, all exist in harmony and are undeniably real. None can be deemed fictitious. Tony's research into time and space is profound. The distinction between truth and falsehood is not clearly demarcated within the continuum of time. In essence, anything that exists is authentic. That Yang Jian bears a striking resemblance to Yuzong, and the Princess of the East Sea resembles Chu Chu. In the fantastical realm of the magic phone, the group gathered in the villa to collectively view the celestial screen, aghast at the familiar visage displayed. Am I the Princess of the East Sea? Have you seen me? Pig brother? Xiao Chu Chu incredulously pointed at herself, before glancing at Zhu Beiji beside her. This pig brother looks exactly like the marshal of the heavenly canopy on the screen, which is hardly surprising, as he is indeed the marshal. Is that Yang Jian truly my likeness? Yuzong, intrigued, questioned whether Yang Jian really resembled him. Not at all. Yang Jian is nothing like you, Yuzong. If you doubt it, ask Monkey Brother. Zhu Beiji shook his head, asserting that the Yang Jian of their world bore no resemblance to Yuzong. He even called upon Sun Wukong to attest to his statement. The group turned to Sun Wukong, who nodded in agreement, affirming Zhu Beiji's accuracy. What about me? Yuzong's expression turned somewhat regretful, while Chu Chu eagerly looked at Zhu Beiji. The fourth princess of the East Sea? I've never heard of her or seen her. Zhu Beiji pondered, shaking his head, unable to recall anyone fitting that description. Zhu Beiji turned to Sun Wukong, who, having caused quite a stir in the East Sea years ago, should be more familiar with its inhabitants. I, old son, do not know either, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head, equally lacking any recollection of the fourth princess. Chu Chu's face fell in disappointment. She had hoped to discover a celestial doppelganger, only to find none existed. Well, there's no need for despair. It's already remarkable that both you and Yuzong appeared on the celestial screen. Lu Shaoqian comforted Xiao Chu Chu, assuring her that there was no reason for disappointment. Among the mortals present, only she and Yu Suo Wei managed to find kindred spirits in the celestial expanse, which was quite commendable. Indeed, there was no cause for disillusionment. Yu Suo Wei also consoled Chu Chu, reinforcing that there was nothing to lament. What are you all discussing? It has no bearing on me. That world is unrelated to us, and even less so to me, Chu Chu remarked, observing the group. Her inquiry was merely born of curiosity, devoid of ulterior motives. Yet it seemed as though she harbored some hidden anticipation. If there is nothing to expect, then that is for the best. The others regained their spirits and redirected their gaze towards the celestial screen. In the realm of the Super God Academy, the inhabitants also watched the vast expanse above. Now that the Monkey King exists, do other deities also inhabit this world? Guxiao Luan pondered this question. If the Monkey King was real, what of the other deities? If they too existed, what would their circumstances be? Thus far, they had only encountered the Monkey King. The celestial laws were merciless. Indeed, all aberrations deserved their fate. In the White Snake realm, Fahai gazed at the celestial display, reflecting on the unyielding nature of heavenly law. Even a biological sister, should she transgress divine mandates, would face retribution. His convictions were thus validated. All aberrations must be eradicated. This little Nezha is quite mischievous, much like Naruto in his youth, in the Naruto world. Irika reminisced while observing Nezha on the celestial screen, recalling Naruto's playful antics. However, in comparison, Naruto seemed less troublesome than Nezha, who would recklessly slay dragons and engage in conflicts without hesitation. Is there truly a dragon palace lurking in the depths of the ocean? In the world of One Piece, where the sea enveloped the globe, the vastness of the ocean far surpassed that of the land, prompting thoughts of whether a dragon palace existed beneath the waves. In the Bao Liandang realm, Chun Xiang and his companions watched the unfolding scenes in the celestial expanse with complex expressions. Master, you should not have saved Yang Jian. The eighth prince directed his gaze towards Zhu Beiji, who had clearly shown leniency, while pursuing Yang Jian and Yang Chan reflecting on their current predicament, with nowhere to turn. They mused that perhaps it would have been better to let Yang Jian perish. It was Nezha who saved Yang Jian. I merely offered minimal assistance. Zhu Beiji waved his hand dismissively, attributing the credit to Nezha, who had exerted the majority of effort. So, Nezha is indeed related to Yang Jian in this manner. Chun Xiang recalled Nezha's cool and arrogant demeanor from their recent encounter, realizing that despite his harsh words, Nezha had indeed rendered considerable aid. The celestial display continued to reveal further developments. After rescuing Yang Jian, Nezha even pledged brotherhood with him, recognizing Yang Jian as his second brother and Yang Chan as his third sister. Moreover, Nezha took it upon himself to protect them in their quest to seek out Yu Ding Zhenren for mentorship. However, due to the imminent arrival of pursuers, Nezha had no choice but to escort Yang Chan away to the Golden Light Cave on Mount Qianyuan, seeking the guidance of his master, Tai Zhenren. Master, Nezha called out as he and Yang Chan entered the cave, eagerly rushing to greet his master and affectionately massaging his shoulders. White Lotus, Tai Zhenren, engrossed in his meditation, was abruptly roused by Nezha's enthusiastic call, resulting in a moment of irritation. It turned out that Tai Zhenren had been in seclusion for a 7-year cultivation period, but Nezha's interruption had rendered that effort somewhat futile. What brings you back to the mountain? He inquired, not overly preoccupied with Nezha's misstep. My disciple has come to protect you, Nezha replied, putting on a compliant expression, fully aware that he could not disclose the real reason for his visit and instead opted for a different explanation. Protect? Have you stirred up trouble again? Tai Zhenren, well acquainted with his disciple's tendencies, was skeptical of his claim of guardianship and bluntly questioned whether Nezha had indeed caused more chaos. Not much trouble, really. I merely accidentally killed the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, Nezha stated nonchalantly as he moved aside to prepare tea for his master. Upon hearing this, Tai Zhenren was so taken aback that he dropped his whisk. I'm getting old, can't hold things steady. Still, this is hardly a significant issue, he mused, regaining his composure as he accepted the whisk that Nezha had retrieved, given his strength and status. The death of a mere prince of the East Sea Dragon King was not something to fear greatly. What sort of trouble could this be? The East Sea Dragon King reported to the heavens that I had intercepted him at the southern heavenly gate and given him a thrashing. And he has since lost the courage to ascend again. Nezha continued to provoke Tai Yizhenren. Indeed, this isn't a grave matter, is it? Tai Yizhenren began to feel a sense of panic. Although it might not be a dire situation, it was still a predicament. More importantly, he sensed that this affair was far from resolved. And then what? Then I snuck into the jade pool, transformed into a large wasp, and stung the Jade Emperor all over, Nezha replied. Tai Yizhenren, just as he was about to sip the tea Nezha had prepared, was so startled by this revelation that he dropped the cup. They didn't discover you, did they? He asked, moving to brew tea himself while inquiring about the incident. No, Nezha's response allowed Tai Yizhenren to breathe a sigh of relief. If he hadn't been discovered, there was still hope. Then I witnessed the Jade Emperor plotting to execute his nephew and niece, so I hijacked the execution ground, and now I'm being pursued by heavenly soldiers. As Nezha finished recounting his tale, Tai Yizhenren could no longer contain himself. This was no longer merely a troublesome disciple, but rather a reflection of his own chaotic spirit. Tai Yizhenren found himself giving Nezha a shoulder massage in return. Master, must you be so frightened? Nezha observed. Realizing that Tai Yizhenren was genuinely alarmed, Tai Yizhenren was left speechless. This child was undeniably a harbinger of trouble. Nezha, fearless and undaunted, intended to vanquish the celestial soldiers, yet was halted by the venerable Tai Yizhenren. Amidst the playful banter between master and disciple, Tai Yizhenren was astounded to discover that the lotus flowers in his pond, dormant for millennia, had unexpectedly bloomed. However, Nezha departed after leaving Yang Chan in the Golden Light Cave, embarking on a quest to locate Yang Jian, only to find himself at a loss. Subsequently, he ventured to the heavenly court, where he confirmed that Yang Jian had not been apprehended by the celestial beings. Upon returning to the Golden Light Cave, he was informed that his parents had been captured by the denizens of the East Sea Dragon Palace. It was evident that this was a trap, a fact known to Nezha, Tai Yizhenren, and even Yang Chan. Nevertheless, Nezha could not ignore the plight of his parents, and Tai Yizhenren understood this, refraining from interference. After bidding farewell to his master, Nezha descended the mountain. Do you believe Nezha can rescue his parents? Yang Chan inquired anxiously of Tai Yizhenren. Indeed, he can. But I fear for his own safety, Tai Yizhenren replied, his eyes closed, burdened with concern. Upon hearing of Nezha's peril, Yang Chan, without a second thought, resolved to warn him. What purpose would that serve? You may endanger your own life, Tai Yizhenren admonished, sealing the cave's entrance to deter her. Without Nezha, Yang Chan would have perished long ago. Determined, she refused to remain idle while Nezha faced danger. Ultimately, Tai Yizhenren relented, allowing her to depart and providing her with directions, hoping she could retrieve Nezha's remains if the worst should come to pass. In her haste, Yang Chan learned the art of flight to convey her urgent message. Meanwhile, Nezha found himself ensnared in the encirclement of the heavenly court in the Dragon Palace. Unfazed, he was confident in his ability to escape with his parents. However, he was taken aback when his father, General Li Jing of Chintang Pass, aimed his weapon at him, demanding his surrender to the heavenly court's judgment. Crack. In the realm of Journey to the West, above the heavenly court, Li Jing called Nezha a monster, expressing a wish that he were not his son. Emanating an aura of frigid hostility, the celestial beings gazed intently at the celestial screen, seemingly oblivious to Nezha's fury, for such matters were not for them to discuss. In the Lotus Lantern realm, Nezha beheld this scene anew, yet he felt less anger than before. Perhaps he had come to terms with it. Or perhaps the sense of familial bond had diminished, rendering the words of a stranger insufficient to stir profound emotional upheaval. As the poignant moment approached when Nezha contemplated self-sacrifice, a sudden notification illuminated the celestial screen, capturing everyone's attention. Another dimension. Could it be that besides us, others from different dimensions are watching? In the world of Douqi, Xiao Yan gazed at the line of prompts, feeling an indescribable sense of peculiarity. Fool, hasn't the heavenly screen already indicated that it would broadcast across the myriad realms? Nailin Yinran shot Xiao Yan a disdainful glance. Was this man truly dim-witted? Hadn't it been clearly stated before? The heavenly screen would indeed be broadcast throughout the countless worlds. So what was so strange about the presence of individuals from other realms? The other members of the Xiao family directed scornful looks at Xiao Yan. Had he not only regressed in strength, but also in intellect? No, dimensions and worlds are not synonymous. If they were the same, there would be no need for further clarification. Xiao Yan shook his head, contemplating the distinction between dimensions and worlds. In his mind, dimensions could be categorized into two-dimensional and three-dimensional realms. Moreover, the two-dimensional world encompasses many variations. A bold thought flickered in Xiao Yan's mind. Could he also exist within a two-dimensional realm? Yet, he wondered if he was the protagonist there. Dimensions? The astute individuals from other worlds soon grasped that dimensions differed from the previously mentioned myriad realms. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a reminder. They pondered whether they could communicate through bullet comments. The idea of interaction sparked excitement, for if mutual communication were possible, its implications would be profound. Chapter 8. It can be obscure, but not devious. Above the heavenly screen, a line of prompts captured everyone's attention. As many began to anticipate what this so-called interactive bullet comment would entail. Nezha perished to save his family's life. After the Celestial and Dragon Palace denizens departed, Yang Chan, altered in appearance by the fourth princess of the East Sea, discovered Nezha's corpse. Nezha, my brother, you sacrificed yourself to save us siblings. How shall we repay your kindness? Looking at the lifeless Nezha, Yang Chan was engulfed in sorrow and guilt. Had it not been for his selfless act to save them, Nezha would not have met such a tragic end. Clutching Nezha's body, Yang Chan lamented, if I cannot find a way to repay you, then I shall offer myself in return. Is it not traditional to repay a life-saving grace with one's own body? Are you fiends? They are but children. Words cascaded across the heavenly screen, evidently representing the interactive bullet comments. Not all comments would appear on the screen. Only select ones would be chosen. A life-saving grace, offered in exchange for one's own body. Many, upon witnessing these comments, couldn't help but smile knowingly, for in their own worlds, there existed similar sayings, albeit mere expressions. Others felt uneasy, considering Nezha's youthful appearance, which suggested a significant age disparity between the two. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Yang Chan had also been accelerated in maturity by the age-accelerating technique. Yang Chan, cradling Nezha's corpse, suddenly recalled the words of Tai Jinren. Perhaps he could save Nezha. However, Yang Chan had just recently acquired the ability to fly and was thus unable to carry Nezha. She could only drag him along or bear him on her back to Qianyuan Mountain. The arduous journey of 800 miles led them back to the Golden Light Cave at Qianyuan Mountain, during which they endured considerable hardship. Fortunately, the revered Tai Jinren possessed a method to preserve Nezha's fragile primordial spirit. Entrapping his physical form within a clay statue to bask in the power of incense offerings for 3 years, which would facilitate his resurrection. Yang Chan, too, was obliged to assist Nezha by guarding the temple for 3 years. This could be considered a mutual support along their journey, wouldn't it? Alas, had that incident not gone awry, it might have truly worked out. Enough of this. It may be unconventional, but it must not be sinister. It's not as sinister as it sounds. After all, Yang Chan was hastened to maturity by the age-accelerating palm, and their ages are not significantly different. As deities, their lifespans are exceedingly long. After several hundred, or even 1,000 years, a mere few years of age difference can be disregarded. The primary concern is that Nezha's lotus reincarnation will not allow for growth, correct? Nezha feels capable yet powerless. Isn't it defying nature? After his resurrection, Nezha is a youthful deity, not merely a child. Even if the lotus form restricts growth, it shouldn't be overly difficult for Nezha to attain an adult body, should it? The main issue remains that Nezha does not harbor such ambitions. He is merely a jester enjoying the fun. If Nezha and the Holy Mother truly became a couple, it would be the Jade Emperor who would face the most significant headache. With Nezha, Yang Jian, and Qinxiang, they could even summon Sun Wukong to the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor would surely express his gratitude. 3 rebellious spirits from one family. Who could withstand that? If Nezha and Yang Chan became a pair, then Yang Chan would not be deemed a mortal's consort and would not be imprisoned beneath Mount Hua. It seems that deities cannot unite with one another either, right? Not necessarily. Have you forgotten Yang Jian and Ao Tsushin? They are both deities and yet found together, even sending a wedding invitation to the Jade Emperor, who did not take action against them. That's different. Tsushin is not a deity of the heavenly court and should not be bound by celestial laws, whereas both Nezha and Yang Chan are deities of the heavenly court. Yet, given Nezha's disposition, he may not regard celestial laws with seriousness. Should they unite and the Holy Mother remain imprisoned beneath Mount Hua, Nezha would be the first to ascend to the heavenly court, without waiting for Qinxiang, and then be captured by Li Jing. Nezha cannot incite chaos within the heavenly court, but he can summon allies. He might call upon his master, Tai Jinren, or even request the presence of the primordial heavenly venerable. Who knows, he might even persuade the goddess Nuwa. If these 2 deities were truly persuaded, altering celestial laws would be but a matter of a single word. Yet, they likely would not intervene so readily, would they? Thus, it ultimately depends on the strength of relationships. In this regard, Qinxiang is evidently no match for Nezha. Do you remember when Qinxiang addressed Nezha as Big Brother? Nezha merely scoffed, asking who he thought he was. By generational hierarchy, he ought to call him uncle. Since Nezha and Yang Jian are sworn siblings, why call him uncle so awkwardly? He should refer to him as godfather. Had Qinxiang been a bit more sensible and addressed him as godfather, the path ahead would have been far smoother. Perhaps Nezha will join forces with the Monkey King to confront Yang Jian. Yet, that seems unlikely, as their relationship remains amicable. However, at this moment, Yang Jian serves as a celestial enforcer, aligned with the heavenly court, while the Monkey King is preparing to cause chaos in the heavens. Remarkably, this activates a passive ability. Whoever stirs up trouble in the heavenly palace shall receive my assistance. Thus, if Yang Chan faces punishment, does that imply Nezha bears no blame? Should Nezha exert more effort, mortal concerns would vanish, and even Qinxiang would bear the surname Li. This segment of the narrative elicits a flurry of comments, as those familiar with the legend of Nezha share knowing smiles. Those unacquainted remain captivated, at the very least realizing that Nezha and the Jade Emperor seem to be at odds. Goodness, is it true that Nezha has endured such experiences? In the fantastical realm of the magic phone, Zhu Beiji expresses surprise, having never heard of Nezha's past. That is not our Nezha, you fool. Sun Wukong shakes his head, urging Zhu Beiji to recognize that the figure on the heavenly screen is not the Nezha they know. Why do you all stare at me? I have stated it clearly, that is not me. In the journey to the West world, Nezha, under the curious gazes of the assembled deities, finds it increasingly difficult to withstand their scrutiny and feels compelled to clarify. He was resurrected directly by Tathagata, with no 3 years of incense to facilitate his rebirth. Moreover, he shares no significant connection with Yang Chan faced with Nezha's gaze. The celestial beings shift their attention elsewhere, dismissing the content displayed on the heavenly screen as mere fabrication. The Nezha of the journey to the West is at a loss for words, while the Nezha from the Bao Lian Deng world descends into deep contemplation. Concerning Yang Chan, he cannot deny having feelings, yet when it comes to love, Nezha seems uncertain, caught in a web of complex emotions. Meanwhile, Yang Chan, trapped beneath Mount Hua, also finds herself lost in thought regarding her feelings for Nezha. Their shared experiences have been profound. Yet, when it comes to love, Yang Chan struggles to affirm that sentiment. Could it truly be due to the youthful appearance of Nezha, her mind drifting to his visage? Despite being a deity thousands of years old, he perpetually exudes an aura of immaturity. Perhaps this is the very reason they cannot advance their relationship further. Chapter 9. Nezha, this is my father and his tower. In the Celestial Enforcer Hall, Yang Jian likewise engages in quiet reflection, pondering how he would respond had Nezha been with his sister from the start. Soon, however, Yang Jian chuckles, realizing that, given Nezha's temperament, he would be powerless to intervene. Moreover, should Nezha and Yang Chan form a bond, any heavenly punishment would likely fall upon Nezha instead. Given Nezha's prowess and status, the heavenly court would find it challenging to impose any consequences upon him. Yang Jian cannot help but wonder what led to the fallout between his sister and Nezha. He recalls their previously amicable relationship and is perplexed by their current discord. Qinxiang, I believe that when you next encounter Nezha, you might try addressing him as godfather and see what happens. On the other side, Zhu Beiji was offering suggestions to Qinxiang, believing that they could try the method above the barrage, which might prove effective. No way, how could I do that? Qinxiang resolutely declined. Do you think I am Elbu, casually acknowledging a foster father? Far away in the realm of the Three Kingdoms, Elbu expressed his bewilderment at being unexpectedly implicated. Nezha and your mother are sworn siblings. By lineage, you should refer to him as uncle. Calling him a godfather wouldn't be such a loss for you. Zhu Beiji remarked that even according to lineage, Qinxiang should indeed call him uncle, and the distinction in calling him godfather was negligible. No means no, let us not discuss it further. In Qinxiang's view, the distinction was indeed significant. If there were no celestial curtain or barrage, addressing someone as godfather would be harmless. However, under the current circumstances, it felt like something more than merely calling someone godfather. Zhu Beiji looked regretful, but chose not to press the matter further. Over the span of 3 years, Nezha had performed numerous good deeds on Mount Hua, aiding the common folk in accumulating merit and incense. Just as Nezha was on the verge of resurrection, Li Jing arrived, and upon hearing that Nezha was being worshipped, he instantly comprehended that Nezha was about to be revived. In a fit of madness, he resolved to destroy Nezha's temple. Nezha is no longer your son. There is no connection between you. Before Nezha's palace, Yang Chan obstructed Li Jing. Even if they are no longer father and son, Li Jing bears the responsibility to eradicate this demon for the sake of the beings across the 3 realms. Li Jing was unyielding, determined to force his way into Nezha's palace that day. You, Li Jing, are merely a minor general in the mortal realm, complicit in cruelty. What right do you have to act on behalf of the beings of the three realms? Yang Chan scoffed, finding Li Jing's audacity to represent the three realms utterly ridiculous. Let us see what you can do. Faced with Yang Chan's refusal to yield, Li Jing decided to push through. However, with only 3 years of cultivation, she was no match for him and could not prevent his entry. Upon entering Nezha's palace, Li Jing disregarded Nezha's pleas and shattered Nezha's clay statue, effectively destroying his physical form. Without a corporeal body, Nezha could not be resurrected. Yang Chan subsequently sought out Tai Jinren. Upon his revival, Nezha's first action was to head to Qintang Pass to confront Li Jing. Regrettably, Li Jing, who had shattered Nezha's physical form, felt remorse, realizing he had wronged Nezha. However, it was too late to amend his mistake, as he did not anticipate that Nezha would be revived by Tai Jinren and rushed to confront him that very night. Though Li Jing possessed some strength, he was wholly inadequate against Nezha, finding himself with nowhere to flee until Yang Chan arrived with the Bao Lian Deng to save his life. With tears in her eyes, Yang Chan restrained Nezha, yet her heart softened under Nezha's feigned submission, allowing him to escape. Aware that only Tai Jinren could save him, Li Jing went to the Golden Light Cave in search of him. After mocking him briefly, Tai Jinren produced the Linglong Pagoda, instructing Li Jing to use it to subdue Nezha. The father and son have managed to establish a new equilibrium. However, this time, Li Jing has truly gone too far. The myriad beings of the three realms have once again been represented. At the very least, the people of Huashan undoubtedly do not believe that Nezha is a demon, nor do they desire Li Jing to eliminate him. Once Nezha took his own life, he was no longer Li Jing's concern. For him to shatter Nezha's golden body at this juncture would be utterly excessive. Li Jing, you do not comprehend your mistakes. You are merely aware that your demise is imminent. Indeed, Nezha was quite unruly in his early days, only calming down after being revived in the form of a lotus. Nezha is inherently a malevolent deity, and a tempestuous temperament is to be expected. Li Jing's courage to confront Nezha relies entirely on the Linglong Pagoda. Without that tower, one can only wonder if Nezha would spare him. Without the golden hoop, Sun Wukong would not harm Tang San. Yet without the pagoda, Nezha would surely slay Li Jing. Nezha remarked, "Allow me to introduce, this is my father and his tower. When the tower is present, he is known as Li Tian Wang, bearer of the pagoda. In its absence, he transforms into the fallen Li Tian Wang. Following his deification, Nezha has indeed come to terms with many things, as evidenced during the incident with the mouse spirit in the journey to the west. At that time, when Li Jing attempted to strike Sun Wukong with his sword, Nezha intervened. Lacking the pagoda, Li Jing was in a state of panic, retreating to retrieve it before daring to converse with Nezha. At that moment, Nezha had the opportunity to slay Li Jing, yet he refrained from doing so, signifying that he had already let go, whereas Li Jing had not. This is not the same. The Nezha of the journey to the west was directly resurrected by Tathagata with a lotus, without any incident of his golden body being shattered. Moreover, Nezha acknowledges the pagoda as his father. The Linglong Pagoda is his true paternal figure, making it unnecessary to destroy his father's tower. Regardless, Li Jing has indeed acted excessively. In the world of Journey to the West, the atmosphere within the heavenly court is delicate. Li Jing gazes at Nezha, always harboring a sense of dread towards his son, for Nezha is entirely capable of taking his life. However, observing the comments on the screen, it seems Nezha harbors less animosity towards him than before. You might consider putting down the pagoda, Nezha remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Jing, his tone devoid of any particular emotion. Li Jing, uncertain how to interpret Nezha's demeanor, sensed a lack of intense hostility in his words. It is often said that a clear official cannot resolve household matters. Thus, the celestial beings refrained from commenting on the father-son dynamic. Yet, they did notice another matter. The world of the journey to the west. The Jade Emperor mused silently, contemplating the comments on the screen, which suggested that their realm is indeed the journey to the west. After all, the events recounted align perfectly with those of their Nezha. He is well aware of the journey to the west, yet he is perplexed as to why their world is referred to as such. Moreover, who delineates the names of worlds? The Jade Emperor pondered over how a world's name is determined and by whom it is established. Who possesses the authority to decide the name of a world? Moreover, to assign a name to the world is undoubtedly aimed at distinguishing it from others, which implies that the entities within the barrage can be aware of the circumstances of different worlds. Chapter 10. What shall we name our world? Reflecting on the situation of those who engage in the barrage, the Jade Emperor found himself taken aback. If one were to speak of true omnipotence, surely they are the ones who embody it. The world of the Lotus Lantern, perhaps? As Yang Jian pondered the essence of this world, He could not help but recall his sister's magical artifact. Could it be that the Lotus Lantern is the very heart of this realm? This conjecture brought Yang Jian a measure of joy, yet also stirred a sense of unease within him. The joy stemmed from the fact that the Lotus Lantern belonged to his sister, while the unease arose from its connection to the world's nomenclature, potentially drawing the attention of many powerful beings to the Lotus Lantern. This would not bode well for Yang Chan, who, then, determines the names of these different worlds. Unlike the previous light-hearted banter, this time, the formidable beings from various celestial realms focused their attention on the nomenclature of the world. To bestow names upon different worlds is clearly not an endeavor for the ordinary individual. What, I wonder, is the name of our world? Jiraiya gazed at the celestial tapestry, contemplating how their world might be perceived by those in another dimension. Surely, it would not be referred to as intimate paradise. Tsunade, interjecting, remarked that regardless of the name, it would have no correlation to the works penned by Jiraiya. Our world, one would presume, has connections to ninjas, right? In a serious tone, Shizen expressed her thoughts, asserting that ninjas indeed dominate their world, and thus, the name should resonate with their ninja heritage. Might it be called the Resolute Ninja World? A spark of inspiration ignited in Jiraiya's mind. After all, he had authored a book pertaining to ninjas. Though Tsunade had previously claimed that the world's name bore no relation to her writings, it now seemed that this assertion might not hold true. Even if it pertains to ninjas, it does not necessarily imply a connection to your works. Tsunade steadfastly maintained her perspective, urging Jiraiya not to celebrate prematurely. Perhaps this world could be named the Naruto Hokage world? Naruto, fueled by a competitive spirit, proposed that the name of this world might indeed be linked to him. In this regard, he held a profound confidence. What kind of name is that? Hokage world sounds far more appealing. Sakura could not suppress her laughter, ridiculing Naruto's rather unappealing suggestion. Jiraiya paused, momentarily reminded of a particular student whose naming skills were equally lacking. What name shall our world bear? On the vast ocean, Robin tilted her head in contemplation, pondering what their world might be called. Zoro took a sip of his drink, gazing at the character Douqi, speculating that this world might indeed be associated with swords. Hello. Green Algae Head. The name itself seems implausible. This world is predominantly oceanic. Perhaps it should be referred to as the Sea World. Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke, contemplating Zoro's words, which he found difficult to accept. Though the swordsman boasts considerable renown across the seas, he does not encapsulate the entirety of this world. Regardless of its name, I shall ascend to the title of Pirate King. At this moment, Luffy beamed with determination, resolute that he would claim the title, no matter the world's designation. Such naivety. Our world must surely be the world of wealth, Nami retorted, holding the boys in contempt. In her eyes, only money could provide her with a sense of security, hence this world must be the world of wealth. JARVIS. Document this world's information and henceforth refer to it as the Iron Man world. Tony, brimming with confidence, instructed JARVIS to record the name. In his mind, he was the axis around which the universe revolved, the sole representative of this realm. The notion of naming the world inevitably circled back to him. The protagonist. In the face of Tony's self-absorption, JARVIS remained silent, diligently noting his words. What shall we call our world? This question suddenly emerged in the minds of all present across the realms. However, for the eminent figures from various worlds, it was merely a fleeting thought. A name is but a mere label. Regardless of what this world is called, it holds little significance for them. With Nezha's resurrection, the pace of the unfolding scenes accelerated markedly, showcasing the battle of the gods, which bore striking resemblance across the different realms. Following the divine battle, Nezha attained sanctity, being granted a position among the heavenly officials, subsequently embarking on a campaign against Sun Wukong. The journey to the west depicted encounters with the Bull Demon King, the Rat Spirit, and others. Eventually, the screen darkened, indicating the conclusion of the presentation. Clearly, Nezha's story was far from complete. As a deity, he should possess the attributes of immortality. Why, then, did the playback abruptly cease? Within the Angel Nebula, Kesha gazed at the celestial display, perplexed. She had amassed a wealth of mythological lore and was well aware of Nezha's existence. As an immortal, longevity is a fundamental trait. Yet, the temporal span exhibited on the screen was a mere few thousand years, scarcely rivaling the age of Angel Yan. If this represented a lifetime, it was evidently too brief. She analyzed from the side. For an immortal, a mere millennium is insufficient to encapsulate a lifetime. Moreover, the lifespan of a deity is extensive. The celestial display likely showcased only a fraction of his experiences. Kesha nodded in agreement with He-Shi's assessment, and the conclusions drawn by individuals from other realms echoed a similar sentiment. This was not the entirety of Nezha's existence, but merely a segment thereof. After all, a millennium is but an ephemeral blink for an immortal. Yet even within this brief existence, the events were tumultuous and far surpassed the imagination of mortals. Thus, this encapsulates the distinction between the celestial and the mortal realms. Are there truly immortals in this world? I perceive this to be merely the fanciful tales of mortals. How could there truly be immortals? Perhaps they do exist, for I can sense the vibrant energy and ethereal essence emanating from them, alongside a mystical art of resurrection. Even if such beings were to exist, they do not belong to our realm. We lack the capacity to traverse worlds. In the realm of obscurity, the great forbidden zones emanate a radiant glow, their supreme spirits exchanging energies. The mere mention of immortals awakens them all. Meanwhile, those who inhabit this world gaze in terror at the twinkling lights in the starry sky, which signify the brilliance of the supreme beings of the forbidden zones, the pinnacle of humanity's path. However, the resurgence of these supreme beings heralds the impending chaos of darkness. The awakening of so many supreme entities will surely precipitate unimaginable turmoil. Yi Fan gazed at the celestial expanse, his heart heavy with sorrow. He feared that he would scarcely survive the impending upheaval. Suddenly, a resonant bell tolled, reverberating through the cosmos, its haunting sound imbued with a warning, exerting an undeniable force that suppressed even the supreme beings of the forbidden zones. Chapter 11. The Plump Infant and the True Immortal of Tai the Emperor. Upon hearing the tolling of the bell, the Black Emperor was immediately filled with excitement. He could not mistake the sound of the primordial bell. Moreover, this chime carried an overwhelming authority, quelling both past and future, compelling even the supreme beings of the forbidden zones to bow in its presence. The name of the primordial emperor was a weighty one, capable of silencing the entire starry expanse, rendering the supreme beings of the forbidden zones mute. Just then, another wave of supreme power erupted. Within the ancient forbidden lands, an aura of ultimate authority spread, as a dark and ominous treasure vessel floated amidst the chaos. It was the devouring demon cauldron. The fierce emperor was still alive. Had the sound of the primordial bell roused him? Was he also preparing to awaken? Two human emperors, both radiating the essence of the ultimate path. From afar, onlookers gazed in astonishment and joy at the ancient forbidden land, astonished that the fierce emperor would emerge at this juncture. One primordial emperor had already subdued the supreme beings of the forbidden zones. If another fierce emperor were to join, they would be utterly suppressed, and perhaps this impending darkness would not come to pass after all. The supreme beings fell silent. The appearance of the primordial bell and the devouring demon cauldron instilled in them a sense of trepidation. After all, these two figures were legendary even among emperors, and they dared not gamble on the possibility that they were indeed alive. Silence enveloped the forbidden zones that night. The supreme beings turned their gaze to the celestial canopy above. Their ambition was to attain immortality, and now the heavens had revealed the existence of such beings, heightening their anticipation. The celestial veil dimmed momentarily before once again illuminating the sky. The tale of Nezha takes on various forms across different realms. Let us now observe another world's rendition of Nezha. Following the text, an image appeared of a blue sky and white clouds, where the dual forces of yin and yang entwined, their celestial and demonic essences merging into one, forming the primordial pearl. The ethereal essence of heaven and earth has, over millennia, nurtured a primordial pearl, which has absorbed the quintessence of the sun and moon, its power incessantly augmenting. However, the spiritual energy it has consumed is exceedingly chaotic, entwined with both celestial and demonic energies, rendering the distinction between good and evil ambiguous. Master, dispatch me and my junior brother to subdue it. Accompanied by a narrator's voice. A flying pig emerged from the clouds, upon whose back reclined a rotund Taoist priest. Indeed, this is I, the esteemed Tai Junren, revered by the masses, albeit with a hint of baby fat that does little to obscure my charm. In a manner akin to the narrator, Tai Junren took a moment to strike several poses. Following him was his junior brother, the slender and somewhat stuttering Shingongbao, as they united to confront the primordial pearl. This Tai Junren is not only self-absorbed but also rather cheeky, binding his own hands alongside the primordial pearl, taunting, "Come on, hit me." Alas, he overlooked the fact that the primordial pearl, being a manifestation of the essence of heaven and earth, could alter its form at will, sprouting four additional arms, two of which delivered hefty blows to Tai Junren while the other two mirrored him. Poof! Is this really Tai Jinren? The denizens of heaven and the disciples of the chaotic teachings were taken aback. This rotund figure is indeed Tai Jinren. Isn't this me? How can this possibly be me? Baby fat. Just look at how plump you've become. In the realm of the Lotus Lantern, within the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, Tai Jinren was on the verge of madness upon witnessing such a sight. He certainly did not consider himself that portly, nor did he possess such an outlandish temperament. Is this not a defamation of his image? Is this truly Tai Jinren? And could this primordial pearl be the spiritual orb from before Nezha's reincarnation? In the world of Journey to the West, the Jade Emperor observed the spectacle of Tai Jinren and the primordial pearl on the celestial screen. While he found Tai Jinren's antics amusing, his primary concern remained the essence of Tai Jinren himself. Previous videos had depicted Tai Jinren in a manner completely dissimilar to the one before him, with no resemblance whatsoever. This may illustrate the profound differences among worlds. And as for their own Tai Jinren, he appeared as an elderly figure, distinct from the one displayed on the celestial screen. This revelation bestowed upon the Jade Emperor a deeper understanding of the variations among different realms. Indeed, could this not be a parallel universe? The disparity in appearances is too vast. In the Marvel universe, Tony scratched his head, pondering that if this were a parallel universe, the two Tai Jinrens would not differ so significantly. Yet, if it is not a parallel universe, having identical people and entities is utterly astonishing, suggesting a new avenue for academic exploration. Different worlds, perhaps? In the super god realm, Kesha sat upon her throne, lost in contemplation. Old witch, what do you suppose we would be like in another world? Kesha gazed at she, her curiosity piqued about her alternate self. Under any circumstance, anything is possible. Perhaps in another realm, you and Liang Bing remain close friends. She shook her head, pondering the uncertainties of another world situation. It could be that anything is conceivable. Perhaps in that realm, Kesha and Liang Bing have yet to fall out and continue to be the best of friends. Liang Bing, you say? Kesha felt a throbbing headache at the thought of her sister. Oh dear, what could Lord Beerus of another world possibly be like? In the Dragon Ball universe, the angel Whis chuckled softly, as if recalling something quite amusing. Another world, one might liken it to the 12 universes. Beerus was indifferent. To him, the concept of another world was merely akin to the 12 temporal universes, nothing of great significance. Whis smiled but offered no explanation. This was entirely different. Above the heavens, an ethereal figure emerged, enshrouded in clouds with the path of the cosmos accompanying him. Beside him, countless points of light, resembling stars, formed constellations that corresponded to the celestial chart. A slender finger extended to grasp a luminous point, transforming it into an alchemical furnace, effortlessly subduing the primordial pearl. Flames erupted from the furnace, refining the primordial pearl. This pearl had already been refined by me, divided into the demon orb and the spirit pearl. The demon orb's primordial spirit is indestructible. I shall lay down a calamity spell, summoning heavenly lightning to obliterate the demon orb 3 years hence, thus requiring careful supervision during this interval. Li Jing is a man of destiny. The spirit pearl may be reborn as his third son, and this task shall be entrusted to you. The primordial supreme being, accompanied by a voice of clarity, orchestrated everything, refining the primordial pearl as lotus leaves coalesced into a lotus platform, enveloping the spirit pearl and the demon orb. Subsequently, it was handed over to the Taoist Master Tai for management of this matter. Among the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, 11 have been established. Upon the completion of this task, the final position shall be granted to you. Once the spirit pearl descends to the mortal realm, he shall be named Nezha. After imparting these final instructions, the primordial supreme being vanished into the clouds. There exists an alternative interpretation. Once the spirit pearl descends, it shall be named Nezha, implying that the current distinction between the spirit pearl and the demon orb is inconsequential. Ultimately, what is reborn as Nezha is the spirit pearl. Chapter 12, a slight gesture. Yet it was the limit. You have indeed engaged in excessive interpretation. I believe it would be better to express this in terms of innate and acquired. The spirit pearl and demon orb are determined by innate qualities, yet acquired influences are not without effect. Consider the impact of the educational environment on an individual. At the dawn of humanity, one's nature is inherently good. I subscribe to the theory of inherent evil. At the dawn of humanity, one's nature is fundamentally malevolent. This notion of inherent goodness is mutable, signifying that one's character can be altered by external circumstances. Mountains may change, but one's nature is steadfast. All right. You win this round. In the celestial expanse, the primordial supreme being made a slight movement, effortlessly subduing the primordial pearl. which neither Tai nor the cunning Shingon leopard could contend with, and refining it into the spirit pearl and the demon orb. It appears that this demon orb is indeed Nezha. Observers familiar with Nezha's previous exploits reached a consensus in their hearts. This demon orb is Nezha. After all, given Nezha's audacious and reckless nature, claiming it to be the reincarnation of the spirit pearl is indeed hard to accept. The demon orb? No. It is the spirit pearl that has reincarnated as Nezha. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Nezha gazed up at the celestial display. In the past, he would have firmly asserted that the fate of the cursed child was immutable, a predetermined destiny etched in stone. However, transformed by Naruto's influence, his perspective began to shift. Perhaps Nezha could indeed alter the trajectory of his own cursed fate. The cursed child remained a cursed child, destined to be obliterated by the heavenly tribulation. Unvoiced thoughts found expression through another realm's inhabitant, Shingongbao, conversing with the Dragon King within the Dragon Palace. Overcome with excitement, he spoke fluently, devoid of any stutter. The celestial sovereign had decreed the definitions of cursed child and spiritual pearl, immutable truths that could not be altered. The Dragon King, no stranger to wisdom, recognized the lofty status of the primordial celestial sovereign. Since he had delineated the essence of cursed children and spiritual pearls, it was beyond mortal capacity to change. The primordial celestial sovereign was one of the three pure ones, named alongside the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. On the journey to the west, Sun Wukong was taken aback to witness the appearance of the primordial celestial sovereign, who effortlessly resolved the issue of the Hunyuan Pearl. The Hunyuan Pearl had posed a challenge that Sun Wukong himself could not surmount. Even the formidable Tai Junren left him in awe. What then of Tai's master? The primordial celestial sovereign? And how about the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, who was known primarily for his alchemical prowess? Sun Wukong scratched his head, pondering whether the Elder Lord had concealed his true might. Beside him, Zhu Beiji shook his head, exclaiming that only Sun Wukong would naively believe the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord's talents were limited to alchemy. He was, after all, a master of the three realms, a supreme being, and one of the sages of heaven and earth. Sun Wukong contemplated how the primordial celestial sovereign compared to the Tathagata. His most formidable encounter had been with the Tathagata, who had subdued him for 5 centuries with a mere palm strike, a testament to his profound mastery of the arcane arts. With a splutter, Zhu Beiji expelled water from his mouth, while Sha Xing glanced at Sun Wukong in exasperation. To compare the two is an insult, he declared. The Tathagata likely wouldn't dare to even entertain the notion of being compared to the primordial celestial sovereign. Having accepted the task from the primordial celestial sovereign, Tai Junren journeyed towards Chintang Pass. Meanwhile, within the pass, Li Jing was assisting his wife into the temple. Step aside. I don't need your help. In contrast to the previously depicted frail Lady Yin, this woman exuded vigor, shoving Li Jing aside and leaping through the temple door with her prominent belly. The couple had come to pray for a successful childbirth. We've been praying for 3 years. If I don't conceive soon, I shall demolish this wretched temple. Lady Yin vented her frustration over their fruitless efforts, hurling the fruit she held in her hand. With a crash, as the fruit soared through the air, the temple above shattered, and down fell a person and a pig, none other than Tai Junren and his steed. The humble Taoist, known as the true man of Tai from the Golden Light Cave of Qianyuan Mountain, rose hastily to introduce himself upon encountering the couple, Li Jing and his wife. However, just as he uttered the word true, a stone struck him on the head, causing him to lose consciousness. Despite this unfortunate turn of events, the true man of Tai managed to complete his introduction before succumbing to darkness. Though the encounter had its hurdles, he ultimately cleared the misunderstanding with Li Jing and his wife, revealing the matter of the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl. That very night, the reincarnation took place. Yet, the unreliable true man of Tai remained as capricious as ever, while the shadowy figure of Shun Gongbao took advantage of the situation, using a puppet talisman to control the servants of the Li household and stealthily steal the spiritual pearl, allowing the demonic orb to reincarnate as Nezha. It must be said that, in comparison to the true man of Tai, Shun Gongbao, despite his stutter, exhibited a more dependable demeanor. Amidst the crimson smoke, the demonic child was born. The reincarnation of the demonic orb succeeded, and Nezha emerged, possessing only a head adorned with spiky red hair, yet he was already running amok, colliding with anyone in his path. Even the true man of Tai was bitten inadvertently. Suddenly, flames erupted from the demonic child, and amidst the swirling fire, his round head elongated into that of a child. Gazing at the flames enveloping him, Nezha displayed a mischievous grin. Bang! A fireball shot from Nezha's hand. striking a distant eave and instantly shattering a corner of the dwelling. The onlookers, who had gathered to celebrate and witness the spectacle, were thrown into a state of panic. Bang, bang, bang. Nezha, seemingly discovering a source of amusement, unleashed a flurry of fireballs, haphazardly attacking those around him. Though still diminutive, his chaotic desire for destruction was unmistakable. Stop! Jing intervened, deflecting Nezha's fireballs to protect the surrounding populace. The situation had spiraled out of control. The true man of Tai realized that the demonic orb had gone berserk. A catastrophe was imminent. He promptly produced a golden circular ring, resembling a bracelet. Sun and moon coexist, a myriad of spiritual origins, the boundless circle of heaven and earth, swiftly as the law commands. Reciting the incantation, the Qian Kuan circle soared into the air, twisting like a dragon, transforming into layers of spiritual energy that ensnared Nezha. He had succumbed to demonic influence. There was no other choice. The true man of Tai raised his whisk, prepared to enact celestial justice and vanquish the demon. Taoist, Jing intervened, blocking the true man's path. This is the demonic nature of the orb. I have only suppressed it with the Qian Kuan circle. Should he fully succumb to his demonic nature, he will unleash a massacre, leading to untold suffering. The true man of Tai understood the terror of the demonic orb all too well. Its malevolence could not be eradicated. There was only a fleeting opportunity to slay it now. Otherwise, the consequences of its complete corruption would be unimaginable. Chapter 13. Choices from Different Worlds Pa. Once again, it is for the sake of the common people. In the world of the Bao Lian Deng, Nezha scoffed disdainfully, dismissing such reasoning. Initially, Jing slayed him, shattering his golden form under this very pretense, and now Tai Junren employs the same justification. Yang Chan aptly remarked, "What right do you possess to represent the common folk?" Jing has never held an affinity for Nezha, and with the confirmation of his reincarnation as the demon orb, he will undoubtedly consent to eliminate Nezha. In the realm of Douqi, Nalin Yanran contemplated the forthcoming developments. Given the intricate nature of the relationship between Nezha and Jing, it largely remains adversarial. With Nezha now succumbing to darkness, for the sake of the populace, it is certain that Jing would agree to his demise. I beg to differ. You have conflated the dynamics of two worlds. Moreover, should Nezha perish at this juncture, his subsequent experiences would be irrevocably lost. Xiao Yan shook his head, rejecting Nalin Yanran's perspective. Nezha is not so easily vanquished. Furthermore, Nalin Yanran's belief that the father and son harbor animosity is entirely influenced by the previous celestial events, which pertain to an alternate reality. In this new world, the nature of Nezha and Jing's relationship remains unknown to them. However, one thing Xiao Yan could ascertain is that although Nezha faces the tribulation of death and resurrection, it is evidently not imminent. The essence of the demon orb is indomitable. Even if Nezha were to be slain now, it is unlikely that the spirit of the demon orb could be obliterated. In the realm of the fox spirits, Bai Yuechu gazed at the celestial tapestry. He recalled that the essence of the demon orb is indeed unyielding, to the extent that even the primordial heavenly sovereign would require a heavenly tribulation curse to annihilate it. Could Tai Junren truly eradicate it with such ease? Brother Taoist is correct, remarked Tu Shan Susu beside him. Though she was oblivious to the meaning of Bai Yuechu's words, she nodded affirmatively, signifying her agreement. Do you believe Jing would acquiesce to Tai Junren's decree to eliminate Nezha? Inquired the enigmatic Zheng Xiaoxian from the love apartment. He is merely a mortal. Even if he objects, can he truly impede Tai Junren? LZ Qiao remarked while cracking a seed. Ultimately, it boils down to the matter of strength. Regardless of Jing's reluctance, can he best Tai Junren? If he cannot triumph over Tai Junren, he would be powerless to prevent Nezha's execution, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Regardless of Jing's willingness or ability to thwart Tai Junren, Nezha, as the demon orb, is still bound by the heavenly tribulation curse, which will undoubtedly lead to his demise in 3 years. Hu Yifei urged them to recognize that the crux of the matter does not lie with Jing, but rather with the heavenly tribulation curse upon the demon orb. If the curse cannot be dispelled, Nezha is doomed to perish in 3 years. Indeed, much like the television dramas and films I partake in, they often conclude swiftly. Is it my desire for such an ending? It is an inexorable force, expressed Tang Yuyu. Familiar with this sense of helplessness, Zheng Xiaoxian did not perceive this as an issue, for Nezha possesses the experience of transforming into a lotus. Perhaps after the heavenly tribulation curse, he may attain the form of the lotus. Is there truly a resurrection method through the lotus transformation? In the world of Wu Gongji, the black dragon Tian gazed at the celestial expanse, intrigued by Nezha's resurrected lotus incarnation. His spouse, the White Dragon, lay gravely injured and on the brink of death, her life sustained solely by the bloodstone he wielded. Now, it appeared that the White Dragon had begun to recover, and he naturally contemplated the possibility of reviving her upon her demise. However, her injuries were inflicted by an ancient deity, and should she perish, her soul would scatter, rendering resurrection impossible. This situation stood in stark contrast to that of Nezha. Nevertheless, Black Dragon Tian continued to observe the firmament, perhaps hoping for the emergence of an alternative solution. The presence of the primordial celestial master instilled in him a sense of profound mystery. Suddenly, a resounding crash. The true immortal Tai was intercepted by Li Jing, while Nezha unleashed a ferocious burst of power, engulfing both Li Jing and the true immortal Tai in a fiery tempest. Do not act recklessly. The true immortal Tai soared upward once more, wielding his dust whisk like a heavy hammer, intent on slaying Nezha. No. Lady Yin dashed forth to shield Nezha, causing the true immortal Tai to redirect his whisk, shattering the ground, and leaving a wound upon Lady Yin's visage. Do not harm our child. Lady Yin protected Nezha, her eyes pleading with Li Jing. Li Jing embraced Lady Yin, his heart torn as he gazed at Nezha in her arms. Sir Li, the people of Chintang Pass have long resisted the demon clan, and the citizens within have stood steadfast against the forces of evil. Given the circumstances, I hope you will prioritize the greater good. An elderly elder emerged, undoubtedly a figure of considerable esteem within Chintang Pass, as the populace parted to create a path for him. Yet, the elder's eyesight faltered, and he bowed before the stone lion, needing assistance to locate Li Jing. Upon hearing the commotion, Nezha succumbed to his fury, biting down upon Lady Yin's arm. Look, look, cried the true immortal Tai, pointing at Nezha, who, even now, would become unrecognizable in his rage, embodying the essence of the demon pill. Do not fear, Mother is here. Lady Yin soothed Nezha, and under her gentle voice, he eventually quelled his fury, his once fearsome visage transforming into one of undeniable charm. Esteemed immortals, I, Li Jing, find myself in unfortunate circumstances. My son is innocent, a victim in this plight. It is with great difficulty that I consider enacting lethal measures against him. I vow to discipline Nezha henceforth, ensuring he does not step outside. Should he cause any mischief, I, Li Jing, will risk my life to restore justice to all. Ultimately, Li Jing could not bring himself to execute his own kin, for he was, after all, his child. Even if he spared him, Nezha would not survive beyond 3 years. The master had already placed a heavenly tribulation curse upon the demon pill, and on that fateful day, 3 years hence, divine retribution would descend to claim his life. A curse I cannot unravel, sighed the true immortal Tai, acknowledging that even if Nezha were to be spared now, the same fate awaited him in 3 years. And this heavenly tribulation, the true immortal Tai, could not dissolve. Upon hearing these words, Lady Yin was profoundly affected, nearly fainting. Li Jing hurriedly rushed to support her. I shall seek the celestial master to dispel the curse. Rest assured, with my presence, the child shall not be in peril. Li Jing promptly resolved to find the primordial celestial master to lift the curse. He would not allow any harm to come to the child. Meanwhile, having acquired the spirit pearl, Shun Gongbao ventured into the depths of the sea, where he discovered the Dragon King amidst a stone pillar bound with iron chains. He infused the spirit pearl into the dragon egg, leading to the birth of Ao Bing. An agreement was forged between the Dragon King and Shun Gongbao, wherein Ao Bing, the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, would become Shun Gongbao's disciple, provided that Shun Gongbao assisted him in escaping the abyss of the sea and ascending to the celestial realm. Chapter 14. A ship's crew cannot produce a father. In stark contrast, Li Jing's choices diverged significantly. In the journey to the west, Nezha cast a glance at Li Jing. Although he had come to terms with it, it did not diminish his immersion in the moment. Observing the performance of this Li Jing in the celestial tapestry and reflecting on the actions of his own, Li Jing revealed a glaring disparity. Indeed, when compared, the differences became apparent. Li Jing's expression shifted subtly, clearly acknowledging the gap between the two. Li Jing could not fault the actions of his counterpart in the celestial tapestry. Yet, when placed in his own context, he found himself incapable of such deeds. In the Douqi realm, Nalan Yinran's countenance turned icy, astonished that the seemingly inept Xiao Yan had accurately surmised the situation. Xiao Yan scratched his head, affirming his earlier speculation that a story comparison necessitates a stark contrast for it to be engaging. If everything were uniform, where would the intrigue lie? It appeared that, despite lacking cultivation talent, Xiao Yan excelled in other aspects, a feat not easily matched by others. Sun Er cast a sidelong glance at Nalan Yinran, incredulous that this woman dared to look down upon her brother Xiao Yan, as if she deemed herself superior. It was merely a stroke of luck that she had guessed correctly. Upon hearing Sun Er's words, Nalan Yinran's expression soured further. This was the essence of fatherhood. A stern approach to educating children must be coupled with unwavering support and protection. In the Douqi divine realm, Tang San expressed his agreement with Li Jing's actions in the celestial tapestry, affirming that a father must be a steadfast pillar for his child. It is also imperative to thoughtfully plan for their future. I believe, Brother San, you will undoubtedly be a wonderful father, said Xiao Wu, clasping Tang San's hand. As fellow parents, they were deeply moved. Tang San nodded silently, feeling the support from Xiao Wu resonate within him. Parents? What are my parents like? In the Naruto world, Naruto couldn't help but reflect on his own parents. From childhood to adulthood, he had fantasized countless times about their figures, yet he could never fully manifest their faces. The question of what his parents truly were like remained an enigma in Naruto's heart. With a heavy heart, Jiraiya stood nearby, torn between the desire to reveal everything to Naruto and the understanding that the moment was not yet ripe. Within Orochimaru's lair, Sasuke's thoughts wandered to his parents. His father had been strict, while his mother was gentle, and their family had once known happiness. Yet, all of that was shattered by Itachi, the man who obliterated his bliss. Clenching the Kusanagi sword tightly, Sasuke vowed to avenge himself by killing Itachi. As for Luffy, the image of his parents was absent from his memories, overshadowed only by the imposing figure of his grandfather, Garp. You idiot. Isn't your father the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon? Nami exclaimed, landing a punch on Luffy. This foolish captain had limits to his stupidity. How could he not know who his father was? Reflecting on her own situation, Nami remembered that she had never met her biological parents, having been adopted by Belmere. Despite this, Belmere had provided her with a maternal warmth. Upon hearing Nami's words, the crew fell into silence. Zoro had no memories of his parents. While Sanji's father had only brought him pain and shackles, his mother had passed away when he was very young. Robin, too, lacked memories of her father, only recalling her explorations of secrets and books with her mother. Usopp fantasized about what kind of man his father might be, imagining him as a valiant fighter in the red-haired pirates, although he had never laid eyes on him. It was astonishing that not a single member of the Straw Hat Pirates could claim to have a worthy father. Thoughts of their parents lingered in the air. Yi Fan's gaze pierced the heavens, reaching into the depths of the distant cosmos. Having journeyed from the far side of the starry sky to the northern dipper, he knew his parents must be overwhelmed with despair, yet he too harbored worries for them. However, he had yet to discover a way back. Perhaps becoming an ancient emperor would grant him that possibility. Yi Fan pondered the legends of the emperors, believing that if he could attain such a status, he would surely be able to traverse the void, crossing the vast seas of stars to return to his homeland. Become an emperor? You? A voice taunted. If you truly become an emperor, let me drink a taste of your imperial blood first. Suddenly, a large black dog lunged at Yi Fan, sinking its teeth into his arm. Get off me, you mutt. Yi Fan reacted swiftly, landing a punch on the dog's head. But the creature's tough exterior rendered the blow ineffective as it continued its pursuit. Mouth agape. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter such a wretched beast. Father, mother. I am beginning to understand your thoughts, Wu Ging mused, gazing up at the sky. He had previously been perplexed by his parents' motivations for resisting the divine clan on behalf of ordinary people. However, since his reincarnation into the body of a dog, the myriad experiences he has undergone have transformed his perspective. The human race should not be subjugated by the divine. Now, he regards the deities not from the vantage of a prince, but as a representative of humanity as a whole. This realization has illuminated the rationale behind his parents' actions. Their resistance against the divine will never waver. Atop Deju Peak, Tian Bai wore a smile. This incarnation of Li Jing truly embodied the essence of fatherhood. The previous world's Nezha had incited his ire, leaving him wishing to strike Li Jing with a divine sword, despite knowing it would likely bear no consequence. When did you become so insightful about fatherhood? Suru looked at Tian Bai, her beautiful eyes brimming with mirth. What? Do you think I am inadequate as a father? Ask Linger and the disciples whether I am a worthy parent, Tian Bai retorted. Not only regarding his daughter Tian Linger, but also treating the disciples of Daju Peak as sons. All right, you are the best, Suru conceded without engaging in argument, thereby satisfying his little ego. Fatherhood? In the Dragon Ball realm, Sun Wukong reflected on the memories of his father, which seemed somewhat familiar, yet also hazy. Dad. Son Gohan entered from outside. Although Sun Wukong had no recollection of his own father, he undoubtedly fulfilled the role of a competent parent. Chapter 15. The mischievous Nezha. Of course, This competence is from Gohan's perspective. For Sun Goten, Sun Wukong was far from an adequate father. Individuals across the myriad realms harbored diverse thoughts, while above the celestial veil, the scene continued to unfold. Li Jing and Tai Junren were seated upon his pig, soaring through the skies, soon catching sight of a cloud supporting a door. This was the Void Gate. His master had long transcended beyond the three realms, and only through this door could one find him. Tai Junren led Li Jing before the Void Gate. Only by passing through this grand portal could they reach the primordial heavenly venerable. However, through the longevity cloud bearing the Void Gate, it was revealed that the primordial heavenly venerable, along with the heavenly venerable of spiritual treasures and the heavenly venerable of morality, had entered the Void Gate to seclude themselves and compile the divine list. Moreover, even the primordial heavenly venerable could not unravel the heavenly tribulation curse, for it was inherently unsolvable. Li Jing instantly fell to his knees, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. A day in heaven equates to a year on earth. We have lingered here for too long, and much time has passed since Chintang Pass. We should return swiftly and see if there is anything we can do for the children. Tai Junren patted Li Jing's shoulder, given the circumstances. The most pressing task now was to cherish the remaining time with the children. Trapped within the confines of the estate with nothing to do, climbing walls, smashing tiles, and breaking jars, going back and forth countless times, even the young master felt fatigued. Accompanied by a cacophony of tedium, the dilapidated state of the Li Manor emerged. Resembling the aftermath of a tempest's wrath, the estate lay in utter disarray, with even the chariots having demolished the surrounding walls. The two gates stood in ruin, while Nezha, slightly older now, adorned with two small topknots and clad in a crimson robe, reclined upon the wall. Nezha, Lady Yin called out, gazing at the child resting atop the wall. Nezha had been confined within the house for quite some time, unable to venture outside, with no companions to engage him in play, leaving him in a perpetual state of ennui. Lady Yin felt a pang of sympathy for Nezha. Yet her duties to safeguard the fortress demanded her attention, requiring her to venture out each day to vanquish demons, leaving her with little time to entertain him. However, the present moment afforded her some respite, and she began to play kick the shuttlecock with Nezha. Despite his tender age, Nezha, as a reincarnation of a magical child, possessed remarkable strength. Thump, thump, thump. Several shuttlecocks were sent flying, leaving distinct impressions upon the wall, and even toppling a nearby tree. My lady, perhaps it would be wise to take a rest, suggested a soldier nearby, urging Lady Yin to pause. No need, I am quite well. Look at how joyous Nezha is. It has been ages since I have seen him this happy, Lady Yin replied, her heart swelling with delight at Nezha's radiant smile. But we cannot continue, chimed in two soldiers who played alongside them, their spirits dampened by the exertion. Just as Lady Yin contemplated resuming their game, a demon appeared, compelling her to depart once more to confront the foe. As Lady Yin exited, a barrier enveloped the entirety of the Li Manor, a safeguard left by the immortal Tai. Yet, much like its creator, the barrier beast proved unreliable. With a mere nudge from Nezha, the two guardians engaged in a brawl, allowing Nezha the opportunity to escape from the manor. Upon his emergence onto the bustling streets, the sight of Nezha sent the citizens of Chintang Pass into a frenzied retreat. The once vibrant thoroughfare descended into chaos, with a throng of children subjected to Nezha's mischievous antics. You monster! One child shouted in indignation after being pranked by Nezha. Provoked by the exclamation, Nezha retaliated by kicking a nearby boulder towards the group. This was no mere game. Had the boulder struck them, it would have proven fatal. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Tai arrived, rescuing the children from harm's way. The boulder flew forth, crashing into a distant peak, causing a portion of it to collapse. Nezha, cease your reckless behavior, admonished Li Jing, who stood sternly behind him. In response to the incident, Li Jing had commanded the barrier beast to constrict its range, confining Nezha within the house. That night, Li Jing, Lady Yin, and Tai convened to discuss matters, during which Li Jing and Tai revealed the circumstances surrounding the heavenly tribulation curse to Lady Yin. This outcome was not entirely unforeseen. Perhaps it is simply the fate of Nezha. Despite my strict orders regarding the matter of the demon pill at Chintang Pass, the populace within the gates has remained persistently resistant towards Nezha. Over the past year, I have been preoccupied with slaying demons to accrue merit for him. Yet I have been remiss in providing companionship. Now, Nezha has only 2 years left. Perhaps we should resign from our official duties and take him on a journey through the mountains and waters until the very end. Lady Yin's tone was filled with sorrow. Although this worst-case scenario had long been anticipated, it was still difficult to accept. Li Jing gently shook his head, dissenting from Lady Yin's proposal. I bear responsibility in this matter as well. I have resolved to take Nezha as my disciple, imparting to him the skills necessary to become a hero who vanquishes demons. The great Master Tai has also made his decision to accept Nezha as a student and teach him his craft. Lady Yin felt this was excessive, with Nezha's time dwindling. Should he not be allowed to enjoy his remaining days? I do not wish for him to live a life of aimlessness. Nor do you desire for him to be remembered as a monster after his death, do you? Li Jing's gaze was resolute. He too wished for Nezha's happiness. Yet he desired more for him to achieve greatness. Lady Yin remained silent, yet her agreement was implicit. The following day, as Nezha attempted to sneak out once more, he stumbled upon a painting suspended in the air. Driven by curiosity, he touched it, only to be drawn directly into the artwork. Astonishingly, the painting transformed into a tangible world, the realm depicted in the map of mountains and rivers. The great Master Tai appeared, elucidating the current circumstances and producing the brush of destiny, with which he waved, transforming trees into wooden boats and reversing the flow of the celestial river, guiding Nezha through the landscape of the painted world. Along the way, he imparted a technique of illusion. Initially, the great Master Tai presumed that Nezha would require considerable time to master the illusion technique. To his surprise, Nezha acquired it in a single day, even mastering a transformation technique alongside it. Indeed, he was a prodigious talent. However, Nezha's temperament remained unruly. He was disinclined to accept a master or to benefit the common folk, haunted by memories of his childhood ostracization by the inhabitants of Qintang Pass. In desperation, Li Jing resorted to deception, claiming that Nezha was the reincarnation of a divine pearl destined to save the world. Children must be cajoled, seeking validation from others. Nezha ultimately agreed to become the disciple of the great Master Tai, embarking on 2 years of training. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Nezha descended from the heavens, wielding the fire-tipped spear, and vanquished a skeletal demon. Chapter 16. Look at what you have protected. With a thunderous roar. Although Nezha had slain the skeletal demon, the flames and power emanating from the fire-tipped spear surged uncontrollably, devastating a wide expanse of the street. Xiang Yuan Long warns. Xiang Yuan Long is enraged. What have you truly protected? After 2 years of such training, is it not akin to being imprisoned for the same duration? What do you understand? Nezha merely needs to achieve fame through a single battle. For 2 years, Nezha refrained from causing chaos, allowing the citizens of Qintang Pass to experience a transformation. Ultimately, in his final battle, he achieved fame before passing away, perhaps leaving behind an image of a hero. Indeed, one can attain renown through a singular act, rising like a comet only to fall, and in such moments, people will only remember the tragic fate of a gifted soul and his illustrious deeds. Who would still label him a monster? However, it seems rather unjust for Nezha to be confined to these last 2 years, enduring a life of study. It is undeniably cruel. Perhaps this reflects the mindset of those who pursue immortality, a perspective that we mortals find difficult to grasp. As for the demon pill, it bears resemblance to my own circumstances. Naruto, touching his abdomen, was reminded of his childhood by Nezha's experiences displayed in the heavens. Like Nezha, he too was deemed ill-fated, scorned by others, yearning for companionship and the validation of peers. The distinction lies in the fact that Nezha had parents, though they were not present. They at least cared for him. In contrast to annihilating a demon, changing others' perceptions is undoubtedly more challenging. Li Jing opted against a simpler approach, perhaps embodying the aspiration of a father wishing for his son to succeed. In the journey to the West Realm, Nezha observed Li Jing, and it was evident that the plight of the demon pill Nezha was far graver than his own. The malevolence of the demon pill was apparent to all, and Nezha's mischievousness had instigated panic within Qintang Pass, reflecting profoundly reprehensible behavior. Nonetheless, despite this, Li Jing did not abandon hope. After seeking assistance from the Heavenly Lord in vain, he resolved to properly educate Nezha, wishing to free him from the stigma of being a demon even after death. In stark contrast, the Li Jing of the journey to the west chose the most straightforward solution, to slay Nezha, thus eliminating the demon with sheer brutality but effectiveness. Regarding Nezha's words, the celestial beings remained indifferent, observing with detached attention, as this was ultimately a family matter for King Li, and they felt it inappropriate to interject. Li Jing, seemingly oblivious to Nezha's sarcasm, harbored a sense of guilt towards Nezha, though he did not express it. Look at how others' fathers strive to guide their sons towards the righteous path and earn societal recognition, and then consider your own situation. The disparity is stark. In the realm of the Lotus Lantern, Nezha was far more direct, unleashing a torrent of words upon Li Jing. Nezha, I have come to realize my mistakes. After all these years, I feel immense remorse. Li Jing's tone was tinged with regret for the incident he had lamented long ago, and he had been mindful of Nezha's actions over the years, despite the trouble they caused. Very well, Nezha, King Li acknowledges his faults, and this matter has lingered long enough. Let us not dwell on it further. The Jade Emperor intervened as a mediator, and since he had spoken, Nezha could not refuse to show respect and chose not to continue the discourse. Jar, while we deceived you, it was for your own good. What harm is there in learning skills from the celestial beings? In the realm of the demon child, within the intricate tapestry of the mountains and rivers, one can also behold the celestial canopy, which remains unaffected by the guiding strokes of the brush that shapes the land. Nezha, too, discerned the revelations upon this heavenly expanse, coming to the realization of his reincarnation as the essence of a demonic sphere. Enraged, he ceased his cultivation forthwith. For my own good? I have no need of such a notion. I am a demonic sphere, not a reincarnation of the spiritual pearl. With a disdainful snort, Nezha rejected the sentiment. Feeling imprisoned in this place, confined to a monotonous routine of relentless training, the idea that withholding the truth of his origin could be deemed beneficial was difficult for him to accept. Jar, regardless of whether you are the reincarnation of a demonic sphere or a spiritual pearl, you are born of your mother. You are Nezha. Lady Yin tenderly caressed Nezha's head, her eyes radiating maternal warmth. The identity prior to his rebirth was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the present, what he aspired to become after his reincarnation, whether he wished to ascend to immortality or embrace the demonic path. Li Jing, standing nearby, sought to console Nezha, emphasizing that the past held no significance compared to the present, who he was now and who he desired to be. Oh, very well, let us continue observing. I trust Nezha will demonstrate his understanding, Master Tai remarked, waving his feathered whisk, encouraging the others to focus on the celestial display. 2 fleeting years passed, during which Nezha mastered a plethora of skills, armed with the fire-tip spear and the mysterious sky ribbon, rendering him immensely powerful. However, his lack of discernment in wielding this power often led to considerable devastation while vanquishing demons. Although the monsters were eradicated, the innocent lives that were meant to be protected sometimes perished alongside them. Li Jing believed Nezha was still too consumed by rage and impetuosity, thus deciding to have him meditate under Master Tai's guidance to cultivate tranquility. Yet, Nezha was evidently not one to remain still, having acquired celestial arts. He felt compelled to confront demons and eradicate evil. The notion of meditation seemed entirely unnecessary to him. Consequently, Nezha stealthily appropriated the guiding brush and escaped from the realm of mountains and rivers, determined to astonish Li Jing and the citizens of Qintang Pass. Beyond Qintang Pass, a water demon emerged from the depths of the ocean, seizing a dog with the intent to devour it. Release that dog, foul creature, Nezha interjected, swiftly dispatching the demon with a flurry of fists and kicks, sending it crashing against a dwelling. The commotion drew the attention of the villagers, who arrived only to witness Nezha wreaking havoc, inciting terror among them. Unperturbed by their fear, Nezha employed fire manipulation to flush out the water demon. As the demon fled toward the sea, it seized a young girl along the way. Nezha, eager to utilize his celestial abilities, found himself restrained by the presence of the hostage, ultimately having to abandon his pursuit. Soon, both he and the demon reached the shoreline. Once they entered the ocean, Nezha would be rendered incapable of threatening the water demon. However, at that moment, a chilling aura spread from afar, instantly freezing the sea. The ocean within a mile radius was encased in ice, leaving you nowhere to flee. Demon, release the girl you hold. A youth clad in a white robe with a hood descended from the sky. It was he who had frozen the sea and obstructed the water demon. Chapter 17. The intricate dance of love and hatred faced with the sudden appearance of the enigmatic youth. The water demon felt a sense of trepidation. That ability to freeze was exceedingly lethal for a creature of water. The sound of battle echoed. The water demon, unwilling to surrender easily, attempted to resist, but was swiftly subdued and encased within the icy layer. I spotted this demon first. You shall wait your turn. Nezha, with a mind unlike that of an ordinary person, perceived that this newcomer had usurped his chance to vanquish the demon. Instead, Nezha engaged in a fierce battle with the newcomer and even tore away his robe, revealing a head adorned with horns. Searching for clues, it dawned upon him that this being, with dragon-like horns, could very well be the prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Indeed, he likely was Ao Bing, the Ao Bing who had been slain by Nezha. It seemed that in this realm, Ao Bing had not met his demise at Nezha's hands. They might even be allies. The Dragon King's prince was the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, while Nezha was the reincarnation of the Demon Pill. The Spirit Pearl and the Demon Pill had reunited. In terms of demeanor and grace, this reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl was vastly superior. One must not judge by appearances alone, even disregarding looks. Ao Bing was indeed rescuing others and vanquishing demons, was he not? Yet, despite both being 3 years of age, why did Ao Bing appear so much older than Nezha? Perhaps it was a matter of the dragon clan's development. However, wasn't the growth of dragons generally slower than that of humans? In the world of Journey to the West, the myriad deities of heaven quickly discerned the identity of the newly emerged youth. He was likely the reincarnation of the Dragon King's prince, Ao Bing. Nezha's initial encounter with Ao Bing was far from pleasant, yet the celestial beings did not foresee enmity arising from it. They were all accomplished immortals, and in matters of mindset and wisdom, they would not falter. Rather, they believed Nezha and Ao Bing would eventually become friends. Friends? Nezha scoffed disdainfully at the heavens, deeming that he had no need for a companion like Ao Bing. The third prince of the East Sea, Ao Bing, had been slain by him due to his tempestuous nature, marking him as a quintessential villain. He would not entertain such a friendship. The Dragon Clan? The Spirit Pearl and the Demon Pill had indeed crossed paths. Even Tony, who knew nothing of the cultivation world, deduced that this newly appeared youth was the son of the Dragon King, reincarnated from the Spirit Pearl. One could only wonder if it was the connection between the Spirit Pearl and the Demon Pill that had led to their fateful reunion. Section 11. In their first encounter, Ao Bing held the advantage. The tale of the Spirit Pearl and the Demon Pill, a narrative of love intertwined with conflict? How terribly kitsch. He could only perceive it as such. Although Nezha possesses a good heart, the devastation he causes is far too severe. Among the victory team, Captain Jujian Hui shakes his head at Nezha's methods. The destruction wrought by the water demon pales in comparison to that inflicted by Nezha. While Nezha wields immense power, it is precisely this strength that necessitates a greater degree of caution and self-restraint. Should he act impulsively, the resulting destruction would surpass even that of the monsters. Jujian Hui cannot help but cast a glance at Douqi, recognizing that the power of Ultraman Tiga is equally formidable. Without restraint, his capacity for destruction could far exceed that of any beast. Observing battles between Ultraman and monsters, one sees that even with utmost care, significant damage is still incurred. Therefore, it is imperative to exercise extraordinary caution during combat. Though the water demon is cunning, Nezha and Ao Bing manage to defeat it together. However, Ao Bing succumbs to the demon's saliva, becoming petrified, and it is Nezha who liberates him from this fate. I am deeply grateful for your rescue. I have always been clear about debts of gratitude and enmity. Today's life-saving kindness shall be repaid with utmost sincerity in the future. After being saved, Ao Bing refrains from further aggression, instead expressing his thanks with great courtesy. This leaves Nezha astonished and somewhat proud, for throughout his life he has been branded a monster. And this is the first time someone has expressed gratitude towards him. A little girl whom Nezha saved also approaches him, awkwardly holding a shuttlecock as an offering of thanks. This evokes a novel sensation within Nezha. He realizes that vanquishing demons can indeed be rewarding. Moreover, Nezha and Ao Bing share a delightful game of shuttlecock, enjoying their time together immensely. Before parting, they exchange names, and Ao Bing gifts Nezha a magical conch that can summon him. Their joy is overshadowed by the ignorance of the populace, who stubbornly believe that Nezha has abducted the little girl. They hurl insults at him and brandish weapons. Yet, Nezha is not one to be easily bullied. He swiftly overcomes them all. Nevertheless, he exercises restraint, defeating them without inflicting harm. This only intensifies the people's disdain for Nezha, prompting Li Jing to confine him temporarily within the home. Meanwhile, Ao Bing returns to the ocean, descending into a realm of underwater lava, where a colossal stone pillar rises to the surface, ensnared by thick chains. At the base of this pillar lies a landscape of molten rock, depicting a scene of extreme harshness. Ao Bing reports his training progress to Shun Gongbao, recounting his encounter with Nezha. Shun Gongbao immediately discerns the true identity of Nezha's demon orb, recognizing it as an opportune moment. If the orb were to become malevolent and wreak havoc upon Chintang Pass, and Ao Bing, as a spiritual pearl, were to rescue it, it would make for a splendid narrative. In ancient times, our dragon clan was a formidable force, the revered leader of the scales. We later submitted to the celestial court, subduing countless sea monsters, which earned us the title of Dragon King. My son, do you know where this is? The Dragon King extends his enormous head, reminiscing about the glorious past of his lineage. This is the Dragon Palace. Ao Bing, puzzled, queries, is this not the Dragon Palace? Beneath this volcanic lava lies the suppressed remnants of the sea monsters I once aided the celestial realm in vanquishing. Dubbed the Dragon Palace, It is, in truth, a celestial prison. Should we depart from this place, the monsters, unbound from the restraint of divine power, would surely escape, leaving us with no option but to remain. Dragons, being beasts of the wild, can hardly earn the trust of the celestial realm. The position of Dragon King not only subdues the sea monsters, but also confines our dragon kin eternally within this underwater prison. My child, the Spirit Pearl represents a long-awaited opportunity for our lineage. The Dragon King has conveyed our current plight to Ao Bing. This expanse of lava is far from a palace. It is indeed a celestial dungeon. Not only have the sea monsters been suppressed, but our dragon clan has also been ensnared alongside them. In a year's time, I will fully refine the dragon horn upon your head to conceal your true identity, granting you the chance to achieve merit in the divine war and ascend to the heavens, thus liberating our clan from this abyss. Shen Gongbao has articulated his ambitions for Ao Bing's future, seeking to seize glory in the divine conflict. Your success or failure hinges upon the fate of our entire clan. Do not allow illusions to cloud your judgment. The Dragon King spoke slowly, and Ao Bing's expression darkened, for he bore the weight of his clan's destiny. Chapter 18. The Celestial Realm's Deceit. Ao Bing, the hope of our entire lineage. Is it truly just to place the hopes of the noble dragon clan upon the shoulders of this mere child? What alternative do we have? They cannot escape their confines now. The Celestial Realm has acted unjustly, treating its allies in such a manner. Do they not fear disheartening their subordinates? I have bled for the Celestial Realm. I have earned merit for them, and yet, this is how I am treated. Is it true that the Dragon Clan's birth rate is so low, with only Ao Bing as an offspring? Perhaps the Celestial Realm imposes restrictions, for an overabundance of newborn dragons would surely lead to complications. Will the Dragon Clan simply stand idly by, guarding this prison? Do we not negotiate our terms? If they refuse to comply, they should release the suppression and see how the Celestial Realm handles these monsters. If the suppression were truly lifted, the first to be targeted would undoubtedly be the Dragon Clan, as those sea monsters are their foremost concern. What of those sea monsters? Can we not simply take flight and seek refuge in the Celestial Realm? Before the divine conflict, was the Celestial Realm not weak? Was there not only Marshal Tianpeng of any true merit? The celestial gods and celestial constellations were sealed during the divine conflict. Prior to that, who did you believe the Celestial Realm could avail themselves of? While the Celestial Realm may lack strength, they are still led by the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Given the Dragon Clan's might, we might not withstand such formidable figures. Had the ancestor dragon and the first generation of dragons been present, the situation would undoubtedly differ. The Dragon Clan possesses profound heritage. In the struggle among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, all suffered great losses, resulting in the Phoenix and Qilin becoming endangered. While the Dragon Clan remains capable of commanding the seas and ruling the aquatic beings, a testament to their deep-rooted legacy. Perhaps it is primarily due to the lack of competition in the waters. After the struggle among the three clans, the calamity of the Lich ensued. The Demon Clan ruled the heavens, the Shaman Clan governed the earth, and the Phoenix and Qilin clans found themselves devoid of any space for survival. The Sea Clan lacked formidable warriors, and although the Dragon Clan had sustained considerable injuries, they still maintained dominance over the ocean, recuperating in their realm. Surely, what historical texts are you all referring to? I have never encountered such accounts, one remarked. This is merely a premise from an online novel. Yet, does mythology truly distinguish between authentic history and apocryphal tales? Another mused. There are none. Only religious records and folk legends delineate such distinctions. The actions of the Celestial Court were evidently met with disapproval in the comments. Was that truly the Dragon Palace? In the world of Journey to the West, the Four Seas Dragon Kings gazed upon the purgatorial realm above, filled with molten lava, incredulous that it could be their Dragon Palace. Their clan was renowned for its wealth across the seas, rich in treasures and resources. The magnitude of their riches was unfathomable, and their palaces were splendid. How could they possibly reside in such a harsh environment? The Elder Dragon King's palace, which I had visited, was anything but shabby. It was opulent. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, remarking that this was his first encounter with such a dilapidated dragon palace. Indeed, the wealth of the Dragon King was well known throughout the three realms. How could the palace be in such a state? Zhu Beiji shook his head, possessing greater knowledge than Wukong. He had also visited the Dragon Palace, which was a place of grandeur. However, what was this talk of the struggle among the three clans? Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion, in his understanding. The Dragon Clan was either associated with culinary delicacies like dragon liver and phoenix marrow, or as powerful entities capable of subduing dragons and tigers, completely unrelated to the notion of ruling over a world. That is a tale from ancient times, although my knowledge is somewhat limited. Nonetheless, the struggle among the three clans during the primordial era is indeed a fact, Zhu Beiji replied, shaking his head. Such ancient events have been scarcely transmitted through time, and he had only heard whispers of them, entirely unaware of the intricate details. Oh, you have heard of it? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, realizing that his companion possessed more knowledge than he had anticipated. He had never encountered the notion of the struggle among the three clans before, making Zhu Beiji's awareness all the more astonishing. In the ancient years, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilan clans jointly governed the heavens and the earth, each clan's strength surpassing that of the current celestial court or the Buddhist sect. However, continuous conflicts among the three clans led to their eventual decline into their present state. Zhu Beiji lamented, reflecting on how powerful the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilan clans once were, now reduced to such a state of decline. The Dragon clan was indeed formidable in those days. Yet, alas, the current Elder Dragon King appears to lack ambition, with the Dragon clan now relegated to mere culinary ingredients. Sun Wukong chuckled, astonished at the illustrious history of the Dragon clan, though that glory belonged to a bygone era. The current descendants of the dragons seem rather unremarkable, now merely existing as food. Those who become ingredients are merely subspecies of the Dragon and Phoenix. True dragons would never be reduced to such a fate. Zhu Beiji shook his head, asserting that those consumed were not true dragons. The Dragon clan, suppressing the aquatic beasts of the abyss? If I am present, what need is there for the Dragon clan to guard the ocean? It would suffice to eliminate all those monstrous beasts. In the world of Doluo, Tang San confidently grasped his trident. As the sea god, he felt a surge of power within the depths of the sea. These mere aquatic creatures were no match for his might. After all, Brother San is the sea god, and the Dragon clan is but another breed of sea beast, hardly comparable to him. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, affirming that Tang San, wielding the power of the sea, was far superior to the Dragon clan, which amounted to nothing more than sea spirit beasts. How could they possibly stand against a deity? Xiao Wu's words delighted Tang San, for the power of a god is indeed supreme and should face no equal. The tactics of the heavenly court were, in truth, quite astute. From the barrage of comments, it was clear that they lacked the absolute power to subdue the Dragon clan and the underwater beasts. Thus, they employed the title of Dragon King to bind the Dragon clan, while the underwater beasts formed an integral part of this restraint. Should the underwater monsters break free, their first target would undoubtedly be the Dragon clan. Yet, the Dragon clan's foundation lies within the sea, and they would never allow the beasts to escape. Though this approach had its flaws, from the heavenly court's perspective, it was indeed a clever strategy. In this isolated world, Zhang Chulan contemplated the intentions of the heavenly court. The scheme was not particularly sophisticated, yet it proved exceedingly effective, imposing significant constraints on the Dragon clan. It ensured that the Dragon clan remained securely within the ocean's depths, unable to pursue other endeavors. Once the rulers of the seas, the Dragon clan, even after aligning with the heavenly court, would not be reinstated until they possessed absolute power. Instead, the heavenly court would gradually deplete their strength. Tsunade observed the unfolding events on the celestial canvas, discerning some of the heavenly court's machinations, as one would expect from a Hokage, who must possess a degree of political acumen. Nearby, Naruto tilted his head in confusion, unaware of the intricacies hidden beneath the surface. The heavenly court should not act in such a manner. In the Northern Dipper, Yifan extricated himself from the clutches of the Black Emperor, shaking his head in dismay. To him, the heavenly court epitomized absolute power and supreme authority. Utilizing such a strategy against the Dragon clan tarnished the dignity of the heavenly court. This world indeed harbors the presence of the heavenly court, a force established by a transcendent entity. Yet, after countless ages, the name seems to have become tainted by fate. All forces bearing the name of the heavenly court have met with tragic ends. The heavenly court is not without fault. Yet the Dragon clan's formidable achievements have made them a source of concern for the heavenly court. Tony felt indifferent toward the heavenly court. After all, as a capitalist, he had witnessed similar occurrences far too often. The Dragon clan's prominence had caused trepidation in the heavenly court, which lacked sufficient strength to suppress them, thus resorting to the underwater beasts to restrain the Dragon clan. Tony couldn't help but ponder Thor, wondering if the pantheon of Asgard operated similarly, managing the 9 realms while employing various strategies against their enemies. However, matters of the divine realm have nothing to do with Tony. He should continue to gaze at the celestial expanse. In the midst of a disordered chamber, Nezha reclined with a leg crossed, seemingly unperturbed by being confined within the room. What truly troubled him was the villagers' misunderstanding, which weighed heavily on his heart. Jar. In the 12th section, Li Jing and his wife, along with Tai Junren, entered the room and observed Nezha's despondent demeanor, attempting to uplift his spirits. By the way, Zhar, in 10 days, you will celebrate your 3rd birthday. And the people of Qintang Pass will be celebrating you, Lady Yin exclaimed, raising her finger and suddenly recalling Nezha's upcoming birthday. What? Nezha sat up abruptly, his body seemingly radiating light, but soon he reclined once more. They anticipate my demise, yet now they wish to celebrate my birth. Humph. Nezha reflected on the villagers' sentiments towards him, realizing that they would rather see him perish than commemorate his existence. Heijiacha, strong and adept at aquatic evasion, can petrify the living with his spittle. He is quite formidable. The previous misunderstanding has been resolved, as you were the one who frightened away the monster, Li Jing interjected, referencing the demon Heijiacha who had previously been vanquished by Nezha. Those fools are only just realizing this. I can hardly be bothered with them, Nezha remarked, turning away with a stiff tone, though a smile betrayed his true feelings. He appeared somber in their presence, but once Li Jing and the others departed, he sprang up with excitement, ready to prepare for his impending birthday celebration. Why bring up the birthday feast? Outside, Li Jing glanced at Lady Yin. For the matter of the feast had not been mentioned previously. Ever since you deceived him regarding the spirit pearl, he has been joyous for 2 years. In his final days, as long as he is content, I care not for the truth or falsehood. Lady Yin merely wished to see Nezha happy, knowing that his time was limited. However, would the villagers, who wished for Nezha's confinement, truly attend the birthday banquet? Lady Yin's expression darkened, for this indeed posed a dilemma. Leave this matter to me. I have observed the residue he left behind. It was undoubtedly Heijiacha's. I shall vindicate Zhar during the birthday feast, Li Jing assured, affirming that Nezha had indeed driven away Heijiacha, and he would restore Nezha's honor. Yet, Lady Yin harbored no doubts about Nezha's victory over Heijiacha. Her concern lay with whether the people of Qintang Pass would attend the celebration. As the commander of Qintang Pass for these years, I still hold some influence. I shall prostrate myself before each household to ensure their attendance. Rest assured, Li Jing declared, his simple yet resolute words embodying the weight of paternal love. Nezha also summoned Ao Bing through a conch shell, inviting him to his birthday feast, to which Ao Bing readily agreed. Ao Bing, it is time to set forth. 10 days swiftly passed, and the birthday banquet was about to commence. Shen Gongbao urged Ao Bing to set off. Hold on. The Dragon King halted Ao Bing and retrieved the hardest dragon scales from his body. The other dragons followed suit, plucking their own scales. With a resounding clatter, the dragon scales converged on Ao Bing, coalescing into a suit of armor that fits snugly against him. My child, the entire dragon clan has bestowed upon you their most resilient scales. This dragon armor is indestructible. It rests upon your shoulders now. The dragon clan entrusted everything to Ao Bing, proclaiming, truly the finest armor in the village. The village boasts an excellent sword, and the clan possesses exceptional armor. To speak candidly, this dragon armor is indeed formidable. Its defensive capabilities are unparalleled. Are the hardest scales of the entire dragon lineage simply affixed directly to him? In the realm of cultivation, dragons are treasures in their entirety, and these scales are exquisite materials, perfect for forging weapons and armor. They must have been crafted during the gathering process, for they fit seamlessly. That must be the case. Sun Wukong felt a stirring in his heart. Though he was mighty and possessed great powers, his only treasure was the Rui Jingu Bang, which felt rather meager. If only he had an additional piece of protective armor, it would be quite advantageous. Brother Monkey, do you know how to forge? Zhu Beiji cautioned Sun Wukong against unwarranted optimism, for he could not forge at all. Even with dragon scales, he would be of no use. Fool, do you know someone who can forge? Sun Wukong anxiously scratched his chin. When it came to weapons and armor for mortals, he could forge them. However, crafting a magical artifact for himself was an entirely different matter. He simply could not do it. If one were to speak of the finest forger, it would undoubtedly be Taishang Laojun. His 8 trigrams furnace could not only refine elixirs, but also forge divine weapons. Zhu Beiji immediately thought of Taishang Laojun as the foremost master of forging in the 3 realms. For both Sun Wukong's iron staff and Zhu Beiji's rake were crafted by him. Ah, that old official, Sun Wukong mused, his eyes glinting. He had already come to understand the extraordinary nature of Taishang Laojun. However, merely requesting him to forge a piece of dragon armor should not pose any problem, right? Far across the seas, the Dragon King felt a shiver run through him, as if some unclean entity had cast its gaze upon him. At the birthday banquet, Nezha was in his room preparing for the event when Shen Gongbao suddenly appeared, revealing his identity and informing Nezha of his reincarnation as a demon. During the banquet, Tai Jinren formally bestowed the fire-tip spear and the mysterious sky silk upon Nezha, even gifting him his mount, which, originally a pig, transformed into a wind-fire wheel in Nezha's hands. Chapter 20. The prejudice of the human heart is a great mountain. After presenting his gifts, Tai Jinren returned to Nezha's parents. "My child," he said, "I offer you a talisman for peace to ensure your safety." Li Jing tied a peace talisman to Nezha's belt. "Father has always been stern with you, aware of the resentment brewing within your heart. Yet, he finds himself devoid of alternatives. My son, your journey ahead is long. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Your identity is yours alone to define." Li Jing gazed at Nezha, his words resonating as though imparting final instructions. "The future? Do I truly possess a future? The demonic orb and the heavenly tribulation, I am fully aware of them all." Nezha's voice sank, laced with fury. "You deceived me, claiming I was the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, forcing me to cultivate within the realm of statecraft, merely to confine me until my demise. All to placate these fools and preserve your esteemed reputation as a general." Nezha pointed an accusatory finger at Li Jing, unveiling the entirety of his grievances. He then shattered the restraints of the Qianquan circle, unleashing his demonic essence, succumbing entirely to malevolence. In the inferno, the liberated Nezha was reborn, his form transforming into that of a youthful warrior, wielding the fire-tip spear and the mystic silk, with the wind and fire wheels beneath his feet. The first target of the demonized Nezha was none other than Li Jing. Although Li Jing possessed some degree of strength, he remained merely mortal. And in the face of the demonic Nezha, he could only withstand the onslaught with great difficulty. Tai Jinren sought to retrieve the Qianquan circle to suppress Nezha's malevolence. But it had been taken by Shingongbao. "Once Nezha slays Li Jing, his wife, and Taiji, you shall descend to delay him until the heavenly thunder descends. The populace will naturally hail you as their savior, and in that moment, you shall achieve your grand ambitions." On a distant peak, Shingongbao was attempting to counsel Ao Bing. However, were Taiji and Li Jing not innocent victims in this affair? Furthermore, without removing the Qianquan circle, Nezha is not irredeemably wicked. Ao Bing felt a pang of guilt, recognizing that his involvement entangled others in this tragic fate. What does it matter whether he is good or evil? When the heavenly thunder strikes, he is certain to perish. If Taiji and Li Jing remain unharmed, how can I deceive the celestial lord? Shingongbao urged Ao Bing not to overthink. Regardless of Nezha's nature, beneath the heavenly thunder, his death is inevitable. Yet, Ao Bing evidently struggled to reconcile his feelings, prompting Shingongbao to recount his own past. He had diligently practiced for a century, but had never garnered the attention of the primordial celestial lord, solely because he was a leopard who had transformed into a human, belonging to the demon clan. The prejudices within human hearts are insurmountable mountains, impervious to even the most fervent efforts to shift them. Opportunities to alter one's fate are few and far between. The scene widened, revealing Shingongbao and Ao Bing standing on the mountainside, beside a towering peak that mirrored the depths of human sentiment. "Master, Nezha once saved my life. Although I cannot rescue him now, I beseech you to allow me to save his parents and master." Ao Bing held fast to Nezha's life-saving grace. While he could not aid Nezha, he could still save his parents and master in return. "Very well, go then." Shingongbao, in a fit of anger, turned sharply and cast the Qianquan circle before Ao Bing. Overjoyed, Ao Bing expressed his gratitude and descended the mountain. "Should you depart, do not return. Do not blame me for not warning you. Once your identity is revealed, it will not merely be 4 lives at stake." Shingongbao's words remained unspoken. As the latter part was already too late, Ao Bing had descended the mountain. Ao Bing interposed himself between Nezha and Li Jing, rescuing the latter, and entrusted the Qianquan circle to Tai Jinren, who utilized it to suppress Nezha's demonic nature. Once restored, Nezha chose to flee, escaping from Qintang Pass on his wind-fire wheels. Li Jing, sensing the aura of the Dragon Clan and the spirit pearl emanating from Ao Bing, unveiled his true identity. The populace, gripped by fear of the Dragon Clan and the demonic orb alike, cast terrified and peculiar glances towards Ao Bing. Tai Jinren further elucidated the need to report to the Heavenly Court and the Celestial Master, asserting that the Dragon Clan's theft of the spirit pearls should never have been tolerated. This revelation halted Ao Bing, who intended to leave, as Shingongbao appeared to clarify the matter, revealing that he had taken the spirit pearls and accepted Ao Bing as his disciple. He also harbored intentions to eliminate everyone present, ensuring that the truth remained concealed. With the survival of the Dragon Clan at stake, Ao Bing had no choice but to act, channeling the flowing water into dual hammers, gathering the boundless sea above Chintang Pass, solidifying it into ice, and preparing to obliterate the pass entirely. Bang! Nezha, who had left alone, shattered a great tree in a fit of rage. The wind fire wheels transformed back into a pig, reenacting the moment when Li Jing and Tai Jinren visited the primordial celestial master. While the heavenly tribulation curse could not be undone, Chang Xingyan proposed an alternative, a life exchange talisman, which necessitated a blood relation. I have decided to sacrifice my life for Nezha. I humbly request the immortal to keep this confidential. Li Jing had resolved to exchange his life for Nezha, but needed Tai Jinren's secrecy to prevent Lady Yin and Nezha from discovering the truth. Sir Li, you may save Nezha for a moment, but not for a lifetime. The demonic orb will bring calamity upon the world, and when the celestial master emerges, he will not spare him. Tai Jinren disagreed with Li Jing's approach, acknowledging that the demonic nature of the orb was exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Once it wreaked havoc among mortals, the celestial master would undoubtedly intervene directly. I will use the remaining 2 years to guide Nezha onto the righteous path, ensuring he gains the acceptance of the world. Li Jing was acutely aware that the primordial celestial master would not allow the demonic orb to rampage unchecked. Thus, he aimed to lead Nezha towards righteousness to truly safeguard him. Who exactly is Nezha to you? Chang Xingyan inquired with great curiosity. He is my son, Li Jing affirmed resolutely, expressing his pride in Nezha. The record of the wind fire wheels concluded, and Nezha gently opened the talisman of peace, revealing indeed a piece of talisman paper, the life exchange talisman. Tears welled in Nezha's eyes. No wonder Li Jing spoke of a long road ahead, for he intended to sacrifice himself. Upon this realization, Nezha hastily commandeered the wind fire wheels, racing back to Chintang Pass like a blazing meteor. Within Chintang Pass, Ao Bing had already frozen a massive block of ice, preparing to annihilate the pass completely. Li Jing and his wife attempted to thwart him, yet their assaults proved utterly ineffective against the defenses of the 10,000 dragon armor, and they were swiftly encased in ice by Ao Bing. How fortunate it is that Nezha arrived just in time, joining forces with Tai Jinren to confront Ao Bing and Shin Gongbao. Although Nezha found much of his power restrained by the Qinquan Circle, he still possessed the 3 divine artifacts, the fire-tipped spear, the misting silk, and the wind and fire wheels, which allowed him to engage Ao Bing in a fierce contest. Amidst the white mist, Ao Bing transformed into his true dragon form, soaring above the ice layer, intent on bringing everything to an end. As the sun and moon coexist and myriad spirits converge, the Qinquan Circle, boundless as the heavens, commanded urgency. To unlock it entirely would mean losing consciousness. Nezha, aware of his confined power and his inability to match Ao Bing, could only release a portion of his restraints. If he were to completely unlock the Qinquan Circle, the demonic orb would spiral into chaos, rendering Nezha entirely unconscious, leading to indiscriminate rampage. Yet, unbinding half of the restrictions posed no issue. Flames swirled around his form, transforming him without forfeiting his awareness. Like a fiery meteor, Nezha ascended to block the falling ice shards. Cease your struggles. You were born a demon orb. It is your destined fate. Ao Bing seemed to address Nezha while simultaneously reflecting upon himself. Curse your fate. My life is governed by my own will, not by the heavens. Whether I am a demon or a celestial being, only I can decide. Nezha refused to concede. Flames ignited once more around him, sprouting 4 additional arms from his back. With 6 arms in concert, the surging flames enveloped the ice, transforming it into a colossal fire lotus. With a sizzling sound, the ice melted into raindrops, and amidst the white vapor, the misting silk emerged to bind Ao Bing, while Nezha's fire-tipped spear hovered before him. However, Ao Bing remained Nezha's sole friend, and ultimately, Nezha could not bring himself to strike. In the heavens, dark clouds congealed, heralding the arrival of a heavenly tribulation. Are you not afraid of what I may become? Ao Bing's words trailed off, yet their implication was clear. Are you truly a spirit pearl? I, a mere demon orb, possess more humanity than you. Can you not be any more cowardly? Nezha grasped Ao Bing by the collar, expressing his frustration at Ao Bing's timidity and indecisiveness. I am of the demon clan. This was predetermined from the moment of my birth. Ao Bing turned his head aside, acknowledging that his identity as a demon was a shackle that bound him. Nonsense. The opinions of others are irrelevant. Who you are is determined solely by yourself, a truth imparted to me by my father, Nezha passionately countered. If fate is unjust, then let us fight it to the end. Releasing Ao Bing, Nezha soared to bid farewell to his parents, binding Li Jing and his wife with the misting silk. Nezha produced the life exchange talisman to incinerate it, He would not allow Li Jing to exchange his life for his own. Above, the swirling storm clouds coalesced, blue and white lightning flickering within, brimming with terrifying destructive power. Nezha's own body shimmered with arcs of electricity, gradually lifting him to meet the eye of the storm, which harbored the wrath of annihilating thunder. Crack! The dazzling lightning pierced through the heavens and the earth, striking Nezha with tremendous force. Under the wrath of the heavenly thunder, Nezha emitted a cry of anguish. At that moment, Ao Bing rushed to Nezha's side, unfurling his dragon armor to shield them from above. Crack! Yet, even the formidable dragon armor could not withstand the onslaught of the heavenly lightning, and soon it began to fracture and crumble. Observing the dire situation, Shun Gongbao promptly fled, unwilling to sacrifice his life foolishly. Nezha, witnessing Ao Bing endure the heavenly thunder alongside him, thought him rather naive. Even with their combined strength, they could not defy the might of the thunder. It would only lead to their untimely demise, rendering their sacrifice unjustifiable. If not for such folly, who would stand by your side as a friend? Without hesitation or retreat, Ao Bing chose to stand resolutely beside his companion. A hearty laugh escaped Nezha as he extended his hand towards Ao Bing, who grasped it firmly. Amidst the tempest of thunder, the two supported one another. At that moment, the spirit pearl and the demon pill became intertwined, and the power of the primordial pearl re-emerged, beginning to devour the heavenly lightning. The sheer magnitude of the thunder's force was staggering, although the primordial pearl possessed the ability to consume. Both Nezha and Ao Bing were corporeal beings with limited capacity to endure such energy, quickly reaching their threshold. Unable to absorb any further, they decided to return what they had taken. Together, they expelled the absorbed, thunderous energy, coalescing it into a colossal energy sphere, which they hurled towards the reassembling thunderball above. Boom! Crack! The collision of these two immense energies released a radiant brilliance, sending shockwaves that obliterated the surrounding peaks. However, the power of the heavenly thunder was overwhelmingly vast. Even in their unity, they could not withstand its might. They had managed to endure thus far, but would their combined strength suffice? Tai Jinren retrieved the lotus platform that had previously encased the spirit pearl and the demon pill, soaring into the tempest of thunder and unveiling the platform to envelop Nezha and Ao Bing. Boom! The thunder erupted violently, illuminating the heavens and the earth with blinding radiance. Ultimately, the heavenly tribulation dissipated, yet the Li residence was reduced to ruins beneath the thunder, leaving only a vast pit. The biases of the human heart are indeed a formidable mountain. If one possesses genuine determination, they can certainly move mountains like the foolish old man. It must be said that altering one's fate is no simple task, yet it is not entirely impossible. Shun Gongbao merely sought to validate himself. Yearning for the attention of the celestial venerable, can one prove themselves by inflicting harm upon others? The root of all this turmoil lies in the celestial venerable's own biases. What constitutes a lack of bias? Should one be granted the position of 12 golden immortals without undergoing trials? Heaven is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The celestial venerable harbors no bias against Shun Gongbao. Otherwise, he would not have taken him as a disciple. The celestial venerable's intent was to cultivate the spirit pearl into a worthy talent, thereby granting the golden immortal rank. Regrettably, Shun Gongbao's lack of comprehension revealed his selfish and greedy nature. Tai possesses the remarkable ability to nurture the demonic orb into a prodigy, while the more gifted spiritual pearl, under the stewardship of Shun Gongbao, has unfortunately veered off course. This stark contrast serves as a testament to who is more suited for the exalted position of the 12 golden immortals. Shun Gongbao stands as the sole demon among the disciples of the primordial heavenly sovereign, and his environment has instilled in him a deep-seated inferiority complex. Although the sovereign harbors no prejudice against him, his own disposition leads him to believe otherwise, feeling unjustly judged. The so-called tribulation of the demonic orb is, in essence, a calamity shared by Shun Gongbao, Tai, Nezha, and Ao Bing. The demonic orb was destined for destruction. Yet the heavenly sovereign granted it a reprieve of 3 years and a glimmer of hope. The spiritual pearl, endowed with exceptional talent, must also endure hardships. While Shun Gongbao is of the demon race, his disciple embodies a more profound spirituality. Conversely, Tai, a human, finds himself tasked with the more challenging demonic orb. The sovereign strives to maintain a delicate balance. Thus, Shun Gongbao should refrain from underestimating the situation. By directly nurturing Ao Bing into a capable individual, he too could attain the golden immortal status. Yet, he subconsciously believes that Tai has already been chosen by the sovereign, prompting his desire to eliminate Tai. In the face of the demonic orb's reincarnation, Tai remains undeterred and takes Nezha as his disciple, dedicating himself to his cultivation, something Shanggong Bao would undoubtedly fail to achieve. Ultimately, when confronted with the tribulation, Shanggong Bao opts to flee, while Tai chooses to remain, ultimately assisting Nezha and Ao Bing in preserving their souls. This illustrates the fundamental difference between them. Sensing the impending doom, Shanggong Bao retreats, lacking the fortitude to confront adversity, unable to defy fate, and only capable of thriving in favorable conditions, rather than surmounting challenges. Shanggong Bao lacks the mindset to defy destiny, acting contrary to the natural order despite knowing the futility of such actions. He has only learned to follow, not to resist. I understand this. To follow is mortal. To resist is divine. The path of cultivation inherently involves defiance against the heavens. If one is constrained within rigid frameworks, what purpose does cultivation serve? However, it is incorrect to dismiss the concept of conforming to the will of heaven within cultivation. The age-old adage persists: those who align with me align with destiny. Those who oppose me defy heaven to alter their fate. If it benefits me, I follow destiny. If it does not, I claim my fate as my own. Regrettably, Ao Bing, a fine young man, ultimately strayed from the path. Bearing the burden of the Dragon Clan's destiny, missteps are inevitable. Yet he thankfully awakened to the truth in the end. Thus, the Hunyuan Pearl serves as the Heavenly Sovereign's trial for the four. Yet it is evident that Shanggong Bao has failed this test. Indeed, with the might of the primordial Heavenly Sovereign, how could he possibly be incapable of resolving the demonic orb's issues? And why, coincidentally, did he choose that very moment to enter seclusion? The Sovereign's trial? As Shanggong Bao observes the messages on the celestial screen from beneath the sea, he begins to question whether the Sovereign truly harbors no prejudice against him. Is the perceived injustice merely a manifestation of his own insecurities? Doubt creeps in as he reflects on the years of the Sovereign's treatment towards him. Seemingly not as dismissive as he once believed, Shanggong Bao has long felt that he has been treated unjustly by the Celestial Master, primarily because he believes himself to be superior to Tai and most of the Celestial Master's disciples. However, upon witnessing the growth of Nezha and comparing it to Ao Bing, he suddenly realizes that the seemingly unreliable Tai is not as incompetent as he once thought. If Shanggong Bao were to encounter the reincarnation of the demon pill, he would undoubtedly let it perish without taking it as a disciple, let alone nurturing it with care. Tai, on the other hand, managed to guide the demon pill onto the righteous path, while Shanggong Bao himself led the spirit pearl astray. This stark contrast leads Shanggong Bao to acknowledge that Tai is indeed more suited to be one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. With the ability to cultivate successfully in the form of a leopard, Shanggong Bao possesses considerable intelligence and insight. Observing the comments on the screen and reflecting on his past experiences, he suddenly attains a moment of clarity, elevating his state of mind. The universe is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. In the eyes of the Celestial Master, are humans, demons, and dragons truly viewed as equals? This encapsulates the Celestial Master's realm, the Dragon King's size, noting that the biases and preconceptions held by ordinary people stem from their own stereotypes. Upon reaching the level of the Celestial Master and the cosmos, one can indeed see all beings with equanimity. The Dragon King's gaze turns to Ao Bing, and fortunately, the Spirit Pearl, being inherently wise and perceptive, was not shackled by their educational constraints and ultimately passed the test. Indeed, the Celestial Master's realm is beyond our comprehension, and attempting to fathom the Celestial Master's thoughts with our limited perspective is bound to lead to profound misunderstandings. Shanggong Bao regains his composure. The elevation of his state of mind bestows upon him a faint aura of transcendence. Is this all part of the Celestial Master's trials? Jing gazes at the unfolding events in the sky, pondering whether he and his wife are also being tested. How wonderful! That little rascal truly frightened his mother. Lady Yin lifts Nezha, and although he has lost his corporeal form, the survival of his soul is a significant consolation, especially considering it was the heavenly thunder. Alas, what a pity for my century of cultivation. Ultimately, however, Nezha was saved. Though Tai laments the loss of his cultivation, he harbors no regrets. I survived? The rebellious Nezha reflects on the outcome displayed in the heavens. His defiance and persistence have yielded a positive result. Had he given up midway, it would have indeed spelled his doom. After Nezha's demise, he will transform into a lotus incarnation, following a remarkably similar narrative. Tai, recovering from his despondency, acknowledges that with Nezha's body destroyed by the heavenly thunder, the next step would indeed be the lotus incarnation. This would align Nezha with counterparts from other realms, Perhaps this is Nezha's true destiny. To exchange life for life. Li Jing is truly extraordinary. In the heavenly court of Journey to the West, Nezha openly mocks, noting that in his world, Li Jing only seeks Nezha's life, while the father of that demon child would sacrifice his own life for Nezha. This is the distinction that sets them apart. Li Jing wore a look of remorse. In this respect, he indeed fell short of the Li Jing amidst the celestial firmament. Were his offspring to be the reincarnation of the demon pill, he might have confined him until the arrival of heavenly thunder. No, he might have even assisted the true man Tai in exterminating the demon pill at the moment of its rebirth. To test 4 individuals with a singular event. The calculations of the celestial venerable are truly profound. In the 14th chapter, Sun Wukong emitted a cold chuckle. He despised the notion of scheming and manipulation. Why not confront matters with genuine resolve? While it was labeled a trial, given the realm of the primordial celestial venerable, he likely already foresaw the outcome. With a mere calculation, the future lay before him. Yet, the venerable still granted them an opportunity, a genuine chance to seize their own destinies. Zhu Beiji bore a serious expression. For one of the primordial celestial venerable's stature, foreseeing the future was akin to observing patterns in one's palm. The result was probably known long ago. This was merely an opportunity presented to them. The path to survival lay within their grasp, contingent upon their own actions. However, such cryptic methods did little to please Sun Wukong. The primordial celestial venerable was commendable, yet why had the map of mountains and rivers become his possession? Beyond the 36 heavens, within the chaos of the palace of Nuwa, Nuwa harbored no particular opinion of the primordial celestial venerable. But the map of mountains and rivers was her treasured artifact. Why had it been appropriated by him? Moreover, it was foolishly wielded by the true man Tai. Such a precious item could easily encompass Ao Bing and his companions, even concealing them from heavenly tribulations. It was not intended for half-hearted applications. This could only be described through the lens of different worlds. Upon reflection, it was indeed infuriating. The disparities between worlds were vast, yet some similarities could still be discerned. In the world of Wugong, the black dragon observed the celestial canopy. Although the worlds differed, the identities of Li Jing and Nezha remained consistent. Their temperaments, experiences, and world settings diverged, as did their personal timelines. Nonetheless, numerous similarities persisted. For instance, Nezha's corporeal demise and the so-called War of the Gods echoed throughout. It was said that their world also possessed Li Jing and Nezha. One could only wonder if their lives bore any commonalities. As for the War of the Gods, though not formally acknowledged, their realm seemed to have endured a similar cataclysm. In the 23rd chapter, the artistic styles of various worlds diverged. That recent fire lotus was truly magnificent. In the Douqi world, Xiao Yan reminisced about the moment Nezha unleashed his power, as flames coalesced into a fire lotus, enveloping and melting a colossal ice block. Such a move was indeed spectacular. Given the chance, he too aspired to conjure such a grand fire lotus. This book is first published on the Taiwan Novel Network, offering an error-free and orderly reading experience. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, he would indeed create a fire lotus in the future, utilizing it as a formidable technique. Individuals from different realms gaze upon distinct versions of Li Jing and Nezha, finding the experience quite intriguing. This is not merely a parallel universe. It resembles a world born from creative reinterpretation. Yi Fan, lost in contemplation, understands the concept of parallel worlds given his education. A parallel universe is akin to 2 mirrored worlds, sharing identical characters and settings, yet diverging due to a singular action or even a thought. The 2 realms displayed upon the celestial canvas clearly do not constitute parallel worlds, as even their foundational settings differ, resembling a realm of creative adaptation. Is the genesis of this creation rooted in the orally transmitted legends of Nezha? Yi Fan ponders the origins of this narrative. If it is indeed a reimagining, there must be a source. Presently, it appears that this source may very well be the folk tales surrounding Nezha. Is there such an interpretation of Nezha? Wang Zhenxiu, the handsome temporary worker with a feminine demeanor, observes the unfolding scenes in the sky. His abilities lie in channeling energy into divinity. With Nezha being one of his frequently utilized manifestations, he considers his portrayal of Nezha to be quite profound. However, now a different representation of Nezha materializes in the celestial display, piquing Wang Zhenxiu's interest instantly. Shouldn't this be concluding? Tang San muses as the celestial screen darkens. The disparity between the 2 worlds is evident, signaling the time for resolution. He awaits the dissemination of his own exploits across the realms. Following the black screen, the sky transforms to a brilliant blue, shifting the focus to the Li residence. It is apparent that Nezha's tale continues, albeit with a peculiar ambience. Even the art style has changed. Xiao Yan critiques as he gazes at the sky, noting the refreshing visuals that differ markedly from before. Sun beside him perceives Xiao Yan's speech as rather perplexing. My lord, the lady has given birth. A servant abruptly bursts through the door, delivering this joyous news to Li Jing. Oh, Li Jing exclaims with delight, hastening towards the chamber. Upon entering, he finds his wife, frail from childbirth, resting on the bed. The room is adorned with warmth. Yet beside the bed lies a peculiar gray orb, half the height of a person. At this moment, Li Jing pauses, as if struck by a sudden realization. His body partially shrouded in shadow. Silently, he turns and approaches a nearby pillar, drawing forth a treasured sword. Why has she given birth to a sphere? Li Jing exclaims in indignation, swinging his sword towards the gray orb. Wait, my husband, spare the orb. Just moments ago. The seemingly weak Madame Yin now kneels before Li Jing, her delicate hands performing an impressive feat of catching the blade with bare hands. My dear, do not intervene. After bearing for 3 years and 6 months, to deliver such a creature, surely there must be malevolent forces at play. After 3 years and 6 months of gestation, the birth of a child surely raises suspicions, especially considering that it resulted in a spherical entity, which makes it hard for anyone to believe there is something supernatural at play. Oh. The act of raising a sword to strike aligns perfectly with my impression of Li Jing. It appears that this Nezha, much like myself, is rather unfortunate, lacking the fortune of the previous demon child. Witnessing Li Jing wield his sword against the gray sphere, Nezha couldn't help but scoff. After all, he seemed to have emerged from a similarly cleaved mass. The celestial beings present wore peculiar expressions. One could hardly fault Li Jing for his reaction. Faced with such an extraordinary circumstance, they might have acted similarly. Yet, a nagging feeling lingered that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Xiao Yan stroked his chin, sensing the complexity beneath the surface. The atmosphere of this world did not appear to be so merciless. Is it truly feasible for a human to carry a child for 3 years and 6 months? Would a child born after such an interval be considered normal? Zhang Chulan sighed. Something about this situation felt inherently amiss. My lord, this is not our child. To be frank, this sphere is merely a product of my 3 years of idleness. A collection of nasal debris I had been concealing from you. I sincerely apologize. Lady Yin revealed the truth, clarifying that this was not their offspring, but rather a ball formed from accumulated nasal matter over 3 years. A collective uproar of laughter erupted from the myriad realms. The twist was utterly unexpected. Everyone had instinctively assumed that the sphere would be Nezha, unaware that it was merely a concoction of nasal refuse. Even the most astute analysts wore grim expressions at this revelation. For instance, Nezha, who had presumed he would emerge from the fleshy sphere, was taken aback to discover it was nothing of the sort. Darling, could you possibly be any more tedious? But what of the child? Li Jing suddenly recalled that his wife had indeed given birth. Where's the child? Daddy, I am here. A voice resonated from behind. Filled with anticipation, Li Jing turned, only to forget that an ordinary newborn would not speak so readily. To his astonishment, a muscular giant sat behind him. Appearing even taller than Li Jing, with bulging muscles and a face full of bulk, adorned with 2 small buns atop his head. Goodness, a monster brandishing a sword. Li Jing coughed up a mouthful of blood. The realization that this creature was his child struck him harder than he could have imagined. The hulking figure knelt, catching a gleaming blade with his bare hands. Daddy, I am not a monster. Why do you draw your sword at me upon our first meeting? Nezha expressed his confusion regarding any perceived wrongdoing. Be silent. I did not expect my child to be capable of catching a blade with bare hands right from birth. Li Jing retorted, bloodied. But is it truly ordinary for a child to speak and call me daddy immediately upon birth? Father, forgive my candidness. But the ability to catch a blade with bare hands is not my skill. Rather, it is your predetermined nature that guarantees such an outcome. Nezha earnestly discussed the notion of predetermined settings. Absurd as it may sound, how could I, Li, a man of striking appearance with a wife of exquisite beauty, possibly sire such a rough and uncouth child? Li Jing was visibly taken aback. The idea of being entirely predetermined to be unarmed against a blade was utterly unacceptable. Chapter 24. The most useless ability? Ah, so it is your disdain for my appearance, dear father. That is easily remedied. In fact, after my birth, there exists an opportunity for a complete reconfiguration of my image, Nezha proclaimed. With that, he radiated a brilliant light that enveloped Li Jing. Within this glow, Li Jing found himself seated at a computer, tasked with selecting Nezha's visage and attire, yet there was no option for body type. Father, this new image is rather refreshing. Nezha's voice had transformed into a much more refined tone, his face adopting a more handsome countenance. However, his physique remained unchanged, muscular and robust, which created a striking contrast with his newfound delicate features. "What nonsense is this?" Li Jing exclaimed, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he swung his sword. Smack! Once again, a blade was caught barehanded, but this time by a servant from earlier. "Wang Er, how dare you obstruct me? Are you rebelling?" Li Jing glared at Wang Er, incredulous that he had the audacity to stand in his way. "Please, my lord, I was merely passing by. I have no idea why my body suddenly moved on its own to catch a blade." Wang Er was equally astonished, completely unaware of the reason behind his unbidden action. "Alas, at this point, I cannot prove you are not my own flesh and blood. I shall simply accept that I have a rather robust daughter," Li Jing sighed, casting his sword aside and gazing helplessly to the heavens. "Father, you're being mean." Nezha whined, twisting his body as a large hand swiftly swung towards him. The scene slowed dramatically, Nezha's palm inching closer to Li Jing, the force of the impending strike palpable even to the audience beyond the veil of reality. Bang! Despite Li Jing's efforts to defend himself, he was still sent spiraling through the air, landing against the wall of the living room. Though he may appear more charming, he is undeniably a true man, Nezha teased, pointing at his own face in a rather endearing manner. "Ha ha ha, I'm already starting to laugh. Being completely unarmed against a blade. What a ludicrous premise. This is the consequence of skipping the body type selection in a game. I cannot help but comment on how Nezha's face juxtaposes with that physique. It's truly hard to ignore. No matter how one views it, it remains rather peculiar. Comparatively to the journey to the west, this form is perhaps the closest representation, considering Nezha is not merely a child. But has this development been too excessive?" Nezha, meanwhile, was holding the universe ring, casting a fiery gaze over the assembled deities. Given Nezha's temperament, none of the celestial beings doubted his audacity to hurl the universe ring in public. "Ha ha ha, that Nezha is simply too amusing." The heavenly immortals refrained from laughter. But Sun Wukong from the mortal realm could not contain himself and burst into laughter. That Nezha, regardless of perspective, is undeniably humorous. The disciples all wore smiles, finding Nezha's antics particularly entertaining. This version of Nezha was indeed a sight to behold. In the world of the Lotus Lantern, Yang Jian observed Nezha's appearance and felt quite disoriented. Accustomed to Nezha's elegant demeanor, the sight of him now, so muscular and overdeveloped, was a stark contrast. "That is not me," Nezha thought, equally taken aback by his own appearance, unable to bear the sight above the heavenly dome. Was it truly the reason that Li Jing wielded no sword, being able to catch blades with bare hands? In the mortal realm, the eighth prince could not help but think of Li Jing. Was his choice of weapon not a sword, due to such a peculiar trait? Perhaps that was indeed the case. With such an ability, he might never need a sword in his lifetime. Qinxiang became intrigued, adopting a gossipy demeanor. Could it be that Li Jing refrained from using a sword for this reason? This ability was no trifling matter. One should not underestimate it. Zhu Beiji chuckled and urged them not to undervalue such a skill, for it was indeed extraordinary. "What is so extraordinary about it?" the eighth prince retorted, unconvinced that this ability had any merit. "Let us continue watching. I am uncertain whether Li Jing can truly harness its full potential." Zhu Beiji shook his head, asserting that the efficacy of any ability ultimately depended on its wielder. Without talent, even the most potent ability would be rendered useless. Just like the previous instance with the map of mountains and rivers, when placed in the hands of Tai, its performance was rather unremarkable, was it not? To be able to catch blades barehanded, how could such a capability be deemed humorous? Tang San could not help but scoff. If this ability manifested as a sole skill, would it not render one perpetually incapable of striking an opponent? Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, asserting that such a skill would be a burden for a swordsman, neither enhancing one's prowess nor contributing positively, but rather hindering one's capabilities. However, as long as one refrained from using a sword, there should be no issues. Is there truly such a capability? Is this not a useless ability? In the world of Douqi, Neilin Yanran widened her eyes, finding such a skill utterly ludicrous. If Li Jing appeared to be a swordsman, then this ability would be entirely futile for him, potentially even curbing his performance. Neilin Yanran gazed at the sword in her hand, contemplating that if she possessed such an ability, it would render her completely ineffectual. No, this ability is quite formidable. Just look at Wang Er. This power can forcibly control the actions of others. If employed in combat, it serves as an exceptional auxiliary skill. Xiao Yan, however, discerned the underlying truth. The ability to barehandedly receive a blade is by no means a trivial talent. On the contrary, it is remarkably potent, as it grants the capacity to dominate another's physical movements. This constitutes a formidable support ability. Nalan Yinran wished to refute this notion, but found herself rendered speechless. In the midst of battle, if one prepared to unleash their technique only to inexplicably kneel and receive a blade unarmed, it could indeed lead to a perilous predicament. Moreover, once one has received a blade unarmed, they become immobilized. Should an adversary strike, they would be utterly defenseless. Sooner interjected, noting that if someone were to collaborate with Li Jing, this technique would become even more terrifying. Thus, if wielded adeptly, this maneuver could be exceedingly formidable. The members of the Xiao family surrounding them began to realize that what appeared to be a seemingly useless ability could, with a shift in perspective, transform into an extraordinarily powerful skill. Such a flexible utilization of strength is not a gift bestowed upon everyone. Regrettably, the onlookers sighed. Xiao Yan was merely a waste. Had his talents still flourished, combined with such cleverness, his future achievements would be boundless. Chapter 25. Two Distinct Dimensions. Alas, Xiao Yan is but a mere failure. No matter how skillfully he employs his techniques, he would still be overwhelmed by sheer brute force. While some lamented, others privately rejoiced. Life presents a myriad of forms, each unique in its own right. Even if one could control others, it remains merely a specialized technique. Should there be a vast disparity in power, it becomes futile. Nalan Yinran's perception of Xiao Yan shifted, yet her fondness for him remained limited. After all, strength is paramount. Xiao Yan found himself in agreement. Strength is indeed everything, while ability is merely a skill rooted in strength, akin to a towering edifice. If the foundation is unstable, no matter how lofty the structure, it remains a mere ephemeral illusion, ostentatious yet hollow. Setting? Is it the setting I am contemplating? Nezha surprisingly possesses knowledge of a person's setting. Yi Fan noted another point. The aforementioned Nezha stated that Li Jing's ability to barehandedly receive a blade is not merely an ability, but a setting. Such a setting is not something one can casually grasp. Within virtual works, it is the author who bestows each character their attributes. Yet, characters within these narratives are unaware of their own settings. Nezha's awareness of Li Jing's attributes transcends dimensions and is indeed more frightening. What of it? What significance lies in knowing the setting? He Huang approached Yi Fan, refraining from further assault. Instead, he sat beside him, craning his neck, curious about the concept of setting. What is it exactly? To illustrate simply, if I were to illustrate a black dog, endowing it with the traits of cunning, deceit, and lewdness, then every facet of this black dog's character would adhere to that established setting. Setting its teeth to be capable of severing anything, indeed. Its teeth would be able to do so. These are my stipulations, and while I recognize their normalcy, this depicted black dog ought not to be aware of them, nor should it possess such knowledge. In contrast, Nezha's situation is distinct. He is cognizant of Li Jing's stipulations, which elucidates two matters. Yi Fan sketches the likeness of a dog upon the ground, embellishing it with additional stipulations. I understand the reasoning, Xiao Yezi, I remarked. But do you presume this emperor cannot discern your subtle undermining of my authority? The Black Monarch cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, perceiving his disingenuousness. It was evident he was employing his art to reflect upon him. The illustrious Black Monarch, so sagacious and valiant, found none of the terms uttered by Xiao Yezi in alignment with his own dignity. Yet, this did not deter the Black Monarch from desiring to sink his teeth into him and partake of his sacred blood. It is merely a metaphor. You are far too sensitive. Let us proceed, Yi Fan asserted, his countenance grave, adamantly maintaining that the Black Monarch was overthinking the matter. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the Black Monarch, he continued his analysis. This indicated that within their realm, there exists an author imposing stipulations upon them, whose power transcends the laws of nature. Furthermore, Nezha's ability to perceive the presence of stipulations signifies that he has transcended the dimension of those within the illustration, standing upon a higher plane, an ability known as breaking the fourth wall. Of course, there exists another possibility. Their world is exceptionally unusual, rendering the perception of stipulations not a rare ability. As Yi Fan articulated his analysis, he inadvertently contemplated yet another possibility. Do the possibilities you speak of bear any relevance to us? The Black Monarch, unconcerned, swished his tail upon the ground, merely reveling in the spectacle. This suggests that the dimension of the barrage of comments exists on a different tier from the myriad realms, placing us on an equal footing with the world inhabited by Nezha. In other words, should there be an author in Nezha's realm, it stands to reason that our world, existing within the same dimension, would also possess a so-called author. Yi Fan could not help but ponder his own world, as a realm parallel to Nezha's. It too might very well harbor an author. Yet, what manner of being might this author be? What narrative and stipulations have been bestowed upon him? An author? Are you suggesting that we are merely characters drawn by another, our fates and stipulations predetermined? This indeed poses a question worthy of contemplation. The Black Monarch gazed skyward, his canine eyes reflecting deep thought. However, this emperor's canine existence is not intended for such musings. If there truly exists an author, let him grant this emperor more companions. And I must certainly partake of the sacred blood. The Black Monarch then cast a mischievous glance at Yi Fan. Fixated solely on two thoughts, to acquire companions and to bite Yi Fan, nothing more. You insufferable mutt. Yi Fan's visage darkened. This obstinate creature truly showed no signs of reform. Is this what they call breaking the fourth wall? What a vivid metaphor. In the realm of the supergod world, amidst the angel nebula, Kesha gazes at the celestial expanse, intrigued by the so-called narrative constructs. According to the definitions from that blue planet, this ability appears to be termed breaking the fourth wall. Indeed, this power is rather fascinating. Yet it remains merely a capability bestowed upon characters by the author and does not genuinely transcend the fourth wall. She sits beside Kesha, remarking that what is referred to as breaking the narrative is merely another of the author's conventions. Unless the figures depicted can leap forth from the canvas and deliver a slap, virtual characters will forever remain just that, virtual. The scene shifts to Li Jing, commanding his troops in practice. The soldiers' relentless thrusts with their spears and their synchronized movements clearly indicate the prowess of an elite force. My lord, there is a Taoist seeking an audience, reports his subordinate Wang Er. Oh, please, invite him in promptly. Li Jing turns to extend an invitation, for in this era, Taoists are not of ordinary lineage. With a measured step, a figure approaches, donned in a yellow robe adorned with the symbol of Taiji on the back. Ah, splendid. I have long heard of General Li's adept command. Seeing it firsthand today certainly lives up to the reputation. The handsome young Taoist, with an air of distinction, greets him. Your flattery is unwarranted, esteemed Taoist. If you do not mind, please join me in the hall for a discussion. Li Jing bows respectfully, inviting the esteemed Tai Jinren into his abode. May I inquire, esteemed Taoist, from which renowned mountain or cave do you hail? Now that he has welcomed the visitor into his home, Li Jing is naturally curious about his origins. I am humbled, truly humbled. Tai Jinren smiles, then rummages through his robes to produce a small wooden plaque. Here is my business card. I hope you will accept it. Li Jing accepts the wooden plaque, examining the inscription. Qianyuan Mountain, Jingguang Cave. As Li Jing scrutinizes and recites the details, the celestial canvas splits in two, magnifying the reverse side of the plaque. Whereupon he discovers the main services offered: exorcising evil spirits, officiating weddings and funerals, completing homework assignments, and facilitating cheating on exams. The final note regarding cheating is even misspelled, having been crossed out and rewritten. Chapter 26. Let us call him Li God Egg Section 16, though Tai Jinren's business card is surprising. The listed services are even more astonishing. The first two, exorcising evil spirits and officiating weddings and funerals, can be somewhat associated with his identity. However, the latter services, concerning homework completion and facilitating exam cheating, are entirely unrelated to his persona. Searching for Qianyuan Mountain, Jingguang Cave, Tai Jinren. The scene returns to the front of the business card, which reads Qianyuan Mountain, Jingguang Cave, Tai Jinren, with the contact method simply being a loud call. Yet Li Jing misreads it as Tai Jinren. No, that SE. Why would one pronounce it using Arabic numerals? Is this not the Shang dynasty? Let us respect the historical context. In his agitation, Tai Jinren overturns the table. Li Jing cannot help but feel a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. Is a business card truly something that belongs to the Shang dynasty? After a moment of jesting, Tai Jinren regains his composure. Cough, cough. How unbecoming, how unbecoming. I am the celestial master Tai from the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain. Upon hearing the joyous news of General Li's son, I have come to extend my congratulations. This visit is to seek an audience with your esteemed son. May I inquire if this is agreeable to you? The celestial master Tai composed himself and articulated the purpose of his visit. Oh, I am most grateful for your kind intentions, esteemed master. I shall summon my son at once. Li Jing did not refuse. Instead, he instructed Wang Er to call forth Nezha. Unbeknownst to Li Jing, this child is the reincarnation of my disciple, Ling Zuzi, who, having graduated without a position, was reborn in the family of the Chuntang Pass to secure our place in the heavenly court. He is destined to partake in Zhang Ziya's endeavor to overthrow the Shang dynasty and thus attain divinity. As Nezha's youthful visage came into view, the celestial master Tai reflected upon the entire sequence of events. The reincarnation of Nezha was a process he had overseen personally in his previous life. Nezha had been his disciple. This visit also served the purpose of taking him as an apprentice, yet these thoughts were not shared with Li Jing. Greetings to the esteemed Taoist. Nezha entered, his formidable form kneeling on the ground, his palms pressed together, creating a resonant hum. Who is this? The appearance of Nezha momentarily caught the celestial master Tai off guard, as it was entirely unexpected. Oh dear, oh my, how impressive. The celestial master feebly turned to Li Jing and gave a thumbs up. Impressive, you say? How bothersome. Even if the master praises me, I shan't feel any joy. Nezha exclaimed, his body writhing with excitement, and with a sudden motion, one hand swung towards the celestial master Tai. Master, watch out. Li Jing cried, rushing to intervene. For he was aware of the ferocity of Nezha's strike. In slow motion, the celestial master maintained his composure, although the force of the blow was fierce. He was an immortal, protected by divine powers, and he was confident there would be no issue. Bang! Alas, the celestial master had perhaps been overly assured. He was sent flying by Nezha's slap, spinning through the air before crashing into the wall, much like Li Jing had done previously. Is this truly Lingzuzi? How can such a ferocious strike be explained? The countenance is correct, but what of the mass of muscle beneath it? Was there an error in the rebirth process? No, this is undoubtedly Lingzuzi. I personally oversaw his reincarnation. While I am perplexed by his transformation, the paramount task is to take this reincarnation as my disciple. The celestial master Tai, uncertain of the reasons behind Lingzuzi's drastic change, resolved that the most crucial matter was to accept him as a disciple. With that thought, he rose abruptly. This child possesses remarkable talent. Let him be my apprentice. In the future, he may come to my cave, and I shall impart the teachings of the Tao. What say you? Such a proposition is splendid. I am deeply honored by your generosity, esteemed master. However, my son has yet to be named. He shall take a name and then honorably accept you as his master. Li Jing did not refuse. Considering the situation with Nezha, there were not many individuals who wished to take him as a disciple. Moreover, Tai Jinren, having endured a blow from Nezha, appeared to be unscathed. He was certainly a capable person. Thus, it would be permissible for Nezha to become his apprentice. As for naming him, Tai Jinren felt a wave of trepidation. He detested the task of naming, as it was notoriously difficult. What name would be appropriate? Sweat beaded on his forehead as he grappled with the challenge. He recalled that Li Jing's eldest son was named Jin Jia and his second son, Mu Jia. Thus, he whimsically proposed that the third son be named Li Dan. In a flash of inspiration, he conjured the name from the two sons of Li Jing, resulting in a rather comical scene. Li Jing's expression darkened, internally lamenting the absurdity of the name. Yet, he refrained from voicing his discontent and sought to reframe his thoughts. Li Nezha? A splendid name indeed. I express my gratitude to the esteemed Jinren for the bestowed name. Nezha, do extend your thanks. Tai Jinren wished to clarify that he had named him Li Dan and not Nezha, but Li Jing, undeterred, decisively settled upon Nezha as the name. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Nezha's eyes sparkled with delight, and he swiftly made his way to Tai Jinren, arms outstretched, ready to offer an affectionate embrace. I must take my leave, for I have matters to attend to. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate's design. Tai Jinren's form vanished. Yet his voice lingered in the room. The transmission of his essence into the chamber revealed the depth of his wisdom. Listening to the voice echoing within, Li Jing felt an even greater admiration for Tai Jinren, a truly enlightened master. The scene shifted, and Tai Jinren appeared upon a rooftop, where he beheld two figures, one black and one white, preparing for combat. Their attire, however, did not suggest they were from the Shang dynasty. Phew, that was close. Had I not escaped, a bear hug from that individual would have left me either severely injured or worse. Tai Jinren expressed his relief, recognizing that had he been captured, even he would have sustained injuries. Time swiftly passed, and under Li Jing's guidance, Nezha matured. Although he occasionally found himself in mischief, Li Jing remained patient in his teachings. On a fateful day, Li Jing felt the ground tremble as if the heavens were in turmoil, leading him to suspect that Nezha was at play once more. Nezha, do not cause trouble, he exclaimed, flinging open the door, only to discover a drastically altered environment. His home had inexplicably appeared in the sky, perched atop a towering edifice. Upon closer inspection, the surroundings revealed an unfamiliar landscape, a chaotic blend of skyscrapers, European castles, airplanes, automobiles, and even witches on broomsticks. The scene was utterly disordered. Meanwhile, Nezha's voice resonated from within the building. Chapter 27. The Emergence of Divine Skills. The protagonist of sarcasm, do not harm my son, Li Jing called out, searching for the source of the voice, until he spotted a witch soaring through the air on her broom. Flames ignited in her grasp, seemingly poised to attack Nezha. In a moment of desperation, Jing unsheathed his sword and struck, causing the witch to abandon her attack and appear before him, effortlessly catching the blade with her bare hands. This remarkable ability was evident. She could interrupt an enemy's assault and provide critical assistance. The restraint against charged attacks was even more pronounced. Why? Why did my body uncontrollably rush forward to catch the blade? The queen was astonished. This was her first experience with such a loss of bodily control, and to run forward to catch a sword with bare hands was even more astonishing. Father. Upon seeing Jing, Nezha immediately ran towards him. Rebellious child, what trouble have you caused this time? Although Jing scolded him, his tone and demeanor were filled with concern. Madam, though this child is unruly, I will take responsibility for his actions. I hope you will consider his youth and allow me to bear any offense. After reprimanding Nezha, Jing turned to the queen to offer his apologies. However, he stood while she knelt, creating a rather peculiar dynamic of her pleading for a favor. Your actions hardly resemble those of someone seeking forgiveness, the queen remarked, noting that drawing a sword and striking at first sight did not convey an intention of contrition. Madam, please do not worry. I, Jing, have never harmed anyone while catching a blade with my bare hands, he assured her, sheathing his sword and alleviating her concerns. Only then did the queen free herself from the enchantment, rising to her feet, only to witness Nezha inadvertently break her broom, which ignited her fury. She summoned a multitude of witches, intent on annihilating the trio. With a thunderous roar, the witches, formidable in strength, swiftly dismantled the entire building, causing it to collapse and trapping everyone beneath the rubble. Fortunately, a handsome young man with a distinctive tuft of hair conjured a yellow barrier, shielding everyone from harm. Thank you for your rescue. Jing expressed his gratitude to the young man, while Pinocchio, with his elongated nose, and Snow White, donned in a princess gown, also conveyed their thanks. Yet, they remained bewildered by the unfolding events. How could individuals from disparate timelines and realms converge in the same location? It was indeed astonishing. It must be that chicken causing chaos again, mused the young man, seemingly grasping the situation. Suddenly, as if summoned, a fully white chicken clad in blue pants descended from the sky, colliding with the young man. Indeed, it's you. That hurt terribly, he exclaimed, clutching his face, wincing from the impact. What kind of attitude is this? Would you have achieved this without my influence? I truly appreciate it. Were it not for you, would they have transformed into such peculiar beings? Now you blame me. Had you not ventured into the temporal nexus, how would Nezha have become a golden Barbie? Clearly, you were the one who altered things. Snow White and Pinocchio had indeed been transformed into a pair through his meddling. It is not merely to inform you that time cannot be altered frivolously. Thus, refrain from making any changes. The young lad and the time chicken engaged in a heated argument, both recalling their prior experiences. Previously, the young lad had been besieged in the underworld, where he manifested the essence of sarcasm to conjure the swiftest mode of transport, a firework rocket. Although he successfully fled, he inadvertently fell into the interstice of time, where he encountered the time chicken. The time chicken serves as the assistant to the time-space manager, the little diamond, who, during his periods of respite, relies on the time chicken to maintain the order of time and space through a colossal tablet for temporal manipulation. Due to the young lad's arrival, the time chicken demonstrated the wondrous intricacies of temporal relations, transforming Pinocchio and Snow White into a couple, while Nezha morphed into the Diamond Barbie. Hold on, esteemed benefactor. You just mentioned Brother Long Nose and the son Nezha. Could you elucidate further? A chilling aura emanated from the four individuals nearby, causing the young lad and the time chicken to break into a cold sweat, momentarily forgetting the presence of those four. Ha ha ha, look at Jing. He seems to have transformed into the queen after making a mistake. With so many brooms, is she a witch or a maid? The young lad truly embodied the role of the sarcastic commentator. Everything he said was my own words, having exhausted all my sarcasm. What more is there for me to say? Section 17. While amusing, the narrative is somewhat disordered, and the plot is nearly non-existent. There is no need for concern. With the dependable little diamond around, once we locate him, everything will revert to its original state. What struck me most was Jing's absolute ability to catch a blade with his bare hands, an undeniable divine skill. I, have never harmed anyone while catching a blade with my bare hands. How hilarious. With the most formidable control skill, Jing is undeniably an excellent support. Jing, catching a blade with his bare hands, while Nezha slaps him dead, there's nowhere to hide. Indeed, he is simply invincible. In truth, it remains quite humorous. Within the heavenly court, Nezha's demeanor had improved significantly. Though his appearance felt somewhat unfamiliar, there was little else to incite his ire. Even Li Jing's attitude elicited a sense of envy from Nezha. Have your majesty and the esteemed immortals noticed? In these 3 tales, Nezha's master has consistently been the great immortal Tai. That detail has never wavered. The bright star of the moon stroked his beard and noted another point. In these 3 narratives, many elements have undergone transformation, whether regarding Nezha or Li Jing, changes abound. Yet, the fact that Nezha's master remains the great immortal Tai has remained constant. Regardless of the differing depictions of the great immortal Tai, he is indeed always the great immortal Tai. This is the commonality across various stories. Their master-disciple bond is truly ordained by the celestial order. The Jade Emperor could not help but contemplate the celestial order. Even in other realms and tales, they remain master and disciple. This is what one might refer to as a predestined master-disciple bond. Pinocchio and Snow White, and even the encounter between Nezha and Li Jing. In this bewildering world, Zhang Chulan wears a perplexed expression as he witnesses the convergence of the wooden figure and the princess from Western fairy tales, the divine father-son duo from Eastern legends. Alongside a modern youth and a talking time chicken, these seemingly unrelated characters collide in a manner that feels profoundly dissonant. Is it due to that time management device? In the Qin dynasty realm, Yingzheng gazes at the sky and contemplates that time regulator, which can connect different timelines, seemingly summoning individuals from various eras together, a true artifact of power. Chapter 28. The hope of restoring everything to its original state. Different timelines and worlds have been linked together by the time management device, resulting in the chaotic scene above. The world governed by that time regulator could indeed be referred to as the myriad realms. In the super god world, she observes the content displayed on the sky. That time management device oversees multiple worlds, effectively managing the myriad realms. This implies that the world is a composite of various worlds, or perhaps a multiverse, a vast expanse of existence. Even so, it is still regarded as a singular world, and the concept of the myriad realms mentioned in the sky is far broader than they initially perceived. Oh, and Li Jing's ability to catch blades with empty hands is not without its merits. This segment showcases 2 distinct applications of that ability. Kaiser nods in agreement. Indeed, the sky's definition of the myriad realms is much more expansive than they had anticipated. However, this aligns with Kaiser's expectations as she has analyzed this scenario. What intrigues her further is Li Jing's utilization of the empty-handed blade-catching ability. Not only can he control his foes, but he can also save his allies. The demonstration of these 2 functions clearly indicates that this is not a futile ability. Indeed, I too find it quite astonishing. Although we had theorized its potential, I did not anticipate he could truly accomplish it. She shares the sentiment. Despite the data analysis suggesting such a possibility, the disparity between theory and reality is vast. Li Jing's success is genuinely surprising. As the barrage of comments suggests, this technique could elevate Li Jing to the status of the ultimate support, combined with Nezha's formidable strength from his muscular physique, creating an unbeatable synergy. Thus, had Nezha been an ordinarily sized child, Pinocchio would have transformed into a human, and Snow White would not have met him, but would instead have wed the prince on a white horse. The youth articulates what should have transpired in a normal timeline, contrasting sharply with their current situation. Time, indeed, should not be manipulated lightly. Even a slight deviation may yield profound repercussions. I see now. My son was meant to be an ordinary child. Li Jing comprehends the sequence of events. Nezha's present condition is evidently not the norm. Is this not a favorable outcome? There is no need to spend on infant formula anymore. As the current options are unreliable, spending money may still lead to undesirable outcomes. The time chicken, peeking out from behind the young man, explained, "Are you suggesting that you have altered our lives? That is quite excessive." Snow White was not dissatisfied with her current existence. Rather, she felt it was unreasonable for the time chicken to whimsically change others' destinies. "Young lady, do you not know my origins? Are you unaware of how the scar on my face came to be?" The time chicken boasted about its past, yet was abruptly interrupted by the young man. "In other words, I was originally meant to become human." Pinocchio, feeling quite dejected, longed for humanity. As a puppet, he yearned to escape the judgmental gazes and rumors of others. "What are you dissatisfied with? What difference does becoming human make? You are currently with the princess. After all, you are not a prince." The time chicken transformed into a relentless debate machine, engaging in argumentation with several individuals. However, there was still a potential solution. By employing the time-space manager for a reconfiguration, they could restore everything to its original state, even though the time-space manager was currently malfunctioning. Locating the time-space guardian, Little King Kong, would allow them to revert everything. However, Little King Kong was on leave. and they needed to gather 3 sacred artifacts and activate them simultaneously to reach the Temple of Time and Space. Thus, they resolved to split into 3 groups. Anticipating trouble, Pinocchio advised Snow White to accompany the strongest among them, Nezha, while he teamed up with Li Jing. After traversing mountains and rivers, Pinocchio and Li Jing arrived at the outskirts of the cube maze. Snow White and the useless wooden puppet, we have finally caught up with you. Indeed, trouble was ever present. Just before reaching the destination, the Witch Queen pursued them, accompanied not only by her coven of witches, but also by a horde of monsters. Beware of my sword, Li Jing exclaimed as he lifted his dark robe and struck down with his sword, forcing the Witch Queen to kneel and receive the blow with empty hands. It is you. It seems you have been outsmarted, but with only the 2 of you, how will you contend with the army behind me? Seizing the moment when Li Jing relaxed, the queen rose, soaring into the air on her broomstick, her monstrous army numbering in the thousands behind her. You underestimate Li Jing far too much. As the commander of Chuntang Pass, do you truly believe he possesses only the ability to receive a blow unarmed? Li Jing snorted, asserting that as a high-ranking general, he certainly possessed combat prowess. With a swift motion, his gleaming sword flashed through the air. Crack! The queen fell from the sky once more, kneeling on the ground to catch the blade with empty hands. Is it not still the same unarmed reception? The queen, exasperated, had expected something more impressive based on his words. Just then, a cacophony akin to dumplings being dropped echoed behind her. What is happening? How disgraceful! Why does the body act uncontrollably, leading one to kneel and receive a blade with empty hands? The queen turned around, only to find that all the demons and monsters behind her had knelt on the ground, raising their hands in a gesture reminiscent of receiving a blade unarmed. This was a unique skill cultivated by a certain Li, a flawless execution of the second style of empty-handed blade reception. It allowed all enemies before me to simultaneously adopt this stance. Li Jing introduced this technique, a result of his diligent practice, transforming single-target control into group control. Ultimately, if no one could inflict harm, what was the real utility of such a move? The queen couldn't help but voice her skepticism. Despite its impressive sound, it still rendered everyone incapable of inflicting damage. What purpose did such a technique serve? Brother Longnose, flee quickly. Although this move couldn't strike anyone, it indeed bought time for Li Jing and his companions to escape. Transforming single target into group control, impressive indeed. Can one still cultivate such settings? My goodness. Yet, it still fails to inflict damage. It is merely supportive. Do you look down upon support? A team cannot afford to lack a support role. Indeed, the strength of a team largely depends on the strength of its support. In reality, a skill that can hard control enemies for several seconds would be an absolute divine skill. More importantly, Li Jing can enhance his setting. Now that is truly remarkable. Chapter 29. Who do you say is a rabble? A good support is undoubtedly indispensable to a team. In the Doloa Divine Realm, Tang San reminisced about the days when the Shrek's 7 devils formed a team. At that time, their group had a considerable number of support-type soul masters. However, as the Barrage pointed out, support is critically important for a team. While often overlooked, support is essential. In the Douqi continent, Xiao Yan shared similar sentiments. Support truly holds immense significance. For instance, the alchemists in this world serve as support, and no one can deny their importance. Although support may not directly attack or inflict damage, the hidden roles they play are undeniably significant. In the Supergod world, Kaiser understood the importance of support even more profoundly, as this was a technological realm where the support systems behind technological warfare were often more crucial than the frontline output systems. In contrast to Li Jing, Pinocchio was being pursued by enemies, navigating mazes and evading traps. Meanwhile, Nezha and Snow White found their journey considerably more enjoyable, as they effortlessly discovered the divine artifact and began waiting for the appointed time. Unbeknownst to them, a solitary enemy trailed behind, too fearful to act. Merely witnessing Nezha and his companion reach their destination. As the divine artifact was unsealed, 3 beams of light shattered the void, transporting Li Jing and the young man to another location, though the time chicken was absent from the young man's side. Ha ha ha, still contemplating saving the world? You are but a rabble. Unable to grasp one's own destiny, a colossal spaceship broke through the clouds, appearing above Li Jing and his companions. An extraterrestrial being, clad in armor and adorned with horns, stood imposingly atop the vessel, speaking with disdain. You shall be utterly defeated. Before the alien could finish, Li Jing initiated a powerful maneuver, yanking the boastful being from the ship to face his demise unarmed. Brother Longnose, it is your turn. Through their collaboration while seeking sacred artifacts, Li Jing and Pinocchio had developed an increasingly harmonious rapport. "Welcome, King of the Birds," Pinocchio earnestly lied to the boastful creature. With a resounding thud, Pinocchio's nose elongated, sending the captured bird king flying. "Who did you just call a rabble?" They chimed in unison, showcasing their perfect teamwork. However, despite their flawless coordination, their assault lacked the potency to inflict genuine harm upon the bird king. Suddenly, a gasp escaped Snow White as the queen appeared, soaring on her broom, abducting her. The witch's coven and a horde of monstrous creatures followed, their numbers diminished, yet still outmatching Li Jing and his allies. Li Jing was poised to strike, but the bird king was swifter. Ally roar. Nezha's towering figure shielded Li Jing from the bird king's fierce attack. "Nezha, why have you come to aid me? Are you hurt? Let me see. Your hand is all torn." Witnessing Nezha sustain an injury, Li Jing hurried over. Realizing the ferocity of the earlier assault had breached Nezha's defenses. "Remarkably, you've only sustained a superficial wound. Not bad at all, little brat." The bird king was taken aback that his formidable strike had merely caused a minor injury. He was well aware of his own might. "Little brat? He is my son, Li Jing of Qintang Pass. You dare harm my precious child? I shall not spare you. Prepare to meet your end." Enraged at Nezha's injury, Li Jing turned to glare at the bird king. "Daddy!" Before Li Jing could act, a shadow enveloped him. Nezha, who had never before heard his father call him precious, was overjoyed. "Daddy is so happy," Nezha exclaimed, embracing Li Jing and shaking him with joy. "Daddy is in great distress," Li Jing weakly uttered, almost foaming at the mouth. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Nezha quickly released Li Jing, realizing that not everyone could withstand such an embrace. "I'm used to it." Li Jing waved dismissively, accustomed to the affection. "Enough. Pinocchio, I have had quite enough. I shall turn you into a broomstick. Nobody is to move." The queen brandished a dagger at Snow White, threatening Pinocchio to remain still. Everyone remained motionless. Concerned for the safety of Snow White, Pinocchio had no intention of resisting, even as he was beset and beaten by the witch's entourage. "Fight back. Do you not have dreams? Do you not yearn to become human? If you are transformed into a broom, all will be lost. Strike back. Lie, Pinocchio." Snow White struggled in the grip of the queen, urging him to retaliate. The queen had not intended for Snow White to speak, but the king of birds relished such melodramatic scenes. "If you can only remain as my memory, then let me at least remember the perfect version of you. I cannot bear to see you suffer even the slightest harm." Pinocchio expressed his feelings, knowing that if the world were restored, they would inevitably part ways, if they were to exist solely as each other's memories. Pinocchio hoped that the Snow White in his recollections would remain flawless, at least avoiding the fate of becoming dark-skinned. "Oh, how touching. Hit him harder." The queen, observing the scene, felt no sense of empathy. Instead, she urged her subordinates to strike Pinocchio with greater ferocity. "No, I do not desire a Prince Charming. I care not whether you are human. I simply long to be with you," Snow White declared, her voice resolute, revealing that her true wish was to be alongside Pinocchio. That was the essence of love. "Do not be foolish. What can I offer you? I am merely a piece of wood. What distinguishes a puppet from a broom? A prince can protect you and provide a better life. What could you possibly gain by following me?" Pinocchio implored her not to be naive, asserting that he was just a wooden figure, barely capable of taking care of himself, let alone providing for Snow White. "Love," Snow White replied softly yet firmly. In that moment, it felt as though the world had vanished, leaving only the two of them. Perhaps this was the unique innocence found in fairy tale characters. Your love should be with a prince. That is the life you deserve. Pinocchio turned his head aside, unable to bear the sight of Snow White. Chapter 30. Kneel or stand. Choose one. Pinocchio lay on the ground, still enduring the beating from the witch's group. Yet the pain had dulled to the point of indifference. "Pinocchio, how can you be so selfish? By what right do you decide my fate?" Snow White wept, her heart heavy with sorrow. "It is not my decision. It was destined. Our love was a mistake." Pinocchio could not meet Snow White's gaze, unable to confront her tears. The heartfelt confessions of one person and one puppet did not move the queen, yet they provided great amusement to the king of birds, who even donned 3D glasses as if watching a film. "Mistake or not, I do not care. All I know is that I love you," Snow White confessed through her tears. "I do not love you." Pinocchio suddenly stood, seemingly rejecting her declaration with fervor. "Let the couple part ways." The queen rejoiced, delighted at the prospect of witnessing yet another couple's separation. Just as she was reveling in joy, Pinocchio's nose extended, a clear indication of his earlier deceit. Li Jing and his companions sprang into action, each selecting their adversaries and preparing for battle. The young man intercepted the queen's assault, while Li Jing found himself utterly ensnared by the unarmed confrontation. Snow White and Pinocchio embraced one another. However, their tender moment was short-lived as the conflict reignited. Jing took control, and with Pinocchio's formidable offense, they effortlessly vanquished the queen and her coven of witches. Although the queen had been defeated, their final adversary, the Bird King, still had a trick up his sleeve, activating a backup body through cloning, and once again, a vast army was summoned to attack. The young man, despite possessing a sarcasm energy, was paralyzed by fear of losing control and could not strike back, leaving Jing and his allies in a perilous predicament against the multitude of Bird Kings. At that moment, the Time Chicken reappeared, not to assist, but instead bringing forth a horde of fearsome megalodons, further complicating their dire situation. Boom. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, the young man shifted his mindset. Since he could not become the hero who saved the world, he resolved to embrace the role of a villain who would annihilate his foes. Reinvigorated, the young man's sarcasm energy surged forth, effortlessly obliterating the Bird King's duplicates, and he soon engaged the Bird King in a fierce battle. Boom. The ground trembled as the megalodons charged forth. These terrifying behemoths, capable of eradicating civilizations, now appeared in numbers, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. The Time Chicken was taken aback. He had initially aimed to divert one megalodon, but chaos ensued, resulting in an even greater number of them. Nezha readied himself, eager to eliminate these monstrosities. Hold on, don't act recklessly. Generally, with just the two of us, we cannot hope to defeat these beasts, Pinocchio said with a grave expression. It was evident that they could not conquer the megalodons alone. You need not interfere. Allow me to handle this, Jing declared, his face a mask of determination as he drew his treasured sword, its cold, sharp light shimmering in the air. Swish. Remarkably, he was not ensnared in an unarmed confrontation. Pinocchio was astonished. Could it be that Jing's limitations had faltered? Not only Pinocchio, but the Time Chicken and others were equally taken aback. The colossal megalodon was cleaved in two, showcasing the terrifying power of Jing's strike. A creature that cannot even join its hands in prayer is unworthy to contend with me, Jing proclaimed coldly. Though the megalodon was immense, its forelimbs were disproportionately short, rendering it incapable of unarmed confrontation. Swish, swish, swish. Several beams of sword light flashed through the air, annihilating all the megalodons. Yet, despite their victory over the megalodons and the Bird King, the cosmic endpoint in the sky collided with the planet, and the black hole within erupted, threatening to consume everything. In this crucial moment, the young man unleashed his full potential, charging alongside the Bird King's spaceship into the depths of the black hole. Big Brother is gone. The black hole and the Bird King vanished from the sky, taking the young man with them into oblivion. Nezha, unable to contain himself, constructed a grave for the young man, adorned even with flowers. Unfilial son, do not be so ominous, Jing exclaimed in anger, swiftly drawing his sword. A streak of light burst forth from the abyss, and to everyone's astonishment, the young man emerged unarmed to catch the blade. Jing's prowess appeared increasingly formidable. Guided by the Time Chicken, the young man entered the Temple of Time and Space, where he encountered the Little Diamond and restored everything to its original state. Yet, the events that had transpired remained unchanged. Snow White continued her companionship with Pinocchio, and Nezha lounged on the beach, basking in the sun, as everything returned to normal. Behold, the foremost swordsman of the Shang dynasty, Jing. Make your choice. Stand and perish, or kneel and survive. This is hardly a matter of choice, is it? After all, the ability to clasp one's hands in prayer is innate. This version of Jing is extraordinarily powerful. 100% success in catching a blade unarmed indicates an overwhelming control. Should one fail to maintain it, annihilation is certain. Never has one contemplated defeat. The very notion is unfathomable. Either kneel and catch the blade unarmed or face immediate death. Such power is undeniably impressive. In the world of Fengshen, all eyes turned to Jing, who bore the title of the greatest swordsman of the Shang. Those who had experienced that era pondered, while Jing wielded a sword. Could he truly be that formidable? Such feats belonged to another realm, entirely unrelated to him. Jing shook his head repeatedly, distancing himself from the title. Though the appellation of the foremost swordsman was illustrious, it also attracted attention. He was not a master of swordsmanship, and if someone sought to challenge him, what then? Indeed, this was a matter of another world. If only his father was half as competent as that old man. Nezha scoffed derisively, cautioning against conflating two worlds. To him, the Jing of the heavens was far superior. Although the celestial Jing appeared somewhat peculiar, and the diamond Barbie Nezha was a sight to behold, their bond was remarkably strong. The seemingly nonsensical techniques proved to be incredibly potent. In the super god world, she was somewhat taken aback. 100% success in catching a blade unarmed. Li Jing had truly mastered this art. Indeed, this ability is impressive. I wonder if it can be harnessed. I shall ensure she kneels before me, Kaiser declared, mimicking a sword-drawing motion. If she could also possess the ability to catch a blade unarmed with such certainty, she could compel Morgana to kneel before her. She silently shook her head. What could she possibly say? Moreover, she was certain that Morgana harbored the same thoughts on her end. Meanwhile, aboard the distant Demon No. 1, Morgana was contacting Carl. What? You can't do it? By all that is sacred, can't you utilize the Void Engine? Morgana's disappointment was palpable upon hearing Carl's response. Chapter 31. The entangled fate of Nezha and Ao Bing. If it were merely a matter concerning ordinary individuals, it would certainly be feasible. However, I presume you do not intend to employ it on mere mortals, do you? Carl's voice, filled with resignation, was remarkably calm. He had his suspicions regarding Morgana's intentions. The target of her ire was undoubtedly the Angel King. Of course, with such power, I would certainly compel that wretched being to kneel before me and sing my conquest. Morgana unabashedly revealed her motives. If she possessed the ability to bring someone to their knees, her first target would be Kesha. Even if that power inflicted no physical harm, the humiliation was precisely what she craved. Alas, that was utterly unattainable. In her disappointment, Morgana could only gaze at the heavens, continuing to observe. Nezha buried himself in the sand, basking in the sun. In the distance, two figures emerged from the sea, one bearing a thick turtle shell, and the other clad in blue garments, adorned with freckles. Burying oneself in the sand to sunbathe was indeed delightful, Nezha mused, squinting contentedly. Oh, what an intriguing young lady. I must make an attempt to engage her. Ao Bing, the Dragon King with azure locks and dragon horns, was immediately captivated by Nezha's delicate visage. Oh, this lady seems quite spirited. Truly a beauty. How about accompanying this young king in some delightful pursuits? Ao Bing raised his thumb, revealing a dazzling smile as he approached her. Could you please step back a bit? Nezha requested, looking at Ao Bing. Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the request. You are standing on my territory, you know? Nezha exclaimed playfully, uttering words that were difficult for Ao Bing to digest. Upon rising, the striking contrast of Nezha's imposing stature overwhelmed Ao Bing, causing him to faint instantly. Nezha, being a good-hearted child, instinctively sought to perform cardiac compressions. However, he evidently underestimated his own strength. A mere press resulted in Ao Bing being reduced to a gory mess. Days later, dark clouds shrouded the sky as the Dragon King arrived with his entourage. Li Jing, do you recognize me? A stunning woman with blue hair and an impressive figure glared down at Li Jing from the cloud. Ah, it's Senior Ao Guang. It has been many years. I hope you have been well. Li Jing gazed at the heavenly beauty, a long-lost smile gracing his face. It was none other than the East Sea Dragon King. Ao Guang. Enough with the pleasantries, Li Jing. Look at the commendable deeds your fine son has accomplished. Ao Guang scoffed, showing no appreciation for Li Jing's attempts to be cordial. My son, Senior, I believe you are mistaken. My eldest and second sons are both engrossed in their cultivation at sacred mountain retreats, and my youngest is merely 7 years old. What could he possibly have done to incite your wrath so? Bring Nezha forth, I demand to confront him. Otherwise, I shall demolish your Chintang Pass. Ao Guang's fury was palpable. Any parent would be enraged upon losing their child. Dragon King, I inadvertently caused harm to your son, Ao Bing. However, I have managed to reassemble him. Nezha approached, confronting Ao Guang, clad in inexplicable fishnet stockings and rabbit ears. This is what I meant by reassembly. The very essence of his being has transformed. Ao Guang pointed to a white dog, stating that this was his son Ao Bing, now morphed into a mastiff. A complete alteration of species. What on earth is happening? Li Jing was equally perplexed. Such occurrences were beyond comprehension. At that moment, Ao Bing had shattered into fragments, and I merely pieced him together. Nezha recalled the scene. Ao Bing lay in disarray, yet it was not flesh and blood that scattered, but rather the two fragmented characters of his name. Nezha reconstructed these into the form of a mastiff, hence Ao Bing's current state. This Ao Bing is truly unfortunate. Alas, poor child, why engage with him? That elongated figure is the dragon's sinew. By the way, where did Nezha acquire those fishnet stockings and the bunny costume? It resembles the chaotic aftermath of disassembling a toy, resulting in an inexplicable array of surplus parts. Thus, one should refrain from haphazardly dismantling toys, lest one ends up with an unwieldy collection of components. So, did Nezha revert Ao Bing to his fundamental essence? in the realm of Ten Cold. The most basic essence is indeed text, is it not? The most elementary is text, which then evolves into images, vibrant comics, and ultimately into animation, progressing layer by layer. When the little King Kong was absorbed by the brain hole, it was a continuous descent into lower dimensions, culminating in the transformation into the three cold characters of Little King Kong, and now Nezha has adeptly reduced Ao Bing to text. This is the true essence of dimensional reduction, is it not? A single slap to revert you to your fundamental essence. The barrage of comments streamed by, particularly those concerning the Little King Kong's journey, captured attention. Little King Kong gazed at the celestial expanse, his thoughts drifting back to that time he was engulfed by the brain hole, descending through dimensions until he became merely the three-star characters that denote Little King Kong, relegated to the lowest tier of existence. It was only through the power of the Creator's staff that he could return. Although many years had passed, it remained an indelible experience. This encapsulates the tale of Nezha and Ao Bing, a narrative unexpectedly straightforward, a mere accident. On the journey to the west, Sun Wukong scratched the back of his hand. The story of Nezha and Ao Bing was nothing but a misunderstanding. Moreover, it seemed Ao Bing had not perished, but rather had been transformed into a different species by Nezha. The process of reassembly is indeed remarkable. Tang San observed the unfolding narrative in the celestial realm, marveling at Nezha's extraordinary method of assembling Ao Bing. Do deities possess such powers? No, this is not merely wondrous, it is profoundly bizarre. Sun Wukong shook his head. This is no divine technique. Dimensional reduction? Could it be that the fundamental layer of dimensions is textual information? In the realm of the Trisolarans, their scientists immediately commenced research into what lies beneath the dimensions, at the very foundation of existence. Senior sister, the matter has reached this point and is beyond redemption. Perhaps you could propose a condition, and I, Li, shall endeavor to fulfill it without hesitation. Li Jing bowed in apology, acknowledging his fault in the current situation, and could only strive to make amends. I demand your son's life. Ao Guang's countenance darkened. It is only just that a life is paid for a life, and debts are repaid. Senior sister, this is absolutely unacceptable. Nezha merely inadvertently harmed your son, and his transgression does not warrant death. Li Jing abruptly raised his head in refusal, asserting that Nezha acted with good intentions, albeit lacking control over his strength, leading to an unintended injury to Ao Bing. Moreover, Ao Bing did not perish. Nezha restored him, albeit with a transformation, yet Ao Bing remains Ao Bing. If you refuse, do not blame me for taking a hard stance. From behind Ao Guang, a gigantic crimson crab emerged, raising its massive pincers. If you dare to harm my son, you must first contend with me. Li Jing stood undaunted before the airborne seafood, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. Chapter 32. Nezha's new form and abilities. Li Jing, you possess great audacity to draw your sword against me. Ao Guang's expression darkened. How could a mere mortal dare to threaten her with blades? Fear not, my king. This feeble sword of his cannot even pierce my shell. The red crab waved its claws, its shell boasting formidable defenses that Li Jing found insurmountable. With a swoosh, Li Jing's treasured sword descended, and the great red crab was sent flying, its pincers clashing together in a feeble attempt to block the strike. Thud! After the impact, Li Jing kicked the crab away, sending it crashing against the wall. Do not underestimate me. I have perfected the art of catching blades with my bare hands to its zenith, and with each swing of my sword, I can dictate who will catch it unarmed. Li Jing engaged in combat, undeterred even by the shrimp soldiers and crab generals Ao Guang had summoned. The great crab, undaunted by Li Jing's might, leapt once more, preparing to assault both him and Nezha. Thud! Clearly underestimating Nezha, the crab was sent soaring by a single slap from him. Alas, give up, senior sister Ao Guang. This is for your own good. Even if you all joined forces, you would be powerless against Nezha. Li Jing sighed, declaring that these shrimp soldiers and crab generals could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Nezha. Do you think I am powerless against you? Ao Guang scoffed, summoning the waters of the East Sea to surge forth like a tumultuous tide, resembling an inverted ocean. Today, I shall flood Chintang Pass. We shall see whether your son's life or the lives of hundreds of thousands at Chintang Pass holds greater value. Ao Guang manipulated the waters, preparing to inundate Chintang Pass. Both Nezha's life and the lives of the citizens were equally precious, yet I implore you, senior sister, to retract your powers. I would willingly brave the mountains of blades and seas of fire, should it come to that. Otherwise, do not blame me for fighting to the death. Li Jing held his sword aloft, adopting a stance of desperation. Father, do not engage in combat. Just as Li Jing was about to take action, Nezha appeared beside him and forcefully pushed him away. If his father were to strike, the tumultuous waves summoned by the Dragon King would come crashing down, endangering the lives of countless citizens of Chintang Pass. Nezha did not wish for the people of Chintang Pass to perish because of him. Dragon King, is it not life you seek? Then do not involve the innocent populace. I shall offer my life to you. Nezha boldly faced the Dragon King Ao Guang and stepped forward defiantly. Nezha, what do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly, Li Jing exclaimed, hastily attempting to intervene. Nezha raised his palm, preparing to end his own life to save the lives of the hundreds of thousands in Chintang Pass. Nezha, you unfilial child. Your body and skin were bestowed by your parents. How can you so thoughtlessly abandon them? Cease this at once. Li Jing brandished his sword, poised to intercept his son's fatal decision, as Nezha knelt before him. Did his father intend to stop him with a technique that guaranteed success? Yet, Nezha was aware of the weakness inherent in this move. As he spoke, he exerted force with both hands, causing the sword to crack and ultimately shatter. If I can destroy the blade, my father will not be able to execute this technique, will he? This act may indeed contradict filial piety, but I cannot allow my father to bear such a sin for my sake. From amidst the shattered blade, Nezha rose. Although it was not his intent, this body had caused his parents much trouble over the years. This calamity was also a consequence of his actions. Thus, he turned his back to Li Jing. This is misguided. Little Zha, though you frequently provoke your father, and your single portion of sustenance equates to that of the entire household, you have never been disliked or seen as a burden. Regardless of the circumstances, you will always remain your father's most cherished child. Gazing at Nezha, Li Jing realized that without that guaranteed technique, he would be powerless to stop him. Tears welled up in his eyes as he spoke the most heartfelt words, expressing his love for Nezha. Father, in this lifetime, being your son has brought me immense joy. Please forgive my unfilial actions. The gratitude for your nurturing can only be repaid in my next life. Nezha lifted his palm and excavated a large orb from his small nostrils, the essence of his origin at birth. His colossal body collapsed, devoid of life. The Dragon King, maintaining his integrity, refrained from further troubling Li Jing and withdrew with his forces. Subsequently, Li Jing arranged a funeral for Nezha, with Nezha's body lifeless. His primordial spirit departed from the corporeal form, heading straight for the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain. Soon, Nezha's spirit found the esteemed Tai Yizhen ruin and recounted all that had transpired. I see now, your master uncle Jiangxia is soon to descend the mountain. You must not miss this opportunity. I shall make an exception and reconstruct your physical form, Tai Yizhen declared, recognizing that Nezha could not afford to miss the impending battle as the divine ceiling approached. Thus, he resolved to reshape Nezha's body. Tai Yizhen cast a spell, utilizing lotus flowers, lotus leaves, and lotus roots to reconstruct Nezha's physical form. The new embodiment of Nezha differed significantly from the previous one, although his face remained unchanged. The robust and muscular physique had vanished, replaced by a rather frail appearance. I shall tell you. This new form was crafted from the 5-colored lotus of the Golden Light Cave, enhancing not only his limits, but also proving to be considerably sturdier than his former body. As Tai Yizhen introduced Nezha to his new form, Nezha was adapting to this unfamiliar body. Suddenly, Nezha broke his arm as if snapping a lotus root. Master, my arm is broken, Nezha exclaimed in terror, approaching Tai Yizhen, who understood that anyone would feel panic upon such an unexpected injury. Calm down, do not panic. Tai Yizhen reassured Nezha, while contemplating a plausible excuse. Ah yes, this is a new ability I have bestowed upon you, called Lotus Roots, separated yet connected. Quite impressive, isn't it? In his endeavor to salvage the situation, Tai Yizhen even overcame his aversion to naming things, conjuring up a rather clever title. However, Nezha found this ability rather useless. Unable to suppress his sarcasm, doesn't this just make my body even more fragile? Well, with diligent training, it will prove useful. Just think of your father, who mastered the art of catching blades with bare hands. Tai Yizhen's brow beaded with sweat, as he too questioned the utility of this ability. Nevertheless, Nezha paid little heed to it. His primary desire was to return home and reassure his parents. Tai Yizhen concurred and subsequently sent Nezha down the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. In Tai Yizhen's eyes, boundless flames accompanied the thunderous footsteps of Nezha's old, robust form as he descended the mountain step by step. Fortunately, this was merely an illusion, as the newly reborn Nezha skipped down the mountain with a joyful gait. Chapter 33, A Little Theater. Black Myth Nezha, I see this Dragon King still possesses a certain charm. I believe you are simply hungry. No, the Dragon King is indeed quite handsome. embodying a unique allure. Heh, Dragon King, heh. And thus, later on, Jing mastered the art of unarmed blade catching. Isn't that just catching a blade with bare hands? Oh, you truly are a genius. Nezha hasn't mentioned it. I nearly forgot about his mother. Madam has actually donned clothing. How rare. I wouldn't have noticed had you not mentioned it. Humans should not, at the very least, ought not to. By the way, did Nezha not fall victim to Taizhenren's schemes? From a robust figure to a delicate one. Yet his strength remains unchanged, a small body with great power. Unscientific. How could such a fragile physique possibly unleash such tremendous strength? The body would not withstand it. So you find Nezha's immense strength to be scientific? While retaining his strength, his body has become petite and agile, indeed an enhancement. Yet his defense has weakened. This is a significant drawback. However, for Jing, this distinction holds no significance. Nezha remains Nezha. The emergence of Jing compensates for the absence of paternal love in Nezha's life. After all, a tower cannot bestow paternal affection. Nezha's father is indeed Jing. Is it a true dragon? The sight tantalized me. I wonder what the true dragon of other realms might taste like. In the perfect world, Xiao observed the multitude of shrimp soldiers and crab generals led by the Dragon King, akin to gazing upon a delightful seafood feast. And he couldn't help but ponder the flavor of the true dragon. One must say, you truly are remarkable, Xiao. Just look at the splendid father-son relationship. Nezha, you two should endeavor to cultivate a closer bond with King Li. In the world of the Lotus Lantern, beneath Mount Hua, Nezha visits Yang Chan, who urges him to mend his relationship with Jing. Humph, that old man. Will he truly know how to be a father? If it were indeed that Jing who had taken on the role of my father, our relationship would undoubtedly be harmonious. Nezha scoffs, reflecting on the actions of his father that have left him disheartened. Ah, after all these years, your character remains unchanged, unafraid of heaven or earth, always stirring up trouble. Yang Chan chuckled, well aware of Nezha's notorious reputation over the years. She knew well how troublesome he could be. Even if trouble finds me, I can handle it myself without dragging others down. Nezha acknowledged his knack for creating chaos, yet he also asserted his ability to resolve it, confident that his current prowess would allow him to manage any predicament he encountered without burdening others. Yang Chan conceded that Nezha's strength was indeed formidable, and his status now ensured he would not involve others in his troubles. The two then shifted their conversation to other topics, and the barriers between them appeared to dissolve gradually. 3 stories, 3 worlds. The first world resembles the traditional image of Nezha, with a father embodying antiquated feudal ideologies as the head of the household, while Nezha rebels against patriarchy and imperial authority. In the second world, Jing's character transforms into that of a stern father, whose love for his child, though unexpressed, runs deep, accompanied by aspirations for his son's success. Nezha evolves from opposing paternal authority to defying fate and destiny. In the third world, while the bond between Nezha and Jing is profoundly touching, the emphasis seems to lie more on absurd humor, with the entire setting and artistic style being quite unconventional, not resembling a serious realm. Zhang Chulan reflected on the 3 contrasting worlds, each with its distinct style and philosophical expression. What will transpire following these 3 worlds? This time, it must surely come to an end, right? Tang San felt uncertain. He had previously believed it to be over, only to witness the emergence of yet another world, leaving him hesitant to confirm anything. It seemed to be concluding. Xiao Yan gazed at the dimming sky, sensing that the time for closure was approaching. As the dim sky loomed overhead, those around remained silent, patiently awaiting the forthcoming changes. 3 distinct narratives unfolded, each revealing a different world. Could it be a multiverse? Yet, it appeared to diverge in essence. Kesha tilted her head, pondering the connections between these realms. While they seemed to suggest a multiverse, they also appeared utterly disparate. Unlike our universe, these 12 realms included 2 that resembled fraternal twins, aptly referred to as parallel universes, while the others diverged significantly, each harboring unique civilizations and trajectories. This exemplifies the diversity of alternate universes. In the Dragon Ball realm, the Staff of Whis projected the ethereal shadows of the 12 universes, signifying the existence of 12 distinct timelines. This constituted the foundational premise of their universe. However, the tales portrayed upon the celestial canvas seemed to diverge from this established framework. Oh, merely trivial stories, they were. Even his own universe did not command much of his attention. His true interests lay in culinary delights and slumber. The distinctions among the 3 worlds were pronounced, yet for many within these realms, the celestial display remained but a collection of stories, evocative, yet unfruitful. If one were to speak of gains, the mythological realm did yield some insights. The ongoing saga of the Battle of the Gods, coupled with information regarding the deification in the heavenly court, provided some semblance of reward. As the darkness above dissipated, words emerged, a little theater. The text vanished, and the sky suddenly expanded into vastness. Amidst the swirling sands below, a minotaur ambled forward, confronted by a legion of celestial soldiers, surrounded by desolation. The bull demon king, immersed in reminiscence, transformed his form into that of a colossal yak, towering like a mountain, each step resonating with thunderous echoes. Yet, in his gaze towards the heavenly beings, a sense of despair and resolve was palpable. Above, Jing stood with his pagoda, alongside the haughty Nezha, whose fiery spirit radiated from him as he brandished his palms. The wind and fire wheels swirled beneath him, enveloping Nezha as he dove downwards. Jing released the pagoda, ensnaring the bull demon king, while Nezha's celestial ropes, ablaze with flames and divine light, tightly bound their formidable foe. The four heavenly kings grasped the celestial ropes, securing the bull demon king, as Nezha soared forward, his demon-slaying sword cleaving the air, unleashing a fiery arc. With a resounding thud, blood surged as the massive bull's head was severed, its reflection captured in the crescent moon, while the great body collapsed like a tumbling mountain, echoing a deafening roar. The bull demon king's vast form diminished, reverting to human shape, his severed head lifted by a single hand. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Has everyone completed the Black Myth? I have yet to reach chapter 34, only slaying, not crossing the third prince. That's the look. I'm good. Not so fast, buddy. It's just a video of over a minute. It is indeed a gaze that perceives everything as refuse. Humanity is remarkably diverse. The celestial realm is full of arrogance. Having faced death once, he now regards everyone as mere trash. Nezha's expression, a blend of indifference and madness, reveals a decisive warrior who acts without hesitation, severing the ox's head with unyielding resolve. In battles, Nezha typically unleashes his full strength. With 3 heads and 8 arms unleashed, he wields various magical artifacts to inflict grievous injuries. Is it not 3 heads and 6 arms? In the investiture of the gods, he possesses 3 heads and 8 arms, armed with wind-fire wheels, the universe circle, the mixed sky silk, golden bricks, 2 fire-point spears, the 9-dragon divine fire cover, and the yin-yang twin swords. In Journey to the West, he is depicted with 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding the demon-slaying sword, the demon-cutting knife, the demon-binding rope, the demon-subduing pestle, the embroidered ball, and the fire wheel. Regardless of the version, Nezha is endowed with an abundance of magical treasures, truly embodying the wealth of a prince. Only animals possess emotions. The comatose lack feelings entirely. As for the lotus root, it possesses none as well. Pay attention to the details. Jing only released the tower after Nezha charged forth. Without the golden cudgel, Sun Wukong may not necessarily slay Tang San, but without the tower, Nezha would undoubtedly kill Jing. If the golden cudgel were bestowed upon Nezha, even if it brought him pain, he would still extinguish Tang San's life. 3 heads imply only 1/3 of the pain. This gaze does not reflect contempt. In his view, every person and object holds no distinction. It perfectly embodies the essence of divinity. The formidable Nezha, with 3 heads and 8 arms, solely takes lives and offers no salvation. Nezha, have you ever faced death? Who is not afraid of death? Nezha, what a coincidence. I have died once. Jing, as long as the tower stands, so shall the people. If the tower falls, the people perish. According to the theory of relativity, the farther Jing is from the tower, the closer Nezha's sword approaches his neck. This scene is rather exaggerated. Nezha severing the head of the old ox in one strike. The old ox and the monkey are evenly matched. Nezha may not triumph over the monkey, yet he can dispatch the old ox in a single blow. The old ox, weakened by the celestial assault and the monkey's depletions, combined with Nezha's magical artifacts, might not fare so well against him in a fair fight. Among the trio of the bull, monkey, and 3-eyed beings, Nezha is slightly inferior. However, within the heavenly realm, they are considered equals. The old ox can contend with them, but cannot prevail. Let us not digress. The monkey has battled all 3 and emerged victorious against Nezha, achieving a stalemate with the 3-eyed beings and the old ox. Defeating the old ox was evidently a victory, and ultimately, it devolved into a bullfight, a matter of time before triumph. If we measure by the standard of combat against the old ox, the monkey has not truly triumphed over Nezha. Nezha merely returned to the ranks of the heavenly soldiers, sustaining no injuries and showing no signs of exhaustion. Moreover, given Nezha's demeanor towards the celestial realm, It is uncertain whether he employed his full might. These three have engaged in a battle, yet various factors necessitate analysis, rendering an assessment of their combat capabilities difficult. They are generally regarded as equals. When they next appear simultaneously, I believe it will only be in the context of battling the celestial realm. Nezha, do you know what is most important? To push the tower. The three brothers gathered for a drink, prompting the celestial beings above to ponder for a lengthy period, wondering if they had devised another grand scheme. Such a striking gaze, cold and resolute, brimming with lethal intent. Morgana observed Nezha in the heavens, and that gaze sent a chilling sensation coursing through her very core. That look was decidedly unsettling. Kaiser's spatial fluctuations gradually subsided, the sharp chill of her weapons dissipating as this angelic sovereign slowly tempered her murderous intent. The intensity of Nezha's gaze and aura had indeed stirred within Kaiser a potent urge to act. Indeed, what a fearsome youth. Hishi's duplicates vanished, and the royal sword he had summoned returned to the armory. Youth? He is a deity, perhaps not much younger than ourselves. Kaiser smiled with intrigue. I have perused the mythologies relayed by Yan, dating from the Shang dynasty to the present, a mere few millennia. Addressing him as a youth is hardly excessive. Hishi, having received Yan's accounts, noted that the legendary birth date of Nezha was but a few thousand years ago. Calling him a youth is thus not unwarranted. Though exuding an aura of menace, he was undeniably youthful and striking, a veritable young god. Kaiser's sentence trailed off as her gaze shifted toward Hishi. Do refrain. If you wish to play matchmaker, direct your words toward the younger angels, for I harbor no interest. Hishi, well acquainted with Kaiser, immediately discerned her intentions to play the role of a matchmaker. Moreover, Nezha was merely a figure of myth. In reality, he did not exist. Hishi felt a tinge of relief. Had Nezha truly existed, with his temperament, he would undoubtedly have stirred chaos everywhere, rendering this universe far more tumultuous than it is now. With the Monkey King's son Wukong in existence, the emergence of multiple Nezhas is not beyond the realm of possibility. Kaiser's gaze deepened, hinting at unspoken thoughts. Observe this expression, this movement. It is quintessential Nezha, the three-headed, eight-armed fierce Nezha, one who slays, but does not ferry the third prince. TSK, you still fall short. You are not Nezha. You lack his essence. In the realm of the new divine hierarchy, the monkey, son Wukong, rested a hand on Li Yunxiang's shoulder, imparting the true nature of Nezha. And so what? 1,000 faces, 3 tails. A small theater. Each of the 4 Nezhas bears unique traits. There is no singular true Nezha. They are all Nezha. I am Nezha, and Nezha is simply Nezha. Li Yunxiang remained undaunted, providing his own resolution. Nezha is Nezha. What notion of a true Nezha is there? Each manifestation in the heavens embodies Nezha. Yet they are each distinct. Who can ascertain which one is the authentic Nezha and which is not? Boom. Behind Li Yunxiang, flames blazed fiercely as Nezha's primordial spirit erupted forth. 3 heads and 6 arms, the divine visage resplendent. This incarnation of Nezha's primordial spirit did not spiral into chaos. Rather, Li Yunxiang sensed a faint connection with the spirit behind him. Indeed, if such worlds harbor Nezha, then they must also feature son Wukong. What form do you envision yourself embodying? Li Yunxiang absorbed Nezha's primordial spirit into his body and launched a counterattack against the monkeys surrounding him. However, he too was genuinely curious about the manifestations of son Wukong in those other worlds. Son Wukong scratched his head with a small iron staff. Pondering this question that left him perplexed, he was indeed intrigued yet apprehensive that the outcome might be as absurd as the indomitable Nezha, rendering him momentarily speechless. Was Nezha truly malevolent? Undoubtedly, he exuded a fierce aura. In the world of Douqi, the fighting spirit within the Soul Emperor gradually subsided, as the rift in the void slowly began to close. Chapter 35. The trio hidden in the grass. Although the Nezha depicted in the story displayed formidable prowess, he did not unleash any terrifying malice or murderous intent. Conversely, the Nezha within the mini-theater, with merely a glance, made him feel like an insignificant insect, compelling him to engage in futile resistance, which resulted in a rift in the void. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his trepidation towards Nezha. In the world of Doluo, Tang San gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his face, his hands gripping the sea goddess trident and the Azura sword until his knuckles turned white. He had braced himself for battle, yet he found himself unable to initiate an attack, as Nezha's mere gaze weighed down upon him with an immense pressure, making him realize that as a god king, he seemed unable to contend with the great god of the 3 altars. The celestial canopy dimmed completely, and after the appearance of a single character, it fell silent. After a brief wait, the beings from myriad realms resumed their activities, confirming there would be no further developments. In ancient worlds, special realms, and the realm of spirits, numerous temples dedicated to Nezha rose from the ground, venerating him as the great god of the three altars. Although often referred to as the malevolent Nezha, his prowess in subduing demons and vanquishing evil was undeniable, as the saying goes. Only a wicked man can contend with another wicked man, and the third prince, who slays without offering salvation, was evidently well suited for this role. Days later, the celestial canopy brightened once more, prompting all beings from the myriad realms to halt their activities, their gazes drawn to the heavens as they began to anticipate the next world that would unfold. Hello, I am the explorer Ezreal. In other tales, I am typically the protagonist, but here I find myself in quite the predicament. Their story unfolds in the continent of Valoran, amidst an unending conflict between Demacia and Noxus. Countless heroes engage in chaotic battles, igniting a series of calamitous skirmishes. As the narrator's voice resonated, the scene gradually expanded. Follow your sister, she said. She is an assassin. Remember 3 things. First, avoid becoming bait. Second, support your sister. And third, ensure that the first blood is drawn for her. A striking beauty with fiery red hair and a captivating scar graced her face. Her alluring figure accentuated as she walked with a dagger slung across her back. Accompanying her was a ninja, whose height barely reached her thigh, his entire body shrouded, revealing only his eyes. Bang! Before Katarina could finish her sentence, a crimson shield plummeted from the sky, striking her. Wait, this is not a conventional tale. Heroes do not rescue damsels, and monsters might even fall for Ultraman. The narrator's voice echoed once again. Let us seek refuge within. As the scene shifts, the electric rat and Katarina arrive before a thicket where the electric rat suggests to Katarina, let us hide within. For assassins like Katarina and the electric rat, concealing themselves in the foliage to evade detection and launch surprise attacks is a commonplace strategy. Yet, it is evident that Katarina has forgotten that the thicket can be the most perilous of places. Suddenly, 3 burly men emerge from the underbrush, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the electric rat. These 3 comrades of the Demacian thicket are led by Garen, who boasts of being the embodiment of Demacian strength. Though he is colloquially known as Thicket Lewin, notorious for lurking in the bushes to gawk at fair maidens and prey upon the unsuspecting. The narrator, Ezreal, elaborates on the origins of these 3 imposing figures. Cunning scoundrels, justice shall prevail. Garen, brandishing a colossal sword and clad in armor, exudes an air of formidable authority. Behind him stands a man of imposing stature, known as Jie Cho, whose father is the king, and he himself is a source of vexation. Accompanying them is the fearsome Xiao Yan, dubbed Chrysanthemum Yan, notorious for his propensity to lead others astray. The long-haired man wields a spear with a chilling glint, his mastery of the weapon perplexing. With his spear in hand, he declares, bring forth the chrysanthemum. Together, the trio of Demacian allies is renowned, and the narrator's commentary is laced with humor. It remains a mystery when I became known as Thicket Lewin, a title that carries an aura of intimidation. They understand its weight. Intimidation. I am the embodiment of nature's vigilance. Long live Demacia. By the way, I do have an affinity for women. As the scene transitions, Garen soliloquizes, reflecting on his imposing presence. As a prince, I bear immense pressure. On one hand, my brothers, on the other, my nation. When the realm is in peril, it is the brothers who lend their aid, but only a prince can utter such words. Pray tell, will this match lead to despair? The weight upon me is profound. Jarvan Force sits upon a stone in the thicket, contemplating his brothers and his nation, unable to resist scratching his rear. Many misunderstandings surround me. They claim I am often a source of ruin, yet they fail to comprehend that I possess the power to save the world. Alas, the summoners choose to play me in solitary pursuits. What can I do? Am I truly the cause of misfortune? Do I appear to be a source of ruin? My grandfather is Xiao Yan. After all, Xiao Yan expresses his grievances, asserting his capability to rescue the world, yet the power to decide does not rest in his hands. The true source of misfortune lies with the summoners. The 3 comrades gather in the thicket, while the electric rat approaches from a distance, blissfully unaware of the looming danger. Ding! The flag of Jarvan's army is raised, and the 3 spring forth from the thicket. The very heavens tremble. Boom! A colossal circular peak ascends. Yet it ensnares not the electric rat, but rather confines the trio within. What is this? Will you not release me? I am but 15, inexperienced. What a colossal blunder. Demacia. Javan stood resolutely, while Garen and Xiao Yan were far less composed, vociferously cursing their misfortune. With a single maneuver, Javan ensnared both Garen and Xiao Yan, allowing the electric rat outside to seize the opportunity to strike. Lightning flickered, transforming into a radiant circle as a deluge of thunder descended from the heavens, wreaking havoc. The electric rat ensnared Garen and his companions, and then Katarina entered the fray, her form spinning as daggers flew forth, manifesting as a deadly lotus. The two formidable skills intertwined, and the trio suffered the consequences. Sparta, a figure plummeted from the sky, exuding immense force, ultimately vanquishing the three. This individual, known as Pantheon, proclaimed himself the king of war, though we affectionately referred to him as Sparta. Ezreal routinely introduced the characters. The League of Legends may dismiss the likes of me, but do you truly possess anyone more formidable? Pantheon stood amidst a throng of fallen minions, treading a path stained with blood. Hailing from a humble village, he was enamored with a beautiful maiden named Leona. She would inevitably become his, yet he had already joined the ranks of heroes, much to his chagrin. With a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, Pantheon traversed the path to the League of Legends. Thus, he resolved to brawl with the Dalmatian retirement home and trample the Noxian kindergarten. On this day, he arrived at the registration office of the League. As the narration unfolded, Pantheon approached Javan, who was in charge of the registrations. "Do you dare to confront me?" Pantheon challenged Javan, brandishing his fists, eager for a contest. "Oh dear, the caped figure has returned, and he seems rather formidable. I am surely in for a beating," Javan mused, sensing an ominous premonition as he glanced around. Realizing there was no one to take the blows on his behalf. "I am merely the registrar. There is no need for hostility. After all, I am a prince, which affords me a modicum of social standing," he protested. Javan resolutely declined, knowing that adhering to the usual protocol would undoubtedly result in a beating. So he was determined to avoid confrontation. "Then why can't I join the ranks?" Pantheon retorted, irked. "Isn't there a code of conduct?" Javan cryptically replied, alluding to hidden protocols. "I am not here to engage in frivolities. I am here to prove my prowess. Find me a worthy adversary," Pantheon insisted. He was not there to follow the unspoken code, but rather to showcase his strength. Inside the tavern, Garen was conversing with Katarina when Pantheon abruptly burst through the doors. "Which one of you is Garen?" he bellowed with ferocity. "Can't you see I'm assisting this lady?" Garen grumbled, clearly annoyed by the interruption. "Go for it." Katarina chimed in, waving at Pantheon in greeting. "I am here to challenge you," Pantheon declared, having chosen Garen as his opponent to demonstrate his might. "Very well. You have won this round." Garen had no intention of fighting. He simply conceded, allowing Pantheon to claim victory. "Well then, could you kindly sign here for me? I wish to join the ranks," he requested. Pantheon produced a registration form for Garen's signature. Although Jarvan was responsible for the registrations, he, fearing a beating from Pantheon, passed the responsibility on to Garen, who in turn expressed his own trepidation and redirected Pantheon to seek out Xiao Yan for a duel. Meanwhile, a lady sought to join the League of Legends as well. At the registration area, Caitlyn, donned in a one-piece dress and high hat, brandishing a sniper rifle, arrived to register. Garen suddenly emerged, wielding a large sword, exuding an air of authority that starkly contrasted with his earlier submissive demeanor before Pantheon. "There are no thieves left in Piltover. I've apprehended them all, and now I seek some amusement in Dalmatia," he declared. Caitlyn, as a law enforcer from Piltover, showcased her impressive skills, now reduced to seeking entertainment in Dalmatia. "You've come to the right person. Where shall we engage in battle?" Garen responded playfully to Caitlyn. "I absolutely adore the thrill of the chase. You run, and I shall pursue," Caitlyn exclaimed, her anticipation evident as she swayed, further captivating Garen. "All right then. You must catch me. La 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 Dalmatia." With that, Garen turned and strode away, sword raised, his steps light with joy. However, behind him, Caitlyn had already raised her sniper rifle. Bang! With a single shot, Garen collapsed to the ground. The League of Legends was not open to just anyone. Priority was given to the ladies, and those wishing to confront her were advised to step aside. Having dealt with Garen, Caitlyn approached the registration desk, where Jarvan, upon seeing the beautiful lady, immediately ceased his reluctance. Just then, Pantheon descended from the sky, landing squarely on Jarvan's face. "Who will sign? Is there not a soul willing to sign?" Pantheon bellowed, having previously faced rejection from Xiao Yan, who also refused to sign, and passed the task back to Jarvan. Thus, Pantheon soared above Jarvan once more. Dalmatia, a force unparalleled. Be wary of every patch of grass. A Garen may be lurking within. The War Academy, Summoner's Rift. The earliest concept of the League of Legends. Summoner's Rift was originally created by mages to resolve the national disputes on the Valoran continent, alongside the profession of summoner. Now, The universe of the League is far more complete, having overturned previous concepts. What has been overturned is not just the lore, but also our youth. Those who once traversed Summoner's Rift together can no longer gather. Such filthy language. The archaeology team has arrived for excavation. From Zon, is anyone willing to join? You don't quite resemble a Zonite. Why not? Let a Zonite explain to him why. I am trained on data up to October 2023, in the land of Zon. The manner of greeting is unique and quite distinct. Winning means having both parents, while losing implies an ascent to the family tree in the heavens. In Zon, it is a battle for the preservation of lineage. The grand stage of Zon beckons. If you have a mother, then come forth. Ah, the little cake has emerged. With no thieves in Piltover, why not venture into Zon to catch some? I dare not. The denizens of Zon are not something the little cake can contend with. I must admit, this Katarina is truly stunning. She is perhaps the fairest in this assembly. I, Leona, refuse to concede. I, Sona, also refuse to yield. I, Ari, am likewise unyielding. Not yielding? Then keep it to yourself. The sudden arrival of this Spartan is indeed formidable. For shields in a second. I hardly comprehend how one meets their demise. Uncertain of your demise. Come, let Aatrox enlighten you. Pantheon, the great Pantheon. You ought to perish. Pantheon has fallen. Now it is the mortal Aatrox. In the kingdom of Demacia, Garen gazes upon his visage in the sky, his expression darkening. What is this absurdity? This is my image. Even more dismayed is Jarvan IV. As a prince, he has been stripped of all dignity. This has inflicted significant harm upon his reputation. Xiao Yan, however, remains unfazed. Being older than both Garen and Jarvan, he has endured more and witnessed greater. The celestial display has, in fact, diminished his age considerably. Matters of the nation can only be resolved through war. Those so-called war academies and Summoner's Rift are akin to children playing house. In Noxus, Darius scoffs. How could conflicts between nations be confined to a mere rift? Summoner's Rift? If it were indeed feasible, it would be a splendid notion. In a secluded valley, the blue-skinned Rise gazes up at the sky. If there truly existed a Summoner's Rift that could contain warfare within its bounds, it would be a boon for the continent of Valoran, which has endured the runic wars. However, Rise knows this is impossible. It is merely a fleeting thought. More crucially, he must locate the world runes to confront the escalating crises that plague this world. This is a misunderstanding. We of Zon are not such a place. The inhabitants of Zon protest. Already subjected to discrimination, they are now burdened with a profane stereotype. Who can endure such indignity? Chapter 37. The mutual affirmation of three friends. Camille remains silent, while Echo asserts that his way of greeting is not characterized by such silence. Upon the giant's peak, Leona gazes at the sky, where Pantheon appears familiar to her. Aatrox. Ever since Aatrox embraced the powers of the war spirit Pantheon, Leona has sensed a change within him. A peculiar transformation. Now, there is a fervent search for the Dark Ones. According to the information conveyed through the barrage, the current Adoris may no longer be Adoris. In Section 23, a worried expression emerged in Leona's eyes. The Super Warriors, having completed their training at the Super God Academy, gathered together, gazing at the celestial screen. This Garen must surely be Little Luan. Cheng Yaowen glanced at Xiaoluan beside him. Despite the difference in names, that familiar feeling remained unchanged. It was undoubtedly Little Luan. But that Jarvan must be you, Yaowen. You claim to be a prince, and it turns out to be true. Xiao Yan provided a confirming reply from the side. That familiar sensation could not be mistaken, and Jarvan IV was unequivocally Cheng Yaowen, thus solidifying Yaowen's identity as a prince. And what about you, Yan? Even your name hasn't changed. You're impressive. Gu Xiaoluan praised Xiao Yan with a thumbs up, noting that both he and Yaowen had altered their names, while only Xiao Yan remained unchanged. It's all thanks to you, Yan. Cheng Yaowen also expressed his admiration. Oh, it's nothing. You all are quite remarkable as well. The three exchanged compliments, enveloped in a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lu Chuang, who had not appeared on the celestial screen, felt somewhat disheartened. Surely, they do not believe this to be a good thing? The female group voiced their grievances. Foolish idiots, Rose remarked, her sarcasm sharp and precise. Nevertheless, they were correct in saying that the world indeed had some connection with theirs. Rose and Katarina, I and Caitlin, along with Reyna and Leona. Cheelin also sensed that the display on the celestial screen was not something to be proud of. However, she also felt that the world depicted on the screen bore a relation to their own. Merely a variant of the world. Hadn't it already been established? Different worlds, yet stories both similar and distinct. Reyna did not seem overly concerned. She had already prepared herself through the earlier comparison with the tale of Nezha. Yet, We can still draw inspiration for our own power development by observing these individuals. The images on the celestial screen could provide them with a general understanding of their own abilities. Well said. By the way, Qilin, that outfit looks splendid. Why not give it a try? It would surely look great on you. Raina mused, recalling the attire Caitlin wore, imagining Qilin in it would also be quite lovely. No. Qilin decisively declined, asserting that it was not her style. Is the perspective now focused on them in another world? Kesha observed the content on the celestial screen, recognizing that individuals could be found corresponding to those within the Super God Academy. Thus, this visual was indeed centered on the students of the academy. What's wrong? Are you disappointed? No need to be. Perhaps in due time, our angels will also appear. Xia reassured Kesha, suggesting that it would not be long before their angels graced the celestial screen as well. Nevertheless, it is best to refrain this time. The narrative style resembles that of the final tale of Nezha, infused with a comedic essence. We cannot predict how our presence might alter the story. Kesha shook her head, deeming the current tone unsuitable for their appearance, opting instead for a discreet invisibility. It is indeed a peculiar world, clad in such armor, reminiscent of barbaric attire. In the realm of Journey to the West, Nezha observed a tale that was not his own, yet he watched the celestial screen with earnest attention. He noted the garb of Galen and others above, their armor akin to that of the Western barbarians he had encountered. Having battled for many years, Nezha had come across numerous races, including the Western deities, with whom he had even clashed. The other immortals shared in this sentiment. Previously, the heavenly screen showcased the story of the great Nezha. Now, it narrated tales from the West, achieving a semblance of balance. The Jade Emperor nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Tai Bai Jinxing's words. Indeed, such a possibility existed. In the world of the romance of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei, Zhuge Liang, and others fixed their gaze upon Xiao Yan. Why do you all look at me so? Xiao Yan felt uneasy under their scrutiny. Zilong, I never imagined your descendant to be so remarkable, though his character seems rather unrestrained. My lord, do not jest. That Zhao Xian is clearly unrelated to me. Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head. The environment and power exhibited by Zhao Xian and his companions revealed a stark disparity. Even decades hence, among the descendants, the world would not undergo such monumental change. Clearly, it belonged to another realm, entirely detached from them. Zhao Xian bore no relation to Zhao Yun, yet the individual he referenced could very well be General Zilong. Zhuge Liang, fanning himself, spoke with sincerity rather than jest, his eyes brimming with wisdom. What do you mean? Strategist? If he is unrelated to Zilong, how could his grandfather be Zilong? Zhang Fei exclaimed, evidently disagreeing with Zhuge Liang's assertion, deeming it contradictory. Third brother. Let us continue observing. Guan Yu interjected, silencing Zhang Fei's frivolity, suggesting they watch further, for perhaps more would be revealed. Caitlin made her entrance. Upon joining the League of Legends, she appeared quite jubilant. To maintain her beauty, she fired a shot into the sky daily. Caitlin aimed her rifle upwards and pulled the trigger. Bang! Ah, I shall return. Following her shot, a red shield fell from the tree, the sound fading into the distance. Alas, the girl shall be taken. Caitlin was equally surprised to find she had struck someone, quickly realizing that retribution was imminent. Bang! Bring me 2 bottles of elixir. Panth opened the door to the tavern and called out for the drinks. Where's your shield? Katarina inquired, surprised, for Panth was known for never parting with his shield. Shot by a girl, Panth replied, feeling quite vexed by the unexpected turn of events. What kind of girl? Katarina asked curiously. Well endowed, Panth described succinctly. Chapter 38. Truly living up to the reputation. Upon hearing Panth's account, both Katarina and the electric rat exchanged glances. I'll go help you deal with her, Katarina declared, slamming her hand on the table as she stood up. I'll assist you in taking her down. The electric rat leapt onto the table. Noxus, Ionia. They shouted their battle cries as they departed, and the fact that these two could stand united despite their differing allegiances was nothing short of miraculous. Leona. Panth glanced around and followed suit, rushing out. Ideals and reality seldom aligned. Caitlin had longed for the snows of Dalmatia and the melodious winds of Valoran, only to discover, much later, that Dalmatia was devoid of snow. Garen accompanied Caitlin through the Summoner's Rift, preparing for the impending battle. How terrifying. A newcomer shouldn't meet a gruesome fate. Caitlin sensed the palpable tension before the fight. Humph, I possess 4 Doran's blades. The opposition is weak, Garen proclaimed confidently, for Doran's swords materializing behind him. A Garen with 4 Dorans is no trifling matter. However, Caitlin was not entirely reassured by Garen's confidence. A single flower blooms, and then the dragon strikes forth. Those who dare offend a lady in Dalmatia shall face certain doom. Where Garen stood, so too appeared Xiao Yan and Jarvan, who emerged from the brush, positioning themselves to his left and right. Look, the electric rat, along with Katarina, is approaching from a distance, Garen noted. I am Kinnan, and I possess my ultimate technique. The electric rat corrected, casting a sideways glance at Katarina. Sparta. Katarina ignored Kinnan and turned her attention back to Panth. I am Panth, and I carry love within, he declared, echoing a sentiment he had expressed before, deeming it unnecessary to repeat. Behind both Panth and Kinnan, two red blades crossed to form a weapon known as the Phantom Dance, or the Red Cross. This seems an excellent spot. Let us set the trap here. Caitlin began to lay her traps in the bushes. I have an imposing presence. It matters not where I am, Garen said as he stepped into the brush, claiming it as his domain. Look at the artistry of these traps. Whoever steps into them will surely be ensnared, the electric rat remarked. As the trio of Katarina arrived at the bushes, where Caitlin's traps lay conspicuously without any attempt at concealment. Clap, clap. As Katarina concluded her words, Pantheon and Kinnan fell victim to traps, undoubtedly a betrayal of their allies. Demacia. From the thickets emerged three formidable figures, the glint of Garen's sword reflecting the light ominously. Chapter 24. Jarvan unleashed a cataclysm, asserting control over the battlefield. Silence. To face death with valor is our oath today. Sparta. The sounds of battle, the clash of weapons, and the roars of war resonated from the circular arena. Indeed, they lived up to their reputation. Caitlin stood concealed in the underbrush, absorbing the fervent sounds of the fray. Moments later, the effects of the cataclysm faded, leaving Garen and his companions sprawled on the ground, while Katarina's trio bore minor wounds. Truly, their reputation was well-deserved. Caitlin lowered her gaze, realizing she should never have harbored hope for these three. Why engage in such frivolities? Caitlin pondered, needing to discern their true intentions before confronting them alone. Balance exists amidst all things. Bang! Why do boys care so much? With a precise shot, Caitlin delivered a headshot, followed by a sardonic remark, striking not only their bodies but their spirits as well. I had mentioned I would return. Pantheon had proclaimed during his defeat that he would come back. Bang! Caitlin swiftly followed up with another shot, bringing Pantheon down as well. Next in line was Katarina. However, she skillfully evaded the traps, thus avoiding a fatal blow, leaving the marksman to face the assassin alone, an outcome easily foreseeable. The trio's attempt to strike together culminated in utter defeat, as they recounted their exploits within the tavern. Although Xiao Yan and Jarvan faced setbacks, they still tasted victory. While Garen's plight was tragic, never once victorious. Help me. I cannot withstand this. In the rift, Garen fled towards his defensive tower, pursued by three minions. Is this the power of Demacia? The barbarian, donned in a horned helmet, leaned against the tower, observing Garen's frantic escape with a tone of disdain and skepticism. Please assist me in fending them off. Though Garen was unaware of his assailant's identity, he sensed formidable prowess and saw the potential for assistance against his pursuers. Watch closely. The barbarian unleashed a whirlwind slash, dispatching the minions on Garen's tail. Remarkable skill. May I attempt? Garen imitated the maneuver, spinning yet unable to halt his motion, and his rotation could not penetrate the terrain. Subsequently, Garen trained alongside the barbarian, uniting against their foes. Are you unafraid to charge forth? Confronted by a wave of super minions and numerous other adversaries, the barbarian inquired of Garen. Are you mad? Lacking courage, devoid of heroism. After uttering this, the barbarian plunged into the throng, the cacophony of battle intensifying around them. Will you remain a coward for life, or embrace 5 seconds of true manhood? This is my path of heroism. Amidst the crowd, the barbarian's vitality surged forth, embodying an indomitable spirit, defying death for 5 fleeting seconds. However, just 5 seconds later, the barbarian king fell amidst the onslaught. Talia, the barbarian king, you are a noble soul. For a long time, you have experienced joy alongside Wenhui and Xian. Yet your life has never truly shone, often bringing misfortune upon others. I apologize, perhaps I, Garen, cannot endure for 5 seconds. Yet I must embody the essence of a true hero. As long as I stand, the tower stands. Courage burgeoned within Garen's heart. A dazzling golden light materialized, transforming into a shield that hovered beside him. Demacia. Shielded by this radiant armor, Garen charged forth with unwavering resolve. Though he remained outmatched, his physical resilience soared, rendering the minions' attacks incapable of breaching his defenses. With his indomitable physique, Garen exhausted the minions' strength, turning the tide through sheer determination. Ha ha, I have succeeded. I have taken the first step towards victory. Jarvan, Xian, did you witness that? Did you see it? After reversing the odds, Garen joyfully shouted, "Ha ha ha ha! Magnificent, splendid, robust, truly a beautiful tower." From behind Garen came a voice of admiration. A warrior clad in green, wielding a long blade, stood beneath the defensive tower. Indeed, the warrior responded. As Garen turned, pride swelling within him for the tower he had defended. A radiant aura emanated from the warrior, and with but a few strikes, the defensive tower crumbled. Chapter 39. The Pestilence Lord, we are pests. Gazing at the shattered defensive tower, Garen was rendered speechless. With a thunderous roar, he lamented, his face clouded with dismay. All due to a moment's negligence, the tower had fallen. No, my esteemed Garen, we stand on the same front, united in our hatred for the malevolence of Noxus. The warrior, seeing Garen's approach, hastily clarified their shared allegiance. Then you must have misjudged the tower. Garen paused, bewildered, if they were allies. Why would one assault their own tower? Hee, such a fondness is hard to resist. The warrior sheepishly chuckled, acknowledging his folly. I feel utterly defeated. Akin to a mere rag. Garen shook his head in resignation. Infighting yielded a loss shrouded in confusion. No, victory does not rest upon towers, but on conviction. Regardless of my mistakes, I shall strive to atone. My sword is your sword, Garen. The warrior's tone was unwavering, his belief steadfast. Master E, guardian of the ultimate swordsmanship, had arrived in the League of Legends. What a formidable presence. The familiar narration echoed, introducing Master Yi's identity. Known as the ultimate sword saint, Master E was evidently a master of his craft. Within the League of Legends, he shared a bond of brotherhood with the Barbarian King and Xiao Yan, forming a league of gallant heroes. The trio of Barbarian, E and Xian together? It appears the stirring era of heroic legends is about to unfold. It is time for me to take action. A pale blue dress draped gracefully, while a guillotine floated before her. A woman of broad heart observed the scene of the three brothers' oath. Though no words were spoken, the resonance of thoughts was palpable. This was Sona, the finest support of Valoran, who later trained the trio. Yet, upon the arrival of Ashe, Sona found herself at a disadvantage. After all, as a support, she was ill-equipped to contend with a marksman in one-on-one combat. Allow me to unveil my malevolence, Sona declared. She was escorted by Ashe to the dark lair of the summoner. The atmosphere was heavy with darkness, and Sona glimpsed many heroes ensnared by control. Caitlyn, Katarina, and even the master of weapons. Ha ha ha. I am the master, destined to rule the world. We shall harness the power of darkness to dominate those heroes devoid of love. The Dark Master, clad in black leather and adorned with wings, articulated his sinister ambitions. Can you be any more tedious? Take her away. The Dark Master felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, for without an audience, his villainy could not be fully realized. We are locusts, wreaking havoc wherever we go, awaiting the League's tragedy. Ha ha ha. The Dark Master reveled in his own wickedness. While his minions cheered, all hail the Master, who ensnares the world. After a bout of laughter, the insectoid master lost interest and calmly went off to buy cigarettes. Garen, do you feel love? Katarina's crimson eyes fixated on Garen, attempting to ensnare him with dark energy. Miss Kate, I adore you. Garen gazed adoringly at Katarina, professing his affection. Damn it, this fellow has love. I cannot ensnare him. Realizing Garen's heart was not devoid of love, Katarina struck him sharply across the face. Is this how we commence a brawl? The scene shifted, and Garen reappeared on the battlefield, perplexed by the sudden change in demeanor of these women, who seemed intent on reducing him to rubble. I shall take mid. If not, I shall impose my will. The Barbarian King materialized beside Garen, commenting on the unfolding situation. Barbarian, are you attempting to charm me? What nonsense is this? Garen regarded the Barbarian with a puzzled expression. I'll take top. No further explanation needed. Jarvan declared as he approached from behind. Jarvan's here too? Then I shall take bot. Garen stealthily crouched in the brush, awaiting an ambush on the marksman. Little did he know, Ashe possessed vision skills, rendering stealth unnecessary. In the mid lane, the Barbarian King clashed with Katarina, while Jarvan faced Caitlyn in the top lane. Three women, controlled by dark energy and stripped of their minds, sought to vanquish Garen and his companions. However, with two marksmen and an assassin pitted against three warriors, victory was beyond their grasp. The Barbarian King struck down Katarina first, deftly evading Ashe's magical crystal arrow in the process. Although Jarvan was ambushed by Caitlyn, his resilience proved to be formidable. Do not touch me. My father is an official. Witnessing Jarvan rise once more, Caitlyn was momentarily taken aback. Are we to compete on the basis of our fathers? Jarvan declared that while he might falter in other aspects, he would never be outdone in the realm of lineage. A grand banner was raised by Jarvan, boldly emblazoned with the proclamation that his father was the king. Is that comparable to a princess? Jarvan's domineering words struck at the very core of her being. Suddenly, a wave of affection surged within Caitlin, compelling her to bestow a kiss upon Jarvan. After which her clarity returned and she relinquished her control. A mere kiss to dispel the enchantment. Jarvan, as if intoxicated, fell back. By the gods, Garen switched lanes. Upon hearing the conditions for lifting the control, the barbarian king swiftly ran to exchange positions with Garen. Ash, before you, I am not a noble man. I would marry you openly, but the time is not ripe. Our love is too entwined with politics, and I fear for your sacrifice. With arrows aimed at him, the barbarian king advanced step by step to her side, even unleashing his ultimate ability. At this juncture, this is all I can do. He embraced Ash's slender waist. Ash, you are the princess of the Highlands, while I am merely an orphan of a fallen tribe, possessing only the title of king. Can you truly love a mere barbarian? Love? The barbarian king professed his heartfelt feelings, intending to deliver a kiss of true love, only to be interrupted directly by Jarvan. In the mid lane, Garen sought out Katarina. Miss Katarina, what troubles you? He inquired, finding her engulfed in sorrow. What business is it of yours? Katarina replied, her expression far from cordial. How can it not be? Are you not seeking to confront me? Garen pondered briefly, conjuring a rather feeble excuse. Very well, you have bested me. Katarina, exasperated by Garen's rationale, acquiesced. Come with me. Garen suddenly implored, his earnest words leaving Katarina momentarily speechless. Memories of their encounters flooded her mind, recalling the times Garen had shielded her during battles. Chapter 40. A dispute between two women. Come with me. A man clad in a red robe, holding a lantern, suddenly appeared. The weapon master, Jax. Known as the Lantern Master, his prowess rivaling that of the barbarian's three blades to the north, formed the very fabric of power dynamics in this world. South's lantern, North's blade, East's courage, and West's strength, though the Western might still languish in tragedy. The narrator dutifully fulfilled his role, introducing the characters. The strength of the weapon master was far beyond that of the still unawakened Garen. Even with the addition of Xiao Yan, they would be effortlessly dispatched by the weapon master. Had it not been for the Sword Saint's timely intervention, Garen and Xiao Yan would have met their demise. Ha ha ha, this Sword Saint is quite amusing. I indulge in playing the Sword Saint and enjoy stealthily capturing towers. However, one would never dare to pilfer their own towers. When the Sword Saint unleashes his ultimate ability to steal a tower, it transpires in mere seconds. The Barbarian King and Xiao Yan are equally swift in their tower raids. It is no wonder they have sworn brotherhood. Goodness, it resembles the legendary bond of the Peach Garden. They even seize others' towers for their own gain. Such audacity. Truly, it is the work of Sona. Could this pestilent leader be nothing more than an elementary student? The ability to smoke suggests otherwise, at the very least. They must be a high school student, or perhaps even a university student. One can only say that our fourth calamity is of this nature. Oh, how reminiscent it is of my own youthful days when I demanded a mid-lane position, threatening to feed if denied. Those nostalgic words evoke memories of my own days as a cultured player who would AFK and berate teammates, a warrior who would dive towers to secure kills. Your approach is inadequate. Grant me a complete rendition. A cultured player who could AFK and hurl insults at teammates, a warrior capable of diving towers for kills, advancing. One could challenge 5 alone, retreating. One could await 20 to surrender. Capable of flying kicks to save weakened foes, adept at erecting barriers to hinder teammates, in stillness. One could remain unseen for a century, yet in motion, one could traverse 1,000 miles to achieve godlike status, bravely flashing in to secure first blood, forsaking teammates without a second glance, soaring in favorable winds, surrendering in adverse conditions. Oh, how many sorrows must one endure? Akin to 5 individuals and 4 graves leading to 20 surrenders. What a splendid poem. I am honored. You see, Jarvan's father is the king. I cannot compete. Barbarian King. Do not be so brazen. It is you who has wed Ash. Ash is the war mother of the Frostguard tribe, a matriarchal society. She is free to take several husbands, yet it is only the Barbarian King who holds her heart, a true love indeed. Had it not been for the slaughter of his tribe by Aatrox, it would have been a union of 2 tribes. Aatrox not only annihilated the Barbarian King's kin, but also coveted his physique, seeking to claim it as his own vessel. The bond between the Barbarian King and Ash stands as one of the rare official couples within the alliance. Indeed, it is a love that is genuine. Is the weapon master truly that formidable? Absolutely. Do you jest? 1 against 9, you think it a trivial matter? In those days, the weapon master was indeed beyond compare. TSK, little Garen, you still lack courage. Xiao Yan patted Garen's shoulder, encouraging him to learn a thing or two from his celestial counterpart above, urging him to be bolder. Continue watching, continue watching. Garen shyly scratched his head, unable to withstand the playful jests of his comrades. It appears little Garen's interests have remained unchanged. Xiao observed Garen in the celestial display, her gaze seemingly mirroring that of little Garen. Is that truly the might of the West? How utterly embarrassing. Rose shot a glance, feeling a sense of disappointment akin to a teacher's frustration with a wayward student. It is commendable. The weapon master is simply too powerful. Garen's physique and courage are indeed commendable. Xiao offered a defense. Purple skin and 3 fingers? This goddess has yet to encounter such a race. Reina interrupted the conversation between the two women, reflecting on the features of the weapon master. Struggling to conjure an image of such a being in her mind, Master Yi ventured into the lair of the pestilent leader, successfully locating and rescuing the imprisoned Sona. Do not flee any longer. One of us must remain. The Master of Weapons returned, observing the retreating figures of Master Yi and Sona. Since he had come back, it was imperative to ensure that one remained. Sona, you are the finest support in Dalmatia, while I am merely a humble warrior. Depart swiftly, and convey to all that regardless of the arduous battles, a hero must endure. Furthermore, inform my brothers that I shall not return. Master Yi turned to face the Master of Weapons alone, urging Sona, the best support, to leave without delay. Confronted by the Master of Weapons, he had already braced himself for his demise. Garen, Jarvan, Xiao Yan, the Barbarian King, and Caitlin moved in unison toward the Summoner's Rift. Suddenly, a steel arm reached out, ensnaring Jarvan into the brush, with Caitlin and Xiao Yan closely following, while Garen and the Barbarian King pressed onward. Within the thicket lay not only the robotic arm, but also an assassin lying in ambush. Caitlin was instantaneously eliminated, yet Xiao Yan had already fixed his target. The Barbarian King and Garen fought their way through, encountering the Master of Weapons and Katarina. Without preamble, the Barbarian King declared, "My blade is eager for action." Facing the Master of Weapons, he insisted on cutting to the chase, dismissing any idle chatter. "I shall lead the charge." The Barbarian King initiated the assault. Garen surged forward first, landing a strike on the Master of Weapons, yet it bore little consequence. A single blow, the Master of Weapons countered, sending Garen flying. First strike. Second strike. Third strike. The Barbarian King seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks, each one striking the Master of Weapons. 3 strikes delivered. You are now defeated. After his onslaught, the Barbarian King turned his back on the Master of Weapons, delivering his judgment. Ha ha ha. You are merely a character in an animated tale, fool. The Master of Weapons laughed, preparing to retaliate, but was abruptly caught by a metallic hand. It was Jarvan and the robot who had arrived. It turned out that what the robot sought was freedom. Jarvan, representing the League of Legends, certified the robot as a free hero, liberating it from the control of the pestilent master. Soon after, the assassin Talon appeared, and in his duel with Xiao Yan, he reminisced about his love, similarly breaking free from control. The Master of Weapons, enraged, shifted his focus to Garen, who was currently in the best condition, intent on eliminating him before dealing with the others. Bang! The Master of Weapons struck downwards, but the blow landed on the Barbarian King. Foolish lad. I see great potential within you. There remains a force yet to be unleashed. Allow me to hold off this onslaught for you for merely 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. Tell them, we are all heroes. The Barbarian King's crimson vitality surged forth. The invincible 5 seconds were the ultimate defense against the Master of Weapons assault. Garen, we are on the brink as well. I hope you can embody the spirit of Dalmatia, represent freedom and the beauty of love. Rise now, the power of Dalmatia. The cheers of the crowd echoed in his ears. A surge of power erupted from Garen's being. Dalmatia's justice, he proclaimed, raising his great sword, which shone like a golden beacon in the void. Defeated by such a clutch-D blow. In the 26th chapter, the weapon master found himself at a loss. This method of unleashing power was far too melodramatic. After the weapon master fell, Katarina was ultimately freed from her control due to Garen's influence. And the pestilent lord was vanquished, bringing a semblance of tranquility once more. Until one fateful night, when a meteor descended from the heavens, and a monkey emerged from its fiery core. Chapter 41. The meeting of the monkey and the fox. With a resounding crash, the meteor fell, and a monkey stepped forth. Soon encountering Master Yi, let us proceed. I shall take you to the War Academy to meet my comrades. Yi guided son Wukong toward the academy, bestowing upon him a Doran's stick. As Sun Wukong entered the War Academy alongside Yi, he immediately attracted numerous gazes. Is this the newcomer who arrived last night? On a rooftop nearby, Talon stood behind Katarina. Without a tiger in the mountain, the monkey claims the throne. Katarina scoffed, dismissing the small, lean monkey with disdain. Perhaps this meteorite heralded the arrival of this creature. On another rooftop, the armored Shun conversed with the bare-chested Li Xin. He exudes a formidable aura. I can sense it. Li Xin, though blind, sensed the energy radiating from Sun Wukong. What level of power does he possess? If he were to be unbound, he could upheave the very seas. As he led Sun Wukong through alleys, the monkey caught a whiff of demonic energy. Not far away, the nine-tailed fox, Ari, was selling buns. Garen, would you care to purchase some buns? Ari called out, raising one of her delectable offerings as Garen approached. Ah, I desire Ari's buns. Garen exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. 250? He gasped. How exorbitant. But I shall buy. Ari's enchanting allure proved irresistible, and despite the outrageous price, Garen made the purchase. Sun Wukong, mistaking Ari for a demon, sought to vanquish her, while Ari perceived the talking monkey as a creature of mischief, intent on subduing him. Thus, Ari employed her charm, aiming to captivate Sun Wukong. However, the monkey was not so easily ensnared. In his eyes, no one surpassed the beauty of his mother. Observing the surrounding shops, one caught his attention, the Twilight Hospital, specializing in treating various grievances. I have a friend who claims he is aggrieved. Laughter erupted. The monkey's taste, I must say, is impeccable. To a monkey's eyes. You lack even fur. How could you be considered beautiful? I once thought a union between a monkey and a fox impossible, until I encountered a creature known as a lemur. Indeed, nature is a marvel of exquisite design. Could it be that we have intentionally sought out the lemur? Why is the sword saint referred to as the monkey's disciple? This is an ancient setting. The monkey is a projection of Sun Wukong, having traversed through time. The sword saint possesses a form of meditation that resonates perfectly with the tightening spell, thus becoming the monkey's master. The designers seemingly believed that the monkey ought to have a mentor, which is why this role was assigned to Yi. However, it has since been altered. The monkey is now considered a native species of Vastaya. According to the original design, even the Dragon King might not be a match for the monkey. A mere projection cannot be deemed the strongest. When the true self arrives, it will undoubtedly sweep all aside. How embarrassing. Katarina let out a cold snort, while Ari, in her navette, seemed oblivious to whether the reference was to buns or individuals. Ari, yes, that name rings a bell. Reina, too, had some recollection. She appeared to be a formidable warrior. The mention of the Monkey King here was unexpected. It seems that the Monkey King and Ari share a connection. Who would have thought? It appears that the Monkey King has a preference for those with fur. Xiao Yan and the others huddled together to gossip. Gaining insight into the Monkey King's affairs was no easy feat, master brother. You are in that peculiar world, Sha Sung remarked, glancing at Sun Wukong. With Zhu Beiji following suit. I truly have no knowledge of it, Sun Wukong admitted. Not only were Sha Sung and Beiji perplexed, but even Sun Wukong himself felt bewildered. He had no memory of such events. Zhu Beiji observed Sun Wukong, pondering how this monkey could be so foolish as to find a female monkey appealing. Ba, Wukong. Remember that you are a monk. You must not violate your vows, Tang San interjected, reciting a Buddhist chant. Sun Wukong was now his disciple and, as such, must adhere to the precepts regarding women. I understand that, master, Sun Wukong replied, dismissively waving his hand. Even if it were merely a projection, it is still me. How could I possibly take a liking to a monster? Sun Wukong shifted the conversation, deeming it absurd. He was the great sage equal to heaven. After all, how could he fall for a monster, let alone a little fox? Is this truly the true form of the Nine Tails? It can even transform into a human. In the ninja world, Naruto gazed at Ari on the celestial screen. The same nine-tailed fox did not appear nearly as fearsome as the legend suggested. Sakura, Jiraiya, and Tsunade fell into silence. Jiraiya and Tsunade had encountered the Nine Tails, a massive orange fox that brought about catastrophic destruction. Its 9 tails, when whipped, could cause mountains to crumble and the earth to shake. The ferocious visage contrasted starkly with Ari's alluring form on the screen. No wonder Naruto developed the seduction technique. Was it influenced by the 9 tails? Sakura, having never seen the 9 tails, merely recalled Naruto's seduction technique, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Ari's allure. Could it be that Naruto's technique was influenced by the 9 tails? A surge of red chakra erupted from Naruto, coalescing into the form of the 9 tails. The menacing demeanor silently rebutted, aiming to instill fear anew in those few individuals. Meanwhile, within Naruto's sealing space. His consciousness was drawn into the depths of the seal by the Nine Tails, where he beheld the creature confined behind the sealing gate. Nine Tails. You can see me here as well, Naruto remarked, astonished by the shimmering barrier that seemingly allowed the Nine Tails to manifest in this realm. The prowess of this celestial veil is remarkable. Such a trivial seal cannot hinder it, providing a modicum of entertainment amidst my otherwise monotonous existence. The Nine Tails, languidly sprawled on the ground, found the confinement rather dull, and the presence of this celestial veil brought a welcome diversion. Hey, Nine Tails, can you transform into that? You know, that humanoid form? Naruto inquired, gesturing towards the figure of Ari depicted on the celestial screen. You little brat, I am not that feeble woman. The Nine Tails slammed its paw against the seal, intent on revealing its true form to Naruto, which was entirely dissimilar to that of the woman. Ah, is that not possible? Naruto's face fell, eager to witness the Nine Tails' human shape. You insolent wretch. I am male, so begone. The Nine Tails, seething with rage, swatted Naruto out of the sealing space, glaring at the celestial screen with disdain. Outside, a crimson chakra emanated from Naruto, coalescing into the form of the Nine Tails, gradually retracting back into Naruto as his consciousness returned. Chapter 42. Have you seen my little bear? What's wrong, perverted sage and Granny Tsunade? Upon emerging from the sealing space, Naruto was taken aback by the tense demeanor of Jiraiya and Tsunade. What has transpired? Naruto has returned. It's all right now, Jiraiya exhaled in relief, having been startled by the recent surge of the Nine Tails chakra, fearing Naruto might lose control once more. We almost forgot. The Nine Tails is no mere seducer, Tsunade remarked, her tension easing. If the Nine Tails were to rampage within Konoha, it would surely lead to a repetition of the Nine Tails turmoil, an experience they were not keen to relive. Tsunade instructed the Umbu to lower their guard, and the few in the office resumed their seats. Sakura gazed at Naruto in horror, having grasped the true terror of the Nine Tails, which was far from the enchanting visage presented on the celestial screen. Meanwhile, the insect overlord witnessed the descent of Sun Wukong and heard news of the golden staff. He promptly sought out the notorious pirate Plank, intending to seize the staff from the War Academy. As a notorious pirate, Plank relished gold and the thrill of plunder. He soon arrived at the War Academy, seeking an alliance with Demacia, but negotiations faltered, compelling him to venture into the territory of Noxus. I shall seek the hand of fate. Plank swaggered confidently into Noxus domain. Do not shout, you fool. Tyran appeared behind Plank, but refrained from attacking. Speak, what brings you here? Katarina leaned against the wall, inquiring about Plank's intentions. Collaboration. You desire Demacian territory, and I seek the golden staff. Plank revealed his objective, to seize the golden staff alongside the Noxians. I relish collaboration, ha ha ha. A man clad in armor, adorned with a crimson cloak and wielding a hefty axe, emerged. I too enjoy collaboration, ha ha ha. Plank turned to face Darius. Both were domineering figures, revering brute strength. With a mere glance, they lunged at each other, their blades clashing with a resounding echo. I make it clear that I will undoubtedly deceive you. With weapons drawn, Darius gazed intently at Plank. There are many who have betrayed me. Who do you think you are? Plank remained unperturbed, for he harbored intentions of deceiving Darius in return. The scoundrels from the Dabin will act as your agents of justice. You handle them, and then you can take your golden staff and leave. You are quite clever, then clean yourself up and settle in. Both were villains at heart, and in mere exchanges, they solidified their plan. Garen, I hope you do not intervene. Worry glimmered in Katarina's eyes, yet she recognized the futility of her concern. With the collaboration established, Plank promptly made his way to Ari's bun shop in search of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had already been taken in by Ari and was now a worker at the establishment, having stepped out to deliver an order. Plank was no benevolent soul. Even in Wukong's absence, he would not relent, aiming his weapon at Ari. I have not been a fairy for many years. Nine Tails blossomed like flowers. Ari, as the nine-tailed fox, possessed formidable strength. Then let us engage. I shall ensure your demise is rhythmical. Plank was relentless, refusing to yield so easily. Uncle, have you seen my teddy bear? Just as Plank was about to strike, a red-haired little girl tugged at his arm, inquiring about her teddy bear. Go away. You elementary school child. What nonsense about a teddy bear? It pales in comparison to my gun. In a foul mood, Plank kicked the little girl aside, preparing to signal for cannon fire. However, a shadow descended from the heavens. As Annie faced her tormentor, her teddy bear arrived just in time. Damn it! The fiery giant bear plummeted from above, crashing down upon Plank, the once mighty pirate leader, now wounded. The scene shifted to nightfall. With a bright moon overhead and stars scattered across the sky, the sea reflecting the celestial light. A figure clad in silver armor stood at the shore, the armor seemingly forged from moonlight. In her hand, she wielded a peculiar weapon, resembling a crescent moon. "I'ma stop you. Ha ha ha. Do you think you are worthy? Aside from having a slightly more attractive visage than mine, what else do you possess that surpasses me, the feeble Leona?" Diana raised her crescent blade, casting a disdainful glance at Leona behind her. No, how could the sun ever shy away from the moon? Leona resolutely declined. Chosen by the sun, how could she retreat from Diana, the embodiment of moonlight? "Pray, little Leona, you are merely the most exquisite vase in Valoran, while I am the woman closest to divinity." Diana chuckled helplessly, for this was not a matter of sun and moon, but rather of your lack of strength. "Then I must declare war upon you." Infuriated by Diana's words, Leona brandished her sword and shield, challenging her adversary. Bang! The silver blade glimmered like moonlight, arcing through the air to strike Leona, while a shield enveloped Diana. Her body transformed into a streak of light, swiftly overwhelming Leona and sending her crashing down. Alas, the sun of Valoran has never shone so brightly. Diana sighed softly. The goddess of dawn, Leona, who inherited the power of the sun, remained ineffectual and obscure, while her nemesis, Diana, representing moonlight, possessed formidable strength. This left Leona feeling utterly discontented yet powerless. Even on the streets, she faced mockery from super soldiers, as if she were merely a pretty vase relying on her looks. By the heavens, do these fellows wish to be reduced to ashes? In the realm of the super god, Leona abruptly rose, a sphere of light materializing in her hand, the searing heat palpable to all. "Sister Leona, please calm down." Xiao Yan and the others hurriedly stood, urging her to regain her composure. "I am their goddess. Do you dare to call me a vase?" Leona's face flushed with anger. While she was indeed strikingly beautiful, she was no mere ornament. She was the greatest calamity known to the universe, the deity of the blazing sun. "No, no. You are our captain. How could you be a vase?" Xiao Yan waved his hands repeatedly, insisting she was certainly no vase. "For where could one find such a fierce vessel?" "Leona, please sit down and cool off. The sky above does not speak of you." Xiao tugged at Leona's sleeve, urging her to settle down, at least to suppress the stellar energy radiating from her. She was no vase, and the sky above did not refer to her. Chapter 43. The indignant Leona, the awakened Leona huffed. Leona huffed and took her seat. She understood that the figure in the sky was not her. Yet it represented another version of herself from a different world, embodying the sun, thus wielding its power, which mirrored her own. Reflecting on the appearances of Xiao Yan and Sun Wukong, it was evident that this was indeed another Leona from a parallel realm. Enduring such humiliation was intolerable for Leona, whose temper flared. Who is that Diana, daring to claim she is my nemesis? And what of being the woman closest to divinity? I am a goddess. Reina, filled with indignation, recalled Diana, the audacious woman who dared to declare herself her nemesis. Could such insolence be tolerated? She even proclaimed herself the closest woman to divinity, while Reina herself embodied the essence of a goddess. Was she truly so proud? Reflecting upon her memories, Reina found no adversary that drew power from the moon. Moreover, the moon was merely a satellite, not even a planet, and thus could never be compared to the radiant sun. The moon's own luminescence was but a reflection of the sun's brilliance. How could such a trivial celestial body pose any threat to the sun? Pondering these thoughts, Reina continued to gaze at the heavens, eager to discern what would transpire next. As Leona strolled through the streets, she encountered the injured Plank, recently discharged from the hospital. "Wow, you are adorned in gold," Plank exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of Leona's glittering form, for he had an insatiable fondness for gold. "This is a crime," he added, sensing the greed emanating from Plank. Leona coldly warned him. "Crime is trivial. I am a harbinger of malevolence," Plank retorted nonchalantly. For he was a pirate, a sovereign of sin upon the seas. Crime was merely a daily affair. Indeed, heroes endure suffering, while scoundrels thrive. The suffering referred to Leona herself, while the scoundrel was undoubtedly Plank. Within the treasury of the War Academy lay 3 treasures, each imbued with formidable power, the endless blade and the blood-drinking sword. On the street, Plank trailed slightly behind Leona. "What does that have to do with me? Treasures?" Leona mused. She lacked not for treasures, as she was adorned with divine artifacts, the celestial blade, the dawn shield, the sunfire cloak, and golden armor, each a rare gem in its own right. "Join me in seizing treasures," Plank urged. "Do I resemble a brigand?" Leona questioned, perplexed. After all, she was a goddess. How could Plank, in his folly, suggest that she partake in theft? "You appear as a rogue." Ridiculed by mortals despite your divine status. Such a twisted mentality. He laughed heartily. You are a goddess. You must assert your divinity to those mortals, blinding them with your divine power, and let them behold the sun. Plank's fervent words struck Reyna deeply, and at that moment, Pantheon arrived, agreeing to Plank's proposal to join him in the pursuit of treasures. When the sun chose Reyna, Pantheon was also selected to become her strongest shield. In the following days, Pantheon instructed Reyna in the art of combat, the fusion of light and sword, seizing the initiative, controlling the battlefield with strikes that decimated foes. Remember, incapacitate, maintain the rhythm of your blade. You shall embody a tank with the might of an assassin. It is time to teach those ignorant fools a lesson. Pantheon and Reyna stood atop a mountain, gazing at the sun as it ascended, radiating its brilliance. Bang! The gates of the War Academy's treasure vault were violently breached, as Plank led his comrades into the depths where they were immediately confronted by a legion of super soldiers, clad in full armor with only their eyes visible. These formidable warriors wielded massive hammers, exhibiting terrifying prowess in both offense and defense. Even Pantheon and Plank found it challenging to vanquish these super soldiers swiftly. One particularly aggressive super soldier dashed towards Leona, swinging a spiked hammer in her direction. As the hammer hurtled towards her, a cascade of memories flashed through Leona's mind, visions of her nemesis' scorn, the jeers of heroes and minions alike. A brilliant radiance emanated from her being, as the sun's luminescence began to shine forth. With a resounding clash, a golden shield materialized, intercepting the hammer. Seizing the initiative, Leona stood tall. A beam of golden light surged forth, piercing through the super soldier's form. Dawn's blade, she proclaimed, unleashing her first strike. Dawn's shield, she intoned, invoking her second. Golden light cascaded through the ceiling, resulting in a dazzling explosion that inflicted considerable damage and disorientation upon her foes. But the onslaught was far from over. She unleashed her third and fourth strikes. Accompanied by Leona's divine power, the golden light erupted like the sun breaking through the darkness, heralding the rise of a new dawn, the true manifestation of the sun goddess's might. Leona, chosen by the sun, demonstrated extraordinary talent. After a brief period of training, she was capable of unleashing immense power. With the full force of her divinity unleashed, the battle swiftly reached its conclusion. Plank, elated, sought to claim 3 treasures, only to discover the chests were empty. It was then that Ezreal, who had been narrating the events, appeared. Having absconded with the 3 artifacts and foolishly contemplating a confrontation with Leona and her companions. Yet, despite possessing the treasures, he stood no chance against a deity. After Leona's complete awakening, her formidable strength, combined with Pantheon and Plank, allowed them to subdue Ezreal and reclaim the treasures. Subsequently, Plank allied with Aurelia, the Blade Dancer, to seize Wukong's magical staff. By coincidence, Wukong was at Aurelia's CAF, promoting bonds, which proved to be a fateful encounter. Under Plank's incitement, Aurelia's desire for vengeance surged forth, and she launched an attack on Wukong. At that moment, Wukong was merely a shadow, his power sealed, armed only with a Doran's stick. As the stick shattered during the skirmish, Wukong sustained severe injuries. With the magical staff successfully acquired, Plank and his companions returned to their ship, eager to explore the staff's ability to enlarge. All right, watch this. Grow, Plank exclaimed as he directed his command at the staff. Boom. The staff expanded instantaneously, sending Plank and his crew flying, even crushing their ship in the process. They all plunged into the sea. However, as pirates, they were not far from shore and swiftly made their way back to land. Pantheon emerged from the ocean, cradling Leona as they returned to the sandy beach. But where was Aurelia? Pantheon surveyed the surroundings, but found no trace of the blade-wielding maiden. Why do you ask me? He retorted. That is a question for the shark. Without a glance back, Plank responded. Pantheon turned and leaped, plunging once more into the ocean. Little fishman, is it time for my entrance? Here comes the great shark. You thought you could leave after relieving yourself? What is this absurdity? Can Plank truly wield the golden staff? And can it be enlarged? You shall be held accountable for this. Chapter 44. The arrival of the young lady. Everyone step aside. Having acquired the golden staff, Plank returned to the War Academy, enlarging it to colossal proportions, towering like a wall, its height piercing the clouds. The immense staff slowly tilted towards the territory of Dalmatia, prompting Jarvan to gather his allies in search of a solution with Sun Wukong. Alongside him appeared a bald figure with purple skin, carrying scrolls. How can we prevent this gigantic staff from obliterating us? Jarvan inquired straightforwardly. I cannot do it. I lack the strength, Sun Wukong replied, his voice feeble. You are not the true Sun Wukong. You are merely a projection, devoid of power to unleash, unless you awaken from the chaos. Should you do so, you will depart from this world. The bald mage Rise articulated the solution. If Sun Wukong awakened from the chaos and unleashed his power, he could reclaim the golden staff. But doing so would necessitate his exit from this realm. Ali's eyes widened, filled with reluctance. Is there truly no other way, Rise? She implored. You must have some other means. The one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. You still hold affection for this world, do you not? Rise remarked, shaking his head, indicating he had no other alternatives. Or have you developed feelings for this fox? Rise's gaze shifted to Ali. And no, that is not the case. Though Sun Wukong felt a tremor in his heart at Rise's words, he quickly denied it. After much deliberation, Sun Wukong resolved to awaken his true self. And Rise guided him in breaking the seal. To shatter the seal, he would have to endure the relentless onslaught of heroic power. The Dalmatians and Planks group engaged in a duel at the War Academy's arena. The battle resembled a crucible, as the hero's strength battered Sun Wukong's spirit and body. Loosening the seal, the clash continued into the night. Under a sky filled with stars, a rift opened revealing azure skies and white clouds, an image of another world. Sun Wukong's seal was on the verge of breaking, yet the heroes who had battled thus far lacked the energy to impede him. Golden Staff, return. With the complete unsealing of his power, Sun Wukong reclaimed the staff, sweeping it in a single stroke, sending Plank and his companions flying. Awakening as if from a dream, Sun Wukong felt a surge of clarity, as if emerging from slumber, while simultaneously sensing the allure of another world. As the moment unfolded, Sun Wukong cast a sorrowful glance at Ari, their eyes locking in a poignant exchange. Farewell. Ultimately, Sun Wukong uttered nothing more, merely bidding her goodbye as he ascended towards the heavens, drawn by the world's irresistible allure. Ari, tears streaming down her face, desperately grasped Sun Wukong, unwilling to let him depart. Yet, the world's gravitational pull was far too potent for a mere fox to withstand. Within mere seconds, Sun Wukong vanished into the rift of the sky, returning to his own realm. After the tumult of battle, tranquility was restored, and the inhabitants of the War Academy resumed their lives. Oh, little Lele, have you grown stronger? Are you able to challenge me now? On this day? Leona encountered Diana once more in the wild. Strong, strong, strong? At your age, adorned in such garish makeup. Perhaps you should first cleanse yourself and focus on finding a husband. Leona had no intention of engaging in combat, yet her tone revealed a newfound resilience. Within the War Academy, at Ari's bun shop, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance. The Bodhisattva has proclaimed my 6 senses are impure. Thus I have resolved to seal my love within Valoran, eternally bound to this place. Sun Wukong astonishingly reappeared, but this time, he would remain forever. In a sudden transition, the doors of a bar swung open, revealing a striking figure. I have come to see the handsome Ezreal. The newcomer, with golden locks and a refined visage, donned a blue dress that accentuated her alluring form, radiating a luminous aura. Upon her entrance, Ezreal, enamored with himself, brushed his hair back. Ah, this is Miss Lux, the fairest maiden of Dalmatia, sister to Garen. Xiao Yan rose from his position nearby, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Step aside, I am here to see Ezreal. Lux waved her hand dismissively, not even casting a glance at Xiao Yan. Bang. All right, there's nothing of interest anymore, Lux lamented, shaking her head in disappointment. Look at me, behold the handsome visage of Miss Lux, the reliability of my shoulders, and my suitable status. Pray, consider dating me. Xiao Yan boldly presented himself, eager for Lux's attention. You are as foolish as my brother. Oh well, let it be, Lux retorted, waving him off and turning to leave, offering Xiao Yan no opportunities. Garen, what should I do? Am I destined to remain a loser forever? Rejected, Xiao Yan sought Garen's counsel for advice. Do not fret, my sister is quite innocent. Begin with ordinary conversations. Garen, ever the loyal brother, readily provided guidance. Xiao Yan promptly followed suit, orchestrating chance encounters to converse with Lux, yet to no avail. Truly my sister is not easily approached by ordinary fools. In his quest, Xiao Yan sought Garen and Jarvan's assistance once more. Garen suggested a change in strategy. If innocence failed, then perhaps boldness would suffice. Ultimately, Xiao Yan received a resounding slap for his efforts. For the 3rd time, Garen remarked that Lux enjoys reading, prompting Xiao Yan to adopt a more artistic demeanor. Under the luminous moonlight by the window, the fragrance of chrysanthemums wafted through the air. One evening, Xiao Yan ascended to the rooftop outside Lux's window, poised to compose a poem. Dalmatia. A crimson ray of light pierced through Xiao Yan's form, and in an instant, a radiant projectile sent him flying. Is it truly so difficult to win her affection? I refuse to believe it. Xiao Yan recounted his disheartening experiences, leaving Garen somewhat skeptical. Allow me. Garen slammed his palm on the table, rising abruptly, causing both Xiao Yan and Ezreal nearby to tumble to the ground. Is this even coherent? Haha. Lord Xian is truly unfortunate. Sigh. The tale of the monkey and Ahri brought me to tears, but thankfully they ended up together. Such narratives are mere folklore. In the official accounts, they share no bond. In the lore, Ahri and Yasuo exhibit a hint of romantic tension. Yasuo and Riven are a couple, right? In the clash of light and darkness, Soraka once mentioned that her parents were Riven and Yasuo. That pertains to skin lore and holds no relevance to the official narrative. Soraka, the child of the stars, surpasses those two mortals by far. They are not of the same caliber. Truth be told, Xiao Yan and Lux would make a splendid match. Not quite. Xiao Yan is significantly older and doesn't belong to the same generation as Garen and the others. Garen is certainly leading his sister astray. Chapter 45. Carl, without mundane desires, wait a moment. Isn't Lux rather fond of her brother? How could she speak of Garen in such a manner? This only serves to indicate they are indeed siblings. Who is Lux's official pairing? Ezreal? It isn't the golden-haired lad. The starry spirit Zoe has a penchant for Ezreal, who is pursuing Lux. If Lux were to harbor feelings for anyone, it would be Silas? Not really. Their interactions are merely discussions on magical affairs, though Garen, the protective elder brother, would certainly disapprove, currently brandishing his sword at Silas. In ancient times, rumors circulated that Lux fancied Garen. Oh, the trope of sibling romance. Excitement is in the air. Alas, this too is merely a slight hint from the official narrative. Largely speculation from the populace without substantial evidence. Now, even the hints have vanished. Garen wishes to orchestrate a union between Lux and Jarvan. Yet Jarvan is enamored with the Dragon Lady. Lord Xian's poetry is unparalleled. Who wouldn't want to strike him after hearing it? Levi would respond with a melody of the Blue Lotus Sword. Indeed, Leona's words resonate well. As one ages, it is essential to present oneself attractively, lest one remain unmarried. In the realm of the divine, Kaiser nodded in agreement with Leona's sentiments, asserting that young ladies ought to refrain from excessive embellishment. For simplicity often enhances beauty. Are you referring to Liangbing? Is she still fretting over her prospects for marriage? Xia recognized that Kaiser's words were directed at Liangbing. Despite their fraught relationship, Kaiser still harbored concern for her sister. Kesha fell silent. Before she could not feign composure nor utter deceitful words. Do not fret. After all, there's still Carl, the ever-devoted admirer, she remarked. Over the years, Liangbing had managed to both combat the celestial beings and advance civilization, largely thanks to Carl's unwavering support. Carl? He was indeed quite handsome, yet his demeanor was excessively shadowy. Furthermore, he had now transformed into a phantom, which rendered him fundamentally distinct from ordinary life forms. Kesha shook her head at the thought of that individual, acknowledging his good looks and scientific prowess, but lamenting his darkness. Having become a phantom, devoid of a corporeal form, she felt reluctant about Liangbing being with him. Yet, considering Liangbing's character, perhaps only Carl could endure her. Brother-in-law, do be sure to introduce me to Lux. At the Super God Academy, Xiao Yan approached Gu Xiaoluan, addressing him as brother-in-law without hesitation. Get lost. I have no sister, Gu Xiaoluan retorted, pushing Xiao Yan's head aside. Unlike Garen, he had no beautiful sister to speak of. What a pity, lamented Yao Wen from the side. I would truly like to meet Gu Xiaoluan's sister if he had one. Not just Cheng Yao Wen, but other classmates were equally curious. If Gu Xiaoluan had a sister, they too would wish to make her acquaintance. Brother Monkey, that fox is actually quite remarkable. On the journey to the west, Zhu Beiji gazed at Sun Wukong, feeling a pang of sadness. The bond between Sun Wukong and Ali brought him sorrow. That's not my old self, Sun Wukong retorted, turning away to sit on a nearby stone, brooding. Ba, Beiji, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Wukong is in a foul mood, Tang San advised, noting Sun Wukong's evident displeasure. Observing how considerate Sha Sang was, he opted for silence. High atop the western heavenly mountain, the gaze of all Buddhas was fixed upon Guanyin Bodhisattva. As the foremost among the four great bodhisattvas, Guanyin felt a twinge of discomfort. Guanyin, might you venture to the Valoran continent? The Buddha of Enlightenment was the first to inquire whether she could travel to Valoran. In response, World-Honored One, I cannot reach the Valoran continent. The Sun Wukong of that realm is likely sealed by the Guanyin of that world. Guanyin's words were somewhat convoluted. Yet the assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas understood. They accepted this explanation, particularly the Buddha of Enlightenment. whose powers surpassed even Guanin's. If Guanin could breach the barriers of worlds to reach Valoran, he surely could as well. However, it was evident that he could not even sensing the existence of Valoran amidst the chaos. Once again, the celestial tapestry shifted. This time, it was no longer the Valoran continent, but rather an image resembling a modern urban world. Silence. Within a classroom, at the sound of a boy's command, the speaking students suddenly found their minds blank, collapsing onto their desks. Silence. Silence. Such is my unique ability, to silence others. Thus, on a fateful afternoon steeped in chivalry, I orchestrated a venture of nefarious intent. Amidst the clamor, Garen, clad in a cerulean hoodie, bellowed for silence at a tattooed figure in the alley, prompting him to regurgitate a few bitter words. Suddenly, a brick struck Garen squarely in the face, and the assailant unleashed a barrage of blows upon him. You little rascal, do you know who I am? They call me the headhunter. Am I someone you can provoke? The onslaught continued. Though Garen was utterly defenseless, his resilience remained intact, and he suffered no grave harm. Then, agents from the National Security Bureau found Garen, donned in somber black suits, reminiscent of shadows cloaked in darkness. If I were to offer you a chance to save the world, would you accept? Inquired the agent seated before Garen. Without a moment's hesitation, Garen shook his head in refusal. You once believed you were destined to be the savior of the world. Why now do you decline? The agent probed, seeking an explanation. Because of this, Garen exclaimed as he abruptly drew the curtains aside, revealing through the window a gaping chasm in the sky, shaped like a cross. Look, such a vast void above, who knows what may fall from it? In times of peace, ordinary individuals might fantasize about their potential to save the world. Yet when peril truly looms, the best they can do is to distance themselves from danger and strive to survive. This rift in the heavens had manifested 6 months prior, suffused with crimson radiance and echoing with sounds reminiscent of a realm of death. Would you accept divine power if offered? The agent countered, presenting a tempting proposition. I'll think it over, Garen replied, retreating to his chair, pondering the offer. Although the allure of divine power was enticing, the specter of the unknown still instilled fear within him. Share a dormitory with a beautiful woman, suggested another agent, presenting an even more tantalizing condition. I'm in. Garen responded enthusiastically, slamming his hand on the table in agreement. Indeed, before the allure of beauty, he found himself unable to resist. Chapter 46. The Reset of the World. The ultimate fear pathetic, this is all you amount to. Even in another world, Garen remains subject to Katarina's conquest. He is still called Garen, yet he is entirely different post-reset. Indeed, the narrative has shifted dramatically. Prior to the reset, there was a necessity to connect with the League of Legends, post-reset. The aim is to sever ties with the League, leading to alterations in both name and storyline. This version leans towards humor, while the post-reset narrative adopts a more serious tone, yet it feels somewhat jarring. Indeed, the situation has become utterly chaotic. Fortunately, the decisive battle in the void is imminent. Promising an end to it all, one wonders when it will commence. Before the reset, I recall that Reyna and her divine companions hailed from the future, not from another world, and that the greatest adversary appeared to be Karl, rather than the void itself. Wasn't the void the focus before the reset? The truth will reveal itself in due time. The barrage of comments illuminated the sky, creating a vibrant atmosphere. I remember the encounter between the god of war and the power of the galaxy. It was not quite like this. Nor was the process of the power of the galaxy entering the Super God Academy. Kesha's eyes transformed to a brilliant white as she began to manipulate the data within the cosmos. The events transpiring at the Super God Academy could not escape her keen perception. It was both familiar and foreign, reminiscent yet distinct. She also discerned the differences. While the essence remained, the changes were significant. Is this what they refer to as a reset? Kesha pondered the implications of the comments. The term reset suggests, quite literally, that this is not merely an ordinary parallel universe. She could not help but contemplate the ultimate dread. Is it the void or the reset? Once again, it was Xiao Luan who took center stage in this celestial narrative. Zhao Xian patted Cheng Yaowen on the shoulder and gestured toward Xiaoluan, indicating that in this comparative tale, it seemed Xiaoluan was indeed the protagonist. None of you shall escape, Xiaoluan remarked, casting a glance at Zhao Xian. The trio of friends stood united, with Xiaoluan now appearing on the celestial screen. How could these two friends evade? It seemed fortuitous. However, I also noticed Lu Chuang's presence, suggesting that everyone from the Super God Academy would inevitably make an appearance. Yaowen spoke of the rogue leader who had once confronted Xiaoluan. Though unnamed, his aura unmistakably belonged to Lu Chuang. At that moment, Lu Chuang kept his head down. choosing silence, as if he were invisible. This was undoubtedly a chapter of his dark past. It was a perfect opportunity for Reina to witness what a true goddess embodies. With formidable presence, Reina was determined to show her what genuine divinity truly is. Galen was coerced into kneeling and singing Conquer, afterward being ushered into the room occupied by Xiao Yan and Jarvan. Upon exchanging tales, it became clear they were all victims of a trick, leading them to resolve to ambush Katarina the following day. The trio chose to conceal themselves in the underbrush, and as Katarina jogged by in the morning, they erupted from the foliage, shouting Damesha. Despite such an unexpected ambush, Katarina deftly evaded their assault using her spatial abilities, subsequently activating her Death Lotus. A flurry of daggers swirled like a tempest, shredding their garments to tatters. A level 1 novice stood no chance against a level 6 assassin unleashing her ultimate. It was sheer domination. Katarina's control was remarkable. She did not harm the trio but bound them at the school gates, a psychological blow. Although they emerged unscathed, their reputations were irreparably damaged. Following this farcical episode, their academic journey officially began, under the tutelage of the wandering mage, Cries. While the wormhole above was indeed conjured by Karthus, the first lesson concluded, and a boisterous figure barged in, intent on causing chaos. However, this was not his domain. Garen and his 3 companions swiftly subdued him. Fortunately, the beautiful officer Catherine appeared just in time to rescue him. Yet, this enchanting constable had a penchant for the chase, relentlessly pursuing Garen and his friends. Despite facing setbacks, Garen remained undeterred and sought out Katarina once more. This time, Garen fared well, engaging Katarina in conversation and even agreeing to be the first to challenge the summoned deity. Though he would merely be cannon fodder, Garen consented. The moment of summoning arrived as Professor Cries performed the incantation, and amidst a swirl of blue light, a wooden barrel materialized from the white steam. "I shall be the first to serve as cannon fodder," Garen declared, grabbing a broom and stepping forward. "This is no pressure at all. I can do it," Xiao Yan remarked, exuding confidence. "This is a benefit, a boon," Jarvan chimed in, encouraging the atmosphere. "Professor Liu, could you kindly ask them to leave? This is quite inconvenient for me." Reina, the one summoned, cast a glance at Cries, expressing her disbelief at the audacity of the crowd. "Everyone disperse, disperse." Cries waved his hand, signaling the end of an extraordinary magic lesson. "By the way, from which era do you hail?" Catherine inquired curiously, observing Reina as she changed her attire. Although Reina appeared ordinary, she was indeed a true deity, making Catherine's curiosity understandable. "Approximately 20,000 years after your time," Reina mused, reflecting on her era, which had advanced into what was known as the Age of Super Deities. Her lineage was among those closest to the sun, the stars, and they excelled in harnessing solar energy. However, Reina was only in her 20s, a mere blip compared to the 30,000-year-old headmaster Kirin of the Super Deity Academy. Nevertheless, a deity remains a deity. Reina, accompanied by Katarina and Catherine, journeyed to Durban to showcase her divine prowess. "I am the embodiment of Dawn, your goddess," Reina proclaimed, standing atop a table with one hand on her hip and the other raised high. Yet no extraordinary phenomena unfolded. "Oh dear, I must redefine light and darkness," she realized, leaping across several tables to reach the window. "Ha ha, I am indeed a god." With her declaration, a dazzling golden light erupted, and her majestic divine presence surged forth like an immense ocean. Though a youthful deity, her strength was nothing short of terrifying. The overwhelming divine power swept through the classroom, sending all students hurtling through the air. This was Reina's method of selecting superpowered individuals. Only Garen, Xiao Yan, Jarvan, and the others who fell from above remained unscathed. In one-on-one combat, however, Reina effortlessly triumphed. Following the initial display of dominance, the arduous training commenced, with the Super God Academy even enlisting the future guardian, Jace, as their instructor. The first day of training entailed an intimidating 50-kilometer-long run, yet astonishingly, everyone persevered. Chapter 47. The emergence of the Demon King and the final judgment. The training proved to be exceedingly grueling, yet the results were remarkably gratifying. At the very least, their physical strength had significantly increased, clearly showcasing the extraordinary capabilities of superpowered warriors. As Teacher Cries entered, he led Garen and his fellow students into his office. Upon seeing Jace, a look of surprise crossed his face. "Are you surprised to see me?" he inquired. Having known each other for some time, their familiarity was evident. "No. It's just that the last time I saw you, you were already 180 years old," Jace remarked, tactfully omitting the fact that, despite being 180, she remained single. "That was in your timeline," she smiled, subtly shifting the conversation, for she was not nearly as aged now. All right, everyone take a seat, Rise instructed, gesturing for Garen and the others to sit down. Do not underestimate the threats that lurk beyond the wormhole. Among them may reside immensely powerful evil deities. And amongst you, even someone like Reyna. Rise began to elucidate the dangers posed by the wormhole above, including the formidable evil gods from another realm. With a mere gesture, a brilliant blue light erupted from Reyna, her form levitating in midair. The divine body is impervious, endowed with various resistances and immunity to radiation, yet it is not invincible. Among you, there are two individuals capable of shattering such a divine form, one possessing the power to slay gods, and the other, a girl from Durban, equally endowed with such prowess. As Rise released Reyna from her levitation, he spoke of the power to vanquish gods. One such individual is Garen, who is rather unique. He possesses a hardness akin to that of a divine body. With specialized training, in certain respects, he could surpass the power to slay gods, while in other aspects, he might not. The final judgment, Rise continued, is something I cannot adequately explain at present, including the time god principle. It transcends our comprehension of technology. Rise then mentioned Garen, highlighting his exceptional nature, as he was not in the least inferior to a divine body. However, in some respects, he lacked the strength embodied by the power of ultimate judgment. All right, the meticulously prepared occupational gear has arrived. Go and collect it, Rise concluded, directing Jace to escort Garen and the others to retrieve their equipment. The gear consisted of a set of black armor, accompanied by various melee weapons, while only Catherine was equipped with a sniper rifle, a ranged firearm. They are not merely confronting ordinary foes. Some even hail from tens of thousands of years into the future, having long since developed immunity to missile assaults. While Garen and his comrades were undergoing training, a wormhole manifested an evil deity, Morgana, a fallen angel adorned with dark wings and a heavily made-up visage. The one who facilitated her arrival was none other than the Reaper, Karthus. There is little cause for concern regarding Morgana. She will inevitably face the wrath of her sister. However, my intent is to summon something entertaining, the Demon King. Once Karthus released Morgana, he paid her little mind, allowing her to wreak havoc while he sought to conjure the legendary Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Boom. In the depths of night, the Demon King emerged, his crimson eyes stirring ominous clouds, his malevolent aura eclipsing the stars and moon. It was the first real combat scenario for Garen and his team, and their adversary was none other than the fearsome Sun Wukong. With no path of retreat, they were compelled to advance. A cadre of super warriors clashed with the Demon King, obliterating the surrounding terrain, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary mortals. Xiao Yan, you must pursue Sun Wukong in the sky. Your speed is the only match for him. Keep him within your sights and prevent him from launching attacks on the ground. Can you manage this? After the close quarters engagement, Jace began to assign tasks. I can assure you, Xiao Yan replied confidently, I will not falter. However, this would place you in considerable peril, Jace cautioned with a tone of concern. I am prepared to brave any danger, Xiao Yan asserted resolutely, understanding that this was not the moment for hesitance. I do not require you to recklessly endanger yourself. First and foremost, ensure your own safety. Catherine, your range is the only means of providing support to Xiao Yan. Guard him well, Jace instructed, emphasizing the need for caution. Understood. Both Xiao Yan and Catherine replied in unison. Very well, let us move. At Jace's command, Xiao Yan sprang to his feet, spear in hand, soaring into the sky like a streak of light. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to act, Catherine interrupted him. Bang! Yet, upon facing the agile Sun Wukong, Xiao Yan found himself at the mercy of the onslaught. Hurry, Garen. Jarvan, support Xiao Yan. Catherine, unleash your firepower. Katarina and remain on standby. Jace quickly reorganized his warriors, and Garen joined forces with Jarvan. At this moment, Garen's weapon had been augmented, weighing an imposing 10 tons. Bang! The immense force bore down, the weighty weapon striking with a shower of sparks. Even Sun Wukong struggled to withstand it. Garen pressed against Sun Wukong, and Jarvan along with Xiao Yan immediately followed up with their attacks. My great sword has long been eager for action, Garen proclaimed, as he engaged Sun Wukong in a fierce confrontation. In this moment, only Garen possessed the strength to face the Monkey King head-on. Bang! A plume of black smoke emerged, and Sun Wukong vanished from sight, reappearing behind Javan with a single strike that temporarily incapacitated him. Galen swiftly filled the void, calling for the final judgment. Jace immediately requested the final judgment, asserting that only by harnessing this power could Galen suppress or even annihilate Sun Wukong. The final judgment was approved, augmenting Galen's weapon to a weight of 1,000 tons. As the final judgment commenced, Galen's weapon grew increasingly heavier, while ominous clouds began to gather overhead. Within those clouds, a flicker of light brewed. The final judgment. An incomprehensible force was at Galen's disposal. He could wield this immense power to embed information within the target's being, thus reshaping it. By the heavens, Monkey King. With Galen's furious roar, a brilliant beam descended from the stormy sky, striking Sun Wukong with tremendous force. This radiant light roused Sun Wukong from his chaos, erasing his murderous intent and restoring his reason, returning him to the status of the victorious fighting Buddha. The battle of that night finally reached its conclusion. Through this arduous struggle, the super god warriors truly attained unparalleled combat prowess. As the conflict subsided, the Super God Academy welcomed a new era of development, recruiting fresh talent and relocating their training to a naval aircraft carrier for learning and practice. Chapter 48, The Battle of Angels and Demons. Section 31. Galen and his comrades also participated in the training of the newcomers, but they were soon summoned for a new mission. A grave crisis loomed on the horizon. If Morgana were to arrive in this world, then Kale would inevitably follow. Even if Kale did not come, Karthus would surely summon her. Douqi led the way, explaining the current perilous situation they faced. Who is Kale? Rena asked, bewildered. The Judgment Angel, the authoritarian ruler who judges all evil, Douqi replied. That doesn't sound too bad. Rena mused, puzzled. Surely, one who judges evil cannot be a villain themselves. Ah, it seems even I do not comprehend what she deems as evil, Douqi chuckled softly. However, I know that a ruler who has dominated for 50,000 years will not grasp the order of the pre-nuclear era. The authoritarian ruler dictates everything according to her will. Whether one is deemed worthy of judgment entirely depends on her mood. Even if Kale adheres to principles, the standards of that era are utterly obsolete now. How formidable are they? Jace inquired, for knowledge of both allies and adversaries is essential for devising effective strategies. Kale herself is completely immune to nuclear weapons, and the flaming sword she wields ranks third among the most advanced armaments in known space. Douqi's understanding of the angels was limited, yet even this knowledge conveyed their terrifying strength. As the Super God Academy prepared for the future, Morgana was equally resolute in her own endeavors. Suspended in the air, a castle loomed, where Morgana was preparing for battle alongside her demonic minions. Beside her stood a humanoid crocodile, the god of crocodiles, Rek'Sai. Why do I get the impression that your minions are a bunch of demons? Rek'Sai, with his sluggish intellect, had only just realized the nature of Morgana's followers. Demons? Are you aware of the concept of ultimate fear? Morgana, unfazed and unapologetic, embraced her identity as a demon. When confronted with Morgana's inquiry, Rek'Sai straightforwardly shook his head, oblivious to what ultimate fear entailed. At your current level, it is unnecessary for you to know, nor would it affect you. However, my sister, that fool, will surely be consumed by ultimate fear, believing she has established a most orderly realm. Morgana's tone dripped with sarcasm as she spoke of her sister, Kale. To her, the notion of order was ill-suited for beings endowed with eternal life. Beneath the weight of immortality, unrestrained descent into chaos was the only true path. Of course, whether this evolution was beneficial or detrimental to humanity was another matter entirely. Upon receiving the news, the superhuman warriors swiftly mobilized for support. Unlike their encounter with the frenzied demon king Sun Wukong, this time they faced elite demonic warriors, equipped with coordination and strategy, making victory far more elusive than before. Xiao Yan's extraordinary mobility made him the prime target, and he was swiftly eliminated by a demonic sniper. Subsequently, Reyna activated a miniature sun to provide reconnaissance, which helped to stabilize the situation, though several were still injured. The demonic warriors soared into the sky, poised to assault the airborne fighters. Reyna, and Fina, the Sword Princess, collaborated to dispatch 3 demonic warriors. Yet one remained, ready to continue its onslaught. Suddenly, a fireball hurtled from a distance, crashing down upon the demonic warrior. In the realm of my master, there is no place for your kind, Sun Wukong declared, placing a foot upon the vanquished demon, whose earlier wounds left it barely clinging to life. I am a monster, then what are you? The demonic warrior found humor in the irony of a demon king labeling others as monsters. Buddha, Sun Wukong proclaimed with pride, asserting that he had attained enlightenment. Hearing this banter, the demonic warrior could no longer withstand the weight of its existence and collapsed lifelessly. Sun Wukong. Garen rushed over with Ari, quickly spotting the former. Ari. Sun Wukong greeted Garen before turning his gaze to Ari. MHM. Ari looked at Sun Wukong with eyes filled with admiration. Did they not awaken your memories from 1,000 years ago? Ari, however, appeared utterly oblivious to such matters. Perhaps it's for the best. All my memories reside within the journey to the west, with one exception, you. Live well. Sun Wukong leaped into the sky once more, departing once again. In this battle atop the clouds, the super warriors emerged victorious. However, Morgana did not relent. She sought aid from Karthus and enlisted the formidable general, Black Wind, to infiltrate the dreams of Jarvan and Rena, sowing discord between them. Yet, the mental fortitude of both individuals surpassed expectations, proving resistant to her machinations. The demon battleship was transported beside Morgana by Karthus, and with the backing of a supercomputer, Morgana's computational power surged, prompting her immediate retaliation. Meanwhile, the angelic army had arrived, and Queen Kale confronted Morgana. Impossible. You know you cannot kill me. It is unlikely you would confront me without assistance. Let me guess, Karthus? Kaiser observed Morgana before her. She should have been evading Kaiser, yet here she stood, suggesting the presence of an ally, none other than Karthus. Feel free to delve into my memories. I am aware that upon our meeting, you will undoubtedly mock my foolishness and ignorance, but the true folly lies with you. Morgana faced Kale, her confidence somewhat faltering. Yet, she felt assured, for within the scheme with Karthus, she was but a bait, designed to reveal Kale's vulnerabilities. Enough of this debate. Prepare to meet your end. Kale, losing her patience, initiated the battle. Angels and demons clashed in an instant, while Kale and Morgana commenced their duel. Victory would not come easily. But Morgana was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. From the onset of the battle, Morgana found herself utterly subdued. Kale's silver wings overwhelmed her, wounding Morgana and nearly presenting a chance for her demise. At that critical moment, however, Kale's vulnerability finally manifested. A transparent skull emerged in the heavens, opening its vast maw filled with starlight, and devoured Kale along with the surrounding space. This gaping maw did not annihilate Kale, but rather transported her before an impending supernova explosion. The flame sword of angels ranks third. What could possibly be the top two? Known cosmic weapons are shrouded in mystery. I know, bloodthirst and endless. Those two are hardly comparable. It would be better to say dark silver and Godslayer weapons. Godslayer weapons is a general term. Anything capable of slaying gods falls under this category, including the flame sword. Then it must be void weapons and dark silver. The first is the great clock. The second should be Karthus's weapon. I agree on the first, but the second should be the angel's weapon, no? Was it Master E and the Sword Princess who launched the attack? Let us avoid that phrasing. Civilization involves you, me, and others. Such an old reference. I cannot find humor in it. Master E alone. The Sword Princess would need to unleash her ultimate to keep pace. No need for me to specify whom to play. Oh, the Blade Dancer. Would you grace us with another performance of the Blade Waltz? Alas, it seems that Kale has fallen. Surely, she has not perished, but merely disconnected. In truth, it is almost akin to death. Without the presence of the celestial ruler, the realm is indeed leaderless. There ought to be candidates for the Angel King. Perhaps that Freljordian Ash? Her name is actually Anivia. Yes, that is her. I wonder if she remains a contender for the title of Angel King? Fear not, for I, Yan, am here, the right-wing guardian angel, capable of temporarily commanding the Angel Legion in times of crisis. Could it be that the void consumed Kale, the Great Worm? Perhaps. Ultimately, the true terror is not the fear of the void, and the Great Worm is hardly worthy. The ultimate fear before the reset was distinctly different from the void, and the Great Worm is indeed formidable. However, you are mistaken, even now. We remain in the dark about what the void truly is. The bond between the monkey and Ari stretches back a millennium. Such is the nature of fate. All memories lie within the journey to the west, save for one unexpected twist. How romantic. As the celestial canopy dimmed, the myriad beings began to engage in animated discussion. Tony, unable to remain seated, slammed his hand on the table. Are you suggesting that the so-called sun god and time god are merely products of technology? This outright challenges Tony's worldview, rendering it incomprehensible. Yet, there is little that cannot be understood. One might simply regard it as a form of biological technology enhancing the physical form. Is not that Rena a being from 20,000 years hence? The advancement of technology leading to the augmentation of the body is hardly a fantastical notion. Banner was the first to acquiesce, after all. He is a mutant born of gamma radiation. He is, in essence, a creature shaped by technology, thus not unfamiliar with biological enhancements. Indeed, their so-called gods are merely extraterrestrials akin to Tony. Natasha chimed in, urging Tony to adopt a more open perspective. If we speak of gods, Thor is one as well. Yet he is not as extraordinary as one might think, merely an alien with greater strength. There is no need for such alarm. After all, do we not have a technological relic among us? Tony glanced at Captain America beside him and suddenly felt a sense of relief. If technology can create gods, it is not entirely implausible. Do we not have a super soldier forged by technology right here? It is simply not as exaggerated. Technology? What is it? Such formidable power that it can elevate mortals to the divine and grant immortality. In the Qin dynasty, Ying gazed at the celestial veil, his heart ablaze. The tale of Nezha, while wondrous, failed to provide a concrete path to cultivation or immortality. Yet now, the celestial display offers guidance. The advancement of technology, particularly that enigmatic gene engine, promises not only immortality, but also the resurrection of demonic warriors. Is this not the very path to immortality that Ying has sought? The only uncertainty lies in how to develop this technology. Technology? In the hearts of the emperors across the myriad realms. A singular thought arose. Although the nature of this technology remained unknown, its potential for development appeared undeniable. Technology had evolved to such an extent, manifesting interstellar civilizations and gene manipulation akin to divine arts. Yi Fan gazed upon the starry expanse, reflecting on the path of technology that was pursued in his homeland, pondering if it could indeed reach the magnificent heights of gene transcendence. As for the fusion of technology and cultivation, this monarch was aware of one such instance. The Black Emperor, with a smug gleam in his eyes, regarded Yi Fan. Yi Fan remained silent, patiently awaiting what was to come. The Black Emperor continued to elaborate on the circumstances of the Eternal Kingdom. The amalgamation of technology and cultivation was indeed a commendable path. Curiosity burgeoned within Yi Fan regarding this civilization. He resolved to explore it should the opportunity arise. Ultimately, the pinnacle of technological advancement bore a striking resemblance to myth. In a world dominated by the divine, the old celestial master observed the contents projected across the heavens, feeling a profound sense of awe at the might of technology. Even without contemplating future advancements, the current state of human technology posed formidable challenges to the extraordinary beings. Despite the old celestial master being one of the most exceptional entities among them, the overwhelming force of human technological weaponry remained daunting. The potency of firearms far surpassed that of supernatural abilities. Was it conceivable for humanity to ascend to divinity through technology? Wu Geng's heart ignited with fervor as he contemplated the celestial display. The prospect of technology enabling mortals to attain godhood presented humanity with a new avenue to confront the divine. In a world where deities ruled over humankind, each additional pathway to resist there might offer a glimmer of hope. Yet, achieving divinity required passing the trials set by the gods. Without a divine position, how could one ascend? In the Doloa divine realm, Tang San's expression turned frigid. To attain godhood necessitated inheriting a divine legacy and position. However, in another realm, the process of becoming a god seemed significantly more accessible. Indeed, it was implausible for mortals to achieve divinity so effortlessly. They seemingly lacked divine positions, merely bearing the appellation of gods. Xiao Wu concurred with Tang San, asserting that the path to godhood was far from straightforward. Moreover, these individuals lacked divine positions and could not be deemed true gods, merely usurping the title. Tang San nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xiao Wu's astute observation that they were but mortals misappropriating the name of the divine. Suddenly, Queen Kesha's name sparked a reaction in He, causing him to stand abruptly, unable to maintain his composure. Kesha, the angelic sovereign, represented the faith of the entire angelic civilization and reigned over cosmic realms. The thought of her downfall was too harrowing to contemplate. Do not be anxious, He. That realm is not ours, but a world prior to the reset. Kesha replied with remarkable tranquility, facing the notion of her potential demise with a calm demeanor, unperturbed by fear. However, He was well aware that this was not their world. Yet, given the connection between the two realms, she felt that their world would likely encounter similar events. Chapter 50. Encountering the Buddha again. Wukong's avatar gazing at Kaisha's serene countenance. She found herself at a loss for words. Rest assured, I have meticulously arranged everything. And with you overseeing the heavenly city, there shall be no cause for concern. Kaisha smiled softly. Even in the face of potential downfall, she was far from unprepared. At the very least, she had organized matters concerning the angelic civilization. Moreover, with He stationed at the heavenly city, no issues were anticipated. Allow me to oversee the heavenly city while you rest offline. Truly, this is a delightful arrangement. She composed herself, recognizing that Kaisha had already formed a plan, and thus chose to remain silent. All right, Let us commence and continue onward. Kaiser looked skyward as the heavens once again illuminated with brilliance. This time, the narrative directly delved into Xiaoyan's dark dimensional genetic system, harnessing the energy of sunlight to awaken the super soldier genes and restore Xiaoyan's body. Previously, Xiaoyan had valiantly intervened and clashed with Lu Chuang, sustaining a blow to the head from a brick. Had it not been for the activation of the genetic system, he would have perished. However, upon the system's activation, Xiaoyan recovered and re-engaged Lu Chuang. This time, he was transformed, sending Lu Chuang flying several meters with a single kick, prompting Lu Chuang to activate his own super genes. Consequently, both were detained for their brawl. Meanwhile, aboard the giant gorge, Douqi had learned that sunlight had activated a portion of the super genes and summoned Rose to engage with them. Simultaneously, the Sunlight Empress, Delena, from the Tiandao star system, was preparing to journey to the Chuang star system, while the angel Yan from the angelic civilization had already arrived ahead of her. Chasing 10 campus bells? Can your body handle it? Super soldier, what do you think? Xiaolin seems to have taken an interest in Xiaolin during this time, doesn't she? She still favors someone with a sense of justice. She probably has some good impressions, but not much. It might evolve into affection through subsequent training interactions. Enough. You have never explicitly stated that Xiaolin likes Xiaolin, have you? Not directly, but the implications have been ample. Wow, Xiaolin, impressive. Aiming for 10 campus bells. You've got some ambition. Xiao Yan turned to Xiaolin, mouth agape, feigning exaggerated expressions. So, Xiaolin, how far along are you now? How many campus bells have you caught? Cheng Yaowen teased, playfully nudging Xiaolin's shoulder. Go away, you rascals. Your laughter is too lewd. I merely expressed a fleeting thought upon awakening. I never intended for it to be taken so seriously. Xiaolin pushed away his two mischievous friends, finding their thoughts far too inappropriate. He had yet to win over even one of the campus bells, let alone several. They were overestimating him. Suddenly, Reina spoke up, asserting that Xiaolin was merely boasting, having failed to subdue even a Rose. The extraterrestrial force known as Tao Tai had invaded, drawing attention to the super soldiers activated by their superior genes, who were soon to be invited to form the heroic brigade. Rose and Ajia approached Xiaolin with an invitation, and under Ajia's persuasion and Rose's charms, Xiaolin inevitably joined the heroic brigade. After all, it is said that one may die beneath the rose, yet still remain a romantic spirit in death. As the super soldiers assembled, Tao Tai commenced its actions, apprehending the crocodile deity, Sutton, within the city, a spectacle witnessed by many. In that moment, Xiaolin and his companions began to comprehend the formidable adversaries they would face. Following this revelation, scenes of training unfolded. This time, it was not Jiez leading them, but Reina who took charge of training Xiaolin and the others. The training regimen appeared considerably more conventional, encompassing running, strength training, impact resistance drills, and ability development exercises. Before long, the heroic brigade faced its inaugural mission, targeting Sun Wukong. However, this time, Sun Wukong was not consumed by rage or indiscriminate slaughter. Instead, he awaited the arrival of the heroic brigade, engaging them in solitary combat. Fresh from training, they initially proved no match for Sun Wukong, yet through coordinated efforts, they managed to restrict his movements and even suppress him. Xiao Yan, Xiaolin, and Lu Chuang confined Sun Wukong's range, while Yaowen conjured an enormous earthen sphere to encase him. What a transformation! You all have performed admirably. Yet, before Xiaolin and his companions could fully revel in their victory, Sun Wukong's voice unexpectedly resonated from behind them. They turned abruptly to find Sun Wukong perched on a branch just behind, gazing at them with a look of approval. I understand now, monkey brother. This is the shadow clone technique, Lu Chuang exclaimed, realizing the situation as he glanced between the Sun Wukong before them and the earthen sphere above. I have been in this world for quite some time. You are all but children, while I am the victorious Buddha of this realm, Sun Wukong declared, descending from the tree to approach the heroic brigade. In that moment, he bore no malice or cruelty, only tranquility. Chuangzi seems quite knowledgeable. You even recognize the shadow clone technique. Then, do you know that the prince employs the Earth Explosion Star? Surprisingly, that truly resembles the Earth Explosion Star. After all that fighting, it was merely a clone. No wonder he is monkey brother. Even if it is just a clone, the only one capable of matching him in strength is Xiaolin. Focused primarily on brute strength, I see. Previously, when monkey brother fought Xiaolin, only Qilin assisted him, correct? Upon hearing Qilin say he was fighting Xiaolin, Rose retorted that Xiaolin needed no intervention. Was that a declaration of sovereignty? Perhaps it was merely confidence in Xiaolin's defenses. In such a scenario, One would worry only about Qi Lin disrupting their attack formation and operational strategy. Speaking of which, Qi Lin's concern may have led to some confusion. Given Ge Xiaoluan's defenses, he should not have been in peril. Qi Lin is not one of those powerful figures. How could she possibly know that Ge Xiaoluan possesses the strength of the galaxy and is not so easily vanquished? Although the storyline remains consistent, the nuances differ significantly. Sun Wukong does not lose his composure. Rather, he meticulously tests the mettle of the Xiong Bing Lian team. Within the confines of the Super God Academy, Ge Xiaoluan's gaze shifts toward Qi Lin, who momentarily averts her eyes but quickly regains her composure. Shadow Clone Technique. Can that Sun Wukong also perform the Shadow Clone Technique? Naruto gazes at the sky, intrigued. The Shadow Clone Technique is his signature ninjutsu. Can that monkey wield it as well? It is unlikely to be the Shadow Clone Technique. It is more likely some other form of cloning ability. Jiraiya shakes his head. The Shadow Clone Technique is a ninjutsu, and since the other party isn't even a ninja, how could they possibly wield such techniques? However, the existence of a similar cloning ability makes a great deal more sense. Clones have indeed emerged. In the Marvel Universe, it is Captain America who is astonished. While he is familiar with technology-enhanced physiques, the ability to create clones stretches the limits of his imagination. In Chapter 51, titled The Love of Angels, The Battle of the Heavenly River, it is revealed that achieving such cloning is not overly complex. By cloning a body and employing advanced algorithmic manipulation, one can effortlessly create a clone. Tony Stark, however, remains unfazed. The existence of something akin to clones is relatively easier for him to achieve. A clone body paired with artificial intelligence can certainly be realized. Nevertheless, Tony specializes in mech battalions and lacks extensive research into cloning biotechnology, making the task of creating a clone somewhat challenging. Wukong, are you capable of performing that cloning technique? In the Dragon Ball universe, Krillin looks towards Sun Wukong, pondering whether he can manage the cloning technique. Cloning technique? I haven't learned it. But Tianjin Fan's four-way fist is somewhat similar, isn't it? In Section 33, it is noted that Sun Wukong once visited a planet inhabited by numerous superpowered beings, where he learned instant transmission. However, due to time constraints, he could not master the cloning technique. Unlike their technique, which creates afterimages through speed, this cloning technique generates true clones that can assist in battle. Unfortunately, time was too limited for proper learning. Following their interaction with Sun Wukong, the members of the Super God Academy transitioned their training to the Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. The vanguard of the Tao Tai and the angels drew near. The first comprehensive war was on the verge of commencing. During this period, Reina revealed a method to Rose, unlocking Ge Xiaoluan's angelic genes, thus granting him black wings and the ability to fly. This method, however, is rather kitsch and unscientific. It involves a kiss, which helps Ge Xiaoluan unfurl his wings and acquire the power of flight. A few days later, the assault by Tao Tai officially commenced, with the first city targeted being Tiana City. The valiant squadron promptly ventured into the past for support. However, upon their arrival in Tiana City, they were greeted by billowing smoke that rapidly diminished visibility, a cunning stratagem devised by the formidable Tao Tai. Explosions reverberated through the air as two colossal enemy mechs maneuvered through the haze, obliterating several helicopters. Reina was struck by a divine weapon and plummeted to the ground, temporarily losing contact, while Sun Wukong was also incapacitated, leaving the squadron in disarray. Despite possessing the genes of super soldiers, the members of the squad remained fundamentally ordinary individuals, with only Rose and Qi Lin having undergone military training and possessing a modicum of combat resolve. For Ge Xiaoluan and his companions, it was their inaugural encounter with the battlefield, and the brutal scenes and fierce confrontations overwhelmed their senses, leaving them bewildered. Even with capabilities far surpassing those of Tao Tai, they were at a loss as to their next actions. Fortunately, Yaowen swiftly assumed command on the battlefield, stabilizing the situation momentarily. Ge Xiaoluan drew fire, while Qi Lin and Zhao Xian provided cover. Lu Chuang and Rui Mengmeng stood ready to assist. Yaowen's tactical arrangements proved to be remarkably astute. After a coordinated effort, they successfully dismantled one of the enemy's warships. Following an initial bout of fear, Ge Xiaoluan quickly recalibrated his combat mindset, reactivating the power of the galaxy. Simultaneously, communication was restored with the monkey and Reina, revealing that they were not so easily vanquished. Reina returned to the fray, yet Tao Tai's focus remained fixated upon her, as she was both the supreme commander and the strongest asset, specifically targeted by the divine assault. The enormous cross-shaped mothership charged its energy, unleashing a massive crimson beam that pierced the sky, a demonstration of military might. The red beam was intercepted by a shield, and the ensuing flames and smoke billowed outward for hundreds of meters, illuminating Reyna's battle attire as it fluttered, embodying the spirit of an invincible goddess of war. Following the main cannon's strike, a multitude of smaller adversaries surged forward. The monkey, multiplying into countless forms, intercepted the onslaught, while the others took their positions, directing their efforts toward the imposing cross-shaped battleship and initiating a counterattack. A flash of light shot forth as an enemy sniper targeted Reyna, though the damage inflicted was minimal. "I see you," Xiao exclaimed upon spotting Cao Tai's sniper, immediately engaging in a duel that resulted in the elimination of the sniper, albeit at the cost of her own safety. Gu Xiaoluan rushed to shield Qilin's retreat, only to witness her sustaining a headshot. Reyna swiftly commanded Gu Xiaoluan to escort Qilin to safety. "All right, Qilin, I'm coming for you. Watch my position. Back, jump." Gu Xiaoluan promptly rushed to her aid, guiding Qilin to leap onto his back. After dispatching 2 more enemies, Qilin could no longer endure and collapsed upon Gu Xiaoluan's shoulders. He bore her back to the medical station before rejoining the battlefield, this time facing Cao Tai's super soldier, Wind Thunder. In the face of Cao Tai's super soldier, Gu Xiaoluan found himself outmatched and relentlessly pummeled. Fortunately, his resilience kept him alive, embodying what is often referred to as an indomitable physique. However, they are not invincible. The use of fiery-grade weapons can indeed obliterate your super genes. The sword of wind and thunder pierced through Gu Xiaoluan's body, yet he still underestimated Gu Xiaoluan, who, despite such an injury, did not perish nor lose his fighting capacity. He bravely kicked Wind Thunder away, just as Lu Chuang arrived to provide assistance, swiftly dispatching Wind Thunder with a single-axe strike. Another super warrior, the Stag, was obliterated mid-air by Sun Wukong. With the threat of formidable super warriors eradicated, the counteroffensive of the heroic brigade proceeded with greater ease. Rose commanded the fleet's firepower to annihilate the massive cross-shaped battleship, thereby heralding the victory of the Tianhe campaign. Meanwhile, operations in North America also met with failure. Our spacecraft, stationed at the periphery of the solar system, was preparing to unleash a devastating strike on their cities through a wormhole. Then, a warrior clad in red exoskeletal armor charged towards our main cannon, leading to the demise of our flagship. We had miscalculated Earth's firepower, and a multitude of missile barges continued to press us hard. I, God Carl, forbade the use of star-killing weapons, which is why I sought your assistance in eliminating the heroic brigade and the armed organization known as the Alliance of Hatred in North America. The initial failure of the Vanguard allowed Cao Tai to locate Morgana, seeking to unleash the demon to eradicate the heroic brigade. To unlock the angelic gene, love is required, right? So, does Rose harbor love for Xiaoluan? Love might be too strong a word, but there is certainly affection or a fluttering heart. So, is the expression of this affection merely a kiss? It's possible that this kiss could awaken Xiaoluan's love for Rose. What love? Gu Xiaoluan merely craves her body. How base. Wow. Qilin seems quite trusting of Xiaoluan, plunging down without hesitation. After all, they are comrades who have trained together for such a long time. There must be some level of understanding and trust. In the Tianhe campaign, Xiaoluan appears somewhat timid. Well, it's understandable, after all. It's Xiaoluan's first time on the battlefield, and he was merely an ordinary university student before this. A bit of timidity is normal. Chapter 52, A Second Bloom. A hat-trick alliance of hatred? Sounds like a cameo from the Avengers. The Alliance of Hatred battles extraterrestrials, donned in red battle armor, carrying nuclear bombs through wormholes, definitely reminiscent of Iron Man. Now that's a dream crossover. Huh, and what of my involvement? Are we truly contending against these extraterrestrial beings known as Cao Tai? Tony sat up, surprised to discover references to his own past. During the prior alien invasion, he indeed had charged into a wormhole with a nuclear bomb. Yet, those extraterrestrials did not seem to be the same as these Cao Tai. No, they were Chitauri. Although they bear resemblance to us, without concrete visuals, it could very well not be us. Thor was somewhat knowledgeable about cosmic forces. The invading aliens were Thanos' minions. The Chitauri, not Cao Tai. This had long been anticipated. Tony was not surprised by this revelation, if indeed it was the same world. The sudden emergence of an unabashed super god academy could not have escaped his notice. Following the Tianhe campaign, Tasting had launched multiple assaults, and there were also the battles against demons in Yinshan, while Black Wind sowed discord between Lina and Yaowen. Fortunately, the Xiangbing Lian had overcome their past struggles. Subsequently, the angels descended, and the war against the demons officially commenced. Morgana's attack on Kaiser once again revealed more information, showcasing a large-scale aerial battle between angelic and demonic warriors. With Morgana and Kaiser engaged in combat, It was more accurate to say that Morgana was being relentlessly overwhelmed by Kaiser. Despite expending all her strength, Kaiser remained seated, not even rising from her throne. Just as Kaiser prepared to eliminate Morgana, she keenly sensed an anomaly. A skull filled with stars appeared in the sky and swallowed Kaiser whole. This strike, of course, was not intended to kill Kaiser. Rather, it was a form of teleportation, transporting her to the Emerald Star, where a supernova explosion was imminent. Gazing at the immense dark red celestial body ahead, and at Lena, whose body glowed with controlled consciousness, Kaiser silently analyzed the current situation. Summoning a piece of space debris, Kaiser sat down calmly. Snow, a subordinate of Karl, appeared, albeit merely as a projection. "Who are you?" Kaiser inquired, glancing at the unfamiliar underling. "I am." Snow began to introduce himself, but was interrupted. "You are not Karl." With a wave of her hand, Kaiser dismissed Snow's projection. Since he was not Karl, there was no need for further discourse. Kaiser turned her gaze forward, and Karl's projection materialized, bowing slightly as he addressed Kaiser. "Queen Kaiser, in your understanding, time and space are continuous concepts. You traverse from one point to another through wormholes. However, the void is quite the opposite. In the void, time and space are discontinuous. I do not alter your position, but rather the position of space itself." Karl articulated his philosophy of the void, acknowledging that forcibly relocating someone of Kaiser's stature would be immensely challenging. Yet, within the framework of the void, directly altering the position of space proved to be a more feasible approach. "Quite remarkable," Kaiser commended, then turned her attention to Lena. "And that Lena, we do not control others in such a manner." Lena had been completely subjugated, utilized as a weapon. It was precisely due to Lena's abilities that the planet before them could be ignited. Thus, while mortals may revere you, the gods may not necessarily share that sentiment, Karl remarked, noting the fundamentally different perspectives held by mortals and deities. Kaiser nodded silently. The impending supernova threatened to obliterate her. Furthermore, Karl candidly expressed their intention to utilize the Grand Clock to transport the fragments of Kesha throughout the known universe. Even if Kesha wished to coalesce and resurrect, it would require at least 300 million years. In response, Kesha asserted that such an endeavor was entirely unnecessary. Death is death, and if one could bring about her demise, it would be a testament to their prowess. "Forgive my frankness, Queen Kesha, but why do you not attempt to escape? Why remain seated here, awaiting your demise?" Karl pondered, somewhat perplexed. Although he had devised an escape plan for Kesha, he lacked the assurance to compel her to stay should she truly wish to depart. After all, Kesha is the mightiest in the known universe, and Karl was not privy to all her hidden cards and strategies. Escape? To where? I could swiftly bring an end to Reyna's third-generation divine form, rendering her irretrievable. Yet I shall not do so. As Kesha slowly rose, she declared, "Come forth. I rather wish to witness how you intend to obliterate my sense of justice." With arms outstretched, Kesha faced the impending death with composure. "Ha ha ha. What a pitiable queen. Confronting Sister Kesha, one cannot prevail in combat nor in words." Kesha could have severed Morgana's communication at any moment, yet she allowed Morgana to finish speaking, exclaiming, "Truly, I weep." In the face of Morgana, did Kesha show mercy? That archangel, so fortuitously out of control. The price of compassion is one's own demise. Even the angelic civilization teeters on the brink. She did not perish. Kesha was merely disintegrated into atoms, fully capable of resurrection. Similar to the states of He Shi and Liang Bing behind her, the three kings engage in a game of cards within a black hole. It is also possible that Liang Bing is being double-teamed by her sister and brother-in-law. It is only natural for a mischievous younger sister to receive a beating after such antics. Kesha was shattered. Yet she could still perceive all that transpired within the primary universe. It felt akin to the realm of the cosmic principle. Unity with the universe? Kesha's condition seemed more reminiscent of a fifth-generation divine form, entirely distinct from Huaya's counterfeit. Huaya is not a true fifth-generation divine form. It is merely his self-proclaimed title, considering even Karl himself lacks a fifth-generation divine form. Section 34. Due to her own disintegration, she paradoxically evolved towards the fifth-generation divine form. That remains a mere conjecture. The true nature of the fifth-generation divine form remains unknown to all. Thus, Kesha observes as angels are slain, heavenly cities invaded, and celestial palaces seized, while male angels rise. That cannot be termed a rise. Huaya is evidently just a pawn of Karl, merely an experimental subject, having ruled the universe for millennia. Perhaps the angelic faction has encountered internal issues. The younger generation of angels, lacking in training and combat experience, Kesha contemplated honing the angelic lineage, breathing new life into their kind. Could it not be that Kesha fell victim to Karl and Morgana's scheme? Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others? Indeed, Karl is the supreme deity, and with Morgana and the Great Clock meticulously orchestrating their strategy, the probability of successfully ambushing Kesha is considerably high. One must ponder whether Karl might be the strongest entity following Kesha. It is possible that he is not inferior to her. Kesha cannot vanquish Karl, and conversely, Karl cannot obliterate Kesha. The appreciation for the generous donation from Zhang Fengyu of Yang Village is heartfelt. Chapter 53. Right is right. Evil is evil. As I pen these lines, I invite readers to take note of our domain, Taiwan Novel Network. The mightiest following Kesha may well be Reina. However, Reina is still youthful, and even the living Emperor Hongquan of the Radiant Sun is no match for Kesha or Karl. Angels, the underworld, and the Radiant Sun represent the three most formidable civilizations. Speaking of which, the Radiant Sun's heavenly path is quite a conundrum. Pan Zheng was slain by Karl's adopted son. How could I have dreamt such a thing? If Pan Zheng possessed merely such capabilities, what audacity he had to confront Karl and Morgana directly. It can only be said that he is indeed a conundrum. The battle between angels and demons unfolds. The Lingxi Law is activated. Ding. You have activated the Lingxi Law and received a boxed meal. Please check your receipt. A boxed meal personally prepared by Queen Kesha is worth it, even in death. Within the concept of the void, time and space are unstable. What a bold notion. I have heard of a world suspended above a sea of chaos. If one were to incorporate this concept into the world, it might indeed be the so-called void. Utilizing Reina to detonate the Emerald Star and eliminate Queen Kesha is a remarkably audacious plan, yet it proves to be exceedingly effective. Queen Kesha's justice is not easily dismantled. Justice? What a grandiloquent term. Justice will prevail. Is that not self-evident? For only the victors embody justice. What absurd reasoning. Right is right, and evil is evil. Indeed, since ancient times, good and evil have not coexisted. So what do you say defines right? What constitutes evil? There exists no absolute delineation between good and evil. Merely the thief in their eyes is a hero in another's. Thus, the reason for the manuscript's pilgrimage to the haunted toilet is that, to the manuscript, the spirits within are their ancestors, heroes who led them to become a developed nation and to enjoy a better life. There is no right or wrong, merely differing perspectives. It is simply the manuscript's attempt at redemption from another angle. When good and evil are indistinguishable, and virtue and vice cannot be discerned, chaos and malevolence will surely reign supreme. Alas, it is a pity. We bid farewell to Queen Kesha. Farewell to Queen Kesha. Farewell to Queen Kesha. Above the celestial dome, the final barrage of comments has all transformed into a farewell to Queen Kesha. It is noteworthy that the comments displayed on the heavenly screen have been meticulously curated. Previously, there were no repetitions, yet now there is a chorus of repeated messages, a testament to Kesha's prominence. The distinction between good and evil eludes me. I am still unable to discern the righteous path from the demonic path. Even now, he remains unable to forget the words spoken to him by the blue rabbit. Yet he still fails to comprehend why he must necessarily be labeled as a practitioner of the dark arts rather than the righteous path. Indeed, it is often said that only the victors are deemed just. Doflamingo's face twitched with veins protruding as he profoundly resonated with this sentiment, which had been his guiding principle all along. However, it seems he has overlooked the fact that the celestial dragons are also victors. Yet no one perceives them as embodiments of justice. Queen Kesha, this is exceedingly perilous. She swiftly turned to Kesha by his side, fully aware of the cataclysmic power of the supernova explosion, given her scientific background. Moreover, the size of the Emerald Star, once it erupts, would unleash an energy that even Kesha could not withstand. Although the barrage of comments suggested that Kesha had not perished and had perhaps even evolved into another phase, the risk remained alarmingly high, and she was still opposed to taking such a gamble. There's no need for haste. Let us observe further, Kesha interjected, urging them to continue watching. The divine Kesha has exited the scene, and in passing, the demon has utterly obliterated humanity's communication systems. The warriors of the Xiong Lian have dispersed, each fighting their own battles, yet their strength ensures they encounter no significant issues. Xiao Yan has even found a celestial spouse, Kesha's right-hand protector, Xian. Xian has imparted the sacred tongue to Xiao, enabling him to achieve effects akin to computer programming by perceiving the world as a vast computer, while Xiao has fashioned a void controller. Through this controller, known as Xiong, Xiao has established a new communication system and designed new weaponry. The group hastens towards the Northern Star, where they encounter Reina, who subsequently joins them on their journey. The situation for the Xiong Bing Lian is dire, and the plight of the angels is equally grim. With Kesha's fall, Yan temporarily ascends to the title of Angel King, yet his youth and lack of authority hinder his ability to fully command angelic civilization and its subordinate realms. Even he concedes that Yan is not yet fit for such a role. Fortunately, Yan can still rally some angels. And with the divine knowledge repository of Kesha and Hishi's guidance, Yan's strength has significantly increased. However, Hua Yi leads the male angels in revival, setting their sights squarely on the angels themselves. In the wake of Kesha's demise, angelic civilization seems to have become a target, plunging into a perilous predicament. Outside the Northern Star, Angel Lingxi is being pursued by a male angel, known as Tianjia, who seeks to hunt her down while she desperately seeks Gu Xiaoluan's assistance. With a swift thrust, Tianjia's blade pierced Lingxi's body, the formidable speed embedding her within the rock. It was a sight of beauty, yet also lamentable. If Ru Ning does not cherish you, do you truly believe that the young girl, Yan, can lead the angels towards a brighter tomorrow? Tianjia queried, gripping Lingxi's face. No, he insisted. Those who resist Hua Yi and Ru Ning are destined to perish. The new order is indisputable. Heavenly Jia opened his arms, a look of ecstasy on his face. Envisioning the new order of angels. What new order? All must perish. Lu Chuang approached from the side, wielding an axe, embodying the demeanor of a mob boss as he casually took a seat. Another human warrior resembling those in the Galactic Force armor? Observing Lu Chuang's dark armor, Heavenly Jia immediately recognized its design, identical to that worn by Gu Xiaoluan. I, Lu Chuang, shall ensure your demise. If she perishes, you too shall suffer. Lu Chuang's words were straightforward, brimming with menace. Heavenly Jia initially anticipated a fierce battle, but was swiftly met with a bullet to the head from Qilan, allowing Lu Chuang to step forward and claim the kill. Wow, the 8-stage Chuang has appeared. It's the Lingxi Law. Must we embark on this journey once more? What is the Lingxi Law? Those who harm Lingxi shall meet their end. The previous demon and now Heavenly Jia are testament to this. If Asui is indeed Kaisha's biological daughter, revived by some means, then Lingxi serves as the weapon of causality. Whoever harms her shall die. Please refrain from discussing such non-existent concepts with such seriousness. Indeed, Lingxi's combat duration is not short. It should have spanned several centuries. Have all those who injured her perished over the years? It must be mere coincidence. After all, on the battlefield, blades do not discern. It is only natural for those who harm Lingxi to be slain. Chapter 54. The Chaotic Dance of Demons in the Universe in the Realm of Angelic Civilization. Numerous angelic warriors turned their gazes towards Lingxi, whose embarrassment was palpable. The notion of the Lingxi Law was rather humiliating. After battling for hundreds of years, injuries were inevitable. Not every adversary who inflicted harm could be so easily dismissed. On the battlefield, those who harmed angels would undoubtedly receive special attention, which was entirely normal. Even Kaisha's gaze shifted towards Lingxi, pondering whether this little girl truly possessed some extraordinary characteristic, akin to Li Jing's undeniable prowess in unarmed combat against blades. However, Kaisha quickly averted her gaze, recognizing that the content in the comments was merely jest and not grounded in reality. Had Pan Jin truly been slain? And by Karl's adopted son, no less? Reina was astonished by the comments. Even if Karl himself had intervened to slay Pan Jin, Reina found it surprising. Let alone the fact that it was merely the son of Karl. Could it be that Karl had attained such strength? Or were they of the Radiant Sun actually feeble? This notion was unacceptable to Reina. In the demon faction, Morgana silently observed the comments, particularly those suggesting that Kaisha harbored feelings for her and had shown mercy during their battle. Reflecting on their confrontation, it did seem that Kaisha had indeed held back. After all, Kaisha had only utilized her silver wings, with many royal weapons left unused. Furthermore, during the battle, Kaisha had not even stood up, which deeply wounded Morgana. Bitch! Those two harlots indeed have a connection. Morgana suddenly exclaimed, her voice laced with disdain. What a ridiculous pairing of sister and brother-in-law. Those two old women surely share something more than mere companionship. Entering a black hole and emerging unscathed? That is utterly beyond comprehension. Tony paused, fully aware of the formidable nature of black holes. Even a god like Thor could not withstand their sheer power. Yet, that Kesha somehow survived within the black hole, it is astonishing. Thor too fell into silence. Previously, he had no basis for comparison regarding the resilience of divine beings. However, now, through the lens of the black hole's ferocity, he gained a clearer understanding of the divine entities in the realm of super beings. Surviving in a black hole is something he could not achieve at present. In the 35th segment, Lu Chuang and his companions successfully reunited with Xiao Yan and his group, and communications were restored simultaneously. It seemed the counteroffensive was about to commence. The human-crafted Mangdangshan ship had successfully launched, shifting the battlefield to outer space. After enduring and growing through battles, the warriors of the Xiong Lian had become increasingly formidable, akin to colossal robotic warriors like the Wind and Thunder and the Elk, now easily capable of overcoming their foes. Not far from the Mangdangshan ship, an Angel's Tiandao No. 7 battleship approached slowly, as Xiao and Lingxi boarded the vessel. The remnants of battle were visible everywhere. The corpses of Taotai warriors and angel soldiers littered the surroundings. Such a scene would have been unimaginable prior to Kesh's fall. Ultimately, it was a testament to Yan's insufficient prestige. As the new Angel King, he lacked the authority to subdue all. Now, civilizations and factions throughout the universe were preparing to carve up the angels. Upon entering the interior of the Tiandao, a figure adorned in blue and white, resembling a colossal robot, occupied the throne. Upon their entrance, they did not encounter the Queen of Angels, yet the higher-ranking angels appeared less daunting. The figure seated on the throne spoke with a casual demeanor. "Who are you? Bursting in here, what nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao pointed at the figure. Despite their imposing presence, he had no idea who they were. "I am the Taotai King, Shirduo, the mastermind behind the invasion of your planet, without exception." Shirduo raised his hand, asserting his identity as the Taotai King, the architect of the incursions. Of course, he omitted the fact that his invasion was not solely his decision. Carl was behind him. "Aren't you afraid of being eliminated, standing so boldly there?" Xiao chuckled lightly. Taken aback by how easily the perpetrator had revealed themselves, did they truly not fear being vanquished? "Before this battle, I dared not show my face amidst the conflict between gods and super soldiers." Shirduo raised his hand to his head, and with a mechanical whir, removed his helmet. "So, after this battle, do you believe yourself invincible? Since you now dare to show yourself, it indicates a significant transformation." "Huh, not quite, perhaps second place." Though the creature known as Shidu has undergone a transformation, he is acutely aware that he is no match for Carl. Thus, he positions himself as second. Indeed, one might say he is rather inflated with self-importance. "Do you comprehend? At this moment, I am contemplating dismembering you." Xiao took a seat nearby, his tone laced with a palpable intent to kill. "Feel free," he responded nonchalantly. "Just observe my current form. Dismantling me is trivial, for I possess an abundance of components." Shidu gestured towards his body, which had been transformed into a mechanical entity. Any damage inflicted upon him could easily be rectified by replacing a mere part. "Understood. You are now merely a brain, or rather, a consciousness. Why engage in warfare?" Xiao questioned, perplexed as to why Shidu had traversed the vastness of space to arrive here. "It is inescapable, much like the impulse to conquer upon encountering a beautiful woman. Our desire towards your world of divine beings mirrors that sentiment. We derive pleasure from crushing your bones with our robust physiques." Shidu expounded upon the gluttonous ideology and beliefs of his kind. "The Taotai civilization venerates the god of death, Carl, harboring no fear of mortality, having transcended the terror of the corporeal form, solely to serve the deity." Shidu had further augmented himself into a mechanical body, freely exchanging parts, thus completely overcoming the notion of death. "Now we must deliberate your fate. I have little interest in capturing prisoners. I typically slay on sight, and I hope this will ignite your fighting spirit to defeat me." Shidu interlaced his fingers, his mechanical eyes fixed upon Xiao. "Fighting spirit? Before you, I possess none. I cannot save others, nor can I resurrect them. This reflects the grim reality of my existence. Thus my perspective diverges from yours, and I harbor no intention of comprehending your motives. The god of death, the god of the living. Surely, you have slain humanity, and Carl would not grant them rebirth." Xiao replied, shaking his head, his tone tinged with resignation. Indeed, he had grown increasingly powerful, yet the deceased remained dead. He is powerless to resurrect them, and can do nothing to alleviate the sacrifices endured by humanity. "It is unnecessary," Shidu countered, shaking his head. "That is the truth. If Carl were to accept and resurrect every life, he would surely be overwhelmed. It appears that a confrontation is inevitable. I have seldom engaged in one-on-one battles. Should it come to blows, I might not even best a novice. If you have trained in martial arts, I suspect you could easily pummel me from left to right with a single technique." Xiao possessed a clear understanding of his own martial prowess. "In my youth, I lacked the ability to fly and had no other means of attack, so I focused on honing my movements. Now, I have no desire to engage in elaborate displays with you. They are no longer necessary." Shidu's tone was laced with disdain. for he had acquired more advanced means of assault and now regarded martial arts with contempt. As Xiao entered his Dark Dimension's genetic system, accompanied by the sound of mechanical whirring, the battle platform beneath his feet continuously morphed until it ultimately formed a colossal yin-yang symbol. The target, an entity of beastly origin, has been transformed into a purely mechanical form, equipped internally with a Nether River Void engine, boasting a core computation speed of 4 frequencies. It possesses an additional Angel Gene Strike capability and an intermediate concept rewriter. Xiao's gene engine is currently analyzing the body of the target. While the target initiates its assault, a wave of golden light sweeps through, immediately causing Lingxi to feel a profound discomfort. This is the Angel Gene Strike function, capable of launching an attack against angel genes, obliterating them. Lingxi's angel genes are undergoing a rewriting process. Without the gene engine's alert, Xiao notices Lingxi's distress and raises his hand. He activates the anti-void mechanism, creating a void defense barrier, negating the negative state afflicting Lingxi. A blue void defense barrier descends like a square canopy from the heavens, enveloping Lingxi and nullifying her adverse condition, thereby halting the rewriting of her genes. Upon comparing data, the core computation speed of the Xiongxin engine reaches 12, supplemented by anti-void capabilities, a primary definition of matter, and an advanced concept rewriter. The disparity in performance between the two parties becomes glaringly apparent. Xiao declares the final judgment. He has no desire to engage in further dialogue with the target, immediately invoking the final judgment. Target, the beastly entity, constructing strike concept, reflective energy, anti-dark energy, anti-void, creating absolute vacuum. Definition completed. Erecting a void barrier that will confine any flow of energy within its confines. As the strike concept materializes, a golden radiance appears around the target, forming a square defensive barrier that traps it within. The target attempts to comprehend the void barrier, launching the final judgment to induce a logical deadlock, suppressing its cognitive functions. The colossal sword behind Xiao soars into the air, transforming into a massive blade several meters tall, descending with force. The target catches the sword with both hands, attempting to resist. The concept of the void barrier is established as incomprehensible. The target employs biological energy in its resistance, countering with anti-biological energy. Upon completion of the anti-biological energy concept, the massive sword descends instantaneously, annihilating the target. The target is physically eradicated. The final judgment concluded, restoring concepts to their natural state. The void barrier dissipates, and the defined concepts revert to their ordinary conditions. Will the target transform? Retrieving data on the target's transformation status. Searching. Does the target possess any remaining ultimate abilities? Cease the search. Simply define it as 0. If there remains a possibility of standing again, it would be to kneel and sing conquer. As Xiao strides towards the throne, he continues to assess the status of the target. Buddy, you must think quite highly of yourself, contemplating how you could annihilate the heavens and the earth, right? Xiao grasps the target's head, gazing into its now dimmed eyes. Useless, reality is harsh. Xiao discarded his mechanical head and strode towards the exit of the hall. I am reality. Upon reaching the doorway, he turned back to mock the Shidu one last time. With Shidu's demise, Taotai began its retreat, yet it did not fully withdraw, merely leaving the atmosphere behind. Shidu has truly become delusional. He ranks second? Where does Carl stand? In his eyes, Carl must undoubtedly be first. The top position belongs to the Space Principal, followed by the 3 angels, and then Carl. Below Carl are the likes of Li Yongwang, Pan Zhan, and Yan. The 3 angels do not possess identical strength. Kaiser is the strongest, while He Shi and Liang Bing lag behind, especially Liang Bing, who is likely the weakest. The status of Li Yongwang remains unknown. He may not possess much strength. When I say Shidu has become delusional, it is because he has stirred Lingxi. The Lingxi principle has activated once more. Shidu has been utterly obliterated. Reality Luan, with 8 segments, each more adept at feigning than the last. TSK, I am reality. What a striking declaration. Look at Lingxi's expression. Brother-in-law is so handsome. Congratulations to Xiao for acquiring a tiny angel admirer. The more handsome he appears now, the more tragic his fate will be. Those who proclaim themselves as reality will ultimately face the consequences of it. Although it does indeed look remarkably impressive. Do you see? This is the power of technology. Xiao, there remains much for you to learn. Xiang Wei gazed at Xiao, recognizing that such formidable strength could only be harnessed through the Xiongxin combat platform. The Xiongxin is encoded with the sacred language of the angels, thus Xiao has much to master. Incomprehensibly impressive, This technological advancement has become more miraculous than magic. In a solitary world, Zhang Chulan gaped at the battle unfolding in the sky. Although the fight was displayed, he comprehended nothing. The basic definition of matter. The advanced concept rewriter. Can even matter and concepts be rewritten at will? Tony had some understanding of this battle, yet still found it astonishing. It was not an explosion of gunpowder, nor a clash of steel, but rather the manipulation of matter and concepts directly. This form of attack was terrifying. It could even create logical deadlocks, suppressing cognitive abilities. Banner, who stood nearby, added that he could transform into the Hulk at any moment, losing his rationality. Thus, he was particularly sensitive to mental assaults. Manipulating laws, adding characteristics, technological advancement, in the end, indeed converges with cultivation. Yi Fan sighed softly. Cultivation and technology ultimately traverse different paths to reach the same destination. Teacher, if I utilize this Xiongxin, could it redefine my talent as that of a super genius? In the Douqi continent, Xiao Yan had already encountered Yao Lao and was diligently training alongside him. Upon witnessing the capabilities of the Xiongxin, a sudden idea struck him. If he employed the Xiongxin to rewrite his own talent, would it be feasible? Do not overthink. Even if you could, you do not possess the means, and moreover, your current talents are not to be underestimated. The soul of the venerable elder appeared beside Xiao Yan, urging him not to dwell excessively on such matters. The concept of the Xiongxin rewrite did not exhibit any permanent qualities. Furthermore, the concept rewrite generated a void barrier enclosing a certain area, altering the physical laws and the rules of the world within that region. Beyond it, such alterations would be rendered ineffective. If applied to oneself, would that not lead to stagnation? More critically, Xiao Yan did not possess the Xiongxin at all. Teacher, there is no need for such bluntness. Xiao Yan chuckled, realizing it was merely a fleeting thought. The Xiongxin battle engine was entirely from a different realm. If he desired to grow stronger, he must diligently pursue his cultivation. Nalan Yinran, await my return. He gazed through the heavens towards the direction of Yunlan's sect, where a rival awaited his surpassing. The demise of the devouring king signified the retreat of the invading Taotai forces. However, the crisis was far from over, as the triangular body and the celestial scum joined forces to launch another incursion. Particularly formidable was the former angel king, Huayi, who, with the support of the black hole engine, effortlessly shattered Ge Xiaoluan's great sword and decisively defeated him. This fierce battle imparted a harsh lesson from reality upon Ge Xiaoluan. An even greater blow came when Rose allied herself with the demonic faction, standing alongside Morgana, establishing an antagonistic relationship. Following this, Ge Xiaoluan retreated to the shadows, engaging in research rather than combat. It was only after a disappointing matchmaking experience that he found renewed vigor, resolved to continue fighting. Indeed, among the myriad forces capable of transforming a man, women reigned supreme. While Ge Xiaoluan delved into research to enhance his strength, the demons and celestial scum remained equally industrious. Huayi sought out Somali and received aid from Runing, preparing to assault the angel planet and reclaim the heavenly vessel. Although Morgana did not actively recruit followers, her ideology of free fall continued to proliferate, influencing many to become her acolytes. The celestial scum prepared to restore their former glory and exact vengeance upon the angels, while the demons focused on stability and self-development, both sides not concentrating their primary efforts on the Xiongbing Legion, thus granting Ge Xiaoluan and his companions time to progress. Under Hua Ye's leadership, the celestial scum marched towards the celestial city. However, the city was fortified by He Shi, who was no mere youthful warrior like Yan, but one of the three angel kings, possessing a charisma second only to Kaiser. Even with Runing and Somali's assistance, Huayi found it challenging to breach the defenses of the celestial city. He Shi, wielding a star fate, repelled them at the gates. It was only through the power of the black hole engine that Huayi created an artificial black hole, posing a threat to the existence of the celestial city. To counteract the black hole, He Shi entered its depths, leaving only a projection to safeguard the celestial city. Within the depths of the black hole, He Shi's divine essence was dismantled. Fortunately, the black hole itself was obliterated, thus averting the impending crisis of the heavenly city. Thoughts were reconstructed, atoms repositioned, ushering in a state of sanctity. The voice of the genetic engine resonated, and He Shi's consciousness re-emerged. Where am I? Please report the status. Your sacred atoms have been disseminated across the cosmos, spanning hundreds of millions of light years, now unified with the universe. The radiance gradually intensified, revealing countless luminous points amidst the darkness. What can I perceive? He Shi remained oblivious to her current condition, yet her foremost desire was to sense the known universe. This was the authentic realm of the Melro Heavenly Court. Accompanied by the voice of the genetic engine, Hishi's perspective delved into the luminous points. Witnessing the fierce battle between angels and fallen beings, traversing endless nebulae, and glimpsing the figure of Yan from Phase A, the icy presence within Demon Number 1, as well as the vessel Mangdang Mountain and its occupant, Xiao Yan. A familiar voice suddenly resonated, drawing back Hishi's view and pulling her into the dark expanse. Filled with white luminous points, the known universe, while the boundless darkness represented the unknown cosmos. Queen Kaiser? Hishi recognized this voice, yet was perplexed as to why Kaiser's voice echoed here. Hishi's fall allowed Runing to acquire the Star Destiny, and with this formidable weapon, Runing became exceedingly emboldened. Seemingly fearless, Yan seized this opportunity to relay the message to Liang Bing, for the Star Destiny was the most suitable weapon for wormhole manipulation, while the Rose specialized in time-space genetics, making it the ideal weapon for her. In pursuit of the Star Destiny, Liang Bing arranged a confrontation with Runing at Kunsa. Runing did not decline and accompanied Huaya to the rendezvous. The Rose represented the culmination of research conducted by Carl and Liang Bing on time-space genetics, and her application of wormhole technology surpassed that of Runing. After a fierce battle, Runing was ultimately defeated and the Star Destiny was seized. However, Huaya took advantage of the moment, utilizing a black hole engine to create a black hole, intent on drawing the Rose within. At this critical juncture, Morgana emerged beneath the black hole to protect the Rose. In that instant, her black, demonic wings transformed into white, angelic feathers. The demon queen Morgana donned the robes of an angel once more, reverting to the form of the Apocalypse King Liang Bing. Liang Bing entered the black hole, sacrificing herself to dismantle it and rescue the Rose. The three angelic kings fell in succession, and the angelic civilization seemed to wither in an instant, as Huaya's fallen beings rampaged unchecked throughout the cosmos. The newly appointed Angel King Yan discovered the Xiong Bing Lian alongside the Rose. And in the sacred repository of knowledge belonging to Kaiser, she unearthed a solution to confront Huaya. United in strength, the trio traversed the time-space corridor, witnessing the historical legacy of the angels and the youthful Kaiser. By amalgamating the powers of the past and present, they ultimately eradicated Huaya within the time-space corridor. Upon becoming the new Blade King, Yan developed an affinity for wearing autumn trousers. The autumn trousers of a king symbolize the essence of kingship. Not only does one wear autumn trousers, but there is also a tendency to sit wherever one goes. This is a tradition that persists. This is the essence of the Heavenly Blade King. Kaiser, indeed, prefers to sit rather than stand, even in battle, remaining seated while others engage. Liang Bing lacks the qualification to compel her to rise. Elegance never goes out of style. It is perplexing why Kaiser retains Huayi. If she wished for his demise, he would undoubtedly not survive. A conjecture arises. Perhaps Asui is actually the daughter of Kaiser and Huayi, endowed with an infinite resurrection gene engine. However, this speculation lacks foundation, and Asui's revival likely depends on a secondary biological engine. Kaiser could also resurrect in such a manner, but the energy required is immense, thus demanding considerable time. Thus, the question remains, why does Kaiser not simply eliminate Huayi? Who can say? Perhaps this is the nature of the Angel King. The successive fall of the three Angel Kings is indeed a lamentable occurrence. Indeed, my favorite is Pepixi. She is not an old aunt, but rather a beautiful maiden. Liang Bing has continually battled with her sister Kaiser, yet after Kaiser's demise, she has transformed into her sister's likeness. In Chapter 57, When I Grow Up, I Shall Become You. During Kaiser's existence, demons had but one purpose, to combat angels. However, after Kaiser's fall, demons faced myriad challenges. Although angels and demons have always been at odds, the higher civilizations within the universe are well aware that Liang Bing is Kaiser's sister, even when confronted by demons. They would show restraint, for while it is permissible for a sister to confront her sibling, others may not be afforded the same privilege. In truth, Kaiser has not perished. Her physical form may have disintegrated, but her consciousness remains, allowing her to observe all that transpires in the universe. Ultimately, did not Hishi encounter Kaiser? They did not meet, merely exchanged words. Huayi, a mere pawn, proves difficult to contend with. How then shall they manage the formidable Carl? Though Carl is powerful, Xiao Yan and others are also steadily evolving. Do they truly believe they will not grow stronger? The appellations of Pepixi and Old Aunt are quite amusing. Within the heavenly city, Kaiser regarded Hishi with a teasing gaze. She understood Hishi profoundly. Beneath that serious exterior lay a vibrant spirit. The display upon the celestial dome warranted the nickname Pepixi, yet Hua Ye's reference to her as old aunt was excessive. Kaisha, my queen. This is hardly the moment for such banter. You have seen the future, and Hua Ye's resurgence poses a significant threat to the angels. I believe Hua Ye can no longer be permitted to remain. She paid little heed to Kaisha's jest, her concerns for the angels' future taking precedence. From the celestial dome, the outlook for the angels appears grim, with Hua Ye leading the detestable faction and Karl supporting with the black hole engine. The threat to the angels is indeed profound. At present, Hua Ye lacks the formidable strength that once came from the black hole engine. Even she himself could extinguish Hua Ye's existence. As she has articulated, it is only due to Kaiser's mercy that Hua Ye continues to exist. She himself finds it perplexing why Kaiser has chosen not to eliminate Hua Ye. Could it be, as the whispers suggest, that Hua Ye was once Kaiser's old flame, leading her to show leniency? A flicker of curiosity ignites within she, yet it is swiftly quelled by the pressing concerns for the safety of Tianqing. Hua Ye, the former angel king of a bygone era, you must have glimpsed the collaboration between future Yin and the power of the galaxy. Kaiser's gaze pierces through time, foreseeing a distant future. It is precisely because of future Yan's plea for assistance that she has chosen to preserve Hua Ye for the present. To facilitate the alliance between the angels and the Xiong Binglian, Hua Ye's presence as a potential threat is deemed necessary. However, Queen Kaiser is indeed treading a perilous path. She's intellect rivals that of Kaiser, and he quickly comprehends her intentions, yet a sense of trepidation lingers. This is far too risky. The angels have existed long enough in their ancient ways. Change is imperative. Stagnation would only hinder their progress. Yet with Hua Ye as the most significant variable now isolated, contact with Karl must be strictly prohibited. Kaiser is acutely aware of the current circumstances surrounding angel civilization. Every ancient society necessitates transformation, and the angels must liberate themselves from the shackles of righteous order to embrace greater freedom. However, the sovereign to lead them towards this liberation shall not be Kaiser, but rather the newly appointed angel king. Yet the emergence of the celestial curtain introduces new variables into the equation. This curtain is the greatest unknown, for its existence diminishes Hua Ye's relevance. Kaiser senses that the celestial curtain serves purposes beyond merely displaying other worlds. With Kaiser still alive and the curtain in play, it is reasonable to believe that Karl's interest in Hua Ye has waned. On a remote planet, Hua Ye is engulfed in anxiety, uncertain of his impending fate. He is no longer the person he will become. Kaiser could extinguish his life with a mere flick of her finger. For now, Hua Ye, Queen Kaiser has chosen not to end your existence, yet she forbids any communication with Karl. It would be wise for you to adhere to her will. Running has received Kaiser's directive to relay this to Hua Ye. As long as Kaiser remains active, Running will heed her orders. Should there be any signs of Hua Ye contacting Karl, she will undoubtedly inform Kaiser and may even take it upon herself to eliminate Hua Ye. To remain alive is a blessing. With Kaiser still present, who would dare to act recklessly? Hua Ye exhales, his once anxious heart finally at ease. To survive is a victory in itself. He now understands Kaiser's rationale for retaining him. He is to be the whetstone for the angel's transformation. Although a flicker of discontent stirs within him, if survival is the price, then he shall accept his role as the whetstone with grace. The azure pool, that azure pool. On Demon 1, Liang Bing suddenly uttered a curse, pondering internally whether she had erred. Over the years, Liang Bing had continuously opposed Kaiser, fixated on strategies to counter the angels. Yet she had forgotten the multitude of civilizations that populate the cosmos. Despite the absence of assistance from other civilizations apart from Karl, the demons had not been targeted by any other civilizations either. Throughout the universe, only one angelic civilization pursued the demons relentlessly. This situation was rather peculiar. Previously, the angels had pressed too hard, leaving Liang Bing little room for contemplation. Upon reflection, she realized that those civilizations were not deterred by the demons, but rather uncertain about Kaiser's stance. Although the angels and demons appeared to be engaged in fierce conflict, the true nature of their battle remained ambiguous. Consequently, aside from Karl, many civilizations remained aloof, choosing not to intervene in the sisters' quarrel. After Kaiser's fall, Liang Bing felt this sentiment even more acutely. Before Kaiser's demise, Liang Bing had sought the freedom of dissent. However, following Kaiser's departure, she began to seek and even establish order, embodying her sister's essence as noted in the barrage of comments. Without order, freedom held no significance. At that moment, Liang Bing experienced a fleeting new understanding of freedom. Thus, our adversaries are the bloodthirsty Hua Ye and Karl. Within the ranks of the Xiong Bing Lian, Gu Xiaoluan identified 3 foes, and the others nodded in silent agreement. realizing that knowing their enemies was preferable to floundering like headless flies. You missed one. Our greatest enemy is the void. The pure white wings of the angel spread open as Xiao Yan appeared in the conference room, winking at Xiao Yan and adding the final foe. Ahem, that is a consideration for your advanced civilizations. The void is still too distant for us. Xiao Yan's expression turned somewhat unnatural as he averted his gaze, sneaking a glance at Rose. Chapter 58. New Comparisons, The World of Combat. Rose remained unresponsive, contemplating Xiao Yan's words. The void indeed represented the ultimate adversary, not merely for them, but for all civilizations. However, Xiao Yan's assertion held merit, given their current standing. It was premature to deliberate on the void. Such matters were not yet pertinent to their present concerns. For the Xiong Lian, contemplating the void was still too early. It seemed that Queen Kaiser had already devised countermeasures. Du Cao looked towards Xiao Yan, confident that Kaiser must have strategies to address the threat of the void. Even if Kaiser had previously dismissed the void, after witnessing the celestial tapestry, it was likely she had revised her perspective. I have come precisely for that reason. Yan's expression turned serious. She bore the intentions of Queen Kaiser. Indeed, after the content displayed on the celestial tapestry, she also represented the future angel king, with priorities that even surpassed those of Anisid. As the sky dimmed, the words Little Theater emerged. Life is eternal, dreams are unceasing, onward we march. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the ocean, creating shimmering ripples of light. Previously, the oceanic disaster known as Plank had taken to a small wooden boat, venturing into the boundless sea without any reinforcements. Plank, a seasoned sea wanderer, navigated adeptly even with a solitary vessel. In no time, he acquired a cannon, plundered merchant ships, and gathered a crew, swiftly establishing a fleet. However, it wasn't long before he encountered a rival, a young lad clad in a red vest and straw hat, fervently declaring his ambition to become the pirate king. A few exchanges of words led to a brawl. Plank's cannonballs rained down, yet their impact was minimal, while the boy's fists grew larger and longer across the ocean, ultimately shattering the wooden boat. Desperate, Plank sought assistance from the League of Legends, receiving a Dalmatian iron warship. The Noxian Black Cleaver, along with the ultimate support from Pantheon, Ezreal, and Cardmaster, as well as Sun Wukong's Golden Staff and Leona's Holy Light. Yet, just before dawn, Plank betrayed his allies once more, joining forces with Luffy to seize gold, leading to a complete failure of their support, with Pantheon and Cardmaster plunging directly into the sea. Haha, typical Plank, a master of sabotaging his teammates. It's just standard procedure. Is the power gap between the worlds really that vast? Plank was taken out with a single punch? Indeed, the disparity in power between worlds is significant. But it should be the other way around. The captain fell so easily because he is merely an ordinary person. Try swapping him with a star spirit, demon, ascendant, or Darkin and see what happens. Compared to the Rune continent, the pirate world does seem somewhat weaker. The captain encountered Luffy. The pirate met the pirate king. Who truly intruded upon whom? Who knows? The Rune continent often attracts peculiar individuals from other realms, like the monkey, so perhaps it was Luffy who traversed here. Not necessarily. Didn't the captain mention exploring the mysterious ocean? It could be him who crossed over. That's mine. I will definitely become the pirate king. Luffy shouted defiantly at the sky, as if debating Plank. Alright, Luffy, he can't hear you. Nami sighed, pressing Luffy's head down, reminding him that shouting at the heavens was futile, a lesson they had learned long ago. But I must become the pirate king. Luffy stubbornly shook his head, unwilling to yield on this point. Nami, exasperated, could only facepalm and let him be. In the vast cosmos, as one's essence disperses into the universe, connecting will and existence, can one not also merge with the Tao? In the seemingly tranquil realms of the primordial world, several divine consciousnesses exchanged thoughts in the air. Do not overthink. It is fundamentally a different matter. Is there anyone among you who wishes to take a chance? You may venture into my sword array of the immortal slaying, which will undoubtedly leave you utterly fragmented. However, if your realm is insufficient, you will find such an endeavor futile, so do not attempt it lightly. For us, dispersing our physical forms is a trivial matter. Had it been so simple to achieve transcendence, we would have succeeded long ago. There is no need to continue this discussion in pursuit of further enlightenment after attaining sainthood. Various methods have been contemplated and attempted, all of which proved ineffective. Progressing beyond sainthood is nearly impossible. As the small theatrical interlude concluded, the heavens darkened entirely, and the inhabitants of myriad realms understood that they would have to wait several days. However, this anticipation would unveil new tales. Many from different worlds yearned to witness the narratives of their realms, aware that while there was a possibility of embarrassment, they could also glimpse the shifts of the future. Particularly for those engulfed in confusion, the desire to comprehend what lay ahead and how to choose was paramount. Time swiftly passed over the course of several days, and the celestial curtain illuminated once more. This is a world of fighting spirit, where only the pinnacle of combat prowess thrives. A young man, once bereft of talent, ascends step by step back to the apex, leading the entire world to transcendence. He is known as Lucky Brother, a collector of rare flames who delights in saving others at critical moments. Emperor Yan, Xiao Yan. This episode highlights the tale of Emperor Yan. Above the heavens, a young boy emerged, gradually growing taller, his stature becoming imposing. Clad in a black robe, he exuded a heroic charm, with a colossal black ruler appearing upon his back. His visage matured, and his aura intensified, ultimately expanding boundlessly like a vast ocean. Emperor Yan, Xiao Yan. The citizens of Wutan City involuntarily changed their expressions. They were all too familiar with that name. Wasn't he Xiao Yan, the young master who was recently jilted by the Xiao family, the same person? Indeed. He had lost his talent and become a wastrel. Yet, the title of Emperor Yan evoked a surreal feeling, making it impossible for them to connect the two. Is this Emperor Yan the future me? Xiao Yan swallowed hard. The figure above was undeniably him, in name, appearance, and even experience. Yet, doubt lingered. Could he truly become an emperor? Upon entering this world, he had harbored grand ambitions, aspiring to achieve the exalted title of Douqi. However, 3 years in the trough of despair had tempered his spirit, rendering him more prudent. Emperor Yan, could it be that this little fellow has indeed become a Douqi? Yao Lao materialized beside Xiao Yan, his face awash with astonishment. With his assistance, Yao Lao had confidence that Xiao Yan would not lead an ordinary life. Yet he had not anticipated that he would ascend to the rank of Douqi. Chapter 59, What Emperor Yan? He was merely a fledgling Douqi in the past. An existence that had not graced the world for countless years now seemed to be unwelcome in the realm of Douqi. Before us lies a young lad who appears to possess the potential to ascend to the rank of Dou Emperor. Even Yao Lao finds himself astonished, given the vast disparity in their strengths. The title of Yan Emperor is synonymous with that of Dou Emperor. As the Soul Emperor gazes at the celestial display above, he is struck by dismay. He has schemed for the position of Dou Emperor for a millennium, only to be preempted by this Yan Emperor. What of him? What of the 9-star Dou Saint, the Soul Emperor? Has he not achieved the status of Dou Emperor? Has his plan faltered? The Soul Emperor's expression darkens as he realizes that his arrangements have failed, resulting in his inability to become the Dou Emperor, and worse still, he has been overshadowed by Xiao Yan. It is also conceivable that Xiao Yan intercepted his achievements, thereby seizing the title of Dou Emperor for himself. The void-swallowing flame appears beside the Soul Emperor, proposing another possibility. Perhaps the Soul Emperor's plan was successful, yet at a critical juncture, this Yan Emperor, Xiao Yan, emerged and seized the fruits of victory, ascending to the position of Dou Emperor and causing the Soul Emperor's downfall. Xiao Yan hails from the Xiao clan. Who would have thought they could rise again, to touch upon the realm of Dou Emperor and disrupt his designs? The only clan the Soul Emperor can think of, belonging to the ancient 8 clans, is indeed the Xiao clan. Remarkably, despite its prior decline, there remains an individual capable of reaching such heights within the Xiao clan. The Soul Emperor promptly dispatches individuals to gather intelligence on the Xiao clan, seeking comprehensive details. Could Xiao Yan be that young man? Meanwhile, within the ancient clan, Gu Yuan observes the celestial display and, upon seeing Xiao Yan's name, is momentarily taken aback, fully aware of the current state of the Xiao clan. After all, is this not the very individual his daughter has shown interest in? In this moment, the name of the Yan Emperor stirs a tempest across the Douqi continent. The common folk remain largely unaffected, for the concept of Dou Emperor is too distant for them, perhaps a formidable realm, yet entirely out of their reach. In the family trial grounds, the young lad maintains a calm demeanor, having anticipated this outcome, and remains indifferent to the derision of those around him. Xiao Yan, once the prodigy of the Xiao clan, began cultivating at the tender age of 4, reached the 9th stage of Douqi by 9, and at 10, solidified his Douqi vortex. Becoming a fighter, a meteoric rise within his family that had not seen such youthfulness in a century. This young genius, brimming with ambition, shone like a comet illuminating the earth. In the evenings, he would visit Sun Er's chamber to nurture her meridians and had even clashed with Xiao Yu, at times daring to touch her jade-like legs, garnering the admiration of family members such as Xiao Mei. Regrettably, this glorious period was short-lived. At the age of 12, his progress stagnated, and he fell back to the 3rd stage of Douqi, followed by 3 years of stagnation. The family began to murmur, casting him in a disparaging light. And thus the once promising young genius fell from grace. Sun Er, however, remained unperturbed, even finding the situation somewhat amusing, as she vividly recalled Xiao Yan's former demeanor. Gu Yuan, on the other hand, furrowed his brow, pondering if this young lad had harbored ulterior motives towards his daughter from such a young age. At the tender age of 4, he began his journey in martial arts, and by 11, he had become a fighter. Such talent, albeit commendable, was deemed rather mediocre by the sole emperor, who regarded it as commonplace among the ancient 8 clans, far from being extraordinary. It was the endowment of an ordinary mortal. Nezha cast a sidelong glance, offering his judgment, compared to his own prowess, having stirred the seas and slain dragons at the age of 7. Xiao Yan's abilities appeared utterly insignificant. The other celestial beings remained silent, acknowledging Nezha's supremacy. Who could possibly contend with him? Was this truly the renowned flame emperor, Xiao Yan? A pervert sneaking into a girl's chamber? In the world of Douqi, Xiao Wu observed Xiao Yan's actions in the sky with considerable displeasure. Although she had shared a room with Tang San during their childhood, their ages were significantly younger than Xiao Yan's. Furthermore, their accommodation had been arranged by the academy, where everyone resided openly in a communal dormitory, a stark contrast to Xiao Yan's surreptitious intrusion into a young lady's quarters. Initially, she had expected a narrative of genius, only to discover a tale of mediocrity. Surely, there would be a turning point where Xiao Yan would grasp the reasons behind his inability to cultivate, subsequently resolving the issue and reclaiming his talents. As the tale unfolded, he would rise to become the Flame Emperor. Meanwhile, in a solitary world, Zhang Chulan observed the unfolding events in the Longhu Mountain venue, contemplating the forthcoming occurrences. How do you know? Inquired Feng Baobao, intrigued by Zhang Chulan's insights. Do you think I have endured these years without reason? His words were tinged with the painful memories of a past he wished to forget, having been an outlier since childhood and enduring 12 long years of restraint. In contrast, Xiao Yan's 3-year period of tribulation seemed fleeting. Indeed, Zhang Chulan possessed a deeper understanding of the plight of the timid turtle. Sister Bauer, your words cut sharp. You render me speechless, Zhang Chulan replied, his expression one of silent despair. If one's cultivation talent is innate, how can it simply vanish? Zhang Xiaofan wandered through the desolate lands, puzzled as he gazed at the celestial display. He had heard of methods to enhance cultivation talent, but never of its disappearance. His own talents remained intact. He could still condense that elusive fighting spirit, yet the essence he extracted seemed to dissipate, as if drawn away by some unseen force. In the perfect world, Shihao scrutinized Xiao Yan's figure on the celestial screen. His talents had not vanished. Rather, the fruits of his cultivation had been siphoned off, much like his own supreme bone, which had not disappeared but been usurped. Thus, Shihao speculated that something within Xiao Yan was drawing away his fighting spirit. Xiao Yan had long since grown accustomed to the loss of his fighting spirit. Over 3 years, he had contemplated numerous remedies and consumed various tonics. Yet his cultivation remained stagnant. However, mere days later, his fiancée, Nalin Yanran, unexpectedly approached him to annul their engagement, catching Xiao Yan completely off guard. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Faced with the abrupt cancellation of his engagement by his fiancée, Xiao Yan unleashed a thunderous retort, not only drafting a letter of divorce, but also establishing a truce for 3 years, after which a decisive confrontation would ensue at the Yunlan sect. What Emperor Yan? He was merely a thief who trespassed into rooms back then. The saintess of shaking light, Yao Shi, expressed her approval. Nalin Yanran, you truly deserve condemnation, exclaimed the Soul Heaven Emperor. 3 years ago, you sought to annul the engagement in the embrace of your mentor, and 3 years later, you lament your decision while still in his arms. What is the point of your cancellation? Had he foreseen such a future, the Soul Heaven Emperor would have expedited the wedding of Nalin Yanran and Xiao Yan in Wutan City. Chapter 60. The Soul Heaven Emperor declared, I consent to the engagement between Nalin Yanran and Xiao Yan. There is no need for a cancellation. If you are unwilling, then allow me to wed you on behalf of my disciple. The master can marry the disciple. After all, we are one family. Regrettably, Xiao Yan and Yun Yun did not end up together. They were never meant to unite. Yun Yun's temperament, though described as gentle, could also be perceived as indecisive and lacking conviction. Moreover, her affection for Xiao Yan did not reach the depths of obsession. After all, she was the leader of the Yunlan sect, a formidable woman of ambition, not a delicate flower to be swept away by infatuation. Ultimately, she was likely taken to the Heavenly Alliance, though the subsequent events remain unspoken. It is certain she was brought to the Endless Fire region. Yet, the mistress of the Endless Fire region was destined to remain with only two. If one were to lament, it is truly the little healer's fate that evokes pity. She had the most screen time, yet ended up as merely a supporting character. One cannot help but remark on Xiao Yan's callousness. Indeed, his actions were excessively unprincipled. It must be noted that Neylan Yanran was not entirely at fault. She merely chose the wrong moment. Had she waited a year longer or until Xiao Yan's aptitude had not waned, the 3-year truce would not have been necessary. Without this truce, what would one witness? It is indeed correct. Neylan Yanran made no grievous error, merely miscalculated her timing and approach, rendering her relationship with Xiao Yan akin to that of friends. Had it been someone else, the situation would have escalated into a bitter feud. Did you think I would simply agree? With regard to the engagement's cancellation, Neylan Yanran did not inform her family, but instead brought the people of Yunlan's sect, clearly intending to exert pressure. Speaking further would yield no fruit. In fact, had Neylan Yanran discreetly consulted Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan before making any announcement, it would have sufficed. We observe from a divine perspective, understanding Xiao Yan's disposition and the character of the Xiao family. But could Neylan Yanran have known? She was but a fighter. Should the Xiao family have reacted with indignation, her position could have become perilous. Thus, all this discourse proves futile. None can predict the future accurately. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. This phrase resonates with fervor. Do you know why it is stated thus? Because even the protagonist, having lingered in Hunan and Hebei for 30 years, finds no avenue for advancement. Are you being polite? Neylan Yanran's treatment is indeed quite commendable. After their 3-year pact, Xiao Yan chose not to slay her and even assisted her in seizing numerous opportunities. The Soul Clan's emperor, who had plotted for a millennium, faced utter defeat in a single day. Did Neylan Yanran not thwart the emperor's 1,000-year scheme? Is this not a feat worthy of a lifetime of accolades? Neylan Yanran stands as the lifelong adversary of the Soul Emperor. Such assertions may be exaggerated, even without the annulment of their engagement. Xiao Yan would still ascend to the throne of an emperor. Merely through differing experiences and circumstances, the outcome would remain unchanged. Numerous comments flowed across the celestial screen, illuminating the sky. As Neylan Yanran returned to the Yunlan sect, she gazed at the comments with a sense of bewilderment. Did Xiao Yan truly become a Dou emperor in the end? Despite her youthful pride, she could not envision herself attaining such heights. However, she harbored no regrets regarding the annulment. At this moment, all disciples of the Yunlan sect turned their attention towards this mature goddess. How could their esteemed deity fall for such a youth? It left everyone in disbelief. Even Yun herself found it astonishing. She had dedicated herself to solitary cultivation for years, encountering numerous prodigies and heroes, yet had never felt the slightest stir of emotion. Who would have thought she would eventually develop feelings for a young man? Perhaps she should seek him out. Curiosity about Xiao Yan blossomed within Yun. What charm did this youth possess that could captivate her? Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. With the celestial screen revealing Xiao Yan's future as an emperor, the challenges he would face had suddenly grown intricate. Threats and investments would abound. Could this youth withstand them? Particularly concerning the Soul Clan's emperor. Though she had not heard much about him, it was evident that one capable of plotting for the throne of an emperor was no mere character. Having disrupted his plans, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly face a furious retaliation. He was likely to be in peril. The annulment of their engagement took Yi Fan by surprise as well. Observing the celestial screen, he reflected that in their homeland, such matters may not carry significant weight, yet in the realm of cultivation, the stakes were entirely different. The 3 years of tempering one's character, coupled with the motivation from their pact, explained his meteoric rise. The Black Emperor, usually quite serious, recognized the importance of character over innate talent on the path of cultivation. Throughout the ages, countless prodigies had vied for supremacy, each possessing various divine bodies and extraordinary talents. Yet only those with resilient hearts and unwavering convictions would ultimately succeed. Yi Fan nodded in agreement, recalling the legendary Emperor of Chaos, who faced countless defeats yet grew ever more resolute, ultimately forging his path to greatness. Had Chaos been disheartened by a single failure, shattering his resolve, he would never have emerged as the formidable emperor he became. There was also the ruthless Emperor, whose mortal body rendered her unable to cultivate. Her innate gifts were arguably the worst in history, yet driven by an indomitable will, she ascended to immortality against all odds. Thus, on the path of cultivation, to reach the ultimate destination, both talent and disposition are indispensable. It is no wonder that the comments declare Neylan Yanran to be the lifelong adversary of the Soul Emperor. Had she not imposed a 3-year agreement upon Xiao Yan, his fighting spirit might not have been so fervent. In the heavenly realm, Yang Jian gazed at the celestial expanse, and memories of himself and his nephew, Chen Xiang, surfaced in his mind. Initially, Yang Jian ascended rapidly in his cultivation through the power of hatred, forging the diamond axe, which cleaved through Peach Mountain. Now, he similarly sought to harness the same power of hatred to nurture Chen Xiang, facilitating his swift growth. However, the potency of hatred is transient. Once vengeance is achieved, the void within can give rise to inner demons. Thus, it is imperative for Chen Xiang to forge friendships throughout his quest for revenge. Love and affection must accompany him, lest he be consumed by hatred. After retribution, these bonds may fill the emptiness within and transform hatred into love, which is the true path. As Yang Jian contemplated Chen Xiang's future, the celestial scene unfolded above him. Although he spoke boldly before Nailan Yanran, Xiao Yan was acutely aware of his own circumstances. Nailan Yanran possessed considerable talent, bolstered by the secret techniques and resources of the Yunlan sect. Even with his latent potential, Xiao Yan could not guarantee victory over Nailan Yanran, especially as he currently found himself a powerless wastrel. While seated upon the precipice deep in thought, a soft sigh echoed in his ear. Chapter 61. Congratulations to Xiao Yan for acquiring the heavenly stage battle skill, Ghostly Manifestation. Who is it? The sudden voice startled Xiao Yan, prompting him to glance around. Yet he saw no one. There was no one else present. This left him astonished, but soon the spirit of Yao Lao materialized before him. Once the continent's foremost alchemist, he had suffered the destruction of his physical form due to certain circumstances, leaving only his soul to dwell within a ring. For the past 3 years, he had been absorbing Xiao Yan's fighting spirit to restore his own essence, which explained Xiao Yan's stagnation in cultivation during that time. Upon realizing that the suffering he endured over the past 3 years stemmed from the soul within the ring siphoning his fighting spirit, Xiao Yan could hardly contain his distress. No one could endure such an experience, and he hastily cast the ring away. Yet, he soon regretted this action, for it was a relic left by his mother, not something to be discarded so carelessly over the cliff. Fortunately, Yao Lao still possessed some power, even in his spectral form. He could command the ring to return to him. Young man, do not be so impulsive. I bear you no malice. The soul of Yao Lao, accompanied by the ring, soared back from below the precipice. His intentions were not malevolent. Absorbing Xiao Yan's fighting spirit was an act of self-preservation, and the trials of these 3 years had served as a crucible for Xiao Yan's character. Although it may sound like a specious argument, it did indeed yield some effect. Xiao Yan, of course, would not easily forgive Elder Yao. After a series of negotiations, Elder Yao accepted Xiao Yan as his disciple and, recognizing his adequate mental prowess, agreed to impart the art of alchemy to him. Additionally, Elder Yao bestowed upon Xiao Yan a remarkable technique known as the Flame Formula. Although it was merely a foundational yellow-grade technique, it possessed the unique ability to elevate its rank through the consumption of exotic flames, potentially surpassing even the celestial-grade techniques in due course. With the assistance of the foundation-building spiritual liquid crafted by Elder Yao, coupled with Xiao Yan's innate talent and resilient mindset, his strength experienced a significant surge in a remarkably short period. Within just 1 year, he ascended from the 3rd stage of Douqi to become a Doja, compensating for the years of stagnation he had endured. Furthermore, due to the foundation-building spiritual liquid, his relationship with the Meitel auction house improved, resulting in a considerable influx of wealth. Subsequently, he brought alchemists to the Gale family, significantly enhancing their strength. Utilizing Elder Yao's guidance, Xiao Yan adeptly employed his alchemical skills to suppress the Gale family. Meanwhile, due to the alchemist Lu Shi's covetousness towards Sun Air, Xiao Yan planned to eliminate him on a moonless night, fortuitously encountering Sun Air, who had also come for the same purpose. Sun Air utilized a secret technique to amplify her strength, leaping from a doge to a great doshur, and single-handedly vanquished Lu Shi, leaving Xiao Yan in awe of her prowess. However, due to her relative inexperience, she failed to ensure Lu Shi's complete demise. Thankfully, with the aid of Xiao Yan and Elder Yao, they ultimately eradicated Lu Shi. Moreover, Lu Shi's master and the Gale family could not escape their reckoning and were likewise obliterated. Ultimately, with the support of Xiao Yan's alchemical abilities, the Xiao family emerged as the indisputable overlord of Wutan City, commanding all families within its domain. The Jianan Academy subsequently arrived in Wutan City for recruitment. Although Xiao Yan successfully passed the selection, he chose to postpone his journey to the academy until the expiration of a 3-year agreement, during which he would train alongside Elder Yao in the outside world. Congratulations to Xiao Yan for acquiring the celestial grade Do technique, Ghostly Ascendance. With Elder Yao's spirit at his side, not only in the Jiamai Empire, but Xiao Yan could traverse Wutan City with ease. Why did Lu Shi provoke him? Wasn't that courting death? Isn't it normal for the little princess of an ancient clan to possess a secret technique? If we consider the lineage, Gu Yuan and Xiao Xian are of the same generation. Xiao Xian is Xiao Yan's ancestor, while Gu Yuan is Sun Er's father, making Sun Er Xiao Yan's great-aunt. Perhaps even a grand-aunt. That's quite a tangled family tree. Regardless, let's not dwell on that. In just 1 year, Xiao Yan helped the Xiao family dominate Wutan City, an achievement that had eluded them for decades. The 3 years spent absorbing Douqi were undeniably worth it. What does that matter? A decade later, Xiao Yan will lead the Xiao family to supremacy over the Douqi continent. A Do emperor, indeed, and with the 5 emperors breaking through, he shall ascend the entire continent. Having departed from Wutan City, Xiao Yan has truly stepped beyond the confines of a novice village. That depends on how one defines a novice village. The entire Jiamai Empire could be seen as one. Regardless, the adventures that lie ahead promise to be even more exhilarating. The term possessed by a ghost elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. It was indeed an unusual appellation. However, upon reflection, considering that Master Yao currently existed as a sole entity, it could be deemed accurate to label him as a ghost. The state of Master Yao's possession could certainly be described as such, and moreover, it would result in a monumental enhancement of strength, arguably surpassing even the efficacy of heavenly tier combat techniques. The more Xiao Yan analyzed this notion, the more he found the commentary to hold considerable merit. Despite the unappealing nature of the term itself, having pondered over Master Yao's situation, Xiao Yan's attention was swiftly drawn to the commentary regarding Sun Er's identity, prompting a peculiar expression to manifest on his face. He was acutely aware that Sun Er's origins were extraordinary and undoubtedly steeped in significance. However, the realization that Sun Er's father and his own ancestor belonged to the same generation was utterly unexpected. By lineage, Sun Er could essentially be considered his grand-aunt. The generational gap was indeed staggering. Nonetheless, Xiao Yan was not particularly concerned about such matters. What mattered most at present was the enhancement of his strength in order to confront the Jialai family. With a firm clench of his fists, Xiao Yan redirected his thoughts. The paramount concern for him was the elevation of his power. Only by augmenting his abilities could he adequately face the myriad challenges ahead. Or perhaps we should prioritize survival, he contemplated. What do you suppose the future version of you will face after thwarting the Soul Clan's leader, Soul Emperor? In his ascension to Do Emperor, Master Yao materialized beside Xiao Yan, emphasizing that for him, preserving his life was of utmost importance. The future Xiao Yan had indeed disrupted the Soul Emperor's plans, and it was certain that the current Soul Emperor was already aware of this. To safeguard his ambitions from being undermined by Xiao Yan, the Soul Emperor would undoubtedly take action. At this moment, Xiao Yan was utterly defenseless against a mere finger from the enemy. Even with Master Yao's assistance, the situation would not improve. What should I do? Xiao Yan's brow furrowed deeply, his heart laden with despair. Faced with an opponent nearing the Do Emperor level, he perceived no chance of survival. Even attempting to flee would prove futile. Should he manage to escape for a month, how far could he truly go? A single strike could obliterate several neighboring nations, and no matter how far he ran, he would only encounter a dead end. The predicament seemed insurmountable. In stark contrast to Xiao Yan's despondence, the members of the Xiao family were filled with elation. They had even begun to envision the dominance of the Xiao family over Wutan City. Chapter 62, Lindong. Xiao Yan is like a brother to me, albeit not by blood. Master Yao, being the foremost alchemist on the continent, possessed an abundance of treasures. For a small family like the Xiaos, in a modest locale like Wutan City, the riches slipping through Master Yao's fingers would be more than sufficient for them to claim supremacy. Consequently, many from the Xiao family began to fantasize about the scenario of their family becoming the largest in Wutan City. Master, you have not perished. No, wait. You have indeed died, yet your soul endures, Han Feng remarked, his countenance turning ashen as he gazed at Master Yao on the celestial screen. He and the elder Yao were also master and disciple, but he betrayed the elder, which significantly contributed to the elder's current state. Originally, Han Feng believed that elder Yao had perished completely, only to discover that a remnant of his soul still remained. Moreover, it appeared that this newly accepted disciple would eventually ascend to become the Flame Emperor, which could only mean one thing. Han Feng's demise was inevitable. Contemplating this, Han Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. A fallen genius is no longer a genius. With a fierce determination, Han Feng immediately sought someone to prepare for the assassination of Xiao Yan in Wutan City. The notion of a soul attachment, a remnant with such power, was akin to a spirit ring. Tang San was somewhat surprised. In the Doloa world, soul remnants existed, though most dissipated directly, while a select few powerful remnants served as controlled tools. This bore a striking resemblance to spirit rings, which were also the energy condensed from the death of soul beasts, enhancing the abilities of soul masters without depleting the rings themselves. Thus, it seemed that the so-called heavenly tier combat skills were merely equivalent to a spirit ring. With his 10 spirit rings, Tang San was more than capable of dominating the entire Douqi realm. Xiao Yan's journey was indeed tumultuous. In the neighboring world of Wudong, Lin Dong could not help but exclaim about the twists and turns of this experience. Didn't it seem somewhat familiar? The soul of the heavenly demon Mink appeared beside Lin Dong, questioning whether he found Xiao Yan's journey reminiscent. Familiar? Lin Dong was taken aback. He indeed felt that way but could not articulate it. Reflecting on his own experiences in a remote town, from a decayed family, facing an enemy that must be vanquished, and possessing a treasure harboring a soul, the more he thought, the more astonished he became. Xiao Yan's story was strikingly similar to his own, as if they were brothers separated by different parents. Feng Baobao pondered for a long time before suddenly asking Zhang Chulan, "Is the bone spirit cold fire warm or cold?" "Ha ha, Sister Bauer, your thought process is quite erratic," Zhang Chulan chuckled, bemused by how he could possibly know such a thing. "Your reasoning is rather scattered in this regard." Sister Bauer, that world is not an ordinary realm. It is a fantastical world of wonders. One cannot apply the rules of our world to it. Perhaps if you open your mind a bit, that fire could be both cold and hot. Upon noticing Feng Baobao's gaze, Zhang Chulan became serious, emphasizing that the world in question was far from normal, and that the exotic fire was not an ordinary flame. The bone spirit cold fire could indeed possess both qualities. "That's just stating the obvious," Feng Baobao retorted, turning her attention back to the sky. Zhang Chulan's words seemed entirely unhelpful. However, she was aware that Zhang Chulan possessed no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding another realm and chose not to press further. Having departed from Wutan City, Xiao Yan officially embarked on his path of training, which proved to be far more arduous than his previous endeavors within the city. This was not only due to the harshness of the environment, but also because Yao Lao began to intensify the training regimen. The immense and weighty black Xuanzhong ruler was strapped to Xiao Yan's back, serving to refine his physique and enhance his strength. Fortunately, Yao Lao imparted to him corresponding fighting techniques, the earth-ranked flame separation devouring wave ruler, providing Xiao Yan with a formidable trump card. Simultaneously, he commenced his studies in alchemy, making remarkable progress under Yao Lao's guidance. Xiao Yan's destination for his trials was the monster beast mountain range, where he encountered the unfortunate poison body, the little medical fairy. There, he established his own mercenary group to vie for resources and secured a rare flight technique. He also witnessed the fierce battle between the amethyst-winged Lion King and the Do Huang Yun Yun, leading to a moment of intimacy with the sealed Yun Yun. Having advanced to the Do Master level, Xiao Yan officially began his quest to gather. His initial target was the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Although it ranked lower on the list, this very fact afforded him the possibility of devouring it. At present, Xiao Yan was merely a Do Master. Despite Yao Lao's assistance and the support of medicinal pills, he remained incapable of consuming a higher ranked. More critically, was exceedingly rare. Yet Xiao Yan fortuitously knew the location of the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, making it imperative for him to acquire it first. During his search for the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, he encountered the Ice Emperor Hai Buodong, who aided him in resolving his predicaments and provided him with a fragmentary map recording the location of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Though the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire did not rank high, it was still attracting the attention of many. With the Serpent Clan and the Pill King Gu he posing as Xiao Yan's most formidable adversaries, it would be inaccurate to label them as mere opponents. For both the Serpent Clan and Gu he possessed a Do Huang level fighter along with several Do Wang level powerhouses. In comparison, Xiao Yan, as a Do Master, was akin to an ant, easily squashed beneath their might. He hardly stood a chance against them. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan managed to seize the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire from their grasp, and in the process, acquired a Do Wang level pet, the seven-colored devouring python. Upon absorbing the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, not only did Xiao Yan's strength increase, but his burning art also evolved into a higher grade technique. It could be said that Xiao Yan's undertaking was immensely fruitful. However, upon returning to his base, he received distressing news. A girl named Qing Lin from his mercenary group had been abducted due to her unique, by snake, 3-flower-eye talent. Naturally, Xiao Yan could not remain indifferent. After conducting a thorough investigation, he set his sights on the Mo clan. Thus, Xiao Yan journeyed to the Mo clan, where he encountered Nalin Yinran, though she did not recognize him. Subsequently, Yao Lao possessed Xiao Yan, unleashing Do Huang-level prowess to wreak havoc in the Mo clan and rescue Qing Lin. However, the people from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion intervened and abducted Qing Lin. Confronted by the formidable 8-winged Black Serpent Emperor from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, Xiao Yan took a daring risk by merging two distinct types of, unleashing his self-created combat technique. The Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, which successfully inflicted severe injuries upon his opponent, driving them back. Although Xiao Yan managed to repel the adversaries from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, he himself sustained grave injuries, and the soul power of Yao Lao was excessively drained, leading him into a deep slumber. Subsequently, Xiao Yan prepared to participate in the Alchemist Conference while gathering rare medicinal treasures capable of healing Yao Lao's soul. During this period, he transformed into the Rock Owl and ventured to the Nalin family, assisting Old Master Nalin in expelling toxins, which even caught the attention of Nalin Yinran. Indeed, Xiao Yan was known for his fortuitous exploits, engaging in battles beyond his level with an ease akin to eating and drinking. The Beast Mountains yielded abundant rewards. Not only did he acquire various treasures and combat techniques, but he also made the acquaintance of the enchanting Yun Yun and the little medical fairy. Yao Yin and Yun Ji, the two cunning old foxes, were quite astute, never revealing their true identities. As El Xiaobu once remarked, in the world of martial arts, aliases hold great significance. It is quite normal for seasoned adventurers to adopt pseudonyms during their journeys. Hai Buodong, Xiao Yan's initial angel investor, was indeed a discerning individual. Despite Xiao Yan achieving the status of Do Emperor, he still referred to Hai Buodong as Old Hai. Furthermore, Hai Buodong nearly became a character in a theatrical production, almost turning into Xiao Yan's brother-in-law. Xiao Yan mused, "Old Hai, take note. This is what we call a super-generational leap." In this context, the Soul Emperor declared, "Hai Buodong, even 1,000 deaths would not suffice." The queen made her entrance, regrettably reduced to a mere pet. Had she not been transformed into a pet, Xiao Yan would have faced dire consequences. At that moment, the queen bore no fondness for Xiao Yan. Affections could be nurtured starting from the little snake, gradually leading to her becoming the principal consort. The main consort was indeed Sun Air. What a pity for Yun Yun. I recall that during a survey conducted by the Potato, participants were asked whether they preferred Yun Yun or Medusa, and the overwhelming majority supported the idea of Xiao Yan with Medusa, eager to see him engage with the serpent. At that time, it was merely youthful curiosity. Now, one can truly appreciate that Yun Yun is the better choice. This evokes the notion of a white moonlight in one's heart. Regardless of the choice made between Yun Yun and Medusa, there would always be a sense of regret. This embodies the complexities of white moonlight and cinnabar moles. Inevitably, there will be a lingering sense of loss. Couldn't one desire both? Children make choices, while adults wish for everything. Children may desire it all, but adults are aware of the limits of their physicality. Limits? Nonsense. I am exceptionally brave. Xiao Yan adopted yet another alias, Rock Owl. It was merely a reversal of his name. Thus, he deceived Nalin Yinran, who remained oblivious to his true identity. Nevertheless, Nalin Yinran eventually developed feelings for Xiao Yan, which signifies a profound connection between them. Alas, fate is cruel. After discovering that Rock Owl was indeed Xiao Yan, Nalin Yinran felt regret, for by that time, she had already fallen for him, not due to the engagement, but from the genuine emotions within her heart. However, what significance does that hold? The number of women enamored with Xiao Yan has increased, and Nalin Yinran finds herself unable to compete. Xiao Yan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shyly rubbed his nose. Wishing to avoid such candid discussions, he had yet to encounter any of the so-called white moonlight or vermilion moles in his life. Truly, Xiao Yan is quite the heartthrob. Sooner approached Xiao Yan, her expression tinged with jealousy. Despite being the first to capture his attention, she was the least discussed, and she found it unjust. "Hey, Sooner, what brings you here?" Xiao Yan smiled sheepishly, deftly steering the conversation away. "Xiao Yan, your current situation is perilous. The Soul Emperor will undoubtedly target you. I have already contacted my father, and he is willing to intervene against the Soul Emperor." Sooner refrained from pressing further, recognizing that Xiao Yan's safety was of utmost importance. "Is that true? How wonderful." Xiao Yan had been troubled by the lack of anyone capable of blocking the Soul Emperor, and Sooner as father, Gu Yuan. Offering assistance was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Although both my father and the Soul Emperor are at the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Saint level, Their strengths are comparable. The Soul Clan is vast, with many powerful subordinates and unpredictable tactics. We must remain vigilant against their ambushes. It would be prudent for you to accompany me back to the ancient clan's small world. Sooner remained uneasy, though the Soul Emperor might be thwarted. The sheer number of the Soul Clan and their formidable expertise meant that the ancient clan could not fully shield against every threat. A moment's negligence could spell disaster for Xiao Yan. The safest course would be for him to join her in the ancient clan's alternate dimension. No, thank you for your kindness, but how can a sheltered flower withstand the storms of life? While I might feel secure under the protection of the ancient clan, I cannot rely on it forever. Xiao Yan shook his head, declining Sun'er's invitation. He realized that one could not become a true powerhouse while perpetually sheltered from danger and adversity. Is it because of those women, Brother Xiao Yan? Sun'er tilted her head, questioning whether his reluctance to accompany her to the ancient clan stemmed from a desire to meet those women. How could that be? Sun'er, what are you thinking? All right. I trust you, Brother Xiao Yan. Sun'er chuckled, acknowledging that she was merely jesting. Since Xiao Yan had no intention of returning with her, she did not press the matter further and instead handed over some protective treasures to him. Above all, she was determined to ensure his safety. Why do all those comments revolve around romantic matters? Is love truly that magnificent? In the realm of assassins, on Chicken Island, Wu Liuqi crouched at the entrance, perplexed as he turned to the blue-haired Chicken DeBeo beside him. What do you want from me? I'm just a chicken. Chicken DeBeo replied in a peculiar tone. Being merely a chicken, how could it possibly comprehend human emotions? This individual has undoubtedly unlocked extraordinary abilities, channeling the spirit of the venerable Yao Lao, transitioning from a Do Shi to a Do Huang, and even merging with to manifest a fiery lotus, engaging in battles beyond his rank, growing increasingly formidable. This must be a prodigy from the Feng Lingyuing sect. Zhang Chulan pointed at Xiao Yan in the sky, earnestly declaring that someone is clearly cheating. Sit down. If it were truly the Feng Lingyuing sect, victory would not come so easily. Feng Baobao firmly pressed Zhang Chulan into his seat, explaining that the style of the Feng Lingyuing sect does not manifest in such a manner. The unlocking is far from complete. Zhang Chulan's lips twitched. Was he not discussing the characteristics of the Feng Lingyuing sect? The crux of the matter is that he has indeed unlocked his potential. Chapter 64. The Hehuan sect, am the Supreme One. Reflecting on his own dismal existence, yearning to unlock his potential, yet unable to do so, he gazed at Xiao Yan's blatant display of power, feeling a profound disparity, as if the heavens themselves were mocking him. However, Baobao did not share this sentiment. It's quite impressive. As a genius, one must possess the ability to engage in battles beyond one's rank. Tang San found Xiao Yan's combat prowess satisfactory. What does it mean to have unlocked potential? Playing well equates to unlocking? Engaging in battles beyond one's rank is standard for a genius, you see? In his earlier days, Tang San frequently engaged in such battles. This is merely the norm, not a remarkable feat after all. Yao Lao is akin to a single soul ring, while Tang San possesses multiple soul rings, along with concealed weapons and the Xian Tian Gong, making such battles rather commonplace. Wouldn't you agree? I wonder which is more powerful, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus or my Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus. Tang San pondered the massive fire lotus formed by the fusion of two, its name reminiscent of his own. Yet he was uncertain which held greater might. The manifestation of the soul body, the embodiment of spiritual energy, and the ability to transition between beast form and divine river form captivated Kesha as she observed the unfolding events in the sky. She had already arranged matters concerning the angelic civilization, affording her ample time to watch the sky and analyze its information. The concept of the soul body and the transformation into a magical beast piqued her interest. This seems to be what they refer to as transformation, doesn't it? The essence of life remains that of a beast, yet the is even more intriguing. She, combining the information relayed by Yan, immediately recognized it as the so-called transformation. However, the essence remains unchanged, still embodying the life of a beast. What intrigued she even more was particularly its ability to give rise to sentience, astonishing her, as this does not conform to typical life forms. A flame capable of birthing intelligence is indeed a peculiar life form, distinctly unlike the beings of the primary material world. Kesha contemplated for a moment. Her interest in this extraordinary flame known as was undeniable. Compared to conventional life forms, the life born of flame is evidently more peculiar, even evoking thoughts of an unknown secondary biological realm. However, this remains unverifiable, and she could only silently document her findings. Potato? What a strange name. It hardly seems like a true name. Yifan noticed the name Potato drifting through the barrage, immediately discerning that it was not a true name. How could one ascertain that this potato referred to a person? Perhaps it simply denoted the vegetable itself? Fatty Duanda beside him shared the same sentiment. Believing it to be a name unfit for a human, it might just refer to the plant. You unscrupulous Taoist, are you incapable of using your intellect? Only knowing how to indulge in food. A potato cannot converse with a person, it undoubtedly refers to an individual. With a disdainful remark, Duanda chastised. Realizing that this time, he had spoken without sufficient consideration. The potato, capable of communicating with those in the barrage, was clearly a being from another dimension. Perhaps such naming conventions were commonplace there. Rather than argue with He Huang, Duanda ventured his own speculations, acknowledging the vast cultural disparities across worlds. Perhaps those from that dimension simply favored such peculiar names? While he spoke truthfully, it bore little significance. Yi Fan conceded that Duanda's reasoning held merit. Yet it was not the crux of the matter. Do you recall Li Jing's extraordinary feat of catching a blade with empty hands? That was a premise. And those who could establish such premises were likely beings from beyond this world, possessing the ability to manipulate it. This potato could very well be one of those individuals. The fact that this potato could determine whether Xiao Yan would choose Yun Yun or Medusa spoke volumes of his control over that world, effortlessly bestowing new premises upon its inhabitants. It was conceivable that such an individual also existed in their world, perhaps even acquainted with this potato. Yi Fan gazed skyward, and in a moment of reverie, he seemed to glimpse a creature adorned with crimson fur, intently observing him. Xiao Yan's alchemical talents were remarkable. Even though Yao Lao had succumbed to slumber, his skills had vastly improved through previous guidance and personal exploration. At the alchemist competition of the Gamma Empire, Xiao Yan unsurprisingly claimed the championship, acquiring the coveted items he sought. As fate would have it, the 3-year pact had arrived, and Xiao Yan made his way to the Yunlan sect to face off against Nalin Yinran. Even without Yao Lao's assistance, Xiao Yan triumphed over Nalin Yinran. Yet his disguise was unveiled. The identity of the rock owl was exposed, along with the truths surrounding the annihilation of the Mo family. Given the Mo family's ties to the Yunlan sect, the latter's members were intent on apprehending Xiao Yan. Thankfully, with the intervention of Hai Buodong and the Do Huang guardian Ling Ying dispatched by Sun Er, Xiao Yan managed to extricate himself, fulfilling the terms of the 3-year agreement. Upon departing the Yunlan sect, Xiao Yan returned to his clan only to be met with devastating news. His family had been obliterated by Yunlang's forces. Enraged, Xiao Yan resolved to ascend once more to the Yunlan sect, this time bolstered by the support of the successfully advanced Queen Medusa. In this encounter, Xiao Yan met Yun Yun in their true identities, yet they stood on opposing sides. Utilizing the complete version of the Buddha's Wrath Flame Lotus, a fusion of his duel, he struck down Yun Long, inadvertently inciting the wrath of Yun Shan, who now sought Xiao Yan's life. In a critical moment, the venerable Yao Lao intervened. As the medicinal herbs provided by Xiao Yan revitalized his spirit, enhancing his strength significantly. Together, they successfully departed from the Yunlan sect. Upon leaving, Xiao Yan hastened to the Jia Nen Academy, marking the commencement of his academic journey. At the academy, Xiao Yan reunited with Sun Er, and their relationship flourished in happiness. With the resources of the institution and the assistance of his strength progressed rapidly. One fateful day, the coveted fallen heart flame stirred restlessly, prompting Xiao Yan to delve into the depths below. With Yao Lao's aid, he absorbed and fused with the fallen heart flame. After enduring the agonizing trials of fiery purification, he successfully integrated however, the resultant side effects surged within him, igniting a fervor that led to a loss of reason, culminating in a dual cultivation with Medusa. When Xiao Yan emerged from the depths once more, he had ascended to the Do Wang level. The dialogue among the onlookers was rife with enthusiasm, despite the Jia Nen Academy suffering turmoil. Indeed, our Huan sect is exceptional, welcoming all to join. Among the myriad realms, the Huan sect radiates joy, presenting an almost gratuitous allure. Historically marginalized and often mischaracterized as malevolent, the current state of the Huan sect is unexpectedly prosperous. Excessive, Xiao Yan's actions were deemed outrageous, as he practiced the dual cultivation of nefarious arts. Duanda's eyes sparkled with envy. Although he could see nothing, the notion of enhancing one's power through dual cultivation, especially with a beauty like Medusa, seemed excessive to him. I perceive a hint of envy, Black Emperor remarked, casting a glance at Duanda. The latter vehemently denied it, espousing a facade of righteousness, claiming no envy dwelled within him. Humph, demons are demons. Humans and demons tread different paths, and cultivators should distance themselves from such beings. A young monk clad in white robes bore a solemn expression, viewing demons as entities to be vanquished. Any association with them was deemed unworthy of a true cultivator, let alone the notion of human-demon unions. Master Fahai, we have discovered the whereabouts of the demons, a disciple from the temple announced, prepared to confront the fiends. Fahai, with a swift motion of his cassock, prepared to commence his demon-hunting endeavors. Though he harbored a keen interest in the celestial tapestry above, the pursuit of demons held paramount importance. Moreover, given his formidable prowess, multitasking between demon hunting and observing the celestial display posed no challenge for him. Thor, does Asgard possess no such dual cultivation techniques? Tony inquired, casting a glance towards Thor. While the notion of rigorous training did not particularly captivate him, given its arduous nature, he would gladly embrace the concept of dual cultivation, despite the inherent difficulties, those he could endure. No, such methods do not exist. Thor resolutely shook his head, asserting that Asgard was a place of integrity, and the very idea of dual cultivation seemed frivolous and unbefitting their values. What a pity, Tony lamented. Shaking his head in disappointment, the Huffa clan has missed out on a prodigy. After undergoing dual cultivation, Xiao Yan's strength surged. After a period of consolidation and addressing urgent matters, he quelled the chaos in the Black Corner region and began to gather allies for a vengeance against the Yunlong sect. At that moment, the Yunlong sect was embroiled in a wedding ceremony, one that united Yun Yun and Gu He. It was evident that Yun Yun was coerced into this union, as she held no affection for Gu He. With his enhanced abilities, Xiao Yan employed the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus once more, vanquishing Yun Shan. Yet this act provoked the intervention of the Soul Hall Elder, who seized Yao Lao. In a display of might, Xiao Yan compelled the Yunlong sect to disband within a month. Indeed, Yun Yun disbanded the Yunlong sect, planning to venture into the Central Plains alongside Nalin Yinran. As she prepared to depart the Gamma Empire for the Central Plains, Xiao Yan sought her out. And with the barriers of the Yunlong sect removed, their relationship seemed to soften. Contemplating her imminent journey to the Central Plains, Yun Yun did not reject Xiao Yan this time. 3 days later, she set off for the Central Plains with Nalin Yinran, while Xiao Yan consolidated the forces of the Gamma Empire to establish the Flame Alliance. Gui seems to have taken the wider path, someone remarked. Gui can afford to lose. He simply walked away. It appears he has misunderstood something. Xiao Yan is not here to steal a bride. Yet, this spectacle is hardly typical of a mere bride snatching, is it? Without a direct confrontation, Gui remains quite astute. Has Xiao Yan truly let the Yunlong sect off the hook? He seems too accommodating. Old Xiao, they take advantage of your scholarly demeanor. Leave this to me. I shall handle it with the Great Desolation Prisoning Heaven Finger. Incorrect. It should be the Great Desolation Prisoning Heaven Finger. Old Xiao, why waste words on them? They bully you because you are a cultured man. The order is correct. This is what they call arriving before the person does. My martial ancestor relied solely on brute force. Reasoning had no place in his life. Regardless of what you say, take this Great Desolation Prisoning Heaven Finger first. Indeed, it is pure recklessness. Oh, has Xiao Yan spent 3 days alone with Yun Yun? Yes, and it was under circumstances where she did not refuse him. Hasn't she conceived yet? Wouldn't that make the queen seem rather dim-witted if she succeeded on the first attempt? Xiao Yan and the queen were immersed in the subterranean flames for nearly a year and only achieved it once. In defiance of fate, once a year, is it not? Do not speak of it. This is not merely a vehicle for kindergarten. The doors have been welded shut, and no one can disembark. If it were I, not only would Yun Yun be involved, but even Nalin Yinran would surely have her little Yin Yan. In defiance of fate, one ought not to. What is there to not do? It is merely a master-disciple relationship. Merely. I cannot continue. This delves into the realm of my ignorance. At the Yunlong sect, Yun Yun's face flushed crimson, and Nalin Yinran's countenance mirrored her embarrassment. The contents of the barrage were far too provocative. Though unspoken, the implications were painfully explicit, leaving no room for doubt. How could one not feel shy? Xiao Yan. Even in seclusion, Yun Shan's eyes flickered with rage upon witnessing the spectacle. This young man had utterly devastated his Yunlong sect. Such a thought ignited a fiery wrath within Yun Shan. This boy must not be allowed to live. He had already resolved that when Xiao Yan ascended to the Yunlong sect, he would strike him down without hesitation, regardless of the ambiguous ties between Xiao Yan and Yun Yun. The soul of Yao Chun has manifested within a mere scion of the Xiao family. An elder from the Soul Palace cackled beside Yun Shan. The very soul of Yao Chun they had sought had appeared unexpectedly. What a fortuitous turn of events. You, young man, are indeed fortunate in your romantic pursuits. On a mountain peak, Yao Lao teased as he observed Xiao Yan. Master, is this truly the moment for such discourse? Xiao Yan sighed in resignation. Future romantic entanglements were matters for another day. Presently, It seemed he might not even have a future worth considering. Having previously offended the Soul Emperor and now dismantling the Yunlan sect, Xiao Yan was oblivious to the Soul Clan and the Soul Emperor. Yet he was acutely aware of the Yunlan sect's formidable reputation. All he felt now was an overwhelming sense of impending doom. All futures have been swept away like leaves in the wind. Damn it. Haha, young man, as the saying goes, the more lice, the less itch. Offending both the Soul Clan and the Soul Emperor, the Yunlan sect is hardly worthy of excessive concern. Yao Lao reassured Xiao Yan that in comparison to the Soul Clan and the Soul Emperor, the Yunlan sect was but a mere ant, posing no significant threat. Such words come easily. In contrast to the Soul Emperor, my worries lie more with the Yunlan sect, Xiao Yan countered, shaking his head in disagreement with Yao Lao's perspective. Chapter 66. The Dou Emperor is not the end. Xiao Yan had no previous encounters with the Soul Emperor, nor had he ever heard of him. Thus his feelings towards the Soul Emperor were shallow. However, his sentiments regarding the Yunlan sect were entirely different. As the largest sect in the Gamma Empire, its colossal presence instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure within Xiao Yan. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. It was precisely because of his knowledge of the Yunlan sect that he felt even greater trepidation. Yao Lao shook his head in resignation. In such a predicament, even his intervention would yield no resolution. Xiao Yan appears to have met his demise only after witnessing the splendor of the future. Following the dissolution of the Yunlan sect, his journey became considerably simpler. His endeavors revolved around cultivation, trials, and resolving various issues within the Yin Alliance, gradually extending his activities beyond the Jiama Empire into surrounding regions. The enhancement of his strength progressed swiftly, and before long, he ascended to the rank of Dou Huang, reuniting with Xiao Yixin once more. In pursuit of remedying Xiao Yixin's formidable poison body and seeking new to bolster his power, he ventured into the Central State. Armed with his alchemical skills and innate prowess, Xiao Yan navigated the challenges of the Central State with remarkable success. He encountered Yun Yun and Nalan Yinran once again, contended for a spot in the blood pool against the Central State's prodigies, battled the Soul Palace, resolved Xiao Yixin's dire condition, and participated in the alchemical conference hosted by the Dan Tower. This series of experiences was nothing short of miraculous. Ultimately, Xiao Yan earned the chance to subdue the 3,000 flames of Yin Yan, that were immensely powerful and volatile, with the ranking of the 3,000 flames surpassing even that of the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, its explosive force being even more astonishing. Numerous aspirants were led away by Xian Kongzi, leaving only Xiao Yan behind. Concerned for Xiao Yan's safety, Xiao Yixin attempted to rush into the star domain, but was thwarted by Xian Kongzi, missing her opportunity to enter. Although the journey was fraught with peril, Xiao Yan ultimately succeeded in subduing the 3,000 flames, significantly augmenting his strength. At this juncture, he finally possessed the power to rescue Yao Lao, accompanied by reinforcements. Xiao Yan advanced toward a branch of the Soul Palace, and after an intense battle, he successfully liberated Yao Lao. However, he himself sustained severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Fortunately, the effects of the 3,000 flames and a previously consumed Yin Yang Xian Dragon Pill were miraculous, enabling Xiao Yan to survive, elevating his strength to Dou Zun. With the aid of the three, Xiao Yan successfully helped Yao Lao reconstruct his physical body, allowing him to regain his peak semi-holy cultivation. The Central State Prodigy Testing Device was activated. You are a prodigy of the Central State? I am precisely here to challenge the prodigies of the Central State. Subduing the 3,000 flames, Xiao Yan reaped abundant rewards, while Xiao Yixin may have become the greatest loser. Xiao Yixin has lost a significant opportunity. Xiao Yixin, Xian Kongzi has betrayed me. Xian Kongzi, you have committed numerous heinous acts. Had Xian Kongzi not obstructed Xiao Yixin, it is likely that Xiao Yan and Xiao Yixin would have mirrored the events of subduing the fallen heart flame. Thus, it can be said that Xiao Yixin has indeed lost a monumental opportunity. Undoubtedly, Xiao Yixin is the greatest loser. Please name the most useless and explain why it is the 3,000 flames. 3,000 flames. Very well, so this is how we play. Xian Kongzi, your sins are grievous. The old ghost of star plucking can boast of this achievement for a lifetime, having nearly defeated the Flame Emperor. Old ghost of star plucking, was my life-risking strike unable to defy fate? I am unwilling. Xian Kongzi, what is his issue? He has done nothing. It is simply an absurd incident. Can he truly be blamed for this? These individuals are utterly unreasonable. The myriad of talents in the Central Plains. Xiao Yan, is it? The Central Plains talent testing device, indeed. We shall remember you. The little medical fairy's cheeks flushed crimson. Such a candid remark was a first for her. Do these commentators truly disregard the sentiments of a lady? This so-called greatest opportunity is one she does not desire. These individuals focused not on Xiao Yan's prowess, but on peculiar matters instead. Yi Fan observed the barrage of comments, his lips twitching involuntarily. What are these folks preoccupied with? Their attention strays from Yi Fan's ascension in strength and thrilling adventures, fixating instead on those women. It is perplexing where their priorities lie. The Soul Palace is indeed a competent source of experience, dispatching individuals marginally stronger than Xiao Yan each time, gradually feeding him experience. Feng Baobao's intermittent wit struck again, revealing the essence of the Soul Palace, encompassing even the Soul Clan. The Soul Palace and the Soul Clan, such vile insults. Although Xiao Yan revived Yao Lao, he could not enjoy tranquility for long. He provided support to the Flower Clan, rushed to Dragon Island, aided Zi Yin in becoming the Dragon King, ventured into the Heavenly Tomb, and increasingly entangled himself in the enmities with the Soul Clan. Yet, there was good news. Xiao Yan's father, who had been captured by the Soul Clan, was not dead and had broken through to the Do Huang level, which surprised Xiao Yan considerably. Subsequently, Xiao Yan advanced to Do Shang, gaining the opportunity to encounter the Pure Lotus demonic fire. Armed with the remnants of a map, he summoned the Pure Lotus demonic sage, finally acquiring the Pure Lotus demonic fire. This time, he was accompanied in the demonic fire space by his childhood sweetheart, Sun Er. With the aid of Sun Er's Golden Emperor burning heaven flame, Xiao Yan absorbed the Pure Lotus demonic fire, alongside some of the Golden Emperor's flame. More importantly, Xiao Yan and Sun Er achieved a union within the demonic fire space, reminiscent of the prior encounter with Medusa within the Fallen Heart flame. Once again, they cultivated together to enhance their strength, truly enviable. To reiterate, the Pleasure Sect is the foremost in the world, with the cultivation of a 5-star Do Shang. Complemented by the assistance of, Xiao Yan had nearly brushed against the strongest figures on the continent. He subsequently vanquished the Soul Palace and confronted the Soul Clan directly. Though the situation was exceedingly dire and perilous, Xiao Yan's strength escalated at an astonishing pace, even within the Do Shang tier, transcending stars in his ascent. However, the Soul Clan schemes had reached their climax. The clan leader, Soul Heaven Emperor, unlocked the Ancient Emperor's cave and acquired the Emperor-grade Chudan. To actualize the Emperor-grade Chudan, Soul Heaven Emperor relied on a blood sacrifice array, involving the people of Central Plains, his kin, the captives from the 8 clans, and his ally, the Void-devouring Flame. In a bloody ritual, through boundless slaughter and bloodshed, Soul Heaven Emperor successfully advanced to Do Di. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, utilizing the seed from the Ancient Emperor's cave, absorbed and merged all, transforming it into Emperor Flame, and similarly ascended to Do Di. The two emperors stood in stark opposition, igniting an unparalleled battle that culminated in Xiao Yan incinerating the body of the Soul Emperor, thus obliterating him entirely. Although his corporeal form was destroyed, Xiao Yan's soul persevered. Subsequently, he reconstructed his body, firmly solidifying his imperial realm. Accompanied by Kai Lin and Sun Er, Xiao Yan tore through the fabric of space, embarking on a journey towards a higher dimension. As darkness enveloped the heavens, the next moment revealed a vast continent, where countless flames coalesced into a fiery lotus. A figure stood atop the lotus, exuding an aura of boundless might. In this grand universe, he was the sovereign of the endless fire domain, the Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan. Chapter 67. If you were to transcend as Nalan Yanran after perusing Xiao Yan's remarkable rise, the denizens of myriad realms fell into silence. Was Xiao Yan truly the illegitimate child of the Douqi continent? In a mere span of 20 years, he ascended from the 3rd stage of Douqi to the rank of Do Emperor, an achievement that seemed almost fantastical, beyond the realm of mere luck. Consider the Soul Emperor, who labored for a millennium, surpassing even the time Xiao Yan had lived before reaching the pinnacle of Do Saint. Yet, both ascended to Do Emperor, rendering the contrast glaringly evident. Moreover, Xiao Yan's journey was fraught with serendipitous encounters. The more perilous the situation, the swifter his power escalated. Time and again, he transformed misfortune into fortune, breaking through in the heat of battle. Merely contemplating this evokes a sense of incredulity. Of course, what is even more enviable is Xiao Yan's array of beautiful confidants, each a goddess desired by many, yet they all gravitate towards him. Such a scenario incites envy and resentment. It appears that it was due to a lack of regard for him that he flourished. After witnessing the celestial tapestry, the Soul Emperor felt a modicum of relief. Although Xiao Yan thwarted him in the end, his own plans bore fruit as well. Xiao Yan's growth was entirely attributable to the Soul Palace's underestimation of him. Guardian Wu, just a mere Do Wang pinnacle. Old Ghost Jiaxing, merely a Do Zong pinnacle. Yugu, just a Do Zun. Soul Palace Master, only a 2-star Do Saint. Soul Qinma, just a 5-star Do Saint. Soul Yao, merely a 7-star Do Saint. Soul Emperor. Alright, he is a Do Emperor now, my brothers. However, now that he comprehended the future, the next step was to eliminate Xiao Yan. For no one would be able to impede him thereafter. He would become the sole Do Emperor in existence. The notion of turning misfortune into good fortune, of surviving desperate circumstances, merely indicated that the situation had not yet reached absolute despair. The Soul Emperor would soon demonstrate to Xiao Yan what true hopelessness entailed. The endless fire domain and the Flame Emperor would soon be no more. Observing the figure in red, emanating an overwhelming aura, the Soul Emperor could not help but sneer repeatedly. Regardless of how powerful Xiao Yan might become in the future, he was undoubtedly weaker than himself in the present. If he were to eliminate him now, the future would cease to exist. To eliminate the current Xiao Yan is utterly simplistic. He is not yet at full capacity. At this moment, Xiao Yan is merely leaving a surname on the celestial ranking. First, he establishes a name, and the rest will be awaited for the opportune moment to be revealed. Saving at a critical juncture, truly a testament to your character. To inscribe a name on the celestial ranking, it is the Dominion Realm Xiao Yan who embodies the true pinnacle of achievement. One might wonder if Nailan Yanran, upon witnessing Xiao Yan's accomplishments, feels remorse for her annulment of their engagement. Remorse? She has long regretted it, but what good does that do? A promising hand has been squandered. The disparity is so vast that discussion seems unnecessary. Reflecting on Nailan Yanran's decision to withdraw her engagement evokes no anger, only a sense of pity for her. Even Xiao Yan himself does not dwell on it. Nailan Yanran's annulment of the engagement indeed influences Xiao Yan, providing him with motivation. It also serves as a reminder to others. If your fiancé or fiancée suddenly becomes a wastrel, perhaps it could be a moment to regain composure. Collective adversity. Is it? Let me pose a question. If you were to transmigrate as Nailan Yanran, how would you turn the tides and ascend to the pinnacle of life? You wouldn't be returning to seek assistance after transmigration, would you? Firstly, one must understand that Nailan Yanran does not require a reversal of fortune. She is inherently a winner in life. From a young age, she was nurtured in privilege, living within a prominent family. And she became a direct disciple of Yun Yun at the Yunlan sect, eventually rising to the position of the sect's young master. She possesses beauty, a distinguished lineage, innate talent, and abundant resources, having been born far beyond the finish line of many. Aside from the heartache of love, she has endured little suffering. Indeed, even after the dissolution of the Yunlan sect, she followed Yun Yun to the central continent for training, competing with the prodigies there, and later became the young master of the Flower sect, eventually joining the Heavenly Alliance to enjoy a life of leisure. Given Nailan Yanran's talents, with Xiao Yan having opened the passage between the Douqi continent and the endless fire domain, and with access to source energy, becoming a Do Emperor is not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, there is no need for a reversal of fortune. She has never faced such adversity. With a ready template, one merely needs to follow suit to navigate the journey successfully. Either do not annul the engagement and retain the rightful position, or proceed with the annulment and follow the plot as laid out. Both paths lead to victory. However, it seems unlikely that the engagement could remain without the 3-year agreement. Xiao Yan's growth would certainly be significantly hindered, potentially impacting his ultimate achievements. In that case, directly approach Xiao Zhan and explain that the annulment was intended to ignite Xiao Yan's fighting spirit. Xiao Zhan would surely cooperate. Then, when Xiao Yan transforms into the rock owl, subtly reveal your intentions to him, ensuring that your relationship with Xiao Yan surpasses that of the original plot. While desirable, Nailan Yanran's wind-type Douqi would preclude her from becoming an alchemist, would it not? Very well, now that you have assumed Xiao Yan's narrative, remember to achieve the status of emperor within 20 years. Otherwise, the Soul Emperor will ascend, and your fate will be sealed. Xiao Yan's journey has been anything but pleasant. It is unlikely that another individual could smoothly ascend to the rank of Douqi. Given Xiao Yan's experiences, why would one feel the need to vie for supremacy? Are you certain that your mental fortitude could enable you to attain an imperial soul and become a Douqi? It might be wiser to let Xiao Yan take the lead, as dealing with the Soul Clan and the heavenly evil god would be far easier for him than for you to contend with. I could simply declare, change is certain, while the odd remains unchanged, and ensnare Xiao Yan in a web of intrigue, leaving all others, including Yao Lao and Sun Er, to fall behind me. Oh, a fellow villager, let me borrow your fortune for a moment. Xiao Yan is no benevolent celestial being. He would never engage in such acts. The simplest method would be to communicate directly with Xiao Yan, Even if I were to seize Sun Air from him, he wouldn't protest. Yet, Nailan Yinran is a woman. Taking Sun Air from him would be akin to a 2-for-1 deal. He would have little room for complaint. Perhaps, he might even remark, "Brother, you smell delightful." Imagine informing him that you were originally male. That would certainly add to the excitement. The inhabitants of the myriad realms gazed in silence at the scrolling messages across the heavens. Indeed, Xiao Yan has been thoroughly manipulated by you all. After reincarnating as Nailan Yinran, your various audacious maneuvers have been relentless. However, reflecting on Xiao Yan's arduous journey, despite the frequent jesting about his fortuitous advantages, the tribulations he has faced are not insignificant. Even with a comprehensive understanding of Xiao Yan's past and a strategy for success, who can assert they would be able to navigate through his challenges? Talent, luck, and temperament are all indispensable. One cannot tread the well-worn paths of others to become a top-tier powerhouse. Sure, Hao's resolve remains unshaken. Each individual possesses their own distinct experiences. The journeys of others can serve merely as references, not blueprints for imitation. Every choice leads to entirely different outcomes, even with knowledge of Xiao Yan's experiences and opportunities. Replicating his journey in its entirety is an impossibility. Moreover, the looming threat of the Soul Heavenly Emperor transforms the ascent to Douqi into a race against time. If one cannot break through to Douqi within a certain time frame, the Soul Heavenly Emperor will unleash devastation upon the continent. Even if one were to achieve the rank of Douqi, they would still have to confront the formidable Soul Heavenly Emperor. The question of victory remains uncertain. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of errors, wagering not just an individual success, but the future of the entire continent. How formidable indeed. The Douqi is overwhelmingly powerful. Before him, the distinction between extraordinary beings and ordinary individuals vanishes. Zhang Chulin's eyes widened. He had previously found the various extraordinary beings to be terrifying. Yet, upon witnessing the might of the Douqi, he felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. The so-called extraordinary beings are, in the presence of the Douqi, indistinguishable from common folk. Truly fearsome. Feng Baobao wholeheartedly agreed. Those from the Douqi world are immensely fierce, especially the Douqi, truly terrifying. Even when she exerted her utmost effort, she could not catch a glimpse of the Douqi's taillights, left far behind. It turns out that alchemy involves a multitude of intricacies, the extraction of medicinal herbs, the degree of heat applied, and the order in which ingredients are added all influence the properties of the elixirs. This indeed warrants thorough investigation. In the realm of the White Snake, Su Xian documents the knowledge of alchemy possessed by Xiao Yan, which holds significant research value for a physician. His alchemical techniques are certainly distinctive. Bai Suzhen, standing behind Su Xian, converses with Xiao Qing. Doesn't our elder sister also practice alchemy? Perhaps we could draw some insights from her. Xiao Qing, however, believes that the art of alchemy is largely homogeneous and lacks depth for study. Nonetheless, Bai Suzhen's experience in alchemy might yield some enlightening revelations. The Douqi continent is merely a lower realm, while the vast universe corresponds to the divine realm. Tang San's demeanor regained its solemnity. Although the Dou Emperor appeared formidable, he was merely a creature of a lesser dimension. Ultimately, he was still a mortal unworthy of comparison to a god-king like himself, akin to the disparity between clouds and mud. Even if Xiao Yan were to become the master of the so-called endless fire domain, he would still pale in comparison to the god-king of the divine realm. The Soul Emperor would undoubtedly thwart your success. Gu Yuan's expression turned icy. Indeed, the youth Xiao Yan had matured swiftly, achieving imperial status and obstructing the Soul Emperor. Yet, he was reluctant to place all hopes upon a mere youth. The ancient 8 clans must take action to demonstrate to the Soul Emperor that they are not mere pawns to be manipulated. They could either absorb all the inherit the legacy of the ancient emperors and ascend to imperial status through, or they could complete the refining of the imperial-grade embryonic pill and achieve imperial status through the consumption of imperial-grade elixirs. Regrettably, the source energy of the Douqi continent had vanished. Otherwise, absorbing it would facilitate their ascension to Dou Emperor without such convolutions and peril. However, now that 2 methods have emerged, it is certainly an improvement from the previous era of utter darkness and helplessness. Nonetheless, the most esteemed alchemists and methods for absorbing have become exceedingly precious. Currently, neither the Soul Emperor nor Gu Yuan has taken any action. They are both awaiting the subsequent content to be revealed on the heavenly screen. Previously displayed were occurrences familiar to them. But what is to be shown now is a world that seems somewhat ambiguous. They too wish to witness how they might transform and what profound changes may occur in a different world. The Soul Emperor even pondered whether, in an alternate realm, he could successfully suppress and annihilate Xiao Yan. A new scene unfolds, depicting Xiao Yan testing his talents. Yet both the testing stone and individuals are entirely different. Xiao Yan, with short hair, appears somber and significantly more ordinary. While Xiao Yan assesses his abilities, the patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhan, confronts members of the Jelly and Ao families. Haha, we, the two great families of Wutan City, represented by Ao Bappa, have secured the acquisition of all your Xiao family's markets. Jelly Bai bursts into laughter, showing no concern for Xiao Zhan's fury. Impossible. The marketplace is an important family enterprise, and Xiao Zhan would certainly not agree to its sale. Humph. Jai Libi's gaze suddenly turned fierce as he slapped his palm heavily onto the table. The marketplace has always been a realm where the highest bidder prevails. My offer, along with that of Obapa, is 3 times yours. What gives you the right to compete with us? Next year, the Xiao family will be expelled from Wutan City. Jai Libi stood up with a menacing expression, eyeing Xiao Zhan, for they currently held the advantage. In terms of financial resources, the two families were far beyond the reach of the Xiao family. At that moment, Xiao Zhan unexpectedly produced the marriage contract of his son, Xiao Yan, a duplicate of the agreement with Nalan Yanran from the Nalan family. With the backing of the Nalan family and the Yunlan sect, Jai Libi would have to think twice before taking action against the Xiao family. What is happening? Why do I get the impression that the Xiao family is the real antagonist? Do you dare to move against me? I have the Nalan family and the Yunlan sect behind me. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the sinister laughter fits the narrative perfectly. The aura of villainy is unmistakable. No one understands the art of intimidation better than I do. Why not start with a direct confrontation instead of adding unnecessary drama? This is called enriching the worldview. Do you not understand? Enriching it. The situation is a complete mess. Exactly, a straightforward approach would yield far better results. The Soul Emperor twitched at the corner of his eye. Surely, the sinister laughter was a reference to his Soul clan, right? How dare they mock my laughter? This is called having a unique trait. Do you not comprehend? In this day and age, how can one be memorable without a distinctive feature? It's absurd to even critique how someone else laughs. Indeed, this does carry a hint of intimidation. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose, although it was inappropriate to say so. He felt that Xiao Zhan's actions were somewhat oppressive. Presenting the marriage contract at this juncture was clearly leveraging the influence of the Yunlan sect to intimidate Jai Libi and Obapa. Even Xiao Yan himself thought that if Nalan Yanran were to call off the engagement now, it would be entirely justified. Has the trajectory of the world changed from this point? No. Did I not notice your appearance? It pales in comparison to your current self. Yao Lao observed the subtly altered scene. Was this where the world began to change? Chapter 69. The quiet transformation of the world. Unnoticed, there is no need to concern oneself. Individuals from different worlds possess varied appearances, which is perfectly normal. Xiao Yan shook his head. Believing there was nothing to be overly concerned about regarding appearances, it is entirely expected for people from different realms to look different. The results of Xiao Yan's assessment were released. He remained at the 3rd stage of Douqi, still deemed a failure, prompting the family's younger members to ridicule him immediately. As he descended from the testing platform, Xiao Yan took the initiative to converse with Xiao Mei, who was adorned in crimson attire. However, she disregarded him and departed with an air of arrogance. Sun Air, clad in a flowing blue dress, her large eyes and oval face exuding warmth, approached to offer solace to Xiao Yan. Subsequently, he ascended the platform for his assessment and achieved the 9th tier of Douqi. Meanwhile, Nalan Yanran arrived. Her voluminous azure waves framing a visage that appeared markedly more mature, far removed from that of a mere girl. It was evident that Nalan Yanran had come to annul their engagement, doing so in the presence of the Gale family and the Obapa. Upon Xiao Yan's arrival, he established a 3-year pact with Nalan Yanran, after which events unfolded with little deviation, though all present seemed considerably less attractive. Nalan Ant. This appearance is truly difficult to articulate. Indeed, this renders Xiao Yan's indignation more justifiable. Nalan Yanran's engagement annulment occurred before the other 2 great families. Moreover, just as Xiao Zhan leveraged the engagement to impose upon the 2 families, Nalan Yanran chose that moment to withdraw, which seems too coincidental to dismiss as mere happenstance. It's no wonder Xiao Yan has a penchant for striking back. The roots of his temperament are becoming evident. While this does lend credence to the situation, given that you have become the antagonist of the Xiao family, what grounds do you have for indignation? Do you possess any grounds? Not a single one. Is that truly me? Nalan Yanran gazed at the woman upon the celestial canvas. Though not unattractive, in comparison to herself, she fell significantly short. There is no need for concern. In different realms, appearances can vary greatly. Moreover, I believe you are not one to lose your composure over such trivialities. Yun Yun reassured Na Lan Yin Ran, encouraging her to disregard the alternate version of herself. She trusted that Na Lan Yin Ran would not act to embarrass the Xiao family in front of the other two clans. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yan departed Wutan City and ventured into the Monster Mountain range for training. After enduring various trials, he successfully advanced to a 6-star Do Shi, his prowess burgeoning more swiftly than anticipated. Yet, the time remaining before the 3-year agreement with Na Lan Yin Ran was dwindling. What was even more striking was Xiao Yan's transformation. His appearance had drastically altered, emerging more handsome and resolute. His hair had grown long, and even his Xian Zhongqi had undergone a change. Though distinct from the Xiao Yan of the initial narrative, this visage was undoubtedly more agreeable and appealing. This form is indeed more pleasing to the eye. After the transformation, he looks significantly better. This is the appearance befitting a youth. The comments on the screen reflected a collective disdain for his previous look, which had been rather awkward. Fortunately, there was an opportunity for transformation, leading to a more acceptable appearance. Well, although not as handsome as I am, it is certainly more palatable. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. This current image, while not a perfect reflection of himself, was undeniably more appealing and charismatic. Didn't you assert that appearance holds little significance? It is entirely normal for individuals from different worlds to possess varying appearances. The elder medicinal master gazed at Xiao Yan with a hint of ridicule, seemingly questioning whether he had forgotten his own words. Upon witnessing an attractive visage, did he suddenly deem appearance significant? I maintain that looks are inconsequential, as they do not pertain to me. However, a handsome countenance is undeniably more pleasing to the eye. I wonder if others have also become more aesthetically appealing? Xiao Yan truly felt that the appearance of his counterpart from another realm bore no relevance to him. Yet, with his visage now gracing the celestial canopy, a more handsome Fade would certainly be more agreeable. I cannot help but ponder whether others have also transformed into more beautiful forms. What is happening? Why this sudden and profound change? And why does everyone accept it as a matter of course? Kesha uncrossed her legs, straightened her posture, and her expression grew solemn. Did the inhabitants of that world not perceive the absurdity of this abrupt change in appearance? This should not be the case. It should resemble the reset experienced in our world. We have merely divided into 2 realms, while they remain in one. She analyzed the information revealed in the celestial expanse. Clearly, Xiao Yan and his companions were still within the same world as before. Yet they had undergone a transformation akin to a reset, altering their overall appearances without anyone taking notice. Indeed, compared to the void, such an assault from beyond the world seems far more terrifying. Kesha chuckled lightly, infused with both resignation and mockery. The threat of the void is significant, yet it remains predictable and confrontable. In contrast, matters of this nature, akin to a reset, are utterly unforeseeable and indefensible. One cannot anticipate when an attack may occur, nor even ascertain whether one has been reset. However, it is possible that your world has already been reset, that all your experiences have been relived, and that monumental changes have transpired around you. Yet, you remain blissfully unaware. The entirety of the appearance has shifted, and even the world has undergone profound upheaval. Yet no one seems to sense any anomaly. What extraordinary means could achieve such a feat? Sure how observed the celestial dome, contemplating the impossibility of orchestrating a change of such magnitude without detection. Within the depths of the Beast Mountain range, Xiao Yan was dashing forward, having left the periphery and ventured deeper into perilous territory. Behind him, a rocky ape was in pursuit. The Beast Mountain range is fraught with danger, and as Xiao Yan delved further, he encountered numerous threats. For one who was merely a fighter, this was exceedingly perilous. Nevertheless, to secure victory in the 3-year agreement, such risks must be embraced. Boom. The sky above was shrouded in dark clouds, and a tumultuous energy surged through the Beast Mountain range. A figure, enveloped in azure waves, soared through the air, attired in a cerulean robe and wielding a blue sword. It was Yun Yun. She had come for the amethyst spirit crystal of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Naturally, such a treasure would not be willingly surrendered by the Lion King. Even if Yun Yun sought to negotiate, the Lion King would not be bested, for it placed far greater faith in raw power. Boom. The amethyst-winged Lion King was akin to a Doe Emperor among humans, and Yun Yun herself was a Doe Emperor. The clash of these 2 formidable warriors transformed the very sky. A blue and a purple tornado, connecting heaven and earth, collided fiercely, dark clouds enveloping the firmament. On the ground, rocks shattered, and towering trees were uprooted, splintering into fragments. Xiao Yan stood atop a massive boulder, observing the fierce battle between the 2 titans in the air. Chapter 70. The Battle of Dou Emperors. The bewildered Xiao Yan. This was the conflict of Dou Emperors. Even the residual waves of such power could annihilate a Dome Master, or even a great Dome Master. As Xiao Yan watched the fierce engagement, he felt the shock waves crashing upon him, a sense of trepidation lingering in his heart. Even if he were to stand nearby, he would be swept away by the aftermath of their battle. Let alone being merely a Dou fighter, even a Dome Master or Great Dome Master would be similarly vulnerable. Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King clashed in the skies, their blue and purple forms ceaselessly colliding. The purple light gathered towards the amethyst-winged Lion King, coalescing into a brilliant purple beam, Amethyst Seal. The Lion King unleashed its ultimate move, sending the purple beam hurtling towards Yun. Swiftly, Yun attempted to distance herself to evade the attack, but the Amethyst Seal was inescapable. Ultimately, she was ensnared, her power gradually diminishing. The amethyst-winged Lion King, seizing the moment, drew closer, intent on devouring her. Extreme windfall kill. While her strength had not yet waned significantly, Yun unleashed an advanced Dou technique. A green beam shooting directly towards the Lion King's colossal head. The attack was swift, and the Lion King was too close. Despite its efforts to evade, it still suffered the shattering of its horn. Alas, Yun, too, was at the end of her strength, her power severely diminished. She was struck by the Lion King's claw, plummeting from the sky like a marionette with severed strings. With her abilities sealed and grievously wounded, Yun fell unconscious, while Xiao Yan, arriving ahead of the beast, encountered her fallen form. After a moment of turmoil, Xiao Yan managed to bring Yun into a nearby cave. He retrieved various medicinal herbs, preparing to tend to her injuries. However, the wounds inflicted by the amethyst-winged Lion King were exceedingly sensitive, leaving Xiao Yan in a state of uncertainty. Just as he contemplated removing Yun's outer garments to treat her, her eyes suddenly fluttered open. "Ah, you are awake. I merely wished to assist you in healing, with no ill intentions," Xiao Yan exclaimed, startled and retreating several steps, landing on the ground in his attempt to explain. This was a Dou Emperor, capable of ending his life with a mere flick of a finger. He could not help but feel fear. Yun surveyed Xiao Yan, then glanced at the array of vials and jars strewn about, sensing the efficacy of the potions. She realized that Xiao Yan had spoken truthfully. He indeed intended to apply medicine for her recovery. "Certainly, it was only because you had fainted that I attempted to administer the medicine myself. Now that you are awake, it is best that you tend to it yourself." Xiao Yan, feeling rather timid, placed the medicine beside Yun, deciding it was appropriate for her to apply it on her own. He turned away, demonstrating a sense of consideration. That insufferable individual had actually fallen victim to the sealing technique. Yun, wishing to apply the medicine herself, attempted to move her body but was met with overwhelming weakness and pain. The sealing technique of the amethyst-winged Lion King had immobilized her strength, and coupled with her injuries, moving was an arduous task. Looking towards Xiao Yan, she ultimately resolved to let him assist her, as even the simplest movements were currently beyond her capability. "Me?" Xiao Yan pointed at himself, incredulous. "I can help you, but let us make one thing clear. Afterward, do not engage in any foolishness that may lead to dire consequences." Regaining his composure, he recognized that she was a formidable being capable of ending his life. It was prudent to clarify matters in advance to avoid the consequences of unrequited kindness. "I am not so narrow-minded. As long as you can manage your hands and mouth." Since Yun had decided to accept Xiao Yan's help, she would not resort to actions that would betray his goodwill. Xiao Yan rubbed his hands together and approached to assist Yun with the medicine. The fragrant process of applying the medicine was swift, and the scene shifted to the amethyst-winged Lion King's perspective. "Why didn't you use your powerful moves sooner? I was sealed and my body was weak. This is a prime opportunity, Xiao Yan." Then you were pursued by the restored Yun, and that's the end. Surely, a single Yun cannot kill Xiao Yan? That is uncertain. After all, Yun has numerous chances. What does managing hands and mouth mean? Shouldn't it be eyes? It could imply extracting the poison. Stop joking. Yun isn't poisoned, all right? Perhaps it means to control his mouth when she kisses him? That's outrageous. It likely means to keep Xiao Yan from revealing anything. Inner armor? I didn't see any inner armor. Even if given to Xiao Yan, he wouldn't be able to wear it. Would he? Who says? A true man should don women's attire. If we speak of ungratefulness, Huang Wulong and Yi Fengchu have their grievances. Heavenly Human Clan, my brother calls you out. Why only call out the Heavenly Human Clan? Is my Ji family unworthy? Because Little Moon turned the tide, while the Heavenly Human Clan squandered their potential. The Heavenly Human Clan was eradicated, but the Ji family remains. Hao and Yunxi's child is still alive. How can we consider it an extermination? It can only be said that they squandered their advantageous position. Clinging to Huang's leg could grant resurrection even in death. To put it plainly, while both are empresses, Little Moon holds the highest place in Yi Fan's heart, and Yunxi may not compare to Hualinger in Huang's affections. That still makes her second. I believe we should add Lu Xun to the mix. Unfilial child. What of Qingqi? Where have you placed Qingyi? Of course, in our hearts. Where else could it be? Ah, is this part of your romantic flair? At Yunlan's sect, Yunyun's face flushed slightly, although she had not experienced it firsthand. The sentiment was enough to make her feel bashful. However, it was unexpected to discover that the amethyst-winged Lion King possessed sealing techniques. It seems that caution will be required when contending with it in the future. Yi Fanchu. It is rare for the barrage to offer compliments. Yi Fan gazed at the sky, a smile gracing his lips. Though he was not a sleeping dragon, earning the title of a phoenix chick was no small feat. I believe that is not a commendatory remark. The Black Emperor's penchant for deceit is deeply ingrained, and he instinctively sensed that these two titles were not flattering. That is because you do not understand what a sleeping dragon and phoenix chick truly represent. Yi Fan narrated the deeds of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong to the Black Emperor, explaining that a sleeping dragon and phoenix chick could bring peace to the realm, which was indeed a significant affirmation. Although Yi Fan spoke passionately, the Black Emperor's canine intellect still perceived the barrage as uncomplimentary. The Celestial clan has indeed crossed the line. Hao snorted coldly, recalling the actions of the Celestial clan. He had taken great risks escorting Yunxi for 100,000 miles, only to be treated in such a manner. They pursued him without hesitation, which was utterly excessive. Who is that, Lu Xun? Your mother, perhaps? If they label you a rebellious son, it seems to be a grave matter. The divine slaying stone suddenly soared into the air, swirling around Hao. Chapter 71. The Struggle for Supremacy in the Heavens. Noise. Hao raised his hand to suppress the divine slaying stone. Lu Xun was his master, a person he held in great esteem, yet he had never regarded Lu Xun as a mother. It is worth noting that in the past, the demeanor exhibited by Lu Xun was indeterminate in gender. The scene shifted to the amethyst-winged Lion King, who descended violently, crushing a small magical beast beneath its feet. Have you not found her yet? Before dawn, if there is still no news of that human woman, this will be your fate. The amethyst-winged Lion King roared at the surrounding magical beasts, declaring that the woman was an exquisite supplement and must not be allowed to escape. The magical beasts set forth in search of Yunyun. However, Xiao Yan, who had managed to navigate the magical beast mountain range, possessed some skills and had evaded detection. Having that woman nearby is always a nuisance. Do you plan to endure this indefinitely? During a break in training with Yao Lao, Xiao Yan mentioned Yunyun, and Yao Lao felt that keeping her close was consistently troublesome. What can be done about it? She is in her current state. Xiao Yan's tone was also one of resignation, but he would not neglect Yunyun. After all, she was sealed and resembled an ordinary person. If left within the magical beast mountain range, she would likely struggle to survive. I suggest you take advantage of her current weakness and consummate the relationship, thereby securing a formidable protector of the Do Huang level. In the future, you shall navigate the realm of the Gamma Empire with ease. The elderly Yao, shedding his usual serious demeanor, donned a rather lecherous expression, encouraging Xiao Yan to boldly take the plunge and turn raw rice into porridge, perhaps even enabling him to enjoy a life of luxury. However, Xiao Yan, with a hint of reproach, retorted that once she regained her strength, the first to face her wrath would be him. He refrained from succumbing to Yao's temptations, ever mindful that she was a powerful Do Huang. When the seals were lifted, it would be the time for reckoning. Returning to the cave with his catch, Xiao Yan began to roast the fish while engaging in pleasant conversation with Yunyun. Her external injuries had healed, yet the seals on her body would require a few more days until they could be undone. They exchanged names, albeit fictitious ones, Yao Yan and Yunji. Their dialogue shifted to the topic of the purple crystal wing Lion King and the purple spirit crystal. Their strengths were comparable, yet Xiao Yan had not anticipated the lion's mastery of sealing techniques. In their next encounter, his wind ultimate destruction might very well surpass its abilities. Yunyun's strength was akin to that of the purple crystal wing Lion King, though its sealing techniques posed a variable threat. However, now that they were forewarned, they might not suffer defeat in their next clash. Fear not, I shall assist you, Xiao Yan declared, his face drawing closer to Yunyun, his eyes conveying earnest intent to help. Why? She inquired, her gaze evasive, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny. We are friends, he replied with a charming smile, asserting that aiding a friend was a natural course of action. Amidst their banter, the atmosphere grew lighter, with playful jabs exchanged about relationships and the nature of companionship. Yun Yun mused that had Xiao Yan acted on his impulses at that moment, their outcome might have been quite different. The conversation turned humorous, as they referenced various characters and their respective relationships, debating the nuances of companionship and affection. Yun Yun gazed at the sky, and within the simplicity of their cave, an unusual warmth enveloped them, transforming the humble abode into a sanctuary filled with tender emotions. At that time, she was deprived of her powers, reduced to the status of an ordinary person, marking her most vulnerable phase. Moreover, the Beast Mountain range was fraught with peril, although Xiao Yan was merely a fighter. He represented her sole source of support, which explains her deep feelings for him. In the realm of Yuanzun, Zhou Yuan's expression was grim. What did it mean to be known as the first soft rice king of the heavens? Yao Yao, beside him, smiled silently, her gaze teasingly directed at Zhou Yuan, deepening the darkness of his countenance. Is that brat connected to the ruthless emperor? He Huang pondered, observing Yi Fan, the seemingly unremarkable individual, who was unexpectedly tied to such a legendary figure. How could this be? The ruthless emperor had been a prominent figure from many years ago. It was implausible for him to have any connection with her. Yi Fan shook his head, dismissing the notion. The ruthless emperor was a prodigious talent, achieving imperial status with a mortal body and defying the passage of multiple lifetimes. Even now, her fate remained a mystery, with rumors suggesting that she had taken control of the ancient Forbidden Land, becoming its sovereign. Furthermore, the primal essence of all things residing within Yi Fan was a treasure of the ruthless emperor. He Huang's gaze shifted to Yi Fan, recognizing the legendary life of the ruthless emperor, filled with countless tales, some of which might still be unfulfilled even in the present day. Yi Fan's emergence from the ancient Forbidden Land, laden with rich experiences, alongside the primal essence of all things, undeniably suggested a connection to her legacy. Is that all? That seems rather far-fetched, Yi Fan remarked, shaking his head. If I truly had ties to the ruthless emperor, how could I be pursued so relentlessly? He reflected on his harrowing experiences of being hunted. If a great emperor were behind him, surely everyone would be bowing before him instead of him fleeing for his life. Ah, that makes sense, he mused. The ruthless emperor was indeed a figure who faced universal opposition, yet managed to carve a path of solitude through sheer strength and talent, ultimately achieving imperial status. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, He Huang found the connection even more plausible, considering that the ruthless emperor, too, had been a target of relentless pursuers. However, Yi Fan still felt skeptical, finding the idea difficult to accept. Lu Shan, a willow branch appeared in Shi Hao's hand, a remnant left by the willow deity, imbued with vibrant life energy. Chapter 72. Xiao Yan, you are too refined. Learn more from Lindong. After finishing the grilled fish, Xiao Yan was preparing to continue his cultivation when a roar from a beast echoed from outside the cave, startling both of them. How could they possibly find this place? I scatter odor-masking powder every day. The beasts shouldn't be able to track us here. Xiao Yan was perplexed, despite his precautions, including the use of powder to conceal their scent. How had the beasts still discovered them? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Yun Yun. Do not tell me you ventured outside today. Faced with Xiao Yan's penetrating stare, Yun Yun's eyes flickered with evasion. I merely stepped out to wash up. Her voice lacked conviction. Stay here and do not move. I will divert that beast. Xiao Yan said little more, clutching the heavy ruler as he prepared to lure the monster away. Your strength is still inadequate. Allow me to handle this, Yun Yun asserted, believing Xiao Yan's capabilities as merely that of a fighter, deeming it more suitable for her to confront the danger. Remain here and do not stir. Your departure will only attract more beasts, and we shall meet our demise. The primary target of the beasts was Yun Yun. Should she step out, she would undoubtedly provoke further threats, endangering them both. In her youth, her fierce determination was merciless, since she was so intent on proving herself. She might as well go alone. Stopping in her tracks at Xiao Yan's reprimand, she huffed in annoyance at his retreating figure. However, the sounds of the beasts outside soon rekindled her concern. They were deep within the monster mountain range. Although the beasts were weak, Xiao Yan, as a fighter, would still find the confrontation arduous. Listening to the tumult of battle, Yun Yun paced anxiously. After a period of anxious waiting, Xiao Yan staggered in, battered and bruised. Sister, please refrain from going out again. If you attract another beast, I might truly perish. Weak and leaning against the stone wall, he collapsed into Yun Yun's embrace, losing consciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, although Xiao Yan had recovered significantly, he remained frail. Yun Yun resolved to cook fish to care for him. You can cook fish? Xiao Yan inquired incredulously. No one has ever tasted my grilled fish. How dare you underestimate me? Yun retorted defiantly, asserting that even a fighter of her caliber had yet to sample her own culinary creation. It's merely grilling fish. What could be challenging about that? Surveying the various jars and bottles around her, which appeared to be seasonings, she eagerly sprinkled some upon the fish. As Xiao Yan resumed his meditation, he opened his eyes to behold the charred fish that Yun had prepared. Is this your grilled fish? This is my first attempt at cooking. Even if it is not palatable, you must finish it. Yun, well aware that her cooking was subpar. After all, it was her first attempt, still feigned indignation towards Xiao Yan. Sister, I am a patient. How can you subject me to this? He protested, taking the fish that could exacerbate his injuries. Holding the fish in one hand as a threat, Yun compelled him to offer a silent prayer before he reluctantly began to eat. Both began consuming the evidently unappetizing fish, but as they continued, an unsettling sensation began to stir within them. Their bodies ignited with warmth, as if a fire raged within their hearts. Xiao Yan suddenly realized something and requested Yun to present him with the item she had just placed down. As he gazed at the crimson vial she brought forth, an expression of realization crossed his face. What exactly is this? Observing Xiao Yan's reaction, Yun too came to the unsettling conclusion that this was not merely a seasoning, but something else entirely. That is an aphrodisiac I inadvertently concocted, she confessed. Xiao Yan, running his hand through his hair, lowered his voice, acknowledging that every alchemist has a natural curiosity to experiment with such potions or those yielding similar effects. However, the notion of consuming his own crafted aphrodisiac alongside a woman, especially when she was inquiring about it while holding the vial, left him feeling quite embarrassed. Aphrodisiac. At such a tender age, what on earth has your unscrupulous teacher instilled in you? Yun exclaimed, discarding the vial in a fit of realization about the gravity of the situation. Had she still possessed her Douhuang powers, this trivial aphrodisiac would have posed no threat. Yet, now that her strength was sealed, she was as defenseless as an ordinary person against such substances, and the flames of desire were already igniting within her. I cannot remain here. I must leave. In a confined space with a solitary man, compounded by the onset of the drug's effects, Yun recognized the urgency of her departure and stood up to exit. Xiao Yan swiftly grasped her arm. Her delicate frame felt feeble against his, and they found themselves in an embrace. Sister, please remain calm. Some magical beasts have an interest in human women as well, such as the hybrid ape, Xiao Yan warned. Upon hearing about the hybrid ape, Yun's eyes widened in horror. If it were to approach, she would rather offer herself to Xiao Yan. Fortunately, in this critical moment, both regained a semblance of clarity. Leaning against Xiao Yan's chest, Yun issued seemingly futile threats. Xiao Yan, still possessing some level of cultivation, maintained a degree of resistance, urging the medicinal elder to devise a solution. Under the elder's guidance, Xiao Yan utilized his Douqi to dispel the aphrodisiac's effects within Yun's body, though his hands inadvertently ventured to rather inappropriate places. After neutralizing the potion's effects, Xiao Yan leaped into the nearby lake to regain his composure. What are you bathing for? Are you dirty? My wife is certainly not dirty. It's not that you're bathing that irks him, but rather that you didn't invite him. Together then? Even a Douhuang is intimidated by a fighter. If it happens again, Xiao Yan might not survive. Grilling fish. That is something Hui Yuhao excels at. Grilled fish was the first thing Hui got grilled, striking it rich all at once. Yun's luck is indeed remarkable. Medicinal elder, I am wrongfully accused. This potion was concocted by Xiao Yan himself. I never taught him. Don't be surprised by the medicinal elder's nature. He might have actually taught him. Alchemists truly have it easy. They can brew whatever potion they desire. Do elaborate on what potion you seek. Women are often duplicitous. They may verbally refuse, yet their bodies betray their true intentions. Can you guess what the medicinal elder is doing at this moment? What is he doing? Certainly, it is indeed an act of voyeurism. What else could it be? Xiao Yan, you seem inadequate. Just look at Lin Dong, who is so decisive. Medusa also threatened to kill Xiao Yan, yet in the end, she was quite obedient. While Yun merely spoke with her lips. Mind your hands and mouth. It seems they have come into play now. As she turned, Yun's eyes widened in shock. Did Xiao Yan indeed reach in? Some esteemed individuals have analyzed the situation and confirmed, yes. Chapter 73. A reunion in the desert. Yun's face flushed crimson. How embarrassing it was for such matters to be broadcasted across the heavens. Moreover, as a Douhuang, how could her willpower be less than that of a mere doja? Xiao Yan was soaking in the lake when suddenly, the roar of magical beasts echoed above. The previous beasts had relayed the news, and a multitude of them surged into the cave. Swiftly, a blade of azure wind sliced through the air, slaying the invading beasts. while Yun Yun had completely recovered and changed back into her attire. Xiao Yan, filled with worry, returned to the surface of the lake, only to be met by the edge of Yun Yun's sword, pointed directly at him, her expression icy with anger over his earlier actions. Surrounding magical beasts approached, but the two paid them no heed. Let us consider today as if it never happened, for if word spreads, it would not bode well for you, Yun Yun remarked, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Yan, who knew she would not strike him down out of malice. The fleeting nature of dreams, Xiao Yan sighed with regret, understanding that Yun Yun had now ascended to the lofty heights of a Do Huang, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. At that moment, the purple crystal-winged Lion King arrived unexpectedly, prompting Yun Yun to engage in battle, while Xiao Yan seized the opportunity to venture into the lair of the Lion King in search of some accompanying purple crystal sources and the coveted purple spirit crystal to bolster Yun Yun's strength. Within the lair of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, a smaller version awaited, yet Xiao Yan skillfully lured the little beast away using a potent laxative he had concocted, securing both the purple spirit crystal and the accompanying sources. As he emerged from the lair, he witnessed Yun Yun fiercely battling the purple crystal-winged Lion King in the skies above. In a bid to assist her, Xiao Yan shattered a vial of the purple crystal source, harnessing its immense energy to unleash an earth-level Do technique. The force of the attack sent the Lion King flying, but Xiao Yan himself succumbed to the backlash and fell. Yun Yun hurriedly descended to catch him. The purple crystal-winged Lion King, having regained its composure, dove down again but was swiftly vanquished by Yun Yun's wind's ultimate destruction. Once the tumult subsided, Yun Yun left behind her inner armor and returned to the Yunlan sect. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan continued his journey under the tutelage of Yao Lao, traversing from forest to desert in search of the elusive. In the desert, he encountered Hai Buodong, who provided valuable information regarding the Green Lotus Heartfire, and in turn, Xiao Yan assisted him in breaking the seal. Amidst the Serpentine tribe residing in the desert, Xiao Yan beheld the resplendent Queen Medusa. The moment she graced the scene, she danced under the moonlight, exuding an ethereal beauty that was unparalleled. Although Xiao Yan took great care to conceal himself, he was nonetheless discovered and pursued by the tribe's formidable warriors. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, Yun Yun came to his rescue, enabling his safe departure. The Serpentine tribe held a grudge against Gu He, allowing Xiao Yan to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos and acquire a rare flame. However, he soon found himself being pursued by Yun Yun and her companions. Utilizing the ghostly possession skill, Xiao Yan's power surged to that of a Do Huang, masking his identity and causing Yun Yun to fail to recognize him immediately. Yet, given Xiao Yan's status as a Do Shi, escaping from the clutches of a Do Huang like Yun Yun was an insurmountable challenge. For directions, wind barrier, Yun Yun unleashed her technique, summoning towering green walls of wind that encircled Xiao Yan, trapping him without an escape route. My patience is limited, and you are dangerously close to crossing my threshold. Her cold, commanding voice resonated through the air, imbued with an oppressive weight. Teacher, I cannot relinquish the rare flame easily. If I do not fight for it, I shall not overcome my own inner turmoil. Xiao Yan set down the platform of the Green Lotus Earth Heart Flame and brandished the Xianzhong Qi, preparing for a desperate struggle. The Green Lotus Earth Heart Flame was a hard-won treasure. He could not part with it so readily. Your kindness in the desert shall forever be etched in my memory, but this flame is of paramount importance to me. I cannot comply. With the Xianzhong Qi aimed at the figure above, Xiao Yan readied himself for a life-or-death confrontation. Yun Yun's expression shifted to one of surprise as she finally recognized him. As the wind barrier dissipated, she descended from the air. Did I not instruct you to leave? Why are you still wandering in the desert? Yun Yun reached out a hand, though she ultimately lowered it, her voice softening in the presence of Xiao Yan. I ventured into the desert to seek the rare flame. Why would I leave? Xiao Yan, still wary, articulated his intention to pursue the flame. Depart. Take the rare flame and leave at once, as though today I have not pursued you. Yun Yun commanded, her tone tinged with frustration, urging him to make haste. Yunji. At that moment, Xiao Yan finally recognized Yun Yun and rushed toward her. He approached excitedly, yet awkwardly halted, extending his arms for an embrace but hesitating, ultimately scratching his head in embarrassment. You have advanced to Do Shi. Yun Yun discerned his newfound strength with a keen eye. It was merely a stroke of luck, Xiao Yan replied, though a hint of pride colored his tone. He then inquired about her association with Gu He. Gu He received news of the rare flame and came to seek it, specifically requesting my presence for protection. Subsequently, Yun Yun sought to introduce Xiao Yan to the Yunlan sect, but he declined her offer. Due to the topic of the Cloud Mist sect, Xiao Yan's emotions took a disconcerting turn. However, Yun discerned that Xiao Yan was determined to absorb the to enhance his strength. She wished to dissuade him. Yet it seemed she momentarily forgot her status as a Do Huang, merely placing her delicate figure in front of Xiao Yan. Yao Yan, promise me you won't recklessly consume the. Observing Xiao Yan's resolute demeanor, Yun had no choice but to return the to him. My wife has come to rescue me. No one can harm my man. Address me as husband, not your excellency. You are nearing her limits. Perhaps delve a little deeper. How could you not recognize this? Are your eyes failing? Ha. Your voice has suddenly changed. What's wrong with my wife speaking to me gently? You've transformed from a domineering lady to a soft maiden. Ha. This is just the luck of the brother, isn't it? This is not mere luck. Xiao Yan possesses remarkable talent and is diligent in his training. Calling it luck is an understatement. It is, in fact, his strength. Upon mentioning the Cloud Mist sect, Xiao Yan's mood shifted instantly. Yun, being a Do Huang, knew that Xiao Yan could never seize the from her grasp. It resembles a girlfriend preventing her boyfriend. It seems like a young couple having a spat. Xiao Yan, taken aback, thought that at this moment, he could simply embrace her and kiss her. Chapter 74, Soul Palace. Slander, he is slandering me. Xiao Yan took the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire from Yun's hands, fully aware of the peril associated with absorbing the. Yet, this was his sole hope for becoming stronger. And he would not relent. Yun stood upon the desert, watching Xiao Yan grow increasingly distant. Suddenly, he halted and turned around, finding Yun still rooted in place. Seeing her remain stationary, Xiao Yan immediately sprinted toward her, discarding the along the way. Upon reaching her side, he extended his hand, but Yun gently deflected it. Stepping back slightly, her small head shaking gently, her face displaying a look of stubbornness. Unmoved, Xiao Yan swiftly enveloped Yun in his embrace. Once held, she ceased her struggles. Promise me, do not risk consuming the. Yun remained concerned for Xiao Yan. She was all too aware of the terrifying nature of the. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. If I fail, forget about me. As Xiao Yan caressed Yun's delicate face, he leaned down to kiss her. She offered no resistance, her beautiful eyes gradually closing. After their kiss, Xiao Yan departed, leaving Yun to face an onslaught from the Serpent Clan's elite. Although none among them were Do Huangs, they held a numerical advantage, coupled with their formation combat techniques, plunging Yun into peril. Yet, with the aid of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan entered the fray with the strength of a Do Huang, rescuing Yun. Following this, he wreaked havoc in the Mo clan and encountered Na Lan Yin, ran once more. The journey has come to a halt, halted by the compelling force of love. Yet, it appears the path was indeed taken in reverse. A lesson for the straightforward men. Learn the art of charming your beloved. It has been said that tender kisses and warm embraces are essential. You are remarkable, so proud. You tossed me aside, she remarked. If you possess the courage, do not retrieve me. The demeanor of the young warrior resembles that of an innocent girl. Such is the nature of a love-stricken mind. Is Yun not a victim of such infatuation? Memories of the Warcraft Mountains pervade Yun's solitary existence, alas. Ultimately, did they not end up together? The conclusion remains open-ended. Xiao Yan extended an invitation, leaving Yun's response open to interpretation. The serpent tribe, Medusa's countenance darkened. Why must Xiao Yan's name be uttered alongside her being treated as a mere pet? Have you lost your senses? It seems you have missed a significant opportunity for romance. Yao Lao appeared beside Xiao Yan, a knowing smile gracing his features. That incorrigible old fellow, Xiao Yan casually remarked, yet his thoughts lingered on Yun. He lacked the experiences to fully empathize. However, in terms of emotional maturity, Xiao Yan was strikingly aligned with Yun, both belonging to the same generation. While Nalan Yinran appeared more as a younger counterpart. At the Yunlan sect, Yun maintained her usual demeanor. The reactions she should have exhibited had long since manifested. Now, her emotional fluctuations were minimal as she sought to observe what further anomalies the celestial tapestry might unveil. There were some alterations, yet they were slight, mere trifles in the grand scheme. Sure Hao gazed at the celestial tapestry, noting that the current narrative bore little difference from the previous ones, consisting only of minor changes. It felt akin to rewatching a familiar tale, somewhat mundane. The exotic flames, the fighting spirit, the otherworldly realms proved remarkably intriguing, even upon repeated viewings. Their allure remained undiminished. In the Qin dynasty, Ingzheng observed the celestial tapestry, utterly fascinated by the divine spells from the Nezha realm, the technological magic of the League of Legends, and the fighting spirit of the Douqi continent. Such wondrous treasures and formidable cultivators captivated him deeply. If he too could cultivate, would he attain immortality? This question eluded him, yet he harbored hope. Alas, The alchemical methods depicted were incomprehensible, ill-suited for the average person. The medical expertise of the little medical fairy seemed far more accessible to him. Su Xian sighed. Even upon a second viewing, Xiao Yan's alchemical skills remained an enigma, evidently not meant for the common folk. Conversely, he grasped some aspects of the little medical fairy's techniques. Nevertheless, the celestial tapestry offered scant insight into her medical prowess, even to the point of being inadequate. Upon encountering Neilin Yinran once more, she too had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her azure robe radiated youthful vitality, and her facial features appeared even more exquisite. Compared to before, it could be said that she has transformed significantly, rendering her unrecognizable. Xiao Yan recognized Neilin Yinran, yet she failed to recognize him. As the 3-year deadline approached, Xiao Yan set off for the Yunlan sect, coincidentally participating in the alchemy conference, during which he also cured the elder Neilin of his poison. Although Neilin Yinran had met Xiao Yan in their childhood, they had little interaction. Subsequently, the elder of the Neilin family conferred with members of the Xiao family to arrange a betrothal between Neilin Yinran and Xiao Yan. Neilin Yinran was reluctant, and the rules of the Yunlan sect further solidified her desire to withdraw from the engagement. She decided to seek an annulment, but not in front of Jailebi and Obapa. The entire scene of the annulment underwent a significant transformation, a complete reset from the previous scenario. Neilin Yinran, do be mindful. You even sought Yun Yun's opinion. Yun Yun expressed that there was no need for a withdrawal, as she could marry in her place. If the disciple is unwilling, the master is willing. By the way, the Yunlan sect should not have such a rule prohibiting interactions with men, correct? Certainly not. The Yunlan sect is not an all-female sect, so why establish such a rule? If such a rule existed, then wouldn't Gu He's efforts be in vain? The sect leader cannot be too involved with men, but if the leader were male, then wait. I seem to have stumbled upon something significant. Blind scholar, you've uncovered a point. Yun Shan and the Soul Palace are in collusion. And as is well known, there are no women in the Soul Palace, so. Yun Shan, who wouldn't tea like Xiao Yan? Alright. Is this how we're playing it? What if Yun Shan considers the female sect leader of the Yunlan sect as a forbidden treasure, thus preventing them from mingling with men? Then Yun Shan, you truly deserve a reckoning. Humph. The elders of the Soul Palace, upon reading the comments on the screen, wore grim expressions, emitting cold huffs of anger, utterly devoid of the mood for their usual sinister chuckles. Though not explicitly stated, the comments implied that the members of the Soul Palace favored relationships among men. We have women in the Soul Palace as well, you scoundrels. Equally furious was Yun Shan, who was directly named, deeming it utterly outrageous. Moreover, there were no restrictions in the Yunlan sect regarding the leader. Neilin Yinran wore a peculiar expression, puzzled by how the comments portrayed her consultation with her teacher about annulling the engagement as akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. Chapter 75. Ascending the Yunlan sect. Xiao Yan's loyalty, however, upon reflecting on the relationship between her teacher and Xiao Yan, a certain subtlety emerged. That old man. Xiao Yan regarded the comments about Yun Shan with disdain, secretly reveling in the fact that he was favored by Yun Yun. If Yun Shan were to take a liking to him, it would be quite unnecessary. In the Xiao family, Xiao Yan. The recollection concluded as Xiao Yan stood before Neilin Yinran, the 3-year agreement officially commencing. At the Yunlan sect, Neilin Yinran responded and prepared for battle. As the two individuals radiated a fierce aura, their bodies swiftly drew closer to one another. In an instant, they crossed the diminutive arena, and the battle commenced. The clash of the mysterious heavy ruler and the sword rang out, igniting a flurry of sparks. Xiao Yan wielded the heavy ruler with remarkable ease despite its considerable weight, delivering formidable force with each strike. Neilin Yinran, light of foot, nimbly evaded his assaults, opting not to engage him directly. Wind spirit-shattering sword. Neilin Yinran conjured 5 sword-shaped manifestations of her aura, launching them at Xiao Yan with great ferocity. This mid-level profound technique boasted immense power. A thunderous explosion erupted in the air as Xiao Yan braced himself for the impact, emerging unscathed. Amidst the ensuing haze, the heavy ruler was released from Xiao Yan's grasp. Its velocity and force amplified as it hurtled towards Neilin Yinran. 8th level collapse. He countered with a technique imbued with dark energy, sending Neilin Yinran flying with a singular blow. The ferocity of their confrontation escalated, each demonstrating the prowess of a grand fighter as they exchanged attacks and defenses. Ultimately, Xiao Yan's Buddha-s Rage Fire Lotus shattered Neilin Yinran's Wind's ultimate sunset. The 3-year agreement had reached its conclusion. With his final strike, Xiao Yan defeated Neilin Yinran, thus bringing the pact to a definitive close. However, Within his heart, he bore no lingering animosity towards her. His strikes were tempered, and although he triumphed, her injuries were not grave. Yet, during the course of the battle, Xiao Yan's true identity was fully unveiled. Yun Lingtian, the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, sought to detain him due to the matter concerning the slaying of members from the Mo clan. Fortunately for Xiao Yan, he had the assistance of two Do Huang, Hai Boidong and Ling Ying, while Medusa regained her Dozong strength, allowing him to escape successfully. Upon returning home, Xiao Yan discovered that his family had undergone a significant upheaval, with his father's fate uncertain, all orchestrated by the Yunlan sect. Thus, he returned to the Yunlan sect to avenge his grievances, slaying Yun Lingtian with the Buddha's Rage Fire Lotus, but was pursued relentlessly by the sect. It was only after considerable effort that he managed to flee. Subsequently, Xiao Yan sought refuge at the Jianan Academy, quelling the turmoil in the Black Corner region and subduing the fallen heart flame. Once his strength reached a sufficient level, he returned to the Yunlan sect yet again, ultimately leading to its obliteration. However, it was only through the desperate plea of Yun that he secured its dissolution rather than complete destruction. If Xiao Yan of the vast world had been bound by the 3-year pact, what might have transpired? Yun Lingtian and Yun Shan would have perished at that time. Nalan Yinran of the Yunlan sect, Grand Fighter, I seek your guidance. Endless Fire Domain, Xiao Yan, Celestial Supreme, I seek your guidance. Celestial Supreme? What rank is that? Those who are unaware may be dismissed as mere trifles. Yun Shan, are you Xiao Yan? Your demeanor is commendable, yet your strength is rather absurd. From the perspective of the Celestial Supreme Xiao Yan, a single strike could obliterate the entire continent. The disparity is simply too vast. This is utterly unjust. Since there is Xiao Yan, there must certainly be Lin Dong. Whether the Yunlan sect can survive depends on Xiao Yan's ability to halt Lin Dong. Lin Dong, old Xiao, they are merely taking advantage of your scholarly disposition. Leave this matter to me. Do not concern yourself with it. The Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger. It appears that the person has not yet arrived, yet the gesture has already been made. Words can follow after the strike. Xiao Yan, brother, it's not that serious. Had Xiao Yan been a fraction slower in his intervention, the Yunlan sect would have faced annihilation. The reason Yun did not align herself with Xiao Yan is likely due to this. In critical moments, she refrained from acknowledging their relationship. Yun finds herself ensnared between the Yunlan sect and Xiao Yan. This is not a matter of allegiance, it pertains to character. The encounter between the Queen and Yun could be likened to a meeting of rivals, the expressions rife with triumph. Queen, aren't my new shoes beautiful? Xiao Yan purchased them. Ah, it is once again the season for the White Album. Such audacity, and yet, you blame Xiao Yan. This is a battle of vengeance. Devoid of romantic entanglements, the dynamics between them remain rather tense. In truth, Xiao Yan demonstrated considerable restraint when confronting the Yunlan sect. Had it been anyone else, the sect would have certainly faced obliteration. Wang Matzi, you have 3 breaths to disband the Yunlan sect. 3. Yun, do you truly wish to eradicate us completely? Wang Matzi, nonsense. If you do not perish, then I must. The great love immortal sovereign swiftly seized the Yunlan sect, promptly refining it. What if it were the old devil Han? By day, there would be no issue, yet by night, the clan would be annihilated. Nonsense. How could I, Han Tianzuan, who saves the suffering, bring about such destruction? It must be the work of Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu, the one who kills and burns. Yet Han Tianzuan is revered by all, is he not? What if it were Shi Hao? He would likely behave similarly to Xiao Yan. Shi Hao would not annihilate a clan. The Yunlan sect possesses strength. For Xiao Yan to eradicate them entirely would not be a simple task. Given Xiao Yan's prowess at that time, total destruction of the Yunlan sect would have been entirely feasible. He refrained from doing so solely because of Yun. Yun observed the discussions in the comments, initially feeling a swell of anger toward Xiao Yan for forcing the disbandment of the Yunlan sect. However, upon reviewing the comparisons in the comments, it became apparent that Xiao Yan had indeed shown mercy. Had it been another, the Yunlan sect would have been left with nothing. Wang Lin gazed impassively at the celestial screen. The comments rang true. If he were in Xiao Yan's position, the Yunlan sect would surely face annihilation. Exposed. Flee. Han Li observed the discussions in the comments and quickly realized that his identity as Li Feiyu had been revealed. He hastily prepared to escape. Though the comments did not explicitly state it, Han Li was confident that those in the cultivation world could deduce that the so-called Li Feiyu was indeed him. Even if it were merely suspicion, it posed a significant threat to him. It appears that the Li Feiyu persona can no longer be utilized. No matter, he could always adopt a new identity. How infuriating. I am not a reckless fool. Lin Dong gazed at the comments on the screen. pondering the absurdity of being labeled a reckless fool. Did they truly believe him to be devoid of intellect? Nevertheless, he recognized the validity of their critique. The little weasel, however, concurred with the sentiments expressed in the comments. Acknowledging Lin Dong's impulsive nature, particularly after acquiring the heavenly finger of the great wilderness prison, he seemed eager to unleash his power on anything that crossed his path, even striking a passing dog. What would you do, little leaf? He Huang inquired, casting a glance at Yi Fan. In such a scenario, how would this dark-hearted lad respond? Chapter 76. The transformation of Qi into steeds, terrifying indeed. Do not regard me with such disdain. I hold no intention of exterminating entire families. Yi Fan retorted with a mischievous glint in his eye, aware of the malevolent gaze from the imposing black dog. Huh, you audacious little scoundrel, daring to address me thus. Allow me to administer a fitting punishment. He Huang opened his jaws wide, preparing to lunge at Yi Fan, who promptly engaged in a spirited skirmish with the dog. After leaving the Yunlan sect, Xiao Yan consolidated the forces of the Gamma Empire before embarking on adventures in the Central State. The tale unfolded much like its predecessor, with only slight variations. Even upon a second viewing, one could not help but marvel at Xiao Yan's extraordinary fortune, which surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Following Xiao Yan's triumph over the Soul Emperor, darkness enveloped the sky, succeeded by a new scene. A breathtaking snowy landscape appeared, with snow-laden branches reflecting a crystalline brilliance. Suddenly, a number of horses burst forth from the thicket, scattering a flurry of fluffy snowflakes. The Dou Emperor was the son of this continent. A millennium ago, he led the 5 great clans in a united front against the Soul Palace of the Frigid Lands, sealing them away in the depths of darkness. He understood that as day transitioned to night, light would soon fade, and darkness would rise, with the offspring of the 5 clans standing guard over this precious light. A youthful voice narrated the scene, reminiscent of the previous Ezreal. Yet, the words spoken were utterly perplexing to the inhabitants of countless realms. In the imagery, the horsemen represented the offspring of the 5 clans, valiantly opposing the Soul Palace, only to be effortlessly vanquished, save for Xiao Yan's mother, who returned to the Xiao family alone. However, shortly thereafter, she was suspected of being a traitor to the alliance of the 5 clans and was coerced into taking her own life. Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan, was similarly forced to renounce his cultivation, leading to the decline of the Xiao family. Before her demise, Xiao Yan's mother entrusted him with a spatial ring, marking the fall of the continent's most formidable genius, whose strength regressed rather than advanced. The Soul Palace underwent an epic enhancement, with the Dou Emperor himself merely sealing the threat. Is darkness truly approaching? How peculiar. The Soul Palace's legendary enhancement is matched by Xiao Yan's own epic transformation, becoming the continent's preeminent genius, when he was merely the strongest of the Xiao clan. This beginning feels inexplicably familiar, does it not, Zhang Wuji? Zhang Wuji, indeed. It appears someone has appropriated my script. Zhang Wuji's mother once remarked that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she tends to be, transforming Qi into steeds. How terrifying this is. The Dou Zun, Dou Zong, and Dou Huang all ride horses? Haha, what a notion of Dou Qi transforming into wings. It is evidently Dou Qi transforming into horses. I am a fighter, currently being pursued by the Dou Emperor, yet I remain unfazed. For my steed is extraordinary. His horse cannot match my speed. Ahead lies the Dou Emperor. Would he dare to dismount and engage in battle? Ha! I will surely die of laughter amidst the barrage of comments. Is this Xiao Yan's mother? It seems she has not appeared before, has she? Are we not discussing the ancient 8 clans? Even disregarding the Soul clan, there are still 7 clans. How can it be a 5-clan alliance? The other 2 clans are unwilling to form an alliance. That makes sense. It is a different world, yet the transformation is rather profound, is it not? Xiao Yan's eyes widened as he gazed at the content displayed in the heavens. Although the first 2 tales bore slight discrepancies, he yearned to witness a truly divergent world. However, this alteration is excessively vast. The story has not genuinely commenced. It is merely a prelude, yet it evokes a plethora of grievances within him. Furthermore, his mother has become the disciple of Yao Lao, and it seems his father is acquainted with Yao Lao as well. Though their Xiao clan is one of the ancient 8 clans, prior to their decline, they certainly had no trouble recognizing Yao Lao. However, the present Xiao clan has fallen, rendering any connection to Yao Lao implausible. Then there is the matter of horseback riding. In the alliance of 5 clans, to confront the Soul Hall, one must at least be a Dou Huang, yet they still choose to ride horses? Can they not fly? Truly, it is Dou Qi transforming into steeds. The power of the Dou Emperor, let alone the Soul Hall, would be futile even when combined with the Soul Clan. The Soul Emperor chuckled softly, clearly amused. Upon reaching the Dou Emperor level, the significance of numbers diminishes. A Dou Emperor lowering their status to engage the Soul Hall could effortlessly obliterate it. Why resort to seals? What seals in the extreme north, in the dark underground, sound quite intimidating, yet they utterly clash with the aesthetic of their circumstances. This transformation is indeed staggering. In this solitary world, even Sister Bauer appears bewildered, her expression visibly perplexed. The setting of this world may be thus, yet it remains difficult to accept. Zhang Chulan advised Sister Bauer to distinguish this world from the previous two stories. Perhaps this would render it easier to accept. However, Zhang Chulan himself found it equally challenging to come to terms with. Xiao Yan's talents may have vanished, yet he continues to train diligently, though his Douqi has made no progress. At this juncture, Yao Lao awakens, but instead of appearing in the external world, he brings Xiao Yan into the spatial ring. As Yao Lao is the master of Xiao Yan's mother, he thus becomes Xiao Yan's grandmaster, indeed reminiscent of the tale of Zhang Wujing. Subsequently, Xiao Yan works at the pharmacy while also cultivating within the spatial ring. Eventually, Neilin Yinran arrives to annul their engagement. This time, she does not bring along members of the Yunlan sect, but rather accompanies her grandfather. Neilin Yinran proactively proposes a 3-year appointment, which Xiao Yan accepts. Yet he also pens a letter of divorce. However, he was injured by Neilin Yinran's grandfather and even forced to consume a letter of divorce. This engagement cancellation plot is particularly intense, as it turns out that Neilin Yinran proactively set a 3-year agreement. The tides of fortune shift, and one must not underestimate a young maiden in her struggles. In comparison to Neilin Yinran, Sun pales significantly. Did Xiao Yan truly consume the letter of divorce? This is indeed distressing to witness. Having already experienced the engagement cancellation plot twice, the new developments are still somewhat difficult to accept. After Neilin Yinran's withdrawal, Xiao Yan was deeply affected, yet as the saying goes, after the storm comes the calm. Both Xiao Zhan and Yao Lao believed that Xiao Yan had endured enough trials and began to earnestly guide him in his cultivation. Yao Lao imparted to Xiao Yan the 8th level collapse technique and the burning method, also concocting a foundational spirit liquid for him. During the family ranking competition, Xiao Yan redeemed his honor and made a stunning impression. Subsequently, in the combat arena, he acquired the Earth rank combat skill, 3000 Thunder Movements. This series of experiences further solidified Xiao Yan's determination to become a fighter. He, along with a group of companions, applied to join the Jianan Academy, successfully navigating the challenges set by the senior students and becoming part of the academy. Conflicts arose with the seniors once again. Within the Jianan Academy, some individuals were surprisingly selling wings, which were flying combat skills, precious techniques being traded right within the academy. Xiao Yan even purchased the purple cloud wings among them. Chapter 77, 3000 Thunder Movements, Motionless. Previously, the transformation of battle energy into a steed had astonished me, but to think there are still experts here. Experts, indeed. Of the highest caliber. The Xiao family possesses Earth-rank combat skills, and not just one. I once believed that the former Xiao clan had Earth-rank techniques. But does the current Xiao family also possess them? Which Earth-rank skills can the Xiao family safeguard? Surely, they are more valuable than the treasures of the Starfall Pavilion. It can only be said that Xiao Xian entrusted the wrong person. Look at how the Soul Palace captured Xiao Zhan and directly fed him to the Dou Huang. This exemplifies the disparity. So, does Xiao Yan owe thanks to the Soul Palace then? Have the 3000 Thunder Movements emerged now? Or is it still within the Xiao family? The Xiao family's secret techniques were not stolen. Instead, they acquired the Wind and Thunder Pavilion secrets. How splendid. If I recall correctly, this 8th level collapse is a close-range combat skill. Yet it has been altered to long-range output? Don't mind these details. What does it matter? This Jianan Academy is rather prestigious. Jianan Academy is indeed the finest institution across the continent, and it is quite commendable. The Neilin family remains one of the 5 great families. So an enhancement is not unexpected. A rivalry between Xiao Yan and Baishan has been established here. What on earth are these wings? The battle energy wings of a Dou Wang? No wonder one doesn't need to fly while riding. With these wings, it's a jest, and they can be removed. Alas, is this merely a decorative fade? Hee. In truth, the narrative itself is quite engaging, portraying a young hero's rise against adversity and fervent battles, which is rather captivating. Xiao Yan emitted a dry chuckle. The tale itself is not devoid of merit, yet upon intertwining it with their circumstances, an inexplicable urge to critique arises. Brother Xiao Yan, are you in earnest? Sun Er gazed at him with utmost seriousness. The concept of a young hero's triumph is commendable, But can one truly consider it a passionate battle? He could only console himself. After all, the figure cast upon the heavens was another version of himself. Yao Lao appeared nearby. Now that his existence was known, there was no longer any necessity for concealment. Xiao Yan had clashed with Bai Shan, resulting in a combat agreement. In pursuit of augmenting their strength, Xiao Yan and his companions ventured into the Beast Mountain range. Together with his classmates and Sun Air, they embarked on an adventure, during which they fortuitously discovered a chest containing Yun Yun. She had been searching for something within a cave, but was inadvertently brought out by Xiao Yan and his companions. This time, she insisted that Xiao Yan accompany her back into the cave. However, Xiao Yan's cultivation level was too low. The consumption of the wood not sustain him for long, and the cave was labyrinthine. Before long, he could no longer maintain the Yun Yun ventured into the cave, only to return shortly, visibly dejected. "Why did you abandon me?" she asked Xiao Yan, her tone heavy with despair. "You were the one who left me behind." Xiao Yan retorted, perplexed, as she had been the one to forge ahead alone. "Why won't you choose me? She is not even remotely comparable. I have done so much for you, and yet you forsake me for her. I possess greater beauty, superior martial prowess, and a more desirable figure. I have sacrificed so much for you, and you abandon me for her. What does she possess that is better than me? Speak." Yun Yun grasped Xiao Yan, her voice filled with fury akin to a scorned lover. Subsequently, she resorted to self-harm with her sword, clearly ensnared in an illusion. Xiao Yan intervened, treating her wounds. Yet the ripple between them had vanished. He continued his adventures, encountering the little medicine fairy in the Beast Mountain range, where the amethyst-winged Lion King became her pet. Moreover, the little medicine fairy was revealed to be the daughter of Hai Bo Dong. Xiao Yan then ventured into the desert to seize the green lotus heartfire, encountering the serpent people and the Medusa. Everything seemed reminiscent of previous tales, yet it was fundamentally different, eliciting a sense of distortion for the myriad spectators across realms. The 3-year appointment coincided with the ascension ceremony of Nalin Yanran, the young master, and Xiao Yan arrived as promised. Engaging in a fierce battle with Nalin Yanran before confronting Yun Shan to settle the blood feud of his mother. The clash of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, fused with against the Soul Palace, was indeed a spectacle to behold. The previous tale of the 3 factions of the Yunlan sect culminated in a decisive battle, bringing closure to an era. At last, it seemed like an end was in sight. However, whispers of a sequel surfaced, as Xiao Yan had yet to ascend to the rank of Dou Emperor, indicating that the narrative was far from over. Yet, I must confess, I can hardly bear to continue. What on earth is that purple crystal wing Lion King? A mere plush toy? It is undeniably excessive. The alterations to the plot have rendered the characters unrecognizable. Perhaps it is best to forego any further installments. The so-called 3,000 thunder movements? They might as well be motionless. It is exasperating. Transforming a close combat level 8 into a ranged attack is one thing. But to alter the essence of 3,000 thunder movements into something offensive? If only there were some semblance of action, it wouldn't be so painfully static. The only thing I can think of that might rival this absurdity is Resurrection, my beloved. In truth, if one were to simply change the title and context, presenting it as a martial arts drama, it could still hold some merit, but the special effects would need to be significantly enhanced. The barrage of commentary was rife with criticism. Had it not been for the preceding narratives, this story might have been bearable, but in comparison to the earlier installments, it appeared utterly dismal, bordering on torment. The audience from the Douqi continent was left utterly speechless. This was simply too hard to accept. If only there were a single redeeming quality to grasp onto. The absence of any merit was disheartening. Xiao Yan sighed deeply, finding himself in a state of acute discomfort, as if sitting on needles, with unease prickling at his back. The same story can undergo monumental transformations across different realms, yet it is evident that the trajectory has diverged significantly. She, leveraging her formidable, celestial-based computational system, meticulously analyzed the congruities and discrepancies of the narrative unfolding on the celestial screen. Although Nezha's tales varied considerably, the relationships and narrative threads remained coherent, chiefly centering on Nezha's rebellion and the father-son bond with Jing. In contrast, the heroes of the Valoran continent exhibited greater divergence, with many distinct champions yet to make an appearance, showcasing the technological framework of their world. Xiao Yan's saga, however, presented a stark contrast. The disparities between the first 2 realms were minimal, merely comprising trivial details, akin to a parallel universe. Yet the final realm, Chapter 78, the rebirth of the Soul Emperor, left He at a loss for words. While the celestial computational system adeptly matched characters and organized the narrative structure, she discerned a profound difference between the last world and its predecessors, rendering them worlds apart. It felt as though they did not belong to the same universe at all. As noted in the commentary, if one were to lower the power levels, treating it as a realm bearing the same name and a few artifacts, it could still be considered a commendable tale. However, once he was matched against the inhabitants of the Douqi continent, he appeared utterly out of place. The tale upon the celestial canvas came to an end, and after a fleeting darkness, a small theater emerged. Kik, I, the Soul Emperor, have actually been reborn. Xiao Yan, this time, I shall reclaim all that I have lost. I shall come for your demise. Cloaked in black robes, the Soul Emperor, composed of swirling dark energy, laughed maniacally. Having been sealed for countless ages and meeting his end, he had astonishingly returned to life, and this time, he was determined to eliminate Xiao Yan. With his death, no one could hinder his ascent to Dou Emperor, reigning supreme over the entire Douqi continent. The Soul Emperor was taken aback, his interest piqued by the celestial display. Now that he possessed foresight into the future, did that not equate to a rebirth? He was indeed contemplating the assassination of Xiao Yan, and he wondered whether his counterpart in the celestial theater would succeed. If he were to slay Xiao Yan, what methods might he employ? Perhaps he could glean some insights. I must be mad. He is but a mere fighter, easily crushed with a single blow. What stratagem could possibly be necessary? Following this, the Soul Emperor shook his head, dismissing his overthinking. After all, he was but a trifling combatant, easily extinguished without the need for elaborate tactics. Even after witnessing the celestial display, there was nothing to be learned. Xiao Yan, perhaps your path to survival lies here. Accompanied by Yao Lao, Xiao Yan observed the celestial theater. The Soul Emperor's current state resembled that of a rebirth, his singular focus on annihilating Xiao Yan. If, within the small theater, Xiao Yan could evade the Soul Emperor's onslaught, perhaps they could derive a method from it. Sun, standing nearby, gazed at Xiao Yan with concern. Yet, contemplating the letter from home, she felt a measure of comfort, knowing her father was still there. Nonetheless, Sun prepared herself for a fight to the death. She would protect her brother Xiao Yan at all costs. The inhabitants of the Douqi continent were also intrigued. In such dire circumstances, how could Xiao Yan elude the Soul Emperor's relentless pursuit? They all hoped for Xiao Yan's survival. For if the Soul Emperor were to achieve Dou Emperor status unopposed, it would spell disaster for them all. Amidst the anticipation of all, the Soul Emperor encountered Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, I have arrived. Today marks your demise. Kik. The Soul Emperor approached Xiao Yan, unleashing a derisive laugh. With his death, no one could impede him. Soul Emperor, you are still alive. Xiao Yan expressed surprise at the Soul Emperor's presence, unable to fathom that he had returned. The Soul Emperor sensed something amiss. Xiao Yan should not recognize him, as their last encounter had likely been when Xiao Yan had already attained Dou Saint status. This realization stirred an ominous premonition within the Soul Emperor. Who would have thought that upon my return from the boundless fiery domain of the vast world, I would encounter you? Truly unexpected. Xiao Yan regarded the Soul Emperor with nostalgia, as he was, in a sense, an old acquaintance. Meeting him again evoked a plethora of memories for Xiao Yan. What troubles you, old Xiao? Have you encountered some difficulties? A remarkably composed youth beside Xiao Yan inquired. And the Soul Emperor sensed an explosive power emanating from him. It's nothing at all, merely a reunion with an old acquaintance. Xiao Yan waved his hand repeatedly, urging Lin Dong to take action, for the commotion was indeed excessive. Soul Emperor, endless fire domain, sovereign realm, Xiao Yan, I seek your guidance. Turning to the Soul Emperor, Xiao Yan revealed a cryptic smile. To what era have I been reborn? Although the Soul Emperor was unfamiliar with the sovereign realm, he deduced that since Xiao Yan recognized him, his strength must surely commence at the level of a Dousheng. Now, having uttered terms and realms incomprehensible to the Soul Emperor, the latter immediately sensed that the situation was dire. The Soul Emperor wished to withdraw and ascertain the circumstances before proceeding, but before the spatial transmission could commence, he was swiftly struck down by Xiao Yan. Wait a moment. Shouldn't Lin Dong have struck first before speaking? Why has he become so courteous this time? After all, they were in the Douqi continent, Xiao Yan's homeland. It was only fitting to show respect to the elder Xiao. If Xiao Yan was a sovereign, then Lin Dong must naturally also be a sovereign. If he were to unleash a great wilderness prison upon the Douqi continent, it would surely lead to its demise. Isn't rebirth supposed to move one forward? The Soul Emperor's point in time for rebirth seems rather delayed. Could it be that the Soul Emperor was sealed for too long, making this point in time a forward leap for him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sovereign realm? Wasn't he at once the heavenly sovereign? Is this sovereign realm even more formidable than the heavenly sovereign? Elder Yao recalled that Xiao Yan had previously been referred to as the Lord of the Endless Fire Domain with heavenly sovereign cultivation. Now, with the emergence of the sovereign realm, was it truly superior to the heavenly sovereign? Perhaps, but that was a matter for the future. For now, he was merely a fighter. Xiao Yan did not lose composure due to the exposure on the celestial canvas. That was the future him. At present, he was still just a fighter. The disparity between him and the sovereign realm was vast indeed. That is true. However, this method is clearly one we cannot emulate, as we lack the necessary strength. Elder Yao shook his head in regret. Although Xiao Yan and the skit had survived, they could not replicate this method, for they did not possess the power of the sovereign realm Xiao Yan. This was a complete overpowering of raw strength, devoid of any maneuvering. The Soul Emperor was shattered, vanishing without a trace, yet in the blink of an eye, dark energy coalesced, and the Soul Emperor was reborn once more. I, the Soul Emperor, have returned to life yet again. First, I must ascertain the current timeline before devising a strategy to confront Xiao Yan. This time, the Soul Emperor refrained from acting recklessly. He would first comprehend the timeline before confronting Xiao Yan. Thus, he arrived in Wutan City, fortuitously encountering the Xiao family as they assessed their talents, where Xiao Yan's outstanding achievement of a 3-stage Douqi was particularly striking. Xiao Yan, since you are still a 3-stage Douqi waste, allow me to liberate you. Observing that Xiao Yan possessed only 3 stages of fighting spirit, the Soul Emperor felt a sense of relief. He resumed his true form. A colossal hand descending from the heavens, piercing through the clouds and enveloping the entire Jia Ma Empire within its grasp. With this strike, not only would Xiao Yan meet his demise, but the entire Jia Ma Empire would be utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 79. A watcher from beyond time and space. The Soul Emperor, witnessing his own decisive action, wore a satisfied smile. Surely, this time it must succeed. Previously, he had believed success was all but guaranteed, only to encounter the sovereign of the Endless Fire Domain, Xiao Yan, unexpectedly. The timing of this reincarnation was flawed, and he had been directly thwarted. Now, in this second reincarnation, the timing aligned with Xiao Yan's moment of weakness. Without the heavenly sovereign or the realm of dominion, how could Xiao Yan, with merely 3 stages of fighting spirit, withstand his assault? Not only Xiao Yan, but even the collective might of the entire Jia Ma Empire would be powerless to resist. Moreover, the Soul Emperor's attack was sudden, leaving even Gu Yuan unable to react in time to intervene. A sense of despair rose among the people of the fighting spirit continent. As they gazed upon that enormous hand in the sky, the citizens of the Jia Ma Empire felt as though it bore down upon their hearts. With the Soul Emperor at the pinnacle of the fighting saint realm unleashing his power, who could possibly stand against him, unless a fighting emperor were to appear? Yet, the continent was devoid of such a figure. Xiao Yan's expression darkened as despair welled within him. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, this was the situation he was destined to confront. To be pursued by a peak fighting saint was, in a way, a rather grand way to meet one's end. As the hand of the fighting saint sought to erase everything, time and space suddenly froze. From beyond time, a perplexed voice echoed. Why does the Soul Emperor seek to kill Xiao Yan now? This script is incorrect. Never mind, Zulong's heaven-transcending technique. With this voice, an overwhelming force surged forth, effortlessly obliterating the Soul Emperor's attack, and even the Soul Emperor himself was struck down in an instant. Zhou Yuan exclaimed, "Who dares to harm my subordinate? Little soul, if you eliminate Xiao Yan, who will contend with the celestial evil god, the mightiest of loafers, do you think I jest?" Xiao Yan has encountered numerous perils throughout his life, yet all were within the grand design, ensuring he would ultimately emerge unscathed. This is primarily due to Zhou Yuan observing from the river of time. Anyone who poses a threat to Xiao Yan or Lin Dong will be met with his intervention. Ordinarily, Zhou Yuan refrains from intervening unless extraordinary circumstances disrupt the timeline, prompting his action. Thus, I believe that the revival of the Soul Emperor must have already disturbed the timeline, and at that moment, he should have been eliminated. Indeed, the Child of Destiny wields terrifying power. As the Soul Emperor beheld the unfolding events in the sky, he was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Had his seemingly assured situation encountered an unforeseen twist? Was it truly so difficult to eliminate a mere Xiao Yan? The Child of Destiny, protected and watched over by formidable beings beyond the river of time? Wasn't that a harbinger of his ascension to the throne? The Soul Emperor's defenses had been shattered. Is everything I do, all my efforts, destined to be in vain? Is everything predetermined? Yao Lao murmured to himself, somewhat lost in thought. What does the spectacle above signify? Does that not imply that everything is fated? What significance do Xiao Yan's experiences and perseverance hold? In this world, everything may be predestined. Yet the one thing that remains undetermined is the human heart. I am who I am. Aspiring to become a Douqi cannot solely rely on the assistance of others. A smile graced Xiao Yan's lips, as he felt a sense of relief in knowing that the Soul Emperor could not directly take his life. Given time, he was confident that he would not be inferior to anyone. Moreover, the path to becoming a Douqi is not a matter of fate. Should he choose not to cultivate, to take no risks, and simply lie idle awaiting death, he would undoubtedly never achieve the status of Douqi, with only death as the outcome. Thus, to become a Douqi, one must rely on their own diligence and cultivation. For no one else can aid him in that regard. Insights into realms and the intricacies of the human heart cannot be guaranteed by anyone. You young man, Yao Lao remarked, surprised by Xiao Yan's open-mindedness. This quality exceeded his expectations, even surpassing his own. This realization brought great comfort to Yao Lao. Can one truly observe the river of time to discern the past and future? Compared to our celestial computational abilities, which is more accurate? She was intrigued, likening it to a grand clock-like machine that simulates the universe to yield results akin to future insights, similar to Zhou Yuan's direct observation of the timeline. Yet, which method proves to be more precise remains uncertain. Are we not developing temporal genes precisely to transcend time and space? Kaiser questioned why one must choose only one option. Cannot we embrace them all? The original intent behind developing temporal genes was to observe the operation of time and space. Although the current temporal rose cannot yet traverse time, it continues to evolve, with all still shrouded in mystery. As for guardians, while they are important for growth, they are not strictly necessary, particularly for Xiao Yan, whose ambition to become a Douqi ultimately rests on his own shoulders. Yi Fan even mused that revealing Zhou Yuan as a guardian might not bode well for Xiao Yan. Knowing that he has a guardian, and thus faces no mortal peril, would diminish the sense of crisis and the sharpening effect of life and death trials, potentially hindering his path to becoming an emperor. Is there truly someone capable of observing time? Thor, can your father Odin accomplish this? Nick Fury inquired. Recognizing Odin as the All-Father, a deity of immense power and knowledge, capable of creating worlds. Surely, he can observe the past and future? Not quite, Thor replied, shaking his head. While my father possesses the ability to foresee certain future events, that is through prophecy, not direct observation of time. His father, Odin, despite being a god, lacked the ability to observe time itself, though as the All-Father, he certainly had means to gain insights into future matters. Only those methods are unrelated to the observation of time. How can such an abstract concept as time be observed? Tony found this perplexing. Time is indeed too abstract for him to fathom how one could possibly observe it. The Ancient One, gazing at the eye of Agamotto, realized she could perceive the timelines, but only through the aid of this formidable artifact. As for the figure on the celestial screen, Zhou Yuan, it remained a mystery how he could observe the timelines without such devices. If he could directly perceive the timeline without any tools, he would undoubtedly be akin to a god of creation. The Ancient One harbored a suspicion that only entities at the level of multiversal creators could achieve such a feat, much like the existence of eternity. Meanwhile, numerous agents observed the celestial screen in silence, still unable to decipher its true essence. In the void beyond time, the residual figure of Kong was also watching the celestial display. Despite his advanced technology and knowledge, he could not unravel the principles behind this sudden phenomenon, which piqued his curiosity, for there were few things in this world that baffled him. The void stirred as the Soul Emperor's figure re-emerged. The Son of Destiny, Xiao Yan, proved to be quite a challenge. A direct assault would not suffice. A change in strategy was necessary. After 2 setbacks, the Soul Emperor resolved to alter his approach. If he could not conquer, he would join forces instead. This is the spatial ring where Yao Chen resides. Hand it over. The Soul Emperor sought out the spatial ring of Yao Lao, preparing to set his plan in motion. Soul Emperor, what do you intend to do? Yao Chen was taken aback, astonished to encounter such a powerful presence in this place, which seemed unlikely. You need not concern yourself. I have prepared a body for you. Now, you shall emerge while I enter. The Soul Emperor rudely seized the spatial ring, becoming the soul within it. Is there someone else who can take it? Yao Chen was bewildered. Could it be that others enjoyed residing within rings? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth's poverty. Xiao Yan proclaimed in anger when Nalin Yanran called off their engagement. What a fine young man. I admire you. You may call me Elder Soul. I am the continent's foremost alchemist, the Soul Emperor suddenly announced, expressing his admiration for Xiao Yan and taking him as his disciple. Yunlan sect, Nalin Yanran, 2-star Dome Master. Please instruct me. 3 years later, Xiao Yan kept his promise and faced Nailan Yinran. Soul Palace, Xiao Yan, 3-star Dou Emperor, please instruct me. Dressed in a black robe, Xiao Yan slightly bowed, already possessing the strength of a Dou Emperor. Many years later, in the boundless soul domain. Teacher, from now on, you shall be the esteemed elder of this boundless realm of souls, Xiao Yan proclaimed to the Soul Emperor. Good child. My affection for you has not been in vain, the Soul Emperor cackled, relishing in his newfound power. Indeed, it must be said that joining forces is the singular solution. After being reborn countless times, do I need to clarify who the protagonist is? The denizens of the endless fire domain will undoubtedly be cackling with glee. Just envisioning the people of the endless fire domain laughing like villains brings a smile to my face. Truly, it is most amusing. As the little skit concluded, the celestial curtain darkened, and beings across the myriad realms understood that for the ensuing days, there would be no movements from the heavens. They would have to wait for several days before the celestial curtain would unfurl the next tale. Patriarch? Within the Soul Clan, the Soul Emperor's expression darkened, his demeanor soured. Xiao Yan had garnered the attention of a formidable force, capable of traversing the river of time to strike against him. It was now too late to instigate trouble for him. Moreover, Xiao Yan had already formed an acquaintance with Yao Lao. Any attempt to replace Yao Lao would be futile. Are we doomed to fail? Next to him, Su Wutan Yin wore a similarly grim expression. He too aspired to become a Dou Emperor, yet it seemed increasingly unattainable. But upon reflection, our clan and Xiao Yan harbor no profound enmity. Our aims are merely to ascend to Emperor status. Achieving that does not necessitate the demise of Xiao Yan. The Soul Emperor's thoughts took a turn, and suddenly, the horizon seemed vast and boundless. What do you mean? Su Wutan Yin inquired, sensing a glimmer of insight, yet remaining uncertain. What we desire is simply to advance, to become Dou Emperors. As long as Xiao Yan attains that status and opens the passage between the Douqi continent and the myriad worlds, the influx of source energy will naturally allow us to ascend as well. There is no need to compete with Xiao Yan for that singular opportunity. The Soul Emperor chuckled with glee. Their objective was to become Dou Emperors, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Xiao Yan. As soon as Xiao Yan ascended, the source energy would flow, enabling their own ascension without the need for conflict. Indeed, that is one approach, but given our past deeds, will Xiao Yan truly spare us? Su Wutan Yin acknowledged the Soul Emperor's point, yet the concern remained that even without provoking Xiao Yan, he might not grant them clemency. Those are matters for the future. They have yet to unfold. Our clan and Xiao Yan bear no grudges. He ought to seek vengeance against Han Feng instead. The Soul Emperor asserted that these were yet to happen events, thus cannot serve as justification for Xiao Yan's retribution against them. At worst, our clan could retreat into seclusion from now on, biding our time until Xiao Yan becomes an emperor. For now, our worries should still lie with Han Feng. Xiao Yan rose, intending to continue his cultivation, but soon recalled Yao Lao's profound heavy ruler, a weapon of great significance to him. He pondered when Yao Lao would bestow it upon him. You little rascal, can you still cultivate so well at this moment? The spirit of the esteemed Yao Lao emerged, stroking his beard, and was quite taken aback by Xiao Yan's character. The future is the future, and the present is the present, should one neglect diligent training. The 3-year appointment may render him incapable of contending with Nailan Yinran. Xiao Yan understood clearly that the sole individual capable of aiding him was himself. Cultivation would not progress without effort. Without striving diligently, he might not even prevail against Nailan Yinran in 3 years. Should the future Douqi be so easily vanquished, it would be a great disgrace. While this was indeed true, Yao Lao cautioned that Xiao Yan's foundation was still insufficient. He must not reach too high too soon. For now was the time to solidify his fundamentals. Yao Lao firmly believed that Xiao Yan could not rely solely on the title of a future Douqi to win the trust of others. True credibility would stem from Xiao Yan's own strength. Nevertheless, it was indeed a crucial period for Xiao Yan to build his foundation, and the time for the Xianzhong Qi to be bestowed upon him had not yet arrived. He was still at the stage of refining his body with foundational spirit liquid. Yao Lao had meticulously devised a training plan for Xiao Yan's future cultivation. One step at a time would suffice. Xiao Yan commenced his practice with a tranquil demeanor. However, the individuals on the Douqi continent could not remain calm, particularly those associated with him. Yunshan and Yunlong wore grim expressions. For the future of the Yunlong sect lay in ruins at Xiao Yan's hands. To expect them to let Xiao Yan go was indeed asking too much. Yet, contemplating Xiao Yan's destined fate, even if they acted now, they would likely be unable to confront him, especially considering the Jiama Empire's unwavering protection of Xiao Yan. For the Yunlan sect to act against him would mean opposing the entire might of the Jiamai Empire. The ancient clans would not even need to intervene. They were powerless against Xiao Yan. Fortunately, the Yunlan sect bore no significant grudge against Xiao Yan. A mere 3-year appointment could certainly be resolved. In Chapter 81, A Love Passed Down Through Millennia, The Tale of the White Snake, with Nalan Yanran and Yun Yun present. The Yunlan sect might still have a chance for a dramatic turnaround. Lindong, it seems you are in a similar situation. Your experiences closely resemble those of Xiao Yan. The small ferret observed Lindong, noting how strikingly similar he was to Xiao Yan, their experiences almost identical. Perhaps Zhou Yuan had also taken note of Lindong. If he were to encounter a life-threatening predicament, he too would likely intervene. Indeed, they bore a resemblance. Yet the future remained uncertain. Let us proceed with our training. Lindong, resolute in spirit, acknowledged that while his experiences mirrored those of Xiao Yan, who could truly discern Zhou Yuan's thoughts? Lindong would not stake his life and fortune on the conjectures of others. Time swiftly passed amidst their busy pursuits. And several days later, a new scene appeared in the celestial canopy. A fresh tale awaited. It remained to be seen whose story it would be this time. Nezha gazed upward at the sky. In this tedious celestial realm, only the stories in the heavens could provide a semblance of novelty and amusement. Has it begun? As the sky began to illuminate, those with time paused in their steps, seeking a nearby spot to behold the spectacle. A millennium of grace, a tale of exquisite love, a romance between human and spirit. These narratives of love have transcended time, fragmenting into diverse stories across various realms. The legend of the White Snake commenced with an act of salvation 1,000 years ago. Scenes materialized. A shepherd boy rescued a small white snake. And through a millennium of arduous cultivation, the serpent transformed into a woman. This accomplished being, now a beauty, ventured into the mortal realm in search of her benefactor to repay her debt of gratitude. In Westlake, she encountered her savior, and a shared boat ride under an umbrella solidified their bond. Under the guidance of Baisuzhen, their love blossomed rapidly, leading to marriage and the establishment of a clinic to heal the people, battling demons and monsters, resembling an immortal couple. However, turmoil soon ensued as a monk named Fahai intervened, attempting to thwart their union. The yellow rice wine of the Dragon Boat Festival revealed the true form of the White Snake, terrifying Su Xian. To resurrect him, she ventured into the underworld to reclaim his soul, infiltrating the heavenly realm to steal celestial herbs, enduring perilous trials, ultimately succeeding in saving Su Xian. Yet, her actions violated celestial law, and Fahai incited Su Xian to renounce the world. The White Snake unleashed a torrent against Fahai in a desperate struggle. Ultimately, Fahai captured her, imprisoning her beneath the Lei Feng Pagoda, only to release her when their son achieved the highest honor in the imperial examinations. Thereafter, the White Snake perfected her cultivation and ascended to immortality, culminating in a grand resolution to pay tribute to legends and the original heroes of the wild. Yet, one may ponder why Fahai sought to disrupt their love. In the realm of mythology, that which is incomprehensible can simply be described as calamity. The act of repaying kindness is to comprehend the ties of the mortal world. Yet all that transpires during this repayment can be seen as a trial of love, by Suzhen's final tribulation before her ascension. So, being imprisoned beneath the Lei Feng Pagoda, how does that constitute a trial? To be honest, after giving birth to her son, Baisuzhen sat in meditation beneath the pagoda, and upon her return, her son had already become a top scholar, displaying immense gratitude and closeness to her, having not strayed from the path of righteousness. Is that not a favorable outcome? Could it be that Baisuzhen teaching him herself would not guarantee such a prodigious son? Perhaps only the 3 holy mothers could compare to her. To be suppressed after giving birth, and upon emergence, to find her son a figure of great power and filial piety, what is there to lament? She need not fret over her child's cries or the tribulations of education and rebellious adolescence. Upon her return, she found a remarkable son, which is indeed enviable. Yet, as a mother, such an enviable experience might be better left unclaimed. To be present alongside her child, even amidst struggles, is a form of happiness. Yet, truthfully, allowing them to teach on their own may not necessarily yield such an exemplary child. In a realm where the love between humans and demons is not destined for tragedy, the tale unfolds. Bai Yuechu gazes upon the celestial narrative, recognizing that in another world, there too exist romances between humans and demons. Yet, contrasting with the fate of their realm, those in the alternate universe enjoy a far more favorable conclusion, even ascending to immortality together. Yet, in their world, the likelihood of such unions ending in sorrow remains high. The disciple of Lishan Lamu? That name is unfamiliar. High above in the heavenly court, Nezha and Yang Jian exchange knowing glances. While they are aware of Lishan Lamu, it appears that her disciples do not include a white serpent. This difference speaks to the disparities between worlds. Perhaps in another realm, they too possess disciples yet unheard of. Nezha nods in agreement, pondering these variations. In the world of the white serpent, Su Xian turns stiffly to his wife, Bai Suzhen, struggling to fathom that his exquisite, graceful spouse is, in fact, a serpent. My dear, I did not intend to keep this from you, Bai Suzhen admits, her true identity suddenly laid bare, much to her astonishment. Su Xian, as you have seen, my sister approached you out of gratitude, and her intentions are certainly not malevolent. Moreover, you have attained immortality because of this. It is you who has greatly benefited. Beside Bai Suzhen, Xiao Qing observes Su Xian, urging him to recognize his good fortune. Xiao Qing, Bai Suzhen interjects, preventing her from continuing. I still find it difficult to accept, Su Xian confesses, grappling with the reality that his beloved wife has transformed into a creature of legend. The impending catastrophe of the flooded Jinshan temple looms large in his mind, complicating his acceptance of her true nature. While he is yet to witness Bai Suzhen's true form, the prospect is daunting, and he knows he requires time to reconcile this revelation. Let us continue to observe. Perhaps in time, your perspective will shift, Bai Suzhen suggests gently, understanding his need for space. They return their focus to the celestial display, hoping that the unfolding tale may alter Su Xian's sentiments. As one story concludes in the skies above, another commences. In a picturesque land, imbued with ethereal essence, two serpentine beings, one azure, one white, are engaged in their cultivation. At this pivotal moment, the white serpent strives for ascension, yet each attempt meets with failure. A sense of emptiness stirs within her, as if she has forgotten something vital. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Qing removes her jade hairpin, offering it to the white serpent, as the perspective shifts back 500 years. Chapter 82. The Snake Catcher's Fear 5 centuries ago. The emperor was consumed by the pursuit of immortality. The national master, Tang San, made numerous attempts to appease the emperor's desires, yet yielded no results. In his fury, the emperor compelled the national master to force the common folk into capturing snakes, striving to regain the emperor's favor through the cultivation of Taoist methods. Upon the grand palace ship, heavily guarded, a young woman named Xiao Bai disguised herself as a maid, intent on assassinating the national master. However, the master, skilled in dark arts, detected her presence, and his guards engaged Xiao Bai in combat, ultimately causing her to plunge into the river. When Xiao Bai opened her eyes again, she found herself in an unfamiliar wooden cabin. This was Snake Catcher Village, where she was rescued by a youth named Su Xian, though she retained no memories of her past. As the name suggests, Snake Catcher Village thrived on the capture of snakes, and its residents were adept at this trade. Currently, snake catching was a means of tax exemption. Yet, Su Xian was unlike the others. He harbored a fear of snakes and dared not capture them. Although he possessed knowledge of herbal medicine and had gathered numerous medicinal herbs, while he could not benefit from tax reductions, for Su Xian, the ability to save lives was a profound satisfaction. Upon Xiao Bai's awakening, Su Xian led her back to the site of their earlier encounter, hoping to rekindle her memories. This location lay beneath a magnificent waterfall, where the rugged path proved challenging. It was here that Xiao Bai first displayed her innate magical abilities, much to her own astonishment. For such powers were not the domain of ordinary individuals. Su Xian took Xiao Bai to a modest wooden shelter, marked by a sign indicating a security hall. Nearby lay his tools for crafting umbrellas. Gazing at the cascading waterfall, vivid images flashed through Xiao Bai's mind, scenes from before her assassination attempt on the national master, along with dialogues exchanged with her mentor. Su Xian, is there anything you wish not to do, yet feel compelled to undertake? Xiao Bai inquired of Su Xian, who stood beside her, holding an umbrella. Me? There are indeed countless such matters. Yet, having arrived in this world, one naturally yearns for the freedom to explore. Thus, I endeavor to learn a bit of everything: medicine, divination, astrology, the mysterious arts of the 8 trigrams. Even if life's course is predetermined, one must strive to live freely. Su Xian said, leaping down from a large stone with a carefree smile. He too had things he wished to avoid, such as capturing snakes, which he did not relish. Yet he felt obliged to do so for the sake of tax exemption. Observing Su Xian manipulate the yin-yang wheel, Xiao Bai was again reminded of the scenes of the national master practicing his arts. Su Xian attempted to rouse Xiao Bai from her reverie, only to be inadvertently struck away by her magic. This spell, entwined with the umbrella, carried them aloft, soaring through the skies. However, such magic could not endure indefinitely. And soon they descended, where Su Xian discovered Xiaobai's lost jade hairpin. Recognizing the pin as a potential magical artifact, Xiaobai was uncertain of its use, noting only the inscription Baoping upon it. Su Xian recalled the famed Baoping workshop, a modest establishment of lore. Thank you, Su Xian. You truly need not concern yourself with me, for you do not even know who I am. Xiaobai expressed her gratitude while clutching the hairpin. Though I know not your identity, I believe you are not a malevolent soul, Su Xian replied with sincerity. Certainly, there exists a rain umbrella, accompanied by a plaque from the security hall. In both past and present, Su Xian is devoted to healing and saving lives. But what of Fahai? Who is Fahai at this juncture? A national master? Ah, so the Taoist has transitioned to Buddhism, has he? Indeed, it is quite the conundrum. For no one can truly correspond with Fahai, as he had yet to be born 5 centuries ago. One must contemplate the decades of Fahai's cultivation. Can it truly rival the 1,000 years of the Whitesnake's practice? Such a rapid progression in cultivation seems implausible. Thus, one begins to comprehend why demons seek to transform their forms. If Fahai were to commence his cultivation at this moment, in 500 years, would the young Bai not stand a chance against him? With less than a century of cultivation, Fahai is poised to ascend to Arhut. Surely, in 5 centuries, he would not confront Bai Suzhen and Su Xian. A remarkable strategy, indeed. Speaking of Bai Suzhen, is she not a 1,000-year-old serpent demon? This is 500 years prior. And if we delve back another 500, I am reminded of an old acquaintance. I know, it is Bai Ma One. Sun Wukong interjects. If you cannot speak wisely, it is best to remain silent. Are you being polite? Sun Wukong feels a twinge of offense. Although the timeline has regressed to 500 years past, the events remain unchanged. This Su Xian, in his previous life as Su Xian, undoubtedly saved the young Bai. A life-saving grace remains a life-saving grace, albeit the timeline shifts from a millennium ago to 5 centuries ago. Upon reflection, it does indeed hold true. This Su Xian remains articulate. It seems Bai is not malevolent, but rather, she may not even be human at all. What leads to the conclusion that Bai is not evil? Is it solely because of her beauty? Young one, do not allow your infatuation with feminine allure to cloud your judgment. A cute girl? Where's this cute girl? Such a tired trope. I knew you would be stubborn. Su Xian gazes at the images unfolding in the sky, pondering whether Su Xian is truly his former self. Could he possibly be my past incarnation? Uncertain. Yet it is more likely that he is the past life of another Su Xian from a different realm. Xiao Jing interjects, clarifying that this tale belongs to another world, linked to theirs, yet distinct from their reality. Su Xian nods in partial comprehension, sensing that the national master does not embody righteousness, but rather practices dubious arts. In the Doloa divine realm, Xiao Wu furrows her brow, sensing that the national master is not a virtuous individual, engaging instead in nefarious practices. I share this sentiment. He is likely consuming serpents to enhance his cultivation, compelling the populace to capture snakes. Such methods of devouring life for the sake of cultivation are undeniably sinister. Tang San stands resolutely, disdainful of such vile practices. He would never stoop to such depths. Wukong, they say you are Bai Ma One. What does that entail? Krillin glances at his companion Kakarot, still calling him by the name he knows best. I am unsure. I have not engaged in any such role as Bai Ma One. Sun Wukong shakes his head, genuinely perplexed, as he has never partaken in such duties. Moreover, the title Bai Ma One clearly implies a job, and he detests the very notion of work. They spoke of another world Sun Wukong. Not the old Sun Bulma's mind was astute, for she was a prodigious young genius. She quickly grasped that the discussion pertained to a different realm Sun Wukong. A Sun Wukong from another world. One wonders what their prowess might be. How I long to engage in a contest with them. Sun Wukong brimmed with eagerness, contemplating the existence of his counterpart in another dimension, curious about their strength. The mere thought of competing against another version of himself ignited a surge of excitement and anticipation within him. Humph, regardless of the world, I am the strongest. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, turning away with his characteristic haughtiness. Chapter 83, The Reunification of Qingbai and the Master of Baoqing. In any realm, Vegeta was resolute in his belief that he was the mightiest. This conviction was both his pride and confidence. Xiao Bai and Su Xian were engaged in conversation when they suddenly noticed a large contingent of officials approaching, the very people from the National Master's residence. Su Xian recalled the soldiers they had encountered earlier and immediately realized this was not a favorable development. He promptly took Xiao Bai and departed. Meanwhile, aside from the officials from the National Master's residence, within the Serpent Cave, the serpent demon master dispatched individuals to pursue Xiaobai. Xiaobai and Su Xian traversed the waterways together, their bond gradually deepening. Suddenly, the surface of the water roiled violently, the lake surged, forming an enormous wall of water that obstructed their small vessel. With a sudden splash, a menacing serpent-esque tail emerged from the depths, claiming the life of the boatman. The lake churned violently, causing their small craft to lurch perilously, threatening to capsize at any moment. Su Xian positioned himself before Xiaobai, confronting the dark serpent demon, fully aware that he was on the brink of being devoured. At that moment, scales appeared on Xiaobai's face. With a swift motion, a white serpent tail sliced through the air like a blade, a divine weapon that severed the black serpent. However, following this eruption of power, Xiaobai fell into a faint, emanating an aura of chilling frost. In a bid to warm Xiaobai, Su Xian embraced her beside the campfire, using his body as a source of heat. After a night's rest, Xiaobai regained consciousness, yet she became aware of her identity as a demon. Nevertheless, Su Xian remained unfazed. The world is rife with malevolent beings that walk on two legs. What peculiarity is there in possessing a tail? Su Xian reassured Xiaobai, asserting that not every human is virtuous, and not every demon is malevolent. Subsequently, the duo arrived at Yongzhou City. Witnessing its bustling vibrancy alongside the plight of those seeking refuge, a juxtaposition of prosperity and suffering. As they approached Beikingfang, a black bat transformed into smoke, merging seamlessly into Su Xian's being, unnoticed by either. Soon, Su Xian and Xiaobai entered Beikingfang, where countless small compartments resembling a medicinal cabinet towered high, creating a rather cramped atmosphere. "Ah, we have guests." A tall wooden cart moved, upon which sat a seemingly youthful girl, holding a smoking pipe. Observing the two with keen interest, the Baoqing workshop is renowned among the surrounding monsters for crafting magical artifacts. The master of Baoqing workshop is the nine-tailed old fox. It is said that one of her tails was severed, though the identity of the assailant remains a mystery. If the master truly is Douqi, then the one who sacrificed a tail for her survival must surely be Jiangxia. "I am Douqi," she declares, having failed during the investiture of the gods. "I have now returned in a new life, determined to seek vengeance on Jiangxia." Laughter ensues, as the atmosphere thickens with intrigue. Others speculate that it was the goddess Nuwa who severed the master's tail. Yet, what vengeance can be sought when merely surviving is a gift from the heavens? Another possibility arises. The master of Baoqing workshop is the imprisoned nine-tailed fox from Yalong Mountain, whose tail was once caught in the fray with the Monkey King. Thus, her nemesis could very well be the Monkey King himself. Why, one wonders, does the monkey always find himself intertwined with foxes? It seems there is either love or enmity. I find it difficult to judge. Sun Wukong interjects. This speaks of the tail of the white snake. Yet how many times has it been referenced? Can't you all quiet down a bit? It's utterly vexing. Meanwhile, he reflects on the nine-tailed foxes, including Douqi and the master of Baoqing workshop, exclaiming, "Indeed, there are many nine tails." A cold snort emanates from the seal, for the nine tails are the most fearsome of beasts, yet here they are, depicted as delicate maidens, which hardly befits their stature. Tang San observes the master of Baoqing workshop and the messages on the screen, recalling his encounter with a nine-tailed fox, specifically Hulaina, a member of the Golden Generation from the Spirit Hall. She left an impression of potent allure and mastery of control and mental attacks. However, her true lethality fell short and relied on spirit fusion techniques for enhancement. Though a top-tier beast spirit, she did not leave a profound impression on him. Like her sister, she too is a nine-tailed fox. The master of Baoqing workshop appears to share this lineage, with a unique talent for crafting, a rarity among her kin who excel more in battle. In fact, the master reveals that Bai has visited before, previously seeking to modify a magical hairpin for her own use. After the transformation by the Baoqing workshop, the pin gains the ability to absorb others' magical power for its wielder's benefit. However, this comes at a cost, as it may also strip the owner of their memories. What use is magical power without memory? The way of heaven dictates that one must sacrifice to gain. The master of Baoqing workshop stands beside a colossal fox statue, recounting the connection between the magical hairpin and Bai's memory loss. The master of Baoqing presented a dark serpent scale, revealing information about the original owner of the treasured jeweled hairpin. Xiaobai and Su Xian exited the Baoqing hall into the moonlit night, where shadows danced among the trees. Dressed in black, Xiaoqing approached and blocked their path. Xiaobai, upon reuniting, the sisters shared a moment that rekindled Xiaobai's memory of her identity, a serpent hunter. Observing the tools on Su Xian, Xiaoqing immediately recognized him as a serpent hunter, inciting her fury, influenced by their master's teachings. Xiao Qing held a deep-seated belief that humans were treacherous and cunning. Thus, she resolved to eliminate Su Xian, but Xiao Bai vehemently opposed this, leading to a fierce confrontation between the sisters. Their clash was measured, resulting only in the damage to the ground, causing Xiao Bai and Su Xian to plummet into an underground palace. This subterranean chamber housed a Taoist demon-slaying formation, harmful to beasts but harmless to humans. Su Xian, possessing knowledge of the Qi Min and Bagua, guided Xiao Bai to find a path to safety. Within the palace, Xiao Bai regained her memories, and her connection with Su Xian deepened, culminating in an intimate relationship. Yet, upon exiting the palace, Xiao Bai chose to depart with Xiao Qing, acknowledging the insurmountable divide between human and demon. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai finally met. Why the orange hue? The deal is set, and I'm all in. Xiao Qing's cultivation remains insufficient, always slinking toward Xiao Bai like a serpent. Isn't it curious that the Grand Master Tang Jinjuan's techniques share roots with serpent cultivation? Isn't this a blatant indication? Chapter 84. For love, willing to become a monster, a human Grand Master practicing techniques akin to serpents raises questions, does it not? Either the Grand Master is suspect, or someone among the serpents has colluded with him to modify their practices. Who could that be? It's quite the riddle. The Grand Master resembles a cult leader, devising a technique for followers to cultivate, subsequently siphoning their achievements to augment his own strength. Is this not cult-like behavior? One might also label him a capitalist. Are we seriously considering this palace? Beneath the Buddhist pagoda lies a Taoist demon exorcising array, quite the eclectic mix. Moreover, a demon, aided by Taoist incantations, recovers its memories. I'm at a loss for words. Remarkable. This little cavern has gathered talents from Buddhism, Taoism, and demonkind. Considering the prior cultivation methods of the Grand Master and the demon race, it's not without possibility. If Xiao Bai's techniques were inherited from the Grand Master, it could be deemed a Taoist lineage. Gaining her memories here seems much more plausible. Yet, the Grand Master's techniques are clearly unorthodox, utterly divergent from genuine Taoist practices. I suspect that even the Grand Master would be suppressed upon entering this palace. Uncertain, indeed, it is difficult to ascertain. The appearance of Xiao Qing and her interactions with Xiao Bai leave the denizens of the myriad realms perplexed. One could describe their sisterly bond as remarkably close, or perhaps excessively intimate. Their exchanges evoke the impression of a man and a woman vying for the affection of a singular woman. The subsequent experiences within the underground palace are nothing short of astonishing. The Taoist exorcism array assists a demon in reclaiming its memories, a truly audacious reversal of fate. The profound mysteries of the universe, the primordial essence. Is that not the golden light mantra? Zhang Chulan recognized the content in the heavenly tapestry at once. It was distinctly the golden light mantra, unmistakably evident. Because one person and a demon are destined to part ways, Su Xian, unwilling to accept this fate, returned once more to Beijingfeng. Young man, I can assist you. I too have known youth, folly, and indulgence, and I carry many regrets. However, you must understand that one day, you may find yourself filled with remorse. The master of Beijingfeng inhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze fixed upon Su Xian. If we cannot be together, I will regret it now, Su Xian declared resolutely. Very well, indeed, youth possesses its own wisdom. There exists a method. If you relinquish your essence to me, I shall transform you into a demon, thus allowing you to be together. Are you truly certain you wish to become a demon? You were born human, enjoying the manifold peace and benefits of the mortal realm, and it is only natural to drift through life in a stupor. Upon becoming a demon, the heavens will seek to slay you, as will humankind, Taoist priests, and other demons. If I extract your essence, even as a demon, you will be the weakest of the weak, incapable of improvement no matter your efforts. The master of Beijingfeng took Su Xian aloft above a vast cauldron, within which chaotic essence swirled. Su Xian's determination shone brightly. For Xiao Bai, he was willing to pay such a price to become a demon. With a cacophony, chains flew forth, binding Su Xian in the air, initiating the transformation process from human to demon. Simultaneously, a battle unfolded at the Buddhist tower, where the disciples of the national master sought out Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. Having also cultivated the supreme true skill, they aimed to capture Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing for their own advancement. Though the sisters united their strengths, they remained outmatched by the national master's disciple, even as Xiao Bai's magical artifact, the pearl hairpin, unleashed its power, absorbing the disciple's magical energy. In this light, the disparity becomes even clearer. The cultivation speed of humans far surpasses that of demons. If the disciple of the national master is so formidable, then the National Master must be even more powerful. It seems utterly insurmountable. Once more, I assert, they practice malevolent arts, hence their rapid progress. With Xiao Bai's artifact absorbing his magical energy, she has now gained the capacity to contend with the National Master. Indeed, the arduous path of cultivation pales in comparison to the direct consumption of another's magical essence. Normal cultivation is akin to earning a living. It cannot compete with the act of thievery. This reasoning bears some merit. Su Xian's willpower and intellect are truly not to be compared with Su Xian. Is it because his essence is depleted that he has grown feeble in his reincarnation? This situation should not affect the afterlife, should it? If it does, then what would happen to those drained of their essence by monsters in their next life? A transformation of gender, perhaps? Strangely enough, that might indeed be possible. As expected, while some demons aspire to become human, others wish to transform into demons. Gazing at the celestial tapestry above, the methods employed by Master Baoqing elicited a sense of astonishment. Transformations of demons into humans are numerous, yet the reverse is a rarity. Even the weakest and smallest of demons find such a metamorphosis challenging. It must be acknowledged that this inversion of nature, this ability to transmute humans into demons, indeed enhances Master Baoqing's mystique. In the realm of the White Snake, Xiaoqing's gaze towards Su Xian was laden with disdain. Observing Su Xian, who willingly chose to become the weakest of demons to remain with the White Snake, the disparity between them was glaringly vast. Su Xian yearned to express himself, yet words eluded him. Having lived as a human since childhood, he had his own life trajectory, along with a sister and brother-in-law. The prospect of abandoning everything to become a demon, akin to Su Xian, was utterly beyond his capabilities. Dear sir, do not heed Xiaoqing's nonsensical ramblings. Countless demons yearn to become human. You must not forsake your human form to transform into a demon, by Su Jin cautioned Su Xian, her eyes reflecting concern, fearing he might impulsively commit to something irrational. Su Xian shook his head helplessly, offering Bai Sujin a reassuring glance, yet deep within, he understood that he could never match Su Xian's courage. Transforming someone into a demon might indeed present an intriguing solution. Tushan Rongrong narrowed her eyes. The romance between humans and demons is perpetually fraught with tragedy and peril. Even with Tu Shan's reincarnation for a second chance, achieving fulfillment remains elusive. This method of transforming humans into demons seems to offer an alternative resolution. However, converting a human into a demon is far from an effortless endeavor. Tushan Yaya remained unfazed, recognizing that reincarnation is often the sole option born from despair. Prior to that, countless methods must have been attempted, whether it be humans becoming demons or demons becoming humans. If time allows, all possibilities would be explored. Yet, both transformations are not so straightforward. Achieving them is considerably more challenging than reincarnation. One must at least attempt it, for it is not without potential solutions. Tushan Rongrong believed that trying would yield no detriment, especially given Tu Shan's expertise. Yaya glanced at her sister, choosing to remain silent. Allowing her to explore this avenue seemed reasonable enough, as there was little to lose. Chapter 85. If the Taoist can procure, so can I. When Su Xian opened his eyes once more, he found himself outside, adorned with an additional tail, his body now imbued with remarkable strength. Both his speed and agility surpassed that of any human. However, upon reaching the site where he had parted ways with Bai, he discovered that all had been devastated. A vast scar of destruction sprawling throughout Yongzhou City. A colossal white serpent, having absorbed an immense amount of magical energy, runs amok in the city, wreaking havoc. Upon Su Xian's arrival, the serpent known as Xiao Bai departs, seeking vengeance from the National Master in the village of snake catchers. Enlightened by Xiaoqing's revelations, Su Xian hastens to the village. It is undeniable that, after transforming into a demon, Su Xian possesses commendable traits. At the very least, he is swift, outpacing both the National Master and Xiao Bai back to the village. However, due to his demonic nature, the villagers regard him with suspicion. Soon after, the National Master arrives and effortlessly subdues Su Xian with his magical prowess. Yet, the National Master sees potential in the little demon and spares his life, sending him to persuade Xiao Bai. Outside the village, Su Xian encounters the gargantuan white serpent, its body stretching over 100 meters, exuding unparalleled destructive power as it approaches the village. Su Xian stands in its path, refusing to allow further advance, for the villagers are innocent. Unlike the inhabitants of Yongzhou City, with fervor, Su Xian professes his affection to Xiao Bai, expressing his desire for them to be carefree demons together. Gradually, Xiao Bai calms, her massive head inching closer to Su Xian. At that moment, a shimmering barrier rises around them, a formation laid by the National Master, who seizes the opportunity to ensnare them while Su Xian attempts to dissuade the serpent. What a magnificent python! Once I attain mastery in my dark Yin technique and ascend in broad daylight, the Emperor shall surely witness my path to immortality, the National Master declares, standing upon a crane-shaped talisman, arms outstretched, envisioning the day of his triumph. Immortality? Your incessant chatter about the path to longevity merely seeks to exploit us for your own ascension. Come and take us then, retorts Xiao Qing, her fiery sun scales igniting as she devises a plan to provoke the National Master. Humph! The National Master scoffs, extending his palm to draw Xiao Qing towards him, intent on siphoning her magical energy, soul, and corporeal form. However, as crimson light streams into his being, he senses something amiss and promptly discards Xiao Qing. The fiery sun scales, when unleashed, can incinerate a demon like her completely. Yet, to the National Master, they pose no threat. A trifling skill, he remarks, effortlessly expelling the fiery essence with a mere flicker of his magical power. Suddenly, an attack ensues as Xiao Bai's master arrives, having sensed the commotion. Mistaking the National Master for an adversary intent on annihilating them, she engages him in battle. The National Master, recognizing the gravity of the confrontation, condenses his magic into a crane form to counter the Serpent Master's serpentine shape. Seizing the moment while the National Master is preoccupied, Xiao Bai breaks free from the enchantment and joins her master in the fray. Ultimately, it is Xiao Qing who seizes the opportunity to deliver a surprise attack with a jeweled hairpin, resulting in the National Master's demise. I have never encountered such a beautiful serpent, especially one of azure hue. Indeed, even in her enlarged form, Xiao Bai exudes an aura of sanctity rather than ferocity. The serpents have undergone millennia of cultivation, sufficient enough to transform into dragons, which naturally imbues them with a sense of the divine. However, is it not excessive for this National Master to remain so steadfastly loyal? Even after ascending to immortality, he still yearns for the Emperor to witness his longevity techniques and subsequently reinstate him. Alas, the paths of mortals and immortals diverge, my brother. One cannot help but ponder whether to deem him foolishly loyal or simply ensnared by the folly of his cultivation. Despite his lack of mental acuity, his strength is undeniably formidable, capable of overpowering both the Little White and her master. After all, he has harnessed the collective power of the nation to enhance his training. And the pace of resource accumulation is astonishing. Do not underestimate the might of a nation. Even a dynasty in its twilight years possesses strength far surpassing that of an individual. But wait, just as I extol his prowess, he meets his end? That hairpin truly is a treasure. Yet, is it not absurd that anyone can wield it? The Serpent Demon Master must be the original owner, while Little White has become the new master post-transformation. Little Green, however, failed to harness the power of the treasure, resorting merely to physical attacks, which isn't too outrageous. Could this be a hasty decision, leading to a swift demise? It evokes the sensation of the Night King being slain by Arya. It certainly feels superior to that scenario. The Night King reflects, it seems I've inadvertently gleaned some ominous foreknowledge. Nevertheless, now that I am aware of Arya, I must exercise greater caution henceforth. I cannot afford to be so easily dispatched again. With the National Master slain, Little Green and Little White are left grievously wounded. At this juncture, the serpent demons swarm forth, engaging in battle with the remnants of the National Master's forces. Without their leader, the troops are significantly weakened, rendering them no match for the serpents. Those serpents with remaining strength surge towards the village, intent on feasting upon flesh. In response, Su Xian hastens back to the village to aid the villagers in fending off the demons. The Taoist is deceased. What use is this hairpin to me now? The Serpent Demon Master discards the hairpin, designed to combat the National Master, now rendered useless with his demise. Yet immediately thereafter, the Serpent Demon Master siphons away Little Green's magical energy. The techniques she bestowed upon the serpent demons were indeed flawed. The energy they cultivated has been absorbed by her. Now, she consolidates the energy of all the serpent demons, preparing to further drain Little White's power. With a surge of wind and gathering clouds, the Serpent Demon Master transforms into her true form, a colossal, black, two-headed python. Severely wounded, Little White attempts to resist, but stands no chance against the Serpent Demon Master and is likewise drained of her energy. At a critical moment, Su Xian raises the National Master's magical artifact, reactivating the Demon Binding formation, targeting the most powerful Serpent Demon Master within. The National Master's lingering spirit fully unleashes the formation's power, unleashing a dazzling cold light, frigid air pervades, and countless ice spikes aim to obliterate everything within the formation. Su Xian and Little White cannot escape the formation either. They too are ensnared by its might, destined for annihilation within this demon-binding array. Despite sustaining grave injuries, Xiao Bai's cultivation level still surpassed that of Su Xian by a considerable margin, allowing her to endure longer. Su Xian succumbed to the array first, yet Xiao Bai managed to capture his memories within her pearl hairpin. Subsequently, the villagers broke the array, and Su Xian's soul was ultimately preserved, avoiding the fate of disintegration and enabling his reincarnation. Although Xiao Bai lost all her magical powers, she could embark on the path of cultivation anew. As the memories within the hairpin came to an end, Xiao Bai comprehended the reasons behind her inability to ascend and the void in her heart, prompting her to venture out in search of the reincarnated Su Xian. Chapter 86. The busy Dr. Su, regardless of where he may be reborn or what form he may take, whether he remembers me or not. I am determined to find him, for I remember. Xiao Bai emerged from her secluded cave, gazing at the world outside, resolute in her quest to seek out Su Xian's reincarnation. How should I put it? The dragon-slaying youth has ultimately transformed into a dragon. It was anticipated, given her particular cultivation method, that all her powers would eventually consolidate within herself. But is there really a need to rush? Wouldn't it be wiser to find a safe place to absorb this power later? For her, with the threat of the national master now absent, any location appeared safe. Alas, Su Xian has perished, though his soul has been reincarnated. Yet, Su Xian is not Su Xian. Despite the cycle of reincarnation, it evokes a sense that the love Su Xian fervently protected has been usurped by Su Xian. Perhaps this is the essence of Buddhist reincarnation. In the previous life, one does good, and in this life, one enjoys blessings. In the previous life, one does evil, and in this life, one suffers. Reincarnation? Who is truly reincarnating? A true powerhouse never subscribes to such beliefs. This sentiment feels oddly familiar. Ultimately, after the cycle of rebirth, he is no longer the same person. He is entirely different from before. That is merely the perspective of us, ordinary folk. For those in the realm of immortals, reincarnation indeed exists. The soul is the essence, and everything else is mere embellishment. The love story of Xiao Bai and Su Xian ultimately concludes in tragedy. While many had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it unfold still evokes profound sorrow. It is unexpected that in another world, our past lives hold such remarkable tales. Xiao Qing expressed her astonishment, genuinely taken aback by the fact that their past experiences in another realm were equally compelling. In this world, Xiao Qing and Bai Suzhen had not known each other centuries ago, nor were they acquainted with Su Xian's former life. The past life is irrelevant to me, especially since it belongs to another world. It is even less pertinent. Su Xian remarked softly. He was merely immortal. The past life held no significance for him, let alone a past life from another realm. This notion, for a mere mortal like Su Xian, clearly exceeded the bounds of reason. Reincarnation? A flower of similar essence. In the depths of the ancient forbidden land, a sigh emerged, echoing softly. In this world, there exists no realm of reincarnation. The notion of rebirth is merely akin to a flower that bears a resemblance after countless eons. For the formidable emperor, there are two methods to resurrect his elder brother. One is to establish a reincarnation realm, allowing his brother to truly undergo the cycle of rebirth, rather than merely resembling a similar blossom. The second method involves shattering the shackles of time, flowing against the endless river of time to retrieve his brother from its currents while he still breathes. One wonders if there exist worlds akin to ours. Are there realms where his brother still thrives? In the depths of the emperor's gaze, a celestial aura flickered, sharp as if it could rend the very fabric of existence, yearning to break free from the confines of the world. This was also the emperor's contemplation. Perhaps by traversing different worlds, he might find his brother anew. After persuading Little Qing, Little Bai and Little Qing ventured to the West Lake in the human realm. As a hairpin fell, their fated encounter began. However, having found her target, the white snake would not let him slip away so easily, and soon they crossed paths once more. This time, during their conversation, Little Bai gleaned much information. For instance, Su Xian remained single, and although he had an elder sister who passed away 2 years prior, now only her husband remained. Little Bai yearned to inquire further, yet was abruptly interrupted by a throng of individuals seeking Su Xian's medical assistance. In the days that followed, Little Bai and Su Xian met several times, yet exchanged only a few words, as Su Xian was whisked away by the families of patients, his practice keeping him exceedingly occupied. Eventually, on an evening after a long day, Su Xian and Little Bai encountered each other once more upon a boat on West Lake. Ah, What a coincidence, my dear sir, Little Bai greeted from the bow of the boat. Indeed, such a vast expanse of West Lake, and yet here we are, just the two boats. Where else could you possibly go, Dr. Su? Little Qing rose from the stern, feeling rather irked at how busy Su Xian was on that day. Dr. Su, you are indeed Dr. Su. My wife often complains of dizziness, and today you must come to our home. Upon her words, the boatman lunged forward, grasping Su Xian in an attempt to take him home. Little Bai furrowed her brow, waving her hand to employ her magic, casting the boatman into the water to prevent any further interruptions. The romantic ambience upon the boat drew them closer, solidifying a bond that hinted at a lifetime commitment. However, Su Xian still had a brother-in-law at home, and this matrimonial matter required discussion. The following day, Su Xian, accompanied by his brother-in-law, Captain Li, sought to meet with Little Bai and Little Qing. Upon their introduction, Little Bai and Little Qing discerned the true nature of Li Gongfu. He was none other than the reincarnation of the yellow dog named Dudu, who had once accompanied Su Xian. Yet now, he stood as Su Xian's brother-in-law. Li Gongfu was exceedingly pleased with Xiao Bai, and soon after, Su Xian and Xiao Bai held their wedding, embracing one another as they embarked on their life together. During this period of companionship, Xiao Qing gradually altered her perception of Su Xian, developing a newfound appreciation for him. However, their leisurely and joyous days swiftly came to an end, as a sudden plague disrupted their tranquil existence. Su Xian became occupied with the chaos, and the origins of this affliction were suspicious. It was not a natural occurrence, but rather the result of a malevolent spirit's poison. A rat demon had poisoned the city, leading to this outbreak. Subsequently, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai gathered funds to establish a pharmacy, aptly named Bao Hall. What a coincidence. All of this was orchestrated by Xiao Bai. No wonder it is said that a woman pursuing a man is like a gossamer veil. These individuals are truly earnest in their efforts to sever this karmic bond. Dr. Su is indeed quite the busy practitioner. Xiao Qing, you possess an understanding of yin and yang. Chapter 55. The Ferryman. You are so noble and impressive, yet you cast me into the water while you indulge in romance. As soon as this tune played, it felt as though dreams of destiny returned. Is that a belly band? The dog following Su Xian, who has lost its tail but can still speak. Li Gongfu is the reincarnation of the belly band. In the past, the belly band must have feared being trampled by Xiao Qing. They are already wed. How swift the pace. Once a decision is made, the speed naturally accelerates. Is that a rat spirit? It is unmistakable. With such a shifty gaze. Chapter 87. Su Xian's courage and Fa Hai's obsession. What rat spirit? This is the source of the plague. Poisoning others only to sell them the antidote at an exorbitant price. This is the epitome of a rogue merchant. Yet, what does a mere demon want with money? For those who cultivate, wealth, partners, laws, and land are paramount, with wealth coming first. What need is there for money? Priority in wealth does not imply a desire for currency per se, but rather resources for cultivation, such as spirit stones. Essentially the same. Xiao Qing is truly audacious. The official silver is marked, and to take it directly will undoubtedly lead to trouble. Does Su Xian not find it curious where the money originates? This seems all too easy to deceive. Is my sister deceased? Su Xian found it hard to believe. He had always relied on his sister, never contemplating life in her absence. In the previous narrative, even at the end when they ascended, his sister remained alive. It was unimaginable that in another world, she was no longer present. Despite it not being his own realm, Su Xian instinctively felt a pang of worry and melancholy. Do not fret, your sister is well. Bai Suzhen reassured Su Xian, she is in good health. It had also been quite some time since he visited his sister and brother-in-law. Su Xian recollected how he had been preoccupied with matters at Bao Hall and resolved to find time to see them soon. The security hall has commenced its operations, and Su Xian has successfully begun selling medicine to treat the plague. At last, he has recalled the final ingredient necessary for the cure, a rare herb that grows perilously on the cliffs. The endeavor to harvest it is fraught with danger. Undeterred by the risks, Su Xian bravely ascends the cliff to gather the medicinal herb, driven by his noble intention to alleviate suffering and save lives. However, as fate would have it, unforeseen complications arise. Fortunately, with the aid of Xiao Bai, who utilizes her magical powers to enchant their conical hats, they soar through the air. This illustrates that Su Xian is not lacking in courage. He acts without hesitation, even amidst the perilous heights of the cliff. Meanwhile, the theft of silver from the government treasury has garnered attention, prompting the arrival of a monk, Fo Hai, to investigate. Fo Hai summons the golden-haired hound and discovers a mouse demon's medicinal pouch within the storeroom, leading the authorities to pursue the mouse demon. Aware of the pursuit, The mouse demon realizes that Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, the serpent demons, are framing him and approaches Su Xian, delivering a talisman. However, such a trivial charm is ineffective against formidable demons like Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, igniting Xiaoqing's wrath, who resolves to confront the mouse demon that very night. Fohai, too, has located the mouse demon. Great monk, I have already informed you that I did not steal the treasury silver yesterday. The mouse demon protests. You cunning creature, you managed to evade me yesterday, but if you are innocent, why is your pouch found in the storeroom? Fohai retorts, casting the pouch before the mouse demon as evidence. I swear it is not mine. I have been framed. The mouse demon laments, unable to substantiate his claims against Fohai's evidence. Regardless of guilt or innocence, your presence as a demon in the city can only spell trouble. All demons must be eradicated, Fohai declares coldly, his demeanor more that of a zealous demon hunter than a wise monk. Xiaoqing, concealed nearby, furrows her brow at Fohai's words. Ordinary humans are often irrationally fearful of all demons, while cultivators should embody greater reason. Xiaoqing is taken aback by the monk's fervent bias. Great monk, there is another demon over there. You should deal with it. The mouse demon points towards Xiaoqing, hoping to divert Fohai's attention. Fohai turns slightly, recognizing Xiaoqing's presence. She steps forth from the shadows. Under the moonlit mist, the great demon and the monk face each other. In an instant, Xiaoqing lunges at Fohai, launching a fierce assault like a fleeting shadow. Yet, Fohai's strength prevails, effortlessly evading Xiaoqing's swift attacks. Even when Xiaoqing reveals her true form, she cannot match Fohai's power. With a resounding crash, Fohai channels the light of the Buddha through his palm, pressing down upon Xiaoqing, the radiant imprint pinning her to the ground, rendering her immobile. Meanwhile, the mouse demon, liberated from Fohai's scrutiny, attempts to flee in haste. However, it was impossible to escape the perception of Fohai. The golden-haired hound immediately charged forward, vanquishing the rat demon. Seizing the opportunity while Fohai was distracted, Xiaoqing broke free from her restraints and bit Fohai, subsequently leaping into the river to escape. Soon, the Dragon Boat Festival arrived, and Fohai, aware of the snake demon lurking in the city, utilized his magical powers to refine Realgar wine, distributing it far and wide. Xiaobai wished to save Su Xian, but found herself powerless to reverse life and death. In her despair, she suddenly recalled the Baoqing workshop and hurried there to seek the assistance of the workshop's master, the little fox. This Su Xian displays courage at times. Yet when cowardice strikes, he is truly timid. It seems he is not at all hesitant when it comes to healing and saving lives. It appears Su Xian pales in comparison to Su Xian. One is a snake-catching youth in a chaotic era, while the other is a frail doctor in peaceful times. Their circumstances inevitably shape their characters. Moreover, Su Xian is a passionate youth, whereas Su Xian, having endured the trials of middle age, is naturally less impulsive and fervent. Xiaoqing's maneuver was quite clever. The rat demon bore the brunt of the consequences, venturing into the city to poison and incite a plague for profit. It was indeed just that he met his demise. Fohai, though handsome, is excessively extreme. Must all demons be eradicated? Far beyond 10,000 miles lies a place called Huagua Mountain, home to a monkey demon. Go and eliminate him. Fohai, realizing Xiaoqing was present, had no intention of intervening, as she had already stepped out. Otherwise, he might not have acted. Snake demon, I require your assistance in my cultivation. Xiaobai, with her millennia of cultivation, was indeed unafraid of Realgar wine, but with Fohai's magical power infused, it transformed into something far from ordinary. Oh no, the little fox is about to emerge. The little fox remains as adorable as ever. Must all demons be extinguished? Fohai is truly arrogant. Sun Wukong could not help but let out a cold snort. Although he considered himself beyond the realm of demons, having attained enlightenment, his origins as a creature of the demon world left him displeased with Fohai's ideology. If Fohai dared to utter such words before him, Sun Wukong would certainly make him experience the might of his golden cudgel. Calm down, monkey. There is no need to stoop to his level. Zhu Beiji appeared quite composed, dismissing Fohai's words as merely the ramblings of a deluded individual. In not just their world, but even in the White Snake realm, there exist numerous formidable demons and demon kings far superior to Fohai. The notion that he could entirely eradicate them is utterly implausible. Chapter 88. Xiaoqing's courtship with Fohai Amit Ba. In the White Snake realm, the elderly Fohai, with hair and beard as white as snow, recited a Buddhist chant. His younger self had been far too impetuous, leading to such extremism. Even the Tathagata Buddha would likely not dare to utter such sentiments. This great monk is quite insufferable. In the Doloa divine realm, Xiao Wu puffed out her cheeks, glaring with her lovely eyes, clearly disapproving of Fa Hai's rhetoric. After all, she too could be considered a rabbit demon. All things in heaven and earth possess significance and value. The notion of eradicating all monsters is excessively extreme. Tang San shook his head, recognizing that Fa Hai's stance was indeed too radical. The natural balance of existence dictates that exterminating any single race would disrupt this equilibrium. Just as he himself believed that upholding the balance of all things is a divine duty, he executed this role admirably. Fa Hai bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Wujing, who once harbored a blind hatred for humanity, desiring to annihilate all snake catchers. Now, Fa Hai sought to eliminate all demons. In this world of solitude, Feng Baobao blinked, analyzing the similarities between Fa Hai and Xiao Wujing. Sister Bao'er, your intermittent brilliance has struck again. You speak the truth. Zhang Chulan remarked approvingly from the side. Impressed by Bao'er's acute insight into the essence of matters, Feng Baobao turned to Zhang Chulan, responding with a clever gesture. Xiaobai sought out the Baoping master, imploring her to save her husband's life. The Baoping master proposed a solution, to venture to Kunlun Mountain to procure a mystical herb. Once the herb was in hand, it would suffice to revive Su Xian. The journey to Kunlun Mountain would require 3 days and nights of relentless travel. Xiaobai was reluctant, but knew that the distance was daunting. This quest would demand 6 days and nights, which Su Xian could not endure. Here it is. The Box Mountain Furnace. Its summit represents Kunlun Mountain. The Baoping master, possessing an abundance of treasures, swiftly unearthed an exquisitely crafted ancient furnace, its apex resembling the mountain itself. I will burn a stick of incense to assist you. But remember, the journey to Kunlun Mountain is limited to the duration of this single stick. Once the incense burns out, your path will cease, so take heed. After bestowing a pair of treasured swords upon Xiaobai, the Baoping master ignited a stick of incense, its fragrant smoke coalescing into a path that guided Xiaobai towards Kunlun Mountain. Upon reaching Kunlun, Xiaobai quickly discovered the mystical herb, but her actions alarmed the celestial crane and the 2 attendant deities guarding it, who promptly pursued her. Despite being a millennia-old demon, Xiaobai found herself powerless against these celestial beings and could only flee desperately along the incense trail back to the Baoping master. With the herb in hand, the Baoping master effortlessly revived Su Xian. You have awakened, young man. This marks yet another transaction between us, indicating a profound connection. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, do not hesitate to seek me at Baoping. Su Xian slowly regained consciousness, finding himself in the presence of the Baoping master and Xiaobai, as the Baoping master introduced him to the business at hand.